The Tianan Mountain Range, Qingshan Town. At the Yi family courtyard, the midday sun blazed fiercely, yet the air was so thick with tension that it seemed to solidify into pure hostility. Yi Fan will never forget the humiliation of today's broken engagement. Do not bully a poor youth. In 3 years Yu Yao wait for me to ascend to Lingxiao Palace and wash away this disgrace. Yu Yao, wait for me, I will definitely come to save you. The man who held Su Yu Yao clad in spotless white robes stood with his hands behind his back. The very fact of his standing there seemed to congeal the air across the entire courtyard. Even the cicadas fell silent. His bearing was extraordinary, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, ethereal as an immortal descending upon the world. In those deep eyes was only the cold, aloof indifference of one looking down on all sentient beings. This was precisely the overlord of southern Tianan Lingxiao Palace, Lord Lu Xuan. The old ancestor of the Yi family, gravely wounded and coughing blood, leaned against a broken wall, his breath faint. The entire courtyard of Yi disciples stood silent. Only Yi Fan's ragged breathing and unwilling roars echoed in the deathly stillness, jarringly loud. At this moment, unnoticed by all, the once calm lake of Lu Xuan's heart suddenly surged with waves. Bewilderment, astonishment. He had transmigrated. Lu Xuan in his previous life was a college student on Blue Star who had died from staying up all night binge-reading fantasy novels. Now he was the supreme villain in a Xinxiao world. The Lingxiao Palace was the top-tier cultivation sect for 1,000 li around, with over a dozen vassal nations. As its palace lord, Lu Xuan was known as the overlord of southern Tianan, but he had a well-known hobby, collecting the most beautiful women under heaven. For this reason, while touring the state of Zhao, he encountered Su Yu Yao, the stunningly beautiful legitimate daughter of the Su family, and took her under his wing. To cut off future troubles, with Lu Xuan's tacit approval, the Su family came to the Yi family to break off the engagement. Sorting through his thoughts, Lu Xuan's heart sank slightly. Breaking off the engagement. Do not bully a poor youth. A 3-year promise. Having read 30,000 web novels, he knew this routine all too well. Wasn't this the standard plot of the child of destiny, being humiliated at the start with the villain forcibly drawing hatred? 3 years later, the protagonist would return with skyrocketing power. He would trample over the bones of this early-stage villain to reach the peak and casually take over his entire harem. Hiss. What made Lu Xuan's spine chill was that in this life, he actually suffered from a fundamental deficiency. An accessory meant only for the protagonist's pure harem, providing the pleasure of collection, yet never to be truly possessed. What a melodramatic setting. Am I really this miserable? Lu Xuan mentally ranted, looking at the bitter, resentful Yi Fan and the nervous Su Yu Yao beside him. A cowardly thought flashed through his mind. What if I return the female lead right now, immediately back down and beg for a chance to survive? Just as this thought arose, a pleasant mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Standard villain plotline detected. Conquer the Daughter of Fortune system has been activated. Binding to host. Lu Xuan's spirits lifted. His golden finger had arrived late, but it had finally arrived. After a quick exchange with the system, he understood its core function. By stirring the emotions and changing the fate of the Daughter of Fortune, he could acquire destiny points and various rewards. Thus, he could defy heaven and change his fate, becoming a final boss-level heavenly mandate villain. Ding. Newbie gift pack delivered. Do you wish to open it? Open. Lu Xuan did not hesitate. Congratulations, host. The system has detected a long-existing deficiency in the host's core being and body concerning vitality and has now perfectly repaired it. A warm, mighty current instantly swept through every limb and bone of Lu Xuan, finally gathering at his Dantian elixir field. An unprecedented feeling of fullness and power surged through his body. I'm finally a real man. Lu Xuan's heart surged with excitement. When he looked at Yi Fan again, the mockery in his eyes was no longer concealed. Male lead your fiancé. I'll graciously accept. 3 years later. Get ready for a surprise. Core plotline detected. Background data for the novel Blossom Sea War God, Yi the Heavenly Emperor, has been transmitted. Golden light scattered as a torrent of information surged into Lu Xuan's mind. In an instant, he understood that the male lead Yi Fan was the mortal projection of the ancient mighty one, Yi the Heavenly Emperor. His combat power was unrivaled, and he had beauty scattered across the world. In the original plot, this overwhelmingly powerful villain, would eventually become a stepping stone for the protagonist's rise, spectacularly annihilated with all his subordinates and associated women taken over by the protagonist. Blossom Sea War God. No wonder it's named that. Lu Xuan mentally complained. Fortunately, I've already obtained the script ahead of time. A murderous intent began to condense in his heart. If I could take advantage of his weakness and kill the threat in its infancy. Ding. Warning. Fatal killing intent toward the child of destiny, Yi Fan, has been detected in the host. Urgent notice: the protagonist's luck is currently at its zenith. If the host forcibly kills him, it will trigger the backlash of this world's heavenly Tao, resulting in the annihilation of both body and soul. Even if you succeed, the protagonist's vast fortune will return to the origin of heaven and earth, giving birth to a new child of destiny, and the host will still face the predetermined villain fate. Lu Xuan's gaze turned sharp, and his killing intent gradually subsided. It seemed the simple, crude solution wouldn't work. Ding. The child of destiny Yi Fan's killing intent toward the host has reached its peak. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Kneel to Yi Fan and beg for mercy, returning Su Yuyao with both hands. Reward: a 10,000-year tortoise shell decorative item, no practical effect. Next, Lu Xuan dismissed it directly. Choice 2. Abandon everything, flee the Lingxiao Palace, immediately hide in the mountains, and give up Su Yuyao. Reward: 10,000 exquisite green hats. Lu Xuan's lips twitched. Next, choice 3. The villain shall sing. Publicly cement the relationship with Su Yuyao, trample on the protagonist's Dao heart, and become the paramount heavenly mandate villain. Reward: aura of the heavenly mandate villain effect, immune to the protagonist's halo-induced stupidity and plot kill effects. All your actions will be judged by your own logic. That's it. A sharp light burst from Lu Xuan's eyes. He would be able to ignore those unreasonable protagonist privileges and live within normal logic. Moreover, he now possessed the protagonist's script ahead of time, equivalent to knowing the future. He would become the Lord of Destiny. System: I choose 3. At the instant he made his choice, Lu Xuan felt an invisible shackle loosen from his very soul. I am the heavenly mandate villain. Protagonist: your fortuitous encounters, your beauties, the stepping stones of your growth. From today on, I'll take them all. Lu Xuan suddenly released his arm around Su Yuyao, and under her stunned gaze took a small step forward. He looked at Yi Fan, the ancient mighty one of the upper realm, the war god, Yi the heavenly emperor, and curled his lips into a smile devoid of warmth. The Yi family's lack of discipline has led them to offend me. Death is pardoned, but this lord shall give a small punishment. Under Yi Fan's bewildered and terrified gaze, Lu Xuan's finger descended from the sky. So what if he was the war god, Yi the heavenly emperor? He hadn't awakened yet. Watch me sever your foundation. Sun annihilation, origin severing finger. Lingxiao Palace stood atop the Tianan Mountains, where 1,000 peaks vied in splendor amid swirling clouds and mist. As Lu Xuan returned through the air with Su Yuyao, the disciples guarding the mountain bowed in unison, their voices surging like a tide. Before the gate stood 2 water-avoiding golden-eyed divine beasts, their pupils slowly turning as if alive. Lu Xuan walked straight toward the main hall. Wherever he passed, disciples bowed their heads and moved aside. Su Yuyao was deeply shaken, thinking the grandeur of Lingxiao Palace is even greater than the legends say. Compared with this, the Yi family of Qingshan Town is but an ant gazing at the sky. Inside the hall, 36 towering pillars supported the dome, where a star chart shimmered, as if containing 10,000 miles of the galaxy. Lu Xuan stepped onto the 9-story jade platform and sat on the dark throne, and a translucent screen only he could see unfolded before him. Host: Lu Xuan. Identity: Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace. Destiny value: 0. Cultivation: Golden Core, 7th level. Arts: Lingxiao Sword. Art: 9 Heavens. Evasion Technique: Devouring. Origin Manual. Special status: Destiny Villain Halo, immune to fortune backlash. Lu Xuan stirred his mind and began to communicate with the system. So this was a battle for fortune. Every time he struck against the protagonist's forces, he could gain destiny points, and these points could be used for lottery draws. Although he could not directly affect the flow of the world's fortune, every time he accumulated enough points, the system would bestow generous rewards and opportunities. Each increase in destiny would bring a qualitative change in his strength. The Destiny Villain Halo has been activated. The host may ignore the suppression of the Child of Fortune's halo, evade plot kills, and wisdom-draining behavior, and each time the host gains destiny points, all aspects of his strength will increase, including combat power, wisdom, and appearance. A dark golden halo radiated from Lu Xuan's body, spreading outward until it dissolved into the heaven and earth. He keenly felt the constraints of the world's laws suddenly vanish from him. He was like a bird freed from its cage, his body unshackled. He would no longer suffer the backlash of fortune. The suppression of the protagonist's halo, which had once pressed down on him because of his villain identity, was now completely ineffective. The earlier crisis, like thorns piercing his back, when he had felt killing intent toward Yi Fan, had now vanished. Moreover, this villain halo even served to amplify his strength. So this is what it feels like to leap out of the script. He tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingertip. The icy runes rippled in response, and the spiritual energy of the entire hall surged. The disciples standing below exchanged glances, each seeing horror in the other's eyes. The palace master's pressure today was even more terrifying than during the grand sect ceremony. At that moment, Su Yuyao was led to the front of the hall by 2 maidservants. She noticed that the 2 maids were graceful and bearing their faces as bright as the moon. In the outside world, they would be peerless beauties worthy of being noble daughters. Yet here they were merely ordinary maidservants by Lu Xuan's side. When she raised her head to look at Lu Xuan on the throne, she saw his cloud-patterned sleeves and brows like swords. His expression of lofty indifference toward her made her heart tremble for no reason. Lu Xuan is stronger than Yi Fan, higher in status, and even more handsome. A rational voice echoed in her mind. Startled by her own sudden thought, she didn't notice a dark golden halo fleeting through her eyes. Su Yuyao's knuckles turned white, and her once firm heart began to waver. Yet whenever she thought of Lu Xuan's forceful seizure of her, her gentle nature could not help but resist. Lu Xuan went to so much trouble to snatch me away, yet now he acts so indifferent. Su Yuyao looked at Lu Xuan, who was lowering his head to sip tea, and an inexplicable anger surged in her heart. Lu Xuan, release me at once. I will never bow to a villain like you. Lu Xuan glanced indifferently at this female lead, ignoring her fierce expression. The system interface displayed her information person, Su Yuyao. Identity: female lead of the war god of the Flower Sea. Special: unknown memories sealed. Constitution: profound, in body. Favorability: -70. Lu Xuan's heart stirred. Why is there sealed memory? And her favorability is negative. It seems I'll have to put in some effort. What Lu Xuan didn't know was that in Qingshan Town, Su Yuyao's favorability toward him had been -75, only because of the emotional fluctuation. Just now had it risen a little. But I'm a villain, why should I care about mutual consent? It's better to settle this quickly. He instructed the elder in charge of internal affairs beside him, 3 days from now, have Su Yuyao attend my chambers. Give her 100 high-grade spirit stones and 10 nurturing origin pills. Hearing the words attend my chambers, Su Yuyao felt dizzy. Although she had been prepared, it still struck her as abrupt. Lu Xuan, let me go, you villain. Su Yuyao still tried to struggle, but the two maidservants led her straight toward the rear hall. A chime sounded. Su Yuyao, overcome with shame and rage, now felt fear toward you. Destiny value 500. The system detected that the fate-bound female lead Su Yuyao's emotional entanglement with the host had deepened. Reward: Heaven Grade Supreme Technique, Yin-Yang Harmony Secret Manual. A sharp light flashed in Lu Xuan's eyes. A Heaven Grade Technique. In this world where techniques were divided into 4 grades, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, the Heaven grade was already the pinnacle. The emergence of any Heaven grade technique was enough to stir a bloody storm in the cultivation world. This Yin-Yang Harmony Secret Manual was the signature technique of the ancient Joyous Union sect with its roots in Orthodox Taoism. It was completely different from the evil arts that sacrificed one side's origin to benefit the other. A Taoist couple cultivating together for 1 day with this technique could equal a whole year of solitary practice. The system's product is truly extraordinary. Lu Xuan's heart surged with excitement, and he couldn't help wondering who he should test it on. Night fell. As Lu Xuan was cultivating in his bedchamber, a delicate foot, wearing a golden lotus slipper, emerged from the void. A soft warmth pressed against his back. A gentle, elegant fragrance drifted by, and a graceful, mature figure appeared behind him. Yin Yang, his personal bodyguard and attendant since childhood with unfathomable cultivation, had arrived. She was 6 years older than Lu Xuan and had been at his side since he was learning to walk. All the affairs of Lingxiao Palace, great and small, were managed with her assistance, kept in perfect order. She was his absolute confidant and handmaiden since birth. Lu Xuan's mind conjured her fate in the original story. When Yi Fan stormed the mountain gate, she self-detonated to hold the enemy back, buying a thin chance for Lu Xuan's remnant soul to escape. At the thought, his heart could not help trembling. In this life, he would definitely change her tragic ending. Congratulations on your return, Palace Master. Yin Yang's voice was soft enough to melt bones. She walked gracefully to Lu Xuan's side. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely pinned with a single jade hairpin. A few strands fell beside her cheek, adding a touch of languid charm. As she leaned forward, her fragrant presence drew near. Lu Xuan's breath hitched. Palace Master, the aura on you seems different. A strange brilliance flickered in Yin Yang's eyes. She keenly noticed that Lu Xuan's temperament had become more profound and confident, and his gaze no longer avoided hers, but carried a man's unique intensity. Lu Xuan spoke softly by her ear, his voice magnetic. Yin Yang, I have newly obtained an ancient technique. It is strange and dangerous. You must protect me while I cultivate it. In the original story's memory, this close attendant had always been affectionate with him, yet, because of his congenital deficiency, they had never crossed the final boundary. Hearing his words, her eyes suddenly brightened, and her voice trembled. Really? Lu Xuan gathered Yin Yang into his arms, feeling her soft, warm body. Her skin was fair as snow, her figure graceful and supple. Years of cultivation kept her body in perfect elasticity and vitality. Unlike an inexperienced young girl, Yin Yang exuded the charm unique to a mature woman. She tilted her head up, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Let me take good care of you, Palace Master, shall I? In the deep night within the bedchamber, Lu Xuan passed the time amidst the incessant system prompts sounding in his ears. As the Yin-Yang harmony art circulated, the auras of the two intertwined, and Lu Xuan could clearly feel the refinement of his cultivation. Ding Nye Inyang is overwhelmed with shame, gaining 200 destiny points. Ding Nye Inyang is in a state of excitement, gaining 400 destiny points. Ding Nye Inyang is unconscious, gaining 400 destiny points. With a series of system prompts, Lu Xuan's heart blossomed with joy. This luck-blessed heroine was like an ATM. Every time the destiny points increased, his overall combat power would continuously rise. As his destiny points accumulated, Lu Xuan vividly experienced the all-around transformation within himself. The system's prompt sounded in his mind like the most celestial music. His heart was filled with ecstasy. These heroines of fortune were truly inexhaustible treasures of destiny. With 1,000 destiny points credited, Lu Xuan clearly felt the miraculous changes occurring in his body. At this moment, Lu Xuan's strength, including his appearance, was transforming along with the increase in destiny points. Spiritual energy surged within him like a mighty river, and the realm that normally required arduous cultivation to advance naturally broke through to a minor level in this very instant. The circulation of his cultivation technique became smoother, the flow of spiritual energy in his meridians noticeably faster. His divine sense expanded its range, enabling him to clearly perceive every rustling leaf within a 10-li radius. Even his physical body saw a significant enhancement, with explosive power contained within his muscles. This was merely the beginning. As destiny points continued to accumulate, his power amplification would reach a terrifying degree beyond imagination. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window lattice into the bedchamber, Lu Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Nye Inyang had already awakened and was lying on her side, gazing at him with eyes full of tenderness. Inyang, from today onward, we are no longer simply master and servant. After last night, under the influence of the Inyang Harmony mystic scripture, he had not only fully adapted to his healed body, but also made considerable progress in his cultivation. He and Inyang had actually broken through their realms together in just one night. And Nye Inyang, nourished by his yang energy, had become even more radiant, as if she had aged 10 years younger. And what about Miss Su? How does the palace master plan to arrange things? Nye Inyang suddenly asked, her tone betraying neither joy nor anger. Lu Xuan toyed with her hair and said calmly, "She will serve me tonight. Go and make the arrangements." Nye Inyang's beautiful eyes flickered. She chuckled softly. "Rest assured, palace master, your servant will handle everything properly and make Sister Su feel the sincerity of Lingxiao Palace." She rose and draped her robe over herself, resuming the image of the capable internal affairs steward. "But now that the palace master has recovered, there will surely be many beauties surrounding you in the future. I hope you won't forget who truly knows how to care for you." Her tone carried a hint of coquettish jealousy. Lu Xuan gently stroked her hair. When Lu Xuan, fully dressed, stepped out of the bedchamber, the disciples waiting outside were astonished to find that the palace master's aura had become even more profound today, and his every move exuded a daunting pressure. And behind him, Nye Inyang appeared rejuvenated, with a trace of nourished allure in her brows and eyes. Lu Xuan gently caressed her dark hair as the system prompts rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the luck-blessed heroine Nye Inyang, gaining 5,000 destiny points. Ding! Acquired special ability Tao Resonance Spirit Eyes, allowing insight into others' cultivation secrets and obtaining the optimal cultivation path. Palace master, your eyes. She keenly sensed the change in Lu Xuan's aura, especially his lively eyes, which made her feel as if everything about her was laid bare before him. Lu Xuan focused his mind, and the system panel unfurled. Host Lu Xuan, Identity Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace, Destiny Points 60, 180 Strength, Golden Core Stage, 7th Layer Cultivation Techniques, Lingxiao Sword, Art, 9 Heavens Evasion, Art, Devouring Essence, Secret Art. Special Abilities, Tao Resonance Spirit Eyes, can perceive others' cultivation secrets and obtain the optimal cultivation path. Destiny Villain Halo amplifies all-around strength based on destiny points per 10,000. Immune to the protagonist's intelligence reduction and plot kill effects. All actions based on own logic system function. Conquer heroines of fortune, random tasks and rewards. He secretly resolved to spend more time on these fate-blessed women. Inyang, let me see your path of cultivation. Lu Xuan activated his Tao Resonance Spirit Eyes and gazed at Nye Inyang. Within her meridians, he could faintly see an extremely faint, illusory purple shadow that seemed to devour light wandering through her body. It was completely different from the ordinary radiance of a cultivator's spiritual energy. An ancient constitution automatically surfaced in his mind. Phantom Shadow Void Body, among the ancient constitutions of the 10,000 ages, one that naturally masters the branch of the void nothingness law. At its peak, it can transform into emptiness, traverse through restrictions, peer into hearts, and dominate life and death from the shadows. Lu Xuan's heart trembled violently. This was the ultimate constitution for assassination, intelligence, and covert operations. In the original story, Nye Inyang had perished early, and this constitution had never been discovered. If she could grow, she would become the most hidden and deadly blade in his hand, capable of dealing with the unpredictable opportunities and allies that Yi Fan would later encounter. He asked softly, "Yin Yang, are you willing to abandon your cultivation and start anew?" Then he fully explained the power of the Constitution. Nia Yin Yang's eyes first showed shock, then transformed into unwavering determination and joy. "Yin Yang has long been your palace master. To be of use to you is my fortune. Even if I am ground to dust and my soul destroyed, I would have no regrets." Seeing the emotionally moved Nia Yin Yang, Lu Xuan pulled her slender waist close and activated the Yin Yang harmony art once more. Their auras merged and their cultivation advanced together. At that moment, the system's voice came to his ears. Ding. Detected hatred from the protagonist, Yi Fan, towards you, destiny points, 1888. Ding. Detected venomous resentment from the protagonist, Yi Fan, towards you, destiny points, 888. His Tao resonance spirit eyes suddenly trembled on their own, and from the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the endless night sky outside the window. Lu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a divine light gleaming in them. The plot has already begun to unfold, hasn't it? A corner of his mouth curled into an excited smile. In Qingshan Town, in Yi Fan's bedroom, Yi Fan, who had been unconscious for 3 days, finally awoke. A vast star-like aura erupted from within Yi Fan's body. Golden divine light surged into the sky and then fell silent. The entire Qingshan Town trembled, and spiritual energy from 100 li around frantically surged toward the Yi family compound. Yi Fan's originally bloodshot eyes instantly became deep as the cosmos, and an indescribable Tao resonance flowed around him. His Xianhuang, ancient sacred body, had awakened. A voice seemed to come from eons past. Stars appeared to revolve in Yi Fan's eyes. A voice spanning 10,000 years resounded. "This emperor has slept for 10,000 years, yet an ant dares to harm my projection in the lower realm. What a beast! How could such a despicable and shameless person exist in this lower realm? I will tear you limb from limb." When Yi Fan fully obtained the inheritance of the heavenly emperor Yi, he would remember that he himself was the heavenly emperor Yi. The inheritance was the key to unlocking his memories. According to the original plot, that was when Lu Xian's death would come. Inside a cave on the outskirts of Qingshan Town. Though Yi Fan had awakened his physique at this moment, the memories of the heavenly emperor Yi were once again sealed away. He was still in a state of panic, desperately needing a guide to light his path. To avoid the gossip of the town, he found this deserted cave outside the town to cultivate alone. Yi Fan had been restless for several days. Only recently did he learn of the vile deeds committed by Lu Xuan. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor, removed his clothes, and saw the withered state. The sense of physical incompleteness and the collapse of his life's integrity plunged him into boundless humiliation. "Lu Xuan, you used such vicious means." His eyes were bloodshot, the hatred for Lu Xuan etched into his bones. Once the prodigy of Qingshan Town, he was now a cripple, not even considered a man. A fate 1,000 times crueler than death. "If I do not avenge this, Yi Fan, swear I am no man." At that moment, the black ancient ring left by his mother on his chest suddenly blazed with a dazzling light. A figure of extreme allure and enchanting charm rose gracefully from the ring. In the blur, one could see a woman born with innate seduction. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes brimming with spring, their gaze capable of stealing souls. She exuded an aura of immense power intertwined with bone-deep seduction. A pink-purple radiance enveloped the cave, her gauze dress trailing as it traced a heart-stopping silhouette. A laughter that melted into the bones echoed through the cave. To be awakened by such intense resentment after 1,000 years of slumber. The remnant soul of the Flame Emperor stretched languidly, her seductive eyes appraising Yi Fan. "Young man, you're quite handsome. Would you be willing to be my cauldron?" As Lu Rian probed further, her eyes suddenly brightened. "The Xianhuang sacred body. It's actually the Xianhuang sacred body." Her voice turned ecstatic and trembling, her phantom form nearly solidified with excitement. Her fingers trembled as they brushed toward Yi Fan's dantian, as if touching a long-lost supreme treasure. "Excellent, truly, a Xianhuang sacred body unseen for 10,000 years. After a millennium of slumber, to encounter it in such a desolate place. Heaven has not forsaken me. Boy, let me guide you. Together in dual cultivation, we shall surely reach the pinnacle." Yi Fan had been stunned since the soul's emergence, and upon hearing that he possessed a sacred body unseen for 10,000 years, he wept with joy. But the next second, Lu Rian's divine sense swept over the wound on Yi Fan's lower body, and her ecstasy froze instantly. "A eunuch?" She yanked back her hand with a piercing shriek, as if touching the filthiest thing in the world. A flash of extreme disgust and heartache crossed her beautiful face. It was akin to covering her favorite pastry with filth. Now when she looked at Yi Fan, she felt nothing but revulsion. A crippled waste, defiling this unparalleled sacred body. Unlucky, truly unlucky. With a flick of her sleeve, her figure rapidly faded, ready to return to the ancient ring, for eternal slumber. No, this is too creepy. I'd rather sleep. Yi Fan's heart plunged from the clouds into an icy abyss. His survival instinct drove him to cry out. Senior, you have yet to recover after 1,000 years of slumber. If you retreat now, would it not take another 10,000 years to awaken? The Flame Emperor's figure paused. The cold loneliness of 1,000 years of sleep surged back like a tide. She turned her gaze to Yi Fan's broken body, then glanced at the vast world outside the cave, a fierce inner struggle in her eyes. Enough. If I sleep again, I will completely dissipate. She took a deep breath, her voice carrying a hint of self-consolation barely perceptible. Consider this. I've taken on a female disciple. Soon in the distant southern sky, a faint pillar of pale golden fate, brimming with fierce battle intent, rose faintly toward the heavens. At night, within the Lanyu Hall, red candles burned high. A spiritual feast was prepared, the fragrance of various spirit fruits permeating the air. Su Yuyao, dressed in white, sat expressionless at the table, her fingers trembling slightly. Though she forced herself to appear calm, the panic in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Ding detected that the favored daughter of fate is fearful. Fate value 100. Ding detected that the favored daughter of fate has increased resentment toward you. Fate value 200. Lu Xuan savored the benefits of fate value, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, have you grown accustomed to the Lingxiao Palace recently? As Lu Xuan teased her, Su Yuyao's emotional strings were plucked, sometimes relaxed, sometimes taut. And the stream of fate value continued to pour in without end. Su Yuyao bit her lip, unwilling to answer. Lu Xuan didn't care whether she was willing or not. Women. Plenty of time ahead, feelings grow with time. He had work to do today. With that thought, he gently wrapped his arm around Su Yuyao's slender waist. Seated on the bed's edge in a red dress, Su Yuyao's body trembled, her fingers gripping the fabric tightly until her knuckles turned white. When Lu Xuan approached, she felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Miss Su, after today you will be my woman. Lu Xuan's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. At that moment, Lu Xuan truly realized he was well suited to be a villain. Su Yuyao bit her lower lip hard, holding back tears of humiliation. Lu Xuan, you may have my body, but you will never have my heart. She rebuked, her voice trembling. Lu Xuan chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke her cheek. I only need you by my side. Where your heart lies is of no importance. Su Yuyao tried to resist, but found her spiritual energy sealed, unable even to take her own life. The red candles in the bedchamber had burned more than halfway, pools of wax accumulating like the atmosphere at that moment. Lu Xuan's hand had already reached Su Yuyao's sash. Skin like jade, beauty like wine. This Su Yuyao was indeed a protagonist, tall and slender. Her light purple dress clung to her figure. The curves of her chest plump as ripe peaches. A waist so slender it seemed barely a handful. And the sudden fullness of her hips outlined a breathtaking silhouette. At the slit of her skirt, a glimpse of jade-like leg was revealed. Her skin shimmered with a creamy luster under the moonlight, as if a single pinch could make it yield water. A night breeze swept by, carrying a strange, berry-like fragrance from her body. It filled the nostrils enough to quicken any man's blood. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, rippling with her movements, as if alive, teasing the gaze. Her lips were full and luscious, the color of ripe cherries. The corners of her mouth naturally turned upward, offering a silent invitation, even without a smile. When her gaze swept by, a faint, ambiguous smile curved at the corners of her lips. The air around grew hot, tightening one's throat. But now this peerless beauty, constantly teased by Lu Xuan, grew short of breath. The system's chime clearly reflected the turmoil within this female protagonist. Ding. Detected Su Yuyao's emotional fluctuation, fate value 200. Ding. Su Yuyao's internal struggle intensifies, fate value 300. Ding. Su Yuyao's emotions toward you are complex, fate value 500. Lu Xuan's mind stirred, and the system panel unfolded before him. Host Lu Xuan, identity, Lord of Lingxiao Palace, fate value 9280, strength golden core, stage 9th level, cultivation techniques, Lingxiao sword, art, 9 heavens, evasion, art, devouring essence, scripture, special abilities, Dao rhyme, spirit, I can perceive others' cultivation secrets, and obtain optimal cultivation paths. Heaven's mandate, villain, halo, amplifies all abilities proportionally to fate value and 0, immune to protagonist, intelligence reduction, and plot-induced death. All actions based on personal logic system functions pursue favored daughters of fate, random mission rewards. As the fate value increased, his strength rose again. His cultivation, which would have required months of arduous training, was now surging at an astonishing speed. So this is the benefit of fate value. Lu Xuan was inwardly shaken. This rate of improvement far surpassed any cultivation technique. Su Yuyao bit her crimson lips, stubbornly refusing to answer Lu Xuan's questions. But what struck her with more dread was that Lu Xuan's aura was visibly strengthening. This unnatural cultivation speed stirred a faint tremor of familiar memory deep within her. Lu Xuan gently parted Su Yuyao's thin, loose dress, revealing porcelain-white skin. Su Yuyao's tears silently fell. She thought of Yi Fan back in Qingshan Town, her heart filled with guilt and despair. Brother Yi Fan. I'm sorry, she murmured in her heart, closing her eyes. Lanhua Palace. Su Yuyao kept her eyes tightly closed. Just as Lu Xuan had completely removed Su Yuyao's garments, preparing to take the next step. The instant Lu Xuan's fingertips brushed her skin, buzz, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from between her eyebrows. A flood of memories slowly surfaced in Su Yuyao's mind. At the deepest core of her soul, a divine, maiden flower quietly bloomed. A forbidden seal that had lain dormant for eternity shattered with a thunderous crash. Boundless golden imperial aura erupted like a slumbering volcano, instantly filling the entire bedchamber. From the void came the faint echo of myriad gods and demons chanting sutras and the majestic cries of celestial phoenixes. Palaces of the 9 heavens, 10,000 immortals paying homage, a lone proud figure gazing down upon all living beings. Countless memory fragments laden with vastness and solitude crashed into Su Yuyao's consciousness. She sat upon the eternal imperial throne with immortal kings and divine generals prostrate at her feet. With a flick of her finger she extinguished stars and gave birth to chaos. She fought against heaven, earth, and herself, and with the power of a mortal body alone slaughtered all the kings standing supreme above the 9 heavens. Even gods could not block her path, and with a mortal physique, she ultimately reached the pinnacle of existence, becoming the most powerful mystic maiden of the 9 heavens in all of history, Emperor Yaoguang. She carved through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Her imperial body shattered, her true spirit cast into the cycle of reincarnation, all in search of her beloved. Yet this power was far too immense, vastly exceeding what her current fragile body and spirit could sustain. The intense agony forced a muffled gasp from her lips, and a thin trace of pale golden blood seeped from the corner of her eye. That was the backlash from forcibly bearing an emperor's soul. As the radiance faded, she slowly opened her eyes. The panic and humiliation that had defined Su Yuyao as the legitimate daughter of the Su family had vanished completely. In its place was a calm detachment, forged through countless tribulations, an ancient weariness from watching eras rise and fall. And deep within her gaze lay a trace of cold anger. Anger at her own fall to this state. This seat is the Empress Yaoguang. She whispered to herself, her voice rich with deep resonance, yet carrying the rhythm of one who could reshape heaven and earth. At this moment Lu Xuan was completely stunned, shocked, his system frozen. System, is this seriously the female lead you wanted me to conquer? He had already reached the peak of golden core cultivation through the system's enhancement. Yet in that instant when the imperial aura erupted and the phantom sounds echoed, every hair on his body had stood on end, as if he were seconds from being obliterated. The halo of the destined villain within him operated spontaneously, silently, dissolving the oppressive pressure that would have shattered a golden core cultivator's soul. Fortunately, he had the halo of the destined villain. His Dao rhyme spirit eyes surged to their maximum capacity, and what he saw was not a young maiden's soul, but a golden sea of divine consciousness, stars vast and boundless awakening from chaos. At the center, a towering imperial silhouette slowly turned. The Empress of the Upper Realm. Reincarnated to cultivate anew. No wonder she's the core female protagonist with such a background. Lu Xuan's gaze shifted slightly. Interesting, but with the villain's halo, even an empress would have to submit to me. A flicker of surprise flashed in Su Yuyao's normally calm eyes. Having regained her memories, Su Yuyao began to examine the man before her. His posture was upright, his brows sharp as swords and eyes bright like stars, his face extraordinarily handsome. His aptitude was mediocre, but his appearance was top tier, among the most striking even among the emperors of her past life. What surprised her was that she sensed an aura of transcendence beyond the laws of this realm within him. A suspicious man. This made her unable to resist testing him. Though her divine soul had just awakened and her spiritual sense was still weak, its fundamental nature was exceedingly profound. Secretly, she wove an imperceptible thread of primordial imperial consciousness around Lu Xuan, hoping to peer into his true origins. This was the supreme secret technique of upper realm emperors, to investigate one's roots, and none in this world could see through it. What she perceived first was that halo, transcendent beyond this realm's laws, so deep she could not fully penetrate it. It was the halo of the destiny's villain. Then she observed the circulation of spiritual energy within Lu Xuan's body. The Lingxiao Palace cultivation method was utterly ordinary, yet its intensity should not have been like this. But just as her imperial consciousness was about to delve deeper into his bloodline origins, beneath the skin at Lu Xuan's shoulder blades, 2 extremely faint phantom silhouettes began to emerge, yet they made her emperor's soul tremble with fear. Though so faint they barely existed, the fundamental aura of status was infinitely familiar to her. How is this possible? Is that you, brother? Yaoguang's heart shook violently, and she immediately retracted all her imperial consciousness, even forcing back her terror. If her suspicions were true, even if only an infinitesimal projection manifested, its significance would transcend everything. No wonder this person's behavior seemed strange, able to resist her imperial aura and showing restraint at the critical moment. Ding. Su Yuyao feels surprised, her emotions fluctuate wildly. Destiny value 888. Ding. Su Yuyao feels confused about you. Destiny value 1888. Ding. Su Yuyao develops a strong desire to explore you. Destiny value 2888. Favorability -65 -25. Su Yuyao did not leave. The intuition of an empress told her that this person concealed a earth-shattering secret. She had searched throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths and finally found here on Lu Xuan that breath that had branded itself into her memory. I will stay. Su Yuyao whispered, her voice carrying a hint of confusion and trembling that she had not even noticed herself. A flicker of amusement flashed in Lu Xuan's eyes. He extinguished the red candle and lay close to sleep. He had expected such intimate behavior to provoke a violent reaction from her, but the system remained eerily quiet, which surprised him greatly. Su Yuyao had actually not refused. Lu Xuan now desperately wanted to know what was happening within Su Yuyao's body. The long night stretched on, and though they shared the same bed, each was lost in their own thoughts. The female emperor's memories within Su Yuyao continued to awaken, while Lu Xuan monitored every subtle shift in her emotions through the system. Ding. Su Yuyao feels curious about the host. Destiny value 200. Ding. Su Yuyao recalls her unforgettable love from a past life. Her emotional state fluctuates. Destiny value 800. Ding. Su Yuyao develops affection for the host's restrained behavior. Destiny value 150. The night passed without sleep, and when the first rays of dawn penetrated the bedchamber, a pleasant system notification echoed in Lu Xuan's mind. Destiny value has reached the upgrade requirement. Destiny level upgraded to level 2. 1 random reward unlocked. How shall you open it now? The system prompt resounded like a great bell within Lu Xuan's divine sense, trembling through his very soul. This upgrade of the mandate level felt distinctly different. Ding. Mandate level upgraded to 2nd stage. World origin fusion significantly enhanced. Unlocked core function origin physique grant ascension. Based on the host's cumulative performance and current circumstances, granting the unique origin physique across all heavens and worlds, primordial Tao master embryonic form. As the system's voice faded, an indescribable aura of vastness permeated the surroundings. Lu Xuan could sense that within his dantian his golden core continued to rotate. Yet at its very core, a tiny, ever-emerging and dissipating chaos vortex quietly appeared, resembling a newborn world. Primordial Tao Master early stage effects as follows. Origin of 10,000 laws can flawlessly learn, analyze, and deduce any technique or divine ability, no more than one major realm above one's own, pointing directly to its origin laws and core vulnerabilities. Chaos affinity cultivation efficiency surges tenfold, able to absorb thin but pure chaos chi to temper the body, causing a qualitative transformation in spiritual energy. Status suppression hidden naturally produces fate level suppression and destiny attraction toward all those bearing great fortune, such as children of fortune, daughters of mandate. Note this physique can continuously evolve as the host's mandate level rises, and through devouring rare origins from all heavens until mastering the primordial and commanding all Tao. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, a glimpse of chaos dividing and Milky Way birthing flashing through his gaze before vanishing. With a thought, a more tangible attribute panel unfolded before him, visible only to himself, clearly reflecting his current status and this world's cultivation system. Host Lu Xuan, Identity Master of Lingxiao Palace. Cultivation Realm Nascent Soul Early Stage Primordial Tao Foundation. Mandate Level 2nd Stage 2165 010 0000. World Origin Fusion Degree 7. 2. Cultivation Realms Chi Refining Foundation Establishment Golden Core Nascent Soul Spirit Transformation Void Refinement Body Integration Mahayana Tribulation Transcendence Ascension. Current Techniques. Main Practice Primordial Tao Canon Origin Level Growing. Secondary Practice Lingxiao Sword Art Heavenly Grade Lower Reconstructed 9 Heavens Escape Technique Heavenly Grade Lower Reconstructed. Core Abilities. Primordial Tao Physique Early Stage Origin of 10,000 Laws Chaos Affinity Status Suppression. Mandate Villain Aura 2nd Stage Immune to 4th Rank and Below Children of Fortunes Aura Suppression Slightly Altering Local Fate Trajectories. Tao Rhymes Spiritual Eyes Advanced can perceive the essence of techniques, origin of physiques, and nodes of fate. Just then a far more majestic information stream touching the world's root flowed from the system's deepest part, directly brandmarking his soul's origin. Detected Host's Mandate Level upgraded to 2nd Stage, touching World Core Laws, now unlocking the ultimate setting of Mandate. Mandate is the fragment of world origin. children of fortune, peerless secret realms, innate spiritual treasures, etc. All display their miraculous nature due to carrying more or less origin fragments. The mandate value, obtained by the host through conquering fortune daughters, altering fate trajectories, and plundering protagonist opportunities via the system, is actually the process of stripping, purifying, and absorbing these masterless world origin fragments. When mandate level reaches 9th stage perfection, it means the host will gather all scattered origins of this world, becoming the sole ruler of this world, the world lord. At that time can freely mobilize all laws, spiritual energy, and fate trajectories within the world, controlling the cycle of birth and death of all things, transcending world bindings, roaming through all heavens and worlds. Lu Xuan's spirit and mind both trembled. Mandate, it turns out it works like this. He originally thought this dog system was merely a tool to help him fight against the protagonist and capture female leads. But he never expected that behind it was the struggle for world origins. This system wants him, through conquering female leads, to subdue all worlds and become the lord of all worlds. At the same time, just as the primordial Tao master physique thoroughly merged with Lu Xuan, Su Yuyao Yaoguang, who was secretly probing him with divine, since her delicate body suddenly trembled violently. Su Yuyao sleeping nearby, sensed the anomaly the instant Lu Xuan's physique changed. She immediately used her remnant Emperor Realm soul power to carefully unfold detection. In her perception, Su Yuyao actually saw that phantom of primordial Tao master. Boom. Su Yuyao felt her divine sense had exploded. It couldn't be wrong. She had already confirmed this figure was exactly the same as the last trace of Tao imprint her brother left in the cosmic ruins in her past life. That supreme status originating from chaos, stabilizing heaven and earth, could never be mistaken. Is it you? Su Yuyao's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with endless shock, disbelief, and even a trace of humble adoration and ecstatic joy. This phantom instantly shattered her 10,000-year emperor heart as Yaoguang Empress. The figure she had painfully searched for after traversing 10,000 worlds and reincarnating 100 lifetimes was actually before her eyes. Is it you, brother? It really is you, brother. Su Yuyao Yaoguang's voice choked, her beautiful eyes instantly filled with tears. That was no longer the majesty of an empress, but the grievance and excitement of a little girl who had searched for 10,000 ages and finally found her way home. She extended her trembling hand, wanting to touch Lu Xuan's cheek, yet afraid this might again be an illusion. Ding. Detected fortune daughter Su Yuyao Yaoguang's past life memories and emotions completely awakened, producing extreme attachment, heartache, and ecstatic joy upon regaining what was lost toward the host's soul origin. Affection 100x. Current affection 100x. Status love and follower, transcending reincarnation. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Xuan guessed in his heart. It should be his physique triggering Yu Yao's past life memories. Having thoroughly read 30,000 volumes of Xuanhuan through the system's prompts, and Yu Yao's current obsession, he could now piece together some scenes. He was about to begin his performance. At this moment, Lu Xuan's gaze became complex and profound, carrying a trace of bewilderment even he couldn't explain, gently holding her outstretched, slightly cool fingertips, as if trying to capture the blurry memory fragments flashing through his mind. His gaze calm, yet with a trace of inquiry, looking at Su Yuyao. You used to know me, or rather know my aura. Originally, Lu Xuan was just performing along Su Yuyao's memories. Who knew that his performance and this question would be like the final confirmation, completely shattering all of Yaoguang's fortitude. She could no longer restrain herself, throwing herself into his embrace, tears soaking Lu Xuan's clothes, as if to pour out all the longing and grievance of 10,000 years. Know you? How could I not know you? Even if you turned to ashes, I'd still recognize you. She sobbed uncontrollably, intermittently recounting the sunlight of that small world. Those years when the two relied on each other for survival. That parting with no return date, and those heart-wrenching residual shadows in the ruins. I searched for you. For so long. So long. I thought I would never see you again. I searched for you for 100,000 years. Finally found you, brother. Lu Xuan was shaken in his heart, gently embracing her trembling shoulders. Ding. Detected fortune female, lead Su Yuyao's emotions fluctuating violently, mandate value 1888. Ding. Detected fortune female, led Su Yuyao in extreme surprise, mandate value 2888. Ding. Detected fortune female, leads Su Yuyao intoxicated in the most beautiful memory of her life, mandate value 3888. Receiving the system's confirmation, Lu Xuan finally was certain. His guess was completely correct. He never expected there was such a touching story behind it. System, you've moved, even myself. A peerless empress actually took that lonely path to the peak just to find him. Fortunately, this Su Yuyao was snatched back by himself originally. She was already his woman. It was that beast Yi Fan who stole his woman, the damn protagonist. It seems only I, the mandate, great villain, and the righteous path of the world. At this moment Lu Xuan even began to doubt whether he truly transmigrated from Blue Star. Facing Su Yuyao's fiery countenance and mesmerized gaze, Lu Xuan instinctively reached out to embrace the beauty. Su Yuyao naturally curled into his arms, tilting her head to stare into his eyes, as though seeking to peer through those pupils into the very depths of his soul. Her gaze was extraordinarily complex, filled with the ecstatic joy of having something lost reclaimed, an inexpressible ache of heart, and a faint, barely perceptible trace of grievance. Brother, have you truly forgotten everything? Su Yuyao's voice trembled slightly as her fingertips gently traced the ridge of Lu Xuan's brow, her touch as tender as one might treat a fragile treasure. The chaos sea. The promise beneath the world tree. You've forgotten all of that too. A sense of alarm flared within Lu Xuan's heart. What chaos sea? What world tree? He had absolutely no idea. But from Su Yuyao's utterly genuine and heartfelt demeanor, not feigned in the slightest, it was clear she mistook him for someone profoundly significant to her, someone with whom she shared a deep and binding connection. Of course, it must be the aura of the Hundun Dao Lord that had overlapped with some memory from her past life. His mind raced, yet his expression remained unmoved. Instead, he tightened his embrace, drawing Su Yuyao even closer. He gazed back at her with profound eyes. Yuyao, what you're saying feels familiar to me, like something I've misplaced, but it's hazy. I cannot recall. He deliberately kept his words ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying, leaving room for endless speculation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding and subtle disappointment crossed Su Yuyao's eyes. Brother no longer remembers me. When Su Yuyao, Yao Guang, saw the bewildered expression in Lu Xuan's eyes, her heart ached instantly. She could not help but fill in the gaps herself. Her brother must have suffered catastrophically severe injuries resulting in grave damage to his core memories. Even his primordial essence had not fully recovered, which is why he could not remember the events of his past life. A surge of emotion, a mixture of boundless compassion, profound regret, and intense responsibility, erupted within Su Yuyao's heart. She must help her brother restore his primordial essence, and when that happened, his memories would return. Having brushed past each other in a previous life and endured a long, arduous search, their unexpected reunion in this lifetime only strengthened her resolve. This time, no matter what, she would stay by his side. She would help him return to his peak, restore his primordial memories, and ensure the tragedies of the past would never repeat. She drew a deep breath, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. You're right. Brother, having survived tribulation and been reborn, it's only natural that your memories would be damaged. It's all right. I will waiting for you to slowly remember. She pressed her cheek against his chest, whispering softly, as if speaking to Lu Xuan, but perhaps more to herself. This time Yao Guang will never let you bear everything alone. Whether it's gathering the fragments of primordial essence or confronting those imperishable Dao Lords, I will stay by your side, brother. Su Yuyao leaned even closer, her body pressing against Lu Xuan's, her arms wrapping around him more tightly. She lowered her eyelids slightly, her voice gentle yet resolute. Brother, Yao Guang has finally found you. From this day forth, for 10,000 years, this concubine Yao Guang pledges to remain at your side, never willing to part again. Lu Xuan went along with it, reaching out to gently lift her chin. His gaze, deep and unfathomable, locked onto hers as he descended to kiss her. Lu Yuyao met his gaze, her eyes now free of any trace of confusion. Beneath the candlelight, their silhouettes intertwined. That sleepless night, Empress Yao Guang was finally entirely conquered by him. As morning sunlight scattered through the chambers, Su Yuyao lay languidly, her head resting in the crook of Lu Xuan's arm. The corners of her eyes and the arch of her brows carried the bewitching aura of spring, nourished and flushed. After a grueling night, Lu Xuan once again harvested a vast quantity of heavenly fate points from Su Yuyao's hoarse, elevated voice. The Empress now found it somewhat difficult to open her weary eyes. Gazing up at Lu Xuan above with affectionate tenderness, her face radiated sweetness. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the heroine of destiny. Reward 1 fortune, immortal fetus. Immortal fetus seed. By merging the fortune and constitution of both parties, one can give birth to a child of destiny. New mission released: propagate the family line. Select a planting subject and successfully sow the seed. Upon successful birth of offspring, both parties will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. Planting requirements: a destined maiden with max affection. Success must be achieved within 3 years, or the immortal fetus will wither. 1,000 years of lifespan. Lu Xuan's spirit was shaken. At his peak golden core cultivation stage, his lifespan was merely 3,000 years. However, when he saw the 4 characters, child of destiny, in the immortal fetus description, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. As the great antagonist of destiny system, are you asking me to raise a tiger that will eventually devour me? I am the destined villain. Does this mean that child of destiny will come to kill his father? Lu Xuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine at the system's sinister intentions. Upon detecting Lu Xuan's confusion, the system immediately transmitted an explanation. The child of destiny born from the immortal fetus will be suppressed by the bloodline source of his father. Furthermore, Lu Xuan's primordial chaos Dao body naturally exerts a fate-level suppression and attraction over all those bearing great fortune. This is a dual suppression on both destiny and fortune. Interesting. A glint of sharp light flashed across Lu Xuan's eyes as a smile curved his lips. A bizarre vision appeared in Lu Xuan's mind. All heavens and myriad worlds, countless children of destiny. All would belong to his Lu Xuan's bloodline. The ancestor of destiny. In this way, he, the destined villain, would instead become the root source of all children of destiny across the heavens. Thinking that in the future the protagonists of all worlds would carry his bloodline, an unprecedented ambition surged within his heart. Without hesitation, Lu Xuan chose Su Yuyao as his planting subject. In order to give birth to the immortal fetus as soon as possible, he threw himself once more into diligent labor. A month later, both Lu Xuan and Su Yuyao stopped, their complexions slightly pale. At this moment, Su Yuyao, the former Empress Yao Guang, had already lost all light in her eyes, completely numb. Even her 100,000 years in a past life had not brought her experiences as intense as this single month. She had never imagined that life after finding her brother would be like this. On the other side, Lu Xuan found himself lost in deep contemplation. A month, and he had already exerted himself thousands of times. Yet the system remained completely silent. Only Su Yuyao had been driven to total exhaustion. Naturally, for high-level cultivators like them, the chances of conceiving offspring were extremely low, so they could only increase the frequency. Although cultivation and procreation were inherently arduous, despite Lu Xuan exerting himself to the fullest this month, the immortal fetus still had not taken root successfully. Lu Xuan's Daorim spirit eyes unconsciously activated, scanning over Su Yuyao's body, whose aura had grown even more profound, and his heart immediately sank. He had found the reason why the seeding could not succeed. Their Dao foundations both had flaws. To bear the weight of the immortal fetus, one must forge a supreme Dao foundation. In his eyes, Su Yuyao's primordial emperor essence from her past life, and her mysterious Yin physique in this life, had not yet perfectly fused, leaving latent dangers in her Dao foundation. As for Lu Xuan himself, the golden core he had formed with the Lingxiao Emperor scripture appeared coarse and superficial before the primordial chaos Dao body. With such a Dao foundation as his base, ascending was hopeless, let alone conquering all worlds. Although Lu Xuan had indulged himself for a month, he still remembered that outside lay the destined protagonist, Yi Fan, who was tirelessly sharpening his blade day and night, intent on killing him. As the chosen protagonist of destiny, Yi Fan's cultivation speed and talent were beyond question. The ability to slay enemies across cultivation realms was the standard package for a child of destiny. Therefore, whether to eliminate the threat posed by the child of destiny to conquer all worlds, or to bear the immortal fetus, he must forge a supreme Dao foundation. He decided to dissipate his cultivation and start anew, using the Hongming Dao canon as his foundation to personally forge perfect Dao foundations for himself and his women. Having made up his mind, Lu Xuan opened his eyes. "Inyan, you've been watching us from the sidelines for a month now. Come out." As Lu Xuan's words fell, the shadows in the corner of the sleeping chamber rippled, and the figure of Nye Yang quietly materialized. During the month when Lu Xuan indulged in extravagant idleness, the outside world was in turmoil. In Qingshan Town, the name Yi Fan had become renowned like thunder. Guided by the remnants of Lu Rian's soul, Yi Fan began his brutal ascetic training beneath the waterfall behind the mountain. The potential of the Xianhuang sacred body was unleashed, absorbing spiritual energy tens of times faster than ordinary cultivators. He endured the tremendous force of the waterfall's impact daily, tempering his physical body and cultivating the 9 revolutions overlord body art taught by Lu Rian. At night, he drew the power of the stars to refine his soul, practicing the star-refining soul art. In just 1 month, he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, causing a vortex of spiritual energy that shocked the entire Qingshan town. Yi Fan sat cross-legged, surrounded by spiritual energy that seemed almost tangible. A golden thread of sword chi flickered at his fingertip, radiating an incomparably sharp sword intent. With his cultivation advancing rapidly, Yi Fan felt elated and couldn't help thinking of Su Yuyao. He gazed toward the direction of Lingxiao Palace, his eyes filled with longing. Every time Yi Fan thought of Su Yuyao suffering painfully in the clutches of the demon Lu Xuan, constantly struggling to escape his evil grasp, his heart felt as if it were being cut by knives. "Yuyao, you have suffered. I will definitely rescue you from this sea of misery. Yuyao, you must wait for me. I believe you are also looking forward to my arrival." The phantom of great Emperor Rian emerged from the ring, her robe swaying with a hint of languid seductiveness. "Impressive. From the 3rd level of Qi refining to foundation establishment in just 1 month. Your talent is even better than I anticipated. The Xianhuang sacred body is indeed extraordinary. Although your manhood was destroyed by that Lu Xuan, if you cultivate diligently and reach the nascent soul stage, that missing part will naturally grow back. Yi Fan opened his eyes, which shone with sharp light. The hope of restoring his manhood filled him with great joy. Thank you, master. Without your guidance, this disciple would never have a chance to rise again. A satisfied, languid expression appeared on Rian's illusory face. As long as Yi Fan trained hard, he would eventually restore his physical body and then help restore hers, allowing her to return to her peak. It would all fall naturally into place. Excellent. It seems that restoring my physical body depends on you. Yi Fan readily agreed. Master, this disciple will train diligently and one day help you forge a new body. Rian nodded, pleased with Yi Fan's answer. Just as she was about to continue guiding him, Yi Fan's face suddenly twisted in agony, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood which splashed onto her illusory soul form. Brat, what's wrong? Lu Rian asked in confusion. At that moment, Yi Fan's chi channel suddenly became chaotic and his heart meridian was damaged. Yi Fan clutched his aching chest, his eyes filled with fear and fury. He suddenly felt a daze, as if something that belonged to him had been utterly drained away. An indescribable piercing pain came from the depths of his soul, and his mind was flooded with images of Su Yuyao from the past. Yuyao, Lu Rian looked suspicious. Your Xianhuang's sacred body has the ability to gather the fortune of heaven, earth, and human hearts. This sudden heartache means that someone important bound to your fortune has suffered a major calamity. That is why this happens. Given your current situation, only your fiancé fits. But such a strong reaction. Unless... She did not finish, but Yi Fan understood her meaning. Lu Xuan. Yi Fan's eyes turned bloodshot. He punched the stone wall, causing the entire cave to tremble. I will kill you. Moments later, in the cave of Qingshan town, with Lu Rian's help, Yi Fan barely managed to calm his chi and blood, but the killing intent in his eyes grew even fiercer. Master, please teach me a more powerful cultivation art. I must break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible and storm Lingxiao Palace. Based on Yi Fan's description, Lu Rian easily determined that Lu Xuan was at the late golden core stage. And Lu Rian told Yi Fan that with his Xianhuang sacred body, he was invincible at the same cultivation level and could even kill most cultivators of ordinary foundations across realms. Therefore, Yi Fan was absolutely certain that once he reached the golden core stage, he could take his revenge and reclaim his fiancée. Yi Fan knelt before Lu Rian, his voice resolute. Lu Rian sighed softly. The path of cultivation demands patience. Haste leads to failure. But the master of the Xianhuang sacred body is different. Only by fighting ever more fiercely can one truly unlock its potential and become a being like the War Emperor. That opponent of yours is merely a golden core cultivator. Once you reach the golden core stage, killing him will be as easy as a casual slash of the blade. Lu Rian recalled the past, her pride undisguised. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, utterly convinced by her words. A calm look flickered in her eyes. Since you have made up your mind, I will teach you the god-slaying slash. This is an Earth-grade top-tier combat technique cultivable even at the early foundation establishment stage. Combined with your Xianhuang sacred body, your combat power will double. When mastered to its peak, it can kill enemies across realms. After you have taken your revenge, I will lead you to the War Emperor's legacy. In 6 months, when you break through to the golden core stage and master the technique, I will take you to storm Lingxiao. Yi Fan's eyes blazed with fierce flames, his heart surged with emotion. He kowtowed heavily. This disciple will not disappoint master's expectations. After all instructions were given, Lu Rian fell into slumber. Deep within Lingxiao Palace, in a dark secret chamber, Elder Lin sat cross-legged. Faint black chi swirled around her. Some time ago, her failure to break through to the nascent soul stage had shattered her mental state, forcing her into seclusion. Ultimate despair and unwillingness, like the sweetest poison, attracted a wandering demonist's soul fragment from the outer starry void. Tisk tsk. Such intense emotions, truly delicious nourishment. A voice of a demoness filled with seductive charm and extreme sensuality resounded directly in Elder Lin's crumbling sea of consciousness. This was a newborn demoness. Having just learned soul splitting, she secretly sent this fragment out of the demon realm to play in the outer starry void. In the demon realm, she was of an extremely noble bloodline. Now she easily pierced through the depths of Elder Lin's desires. Do you feel wronged? Resentful? You pitiful human, the greed flowing in your veins is truly a delectable ingredient for me. The demoness whispered as if in a trance. Open your mind and accept my power. I will help you reclaim everything you have lost. That Lu Xuan's physical body, the authority of Lingxiao Palace, and his 2 stunning beauties, Su Yuyao and Yin Yang, will all become playthings. Elder Lin, whose mind had already collapsed, lost control of her body. The demoness transformed into countless invisible black soul threads, completely covering and suppressing the remnants of Lin Xiaofeng's consciousness, taking over the broken vessel. Within the sea of divine sense, a seductive, enchanting demoness appeared. Giggle. Lu Xuan, what a delicious man. After the possession was complete, Elder Lin slowly opened her eyes, a hint of bewitching black light flickering in her gaze. Her eerie eyes turned toward Lu Xuan's bedchamber. Lu Xuan's sleeping chamber. Yinyang, you may come out now. As Lu Xuan's voice faded, the shadows in the corner of the hall rippled, and Nie Yinyang's figure emerged silently. A trace of embarrassment lingered on her face at having been discovered, but far more prominent was an indescribable complexity of emotions. Lu Xuan's intimate bond with Su Yuyao had ignited a subtle envy within her. After all, she had served her master for so many years, yet Su Yuyao had only arrived days ago, and already she had kept Lu Xuan trapped in bed. What a seductive fox spirit she was. My lord. Nie Yinyang bowed deeply, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Su Yuyao on the couch once more. The latter reclined lazily, her brows and eyes brimming with amorous warmth, a sight that stung Nie Yinyang's heart, though she quickly suppressed it. Lu Xuan gave a slight nod, his gaze passing over both women. Without a sound, his Daorim's spiritual eyes awakened. Instantly, all secrets of Su Yuyao and Nie Yinyang were laid bare before him. Within Su Yuyao's body, the immortal emperor essence from her past life resembled a dim sun shrouded in thick fog. Though its fundamental nature was extraordinarily high, it lay shattered and fragmented from her reincarnation and cultivation rebirth. It had not merged flawlessly with her present life, mysticaline physique. Her cultivation path appeared smooth on the surface, yet its foundations were hollow, like a castle built upon shifting dunes. As for Nie Yinyang's phantom demon heaven physique, though boundless in potential, the cultivation methods she had practiced thus far were entirely mismatched, and the physique had yet to awaken. Her existing spiritual energy was impure and murky, riddled with hidden injuries, like Ampureless treasured blade, yet to be sharpened, possessing formidable edge, but prone to fracturing. All these issues had become crystal clear to Lu Xuan ever since he had obtained the primordial Tao sovereign physique and the origin of all law's ability. Your paths have gone astray. Lu Xuan's voice was calm, yet carried unquestionable authority and a faint echo of great Tao resonance. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Having been the Yaoguang immortal emperor in her past life, she naturally possessed her own pride and insight. Brother, she could not help but speak up. I cultivated to the immortal emperor realm in my past life. The Yaoguang Immortal Sutra I practiced pointed directly to the origin of the great Tao. It is the supreme inherited technique of the Taosu Immortal Palace passed down through every generations of palace lords. How could it be wrong? Subconsciously, she prepared to draw upon her past life experience, pulling forth from her memories various peerless immortal arts, sect inheritance techniques, and ancient secret scriptures. A faint enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Lu Xuan's lips as the origin of all laws trait of his primordial Tao physique naturally activated. He did not refute her directly. Instead, he raised one finger, a wisp of chaotic primordial spiritual energy manifesting at its tip as he lightly tapped toward empty space. Your so-called Yaoguang Immortal Sutra pursues extreme purity, yet lacks adaptability. Against forces of clashing attributes or higher primordial tiers, it crumbles instantly. As he spoke, that wisp of primordial energy began evolving in the air. It transformed at times into heaven-scorching flames, at other moments into bone-piercing ice. In the blink of an eye, it blossomed with vibrant vitality, then shifted to razor-sharp metallic brilliance, followed by profound earth virtue. Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her delicate frame trembling slightly. She had spent 10,000 years in her past life and never witnessed such evolution that struck so directly at the essence of the great Tao. Every peerless technique she had proposed seemed so pale and laughable before this primordial manifestation, like fireflies compared to the radiant moon. A flash of embarrassment crossed her face, quickly giving way to deeper admiration and fascination. Brother, it is indeed Yaoguang who has been gazing at the sky from a well. Nie Yinyang, watching even more enraptured, felt her very spirit sway. Her eyes shimmered with pure reverence and delight. Our cultivation foundations all bear flaws. Lu Xuan's voice was serene, yet carried resolute authority. He intended to rebuild their Tao together, all three of them. By now, both Nie Yinyang and Su Yuyao were completely captivated by Lu Xuan and obediently followed his arrangements. The three removed their garments and sat together upon the bed. Lu Xuan's eyes blazed with chaotic radiance as his Daorim's spiritual eyes and the origin of all law's ability were pushed to their utmost limit. No longer relying on Su Yuyao's past life experience, he drew solely upon his supreme understanding of the great Tao's origin to deduce a new path forward for both women. His gaze settled on Su Yuyao. Billions of runes streamed through his eyes, instantly parsing her essential nature. His two fingers converged like a sword as a strand of chaotic energy welled from his fingertip and pressed gently against Su Yuyao's forehead. The chaotic energy surged inward, and Su Yuyao's delicate body shuddered violently. Secret principles of the Great Een True Sutra naturally surfaced within her mind. This was no mere teaching. It was a unique path derived by Lu Xuan from the primordial Tao canon tailored specifically to her inherent nature. The Great Yin True Sutra points directly to the origin of the Great Yin Tao. Upon reaching its mature stage, you shall command the moonlight domain, in which all areas illuminated by moonlight become your dominion, time and space frozen, all laws silenced. When your Great Yin divine physique completes its perfection, you will further awaken your innate great divine ability, Nirvana Moon Wheel. With a single thought, it can bury an entire great thousand-world realm. Su Yuyao listened with her spirit, swaying, her beautiful eyes sparkling with extraordinary light. The profundity of the Great Yin True Sutra far surpassed her past life Yaoguang Immortal Sutra. The power of the Moonlight Domain and the Nirvana Moon Wheel filled this former immortal emperor with deep yearning. She immediately cast aside all past life constraints, nodding with sincere submission. I place everything in brother's hands. Lu Xuan then turned his gaze toward Yin-yang. Yin-yang, your phantom void physique is favored by both shadow and nothingness, yet the cultivation method you have practiced has never truly touched its core, the void and shadow. A cluster of shadow energy constantly born and perishing appeared in his palms, simulated from the primordial void origin through his Tao sovereign power. The path I forged for you is called the Void Shadow Tao. You shall primarily cultivate the Void Shadow secret canon. No longer pursuing extreme charm or killing power, you will merge with the void and transform into shadow, birthing countless avatars until you become nothingness itself, omnipresent yet traceless. Void takes no fixed form, shadow bears no visible shape. Upon the Tao's completion, you shall command a shadow dominion, merging into any shadow, leaping through the void, ignoring the vast majority of restrictions. Your innate divine ability shall be Lord of Dark Emptiness, capable of birthing countless shadow clones that span the heavens. You will banish enemies to the endless void turbulence for all eternity, and even devour the origin of shadows themselves, mastering their very existence. Yin-yang's breath caught. She seemed to behold a future in which she truly and perfectly commanded her power, becoming a ruler of the dark night, far more powerful and enigmatic than she now was. This humble one thanks you, master, for this gift. Having spoken, Lu Xuan hesitated not a moment before initiating the reverse cultivation technique. First, boom, the nascent soul in his dantian wailed and shattered. Vast spiritual energy receded like ebbing tides, and his cultivation base plummeted straight from the golden core stage down to the chi refining stage. Now, activate the dual cultivation method, Lu Xuan shouted. Su Yuyao and Yin-yang followed immediately after. The three bodies intertwined as the Yin-yang harmony secret canon circulated their essence among them. Massive quantities of spirit stones and rare treasures were instantaneously refined, converted into the purest energy, and poured into the formation. The entire chamber grew lush with vital warmth, voices rising and falling, all enveloped in chaotic mist with the thundering echoes of the great Tao. Their meridians, dantians, and divine souls all underwent complete destruction and rebirth, transforming toward a more perfect and powerful form. And as the three underwent this fundamental transformation, the immortal embryo within Su Yuyao's womb began to develop. Before long, her lower abdomen gradually revealed a pronounced pregnancy. Time slipped away like flowing water. Several months later, in the Tianan mountain range, Yifan stood proudly atop a peak, his battle intent seething. After effortlessly slaying a golden core stage demon beast, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward the Lingxiao Palace direction. Lu Xuan, I have come to collect your wretched life. Nether cave of Lingxiao Palace. After completing the possession, the witch slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of profound and eerie black light flashing within her gaze. She felt this new body, although her cultivation had been completely destroyed and her meridians severely damaged, she did not care at all. As an outer heavenly demon, she possessed secret arts from the demonic realm that could quickly restore her. Although this flesh body is ruined, the obsessive desire for power it contains is the perfect material for cultivating the formless demonic art. The witch sneered and began circulating her demonic art. Black chi surged around her body, and her damaged meridians, soaked in the dark energy, began to reorganize and repair themselves in an eerie manner. Her cultivation advanced at a terrifying pace. She reached foundation establishment in 3 days, golden core in 7, and by the halfway point of the month, she had already attained the peak of golden core. If such a speed were to spread, it would shock the entire cultivation world. After scanning through Lingxiao Palace, a look of delight flashed across the witch's eyes. What a delicious mortal man. She licked her lips, a greedy and sinister smile spreading across her face. I never expected to find a man with such a fine soul and physique in such a remote lower realm. This man named Lu Xuan actually possesses a supreme physique capable of evolving my demonic bloodline. If he becomes my cauldron, it will undoubtedly advance my demonic body even further. In the witch's eyes at that moment, Lu Xuan became a treasure she must possess. It's a pity that Lu Xuan hides in a sealed chamber surrounded by protective runes. It won't be easy to make a move against him directly. She immediately activated her clan's innate demonic art, the formless demonic shadow. This shadow had no physical form. Instead of direct assault, it worked upon the mind and consciousness of living beings, targeting the shadows of their deepest desires. Using this as a conduit, it silently planted a demonic seed within them, eventually reducing the target to a puppet under her control without their knowledge. Once I secretly subjugate everyone in Lingxiao Palace through my demonic shadow and transform this sect into my demonic domain. When my plans are fully prepared, that Lu Xuan will become my willing servant. The witch licked her crimson lips, a lustful gleam flashing in her eyes. She began circulating her demonic art. Wisps of formless demonic shadows so subtle they seemed indistinguishable from darkness itself, seeped from her body and spread through the entire Lingxiao Palace like a virus. She first targeted elders and disciples who harbored suspicions about Lu Xuan's prolonged seclusion or harbored ambitions for power. The demonic shadows seeped in, imperceptibly amplifying their innermost fears and ambitions. Within just a few days, several high-ranking elders began showing faint traces of black chi flickering in their eyes, their behavior growing subtly abnormal. She grew bolder in her schemes, and using the strange properties of the formless demonic shadow, she gradually took control of 3 elder directors and numerous inner disciples within Lingxiao Palace. These individuals became her hidden pawns, buried deep within Lingxiao Palace, waiting only for the right moment to strike from within and seize complete control of the entire sect. Within the rear hall of Lingxiao Palace, the surging chaotic energy gradually settled, like the first light of clarity emerging from the primordial void. A galaxy seemed to rotate within Lu Xuan's eyes. Moonlight swirled around Su Yuyao, and a crescent-shaped imperial seal flickered faintly between her brows, adding an air of profound mystery to her cold and noble bearing. After months of nourishment, her lower abdomen had gradually swelled, surrounded by immortal essence, with a celestial fetus floating within. Meanwhile, Nie Yinyang, seated quietly to the side, was the first to complete her transformation. She slowly opened her eyes, and within her gaze appeared visions of cosmic dissolution. Her figure seemed to merge completely with the surrounding shadows, her presence becoming ethereal and unfathomable. With just a flick of her consciousness, the entire rear hall plunged into darkness as countless shadow avatars surged forth from her body. This is the true essence of the void shadow path. As Nie Yinyang spoke softly, all the darkness and shadow clones instantly returned to her original form. She could clearly feel that some profound connection had formed between herself and the void. As if with a single thought, she could manifest countless forms and conceal herself within any shadow. Her phantom void physique had fully awakened, and her primary cultivation method, the void shadow secret canon, had reached the stage of minor accomplishment. To her delight, this technique granted her the ability to manipulate void shadows. Each shadow clone could independently absorb dark matter energy from the void to grow and strengthen itself. For entities like the heavenly demon, these shadow clones served as perfect hunters. Just as Nie Yinyang was familiarizing herself with her newly acquired powers, a bizarre fluctuation from the void caught her attention. It was the chilling aura unique to the heavenly demon silently seeping toward her secluded location. Nie Yinyang activated her secret technique, and the entire Lingxiao Palace was instantly enveloped within an invisible domain. Every shadow became her eyes, every darkness her ears. She quickly detected the heavenly demon Lin Feng lurking within the palace, along with those elders and disciples she was secretly controlling. What struck her most was that the formless demonic shadow cultivated by this heavenly demon shared the same origin as her void shadow path, yet appeared crude and violent by comparison. Like a clumsy imitator, it had the form but lacked the essence. Nie Yinyang traced a line with her right hand, and the void parted like a mirror, revealing the shadowy figure of the heavenly demon conspiring within. Remarkably, she could clearly observe every movement of the other, while the heavenly demon remained completely unaware of being spied upon. It seems my void shadow path is precisely the counter to this kind of demonic art. Nie Yinyang, using the secret technique from the phantom void secret canon for the first time, was astonished by its overwhelming power. This was nothing short of a divine skill. At the same time, she was filled with joy and excitement over the physique Lu Xuan had helped her develop. As Nie Yinyang was pondering whether to disturb Lu Xuan, his eyes opened, and he calmly glanced at the scheming heavenly demon. Could this witch also be a daughter of fortune? Yinyang Yuyao is at a critical stage in her cultivation, so I won't go out. Handle the heavenly demon outside. Also send word to the 6 great sects of Tianan. I will hold a Dao companion ceremony for Yuyao. With that, Lu Xuan closed his eyes again. Nie Yinyang, upon hearing this, cast an envious glance towards Su Yuyao. Yet having been destined since childhood as Lu Xuan's personal attendant, she was quite content with her situation. The life of serving as both daytime guard and nighttime concubine had delighted her greatly. Whatever task the palace master entrusts to Yinyang, this concubine, will surely complete it well. As soon as Nya Yinyang finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. Reality and illusion swirled around her, and she vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan smiled faintly. For the past month, he had spent every day with Su Yuyao. He hadn't touched the over 1,000 beauties he had collected in his rear hall, but now that his divine physique had reached completion, he was determined to let these women truly feel his power. In moments, Lu Xuan, attended by over 1,000 beauties, resumed his decadent lifestyle. Soon after, a large number of the women who shared his bed began conceiving one after another. The news spread through Tian'an like a tornado, and throughout the entire cultivation world, gossip about the scandalous affairs of the Lingxiao Palace patriarch dominated all conversations. In a tavern located in the middle reaches of the Tian'an mountain range, Yi Fan was on his way to Lingxiao Palace when he noticed the surrounding discussions. Have you heard? That patriarch of Lingxiao Palace. Every woman in his palace has fallen pregnant. I've heard that tens of thousands of stunningly beautiful women are all pregnant at once. That's impossible. How could that old man sleep with 10,000 beauties simultaneously? You don't understand, do you? He's an immortal. Do you know what an immortal is capable of? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing red. No, Yuyao. The scandalous rumors about Lingxiao Palace only intensified his anxiety for Su Yuyao. He immediately altered his journey and rushed toward Lingxiao Palace. He needed to determine whether Yuyao had also fallen victim to Lu Xuan's demonic influence. Suddenly, a sect-wide transmission echoed across the heavens and earth. The palace master has emerged from seclusion and invites fellow cultivators to witness the covenant ceremony. Upon hearing this news from within her secluded chamber, the witch was overcome with wild joy. Lu Xuan had finally come out. Lu Xuan, oh Lu Xuan, no matter how profound your cultivation may be, as long as you don't retreat into this sealed chamber, there is no escaping my grasp this time. The day you emerge from seclusion shall be the day you become my cauldron. A lecherous gleam flashed through the witch's eyes as she already envisioned seizing Lu Xuan and returning to her own palace in the demonic realm to indulge in pleasure day and night. I will surely tend to this Lu Xuan properly and let him truly experience what genuine bliss feels like. With that, the witch hurried straight toward the sect's main hall. Within the grand hall of Lingxiao Palace, lanterns burned as bright as daylight and guests gathered in great numbers. Today marked the auspicious occasion of Patriarch Lu Xuan's covenant ceremony, with his companion Su Yuyao. The prominent figures from the 6 sects of Tian'an had all assembled here. Glasses clashed in celebration, and an atmosphere of peace reigned. However, this joy did not last long. Patriarch Lu Xuan, come forth quickly and join me. A voice dripping with charm and carnal desire spread throughout the entire Lingxiao Palace. Instantly, some junior disciples fell under her spell, their spirits completely entranced. In the next moment, all music came to a sudden halt. The peaceful atmosphere vanished entirely. The entire Lingxiao Palace was plunged into a bizarre and lustful atmosphere by the demoness' enchanting voice. Inside the hall, the elders of Lingxiao Palace turned ashen with shock and outrage. Today was not merely the patriarch's grand ceremony, but also a critical moment for Lingxiao Palace to demonstrate its strength and prestige before the 6 sects of Tian'an. This demoness had not only possessed one of the palace's elders in public, but also dared to speak the patriarch's name aloud before so many distinguished guests, bewitching all who heard it. This was no simple provocation. It was trampling Lingxiao Palace's dignity beneath her feet. How dare this audacious demon unleash such chaos here? A thunderous shout snapped the disciples out of their trance. The chief elder, his beard and hair bristling with rage, slammed his dragon-headed staff against the ground, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a late-stage golden core cultivator like a volcano erupting. If they allowed this demon to run rampant today, how could Lingxiao Palace save face? How could they account for this before Lord Lu in the future? The disciples below slowly recovered from their initial shock, and their whispered conversations quickly grew into a roaring tide. It's Elder Lin. She's truly been completely taken over by this demon. I heard she failed to break through recently, damaging her Dao foundation, and her cultivation has fallen to the foundation establishment stage. Has this demon lost its mind? Daring to trespass into our Lingxiao Palace at the foundation establishment stage. Our palace has several golden core elders and hundreds of foundation establishment disciples. Crushing her would be no more difficult than stepping on an ant. Mocks and jeers echoed through the air. Many disciples from other sects who had come to witness the ceremony wore amused expressions. Clearly, they were ready to enjoy the spectacle of Lingxiao Palace's internal turmoil. To them, a demon reduced to the foundation establishment stage was clearly throwing eggs against a rock. But the elders and disciples of Lingxiao Palace, as hosts of this ceremony, all burned with fierce anger in their eyes. Today was Lord Lu Xuan's covenant ceremony. They had prepared with complete diligence, yet something went wrong. Matters concerning the patriarch were matters of the utmost importance. Only they truly understood how much Lord Lu Xuan meant to them in their hearts. Their patriarch was a direct disciple of the upper sect born of the pure lineage from a family that had existed for 10,000 years. Ever since this patriarch arrived, the spirit stones and resources they received from the upper sect had doubled compared to other outer sects. This was precisely why, despite this patriarch's unrestrained lifestyle and his ever-growing collection of women, which had earned him a poor reputation elsewhere, Lingxiao Palace did not care in the slightest. What of it if a noble scion is devoted to pleasure, who would turn down an extra 100,000 spirit stones each year and an unlimited supply of cultivation pills? When they followed the patriarch back to the upper sect every year, who enjoyed greater prestige than they did. Our patriarch simply had a few more women. That was nothing. But this incident, how would it affect his perception of them? Any displeasure from the patriarch meant they had failed in their duties. That was an insult to 100,000 spirit stones. How could the patriarch trust them again in the future? In this moment, everyone in Lingxiao Palace erupted in fury. Had N.A. Yinyang seated in the position of honor not yet spoken, some of the direct disciples would already have hurled their vicious curses at the demonist's face. The chief elder barely restrained his wrath and took the initiative to bow deeply to N.I. Yinyang, who sat in the principal seat, representing Lu Xuan, adopting an exceptionally humble posture. Elder N.I., such a ridiculous clown hardly warrants your intervention. Let this old man handle this matter and clean house. He needed to resolve this threat before N.I. Yinyang could act to prove that Lingxiao Palace was not without capability. 5. Thunder Righteous Method. A deafening shout echoed as blazing lightning charged with heaven's magnificent authority struck down upon the heavenly demon like a tribulation from the 9 heavens. Everyone in the hall believed the outcome was already decided. Haha, the chief elder is a master of thunder arts. This female demon is dead. But then boom. As the lightning dissipated, demonic energy surged forward like ink. The demoness casually touched her hair, completely unharmed. On the contrary, the chief elder was forced back 3 steps by a violent backlash, his expression turning grim beyond measure. Impossible. She's at the golden core stage. Know this aura. Could it be the peak of golden core? Shock rippled through the crowd. The smug smiles of previously mocking guests froze on their faces, transforming into sheer horror. The demoness' seductive and sinister aura spread through the entire hall like a tide. With each step she took, thick black mist swirled around her, and her eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty crimson. Ha ha ha. A bunch of ants dare to challenge the heavens. You demon, have you lost your mind? Do you even understand what kind of occasion this is? Patriarch Lu is a direct disciple of our upper sect, Xiantian sect. How dare you act so presumptuously here? Xiantian sect. The demoness sneered, flicking her sleeve casually, and a stream of black energy sent the chief elder retreating 3 steps. Eastern Divine Continent is 3 million li from here. By the time they arrive, you'll already have become my demonic puppets. After I devour you, the entirety of Tian'an will become my demonic domain. That Lu Xuan will surely become my cauldron. Her gaze swept across the entire hall, finally settling on Nie Yinyang, who sat dignified in the principal seat. Everyone present was filled with shock and suspicion, yet only this woman remained utterly calm, a fact that infuriated her greatly. Oh, you must be Lu Xuan's maid. Step aside quickly and cultivate dual harmony with me. As for you, you shall serve as my personal attendant from now on. Insolence. The chief elder, consumed by wrath, instantly reached an unspoken understanding with the 3 other golden core elders of their palace, and together they saluted the 5 sect patriarchs present. Esteemed fellow Taoists, this beast poses a grave threat. If we join forces to eliminate it and alleviate the burden on Patriarch Lu, Lingxiao Palace will be eternally grateful. The patriarchs of the other 5 sects considered it briefly. 9 golden core cultivators working together should make capturing this demon a trivial matter. It was a favor too easy to refuse. In an instant, 9 brilliant rays of light shot toward the heavens, their combined might nearly tearing sky and earth asunder. The protective arrays of the grand hall flickered violently, barely withstanding the shock waves. Yet rather than retreating, the female demon pressed forward relentlessly, her demonic energy manifesting as thousands of writhing shadowy forms, each pulsing with power capable of corrupting the soul, forcing the 9 golden core elders into a stalemate. How is this possible? The chief elder's face underwent a dramatic transformation, and after 400 years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a bizarre demonic technique. Silence fell over the hall like a shroud, despair beginning to spread like wildfire. This demon's power rivaled that of a nascent soul elder. Just as everyone's spirit trembled with dread, the perpetually silent Yinyang finally moved. She merely raised her right hand, gently pressing her 5 fingers downward in a slow, deliberate gesture toward the arrogant female demon. Kneel. There was no earth-shattering display of power. Only an irresistible force born from the void itself crashed down upon them with terrifying weight. Boom. The heavenly demon, moments ago so brazen and arrogant, was crushed beneath the weight of an invisible mountain. Its knees shattered, the spiritual bricks beneath its entire form pinned helplessly to the ground, in utter humiliation, unable to move. And Yin Yang gazed down from above, her eyes as cold as ancient ice, her voice cutting through the deathly silence of the hall noisy. You dare speak my master's name, you wretched creature? Can a demonic witch also conceive? Do you even deserve that? Facing the demonic witch, who had once again exerted her full strength to break free, Yin Yang merely responded with a cold retort. The demonic witch's expression darkened instantly. In the eyes of the 9 golden core experts, shadowy figures began to emerge. She had been infuriated. No one could despise the noble demon race. And just now she had been made to kneel before such a lowly human woman. Unforgivable, formless heavenly demon shadow. In an instant, black smoke swirled in the eyes of all the elders and disciples of Lingxiao Palace, their souls completely ensnared by her demonic illusion. The women desperate to sleep with my master line up to the Milky Way. Where exactly do you think you rank? Don't make me laugh. Who can a toad even dream of marrying a swan? Hearing Yin Yang's arrogant provocation, once more she finally snapped. You damn woman. Kill this whore. With a single command, every elder and disciple of Lingxiao Palace, along with the powerful figures in the Grand Hall, suddenly turned and attacked Yin Yang against their own will. Just as the heavenly demon waited for everyone to tear Yin Yang to pieces, something entirely unexpected occurred. Yin Yang's delicate hand swept forward with effortless grace, and the entire great hall fell into an eerie silence. The thousands of demonic shadows under the female demon's control were suddenly imprisoned by an invisible force. The demonic witch was horrified to discover that her prized formless demon shadow had completely failed her. Every soul she had painstakingly controlled through immense demonic energy was suddenly freed in an instant. Yin Yang's fingertips gently tapped, and a wisp of shadow flowed from her sleeve. This shadow was not physical, yet seemed alive. Wherever it passed, space warped, and all things fell silent. The piercing screams from the formless demon shadow suddenly ceased. The demonic projections within everyone's divine sense were frozen like insects trapped in amber, unable to leak even a trace of demonic energy. After a moment, clarity returned to the eyes of all those who had been controlled by the demonic witch. What is this? The pupils of the 9 golden core experts contracted sharply. Having cultivated for hundreds of years, they had never witnessed such bizarre demonic arts. But what shocked them even more was Yin Yang's prowess. The heavenly demon's ability to instantly control all 9 golden core experts proved as helpless as an infant's in this woman's hands, defeated in a single moment. And at this moment, not only could these golden core experts not believe it, but the demonic witch herself fell into extreme disbelief. How is this possible? What have you done to me? At this moment, the demonic witch felt as though the entire world had been shaken. Since her birth in the demon realm, humans had always been nothing but prey to her. In her eyes, cultivators of this world were all nothing but ants. As for the others in this Lingxiao Palace, that was fine. But why was the woman before her so extraordinary? Even more troubling was that her most relied upon innate demonic technique, the formless demon shadow, had actually failed. In previous understanding, unless someone specialized in soul cultivation and possessed a realm far beyond hers, there was simply no way to detect or defend against it. She had been supremely confident, believing that no one here could possibly perceive the secret of her demon shadows. But what had just happened made her question everything she thought she knew about demonic cultivation. After a moment, she gradually stabilized her demonic soul. Right, there must be a magical treasure here specifically designed to counter demonic arts, which is why my demon skills failed. It has to be that way. After finding an excuse, she could accept the demonic, which became haughty once more. She, a heavenly demon of noble stature, had never suffered such humiliation. The demonic witch let out an angry roar and launched her full-strength attack toward Yin Yang. She would not allow insignificant lowly humans to insult her pride. In her fury, she unleashed her life and death strike. Die, insignificant human. The heavenly demon spread her arms wide, and countless demonic threads shot forth from every pore of her body. Black filaments writhed like a demonic god in frenzy with surging flames of evil. Her entire being transformed into an ancient demon lord as she dove toward Yin Yang, intent on tearing her apart in an instant. The Golden Core ancestors and the elders of Lingxiao Palace had no time to intervene. They watched in a black, demonic shadow surge forward. Like a comet striking the earth, it overwhelmed Yin Yang's slender figure. Oh no, Elder Nya. If anything happens to Elder Nya, how shall we answer to the palace master? Just as everyone believed, Yin Yang would not survive the demon lord's life and death strike. The scene before them left them utterly stunned. Yin Yang raised her hand lightly and pressed down with casual ease. Boom. Those demonic flames, fierce as an ancient demon lord's, were instantly extinguished. The black demonic shadow shattered instantly. Before the demonic witch could comprehend what had happened, she felt her chest struck as if by a comet, blood spurting from her mouth as her entire body was sent flying sideways. Like a cannonball, she crashed into the dragon pillar of the great hall, then slid to the ground like a tattered sack. Her eyes lost all focus, her expression blank, her mind completely empty. She could not understand what had happened. How could this be? She was of noble descent, and the demon realm she came from existed at least 3 realms higher than this world. She was also an existence of extreme nobility within the demon realm. Why before this human woman was she so powerless? And this woman, named Nia Yinyang, was merely a maid to Lu Xuan. Just a maid. How terrifying must Lu Xuan be? If her demonic soul were to return to her original body, it would surely cause severe damage to her master's mental state. After spitting out another mouthful of demonic blood, she fainted. Nia Yinyang brushed her sleeve lightly, and the imprisoned demonic which transformed into a wisp of black smoke vanishing into her palm. The entire process took less than an instant, so fast it seemed like an illusion. Today was meant to be an auspicious day ruined by this demonic witch. On behalf of Lingxiao Palace, we deeply apologize for today's events. Thank you all for your assistance today. To express our apology. To the representatives of the 6 sects present, our palace master will present each sect with a top-grade magical artifact. Those from our sect who have merited rewards this time will be granted spirit stones and pills, and may choose any magical artifact of their choice. Nia Yinyang's voice was cold and clear, yet carried an undeniable authority. Hiss. Hearing of Nia Yinyang's generous offer, the important figures from the 6 schools of Tianan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A wave of murmurs swept through the entire great hall. Heaven's a top-grade magical artifact. Such precious treasures are only fit for golden core ancestors. Palace Master Lu just gifted 6 pieces at once. Truly from a prestigious family, with vast wealth beyond what us humble people from remote villages can imagine. My granddaughter has reached the age of marriage. Perhaps I should send her to train under Palace Master Lu for a while. Maybe I'll receive some magical treasures and spirit stones as well. Nia Yinyang looked at the noisy crowd with contempt in her heart. These were items that couldn't even fit in Lu Xuan's storage space. Too heavy to bother carrying. These people truly had never seen the world. You have all traveled from afar, and Lingxiao Palace will naturally extend its hospitality. The Dao Companion ceremony will officially begin tomorrow. Silence fell over the entire hall. Raging waves surged in everyone's hearts. If a mere maid possessed such extraordinary abilities and such tremendous courage, what kind of terrifying existence must her master Lu Xuan, currently in seclusion, be? The direct disciples of Xiantian's sect from Eastern Divine Continent were indeed unfathomable. In Lu Xuan's rear palace, the demonic witch who had just awakened was still trembling with fear. She discovered herself lying naked on the bed. Lu Xuan, seated nearby, took a sip of tea with a calm expression. I've heard that demonic witches can also conceive. In the depths of Lu Xuan's bedchamber, the curtains stirred faintly. The demoness Ziji awoke from her coma. She found herself lying completely naked on Lu Xuan's bed. Yet upon awakening, she discovered that her demonic power was not sealed. This filled her with surprise. However, though her power remained, its circulation was sluggish and obstructed, as if trapped in a quagmire. What shocked her even more was that many of the secret demonic arts had become ineffective. What kind of sorcery was this? Suppressing the shock in her heart, her eyes flickered with thought. She saw Lu Xuan sitting quietly nearby, sipping tea, gazing upon the man she had never forgotten, the one she longed to cultivate within dual practice. Her demonic body stirred with excitement. Under close scrutiny, Ziji was shaken beyond words. The man before her had sword-like brows and starry eyes, a figure as majestic as a jade mountain, his aura as deep as an abyss. He was even more dazzling than the arrogant prodigies in her demon palace. Stranger still, she could not perceive the depth of his cultivation at all. Had she not witnessed the terrifying strength of his maid, Nia Yinyang, earlier, she would have almost believed that Lu Xuan was merely an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. Human man. Ziji suppressed a tremor deep within her demon soul, her voice trembling with tentative inquiry. You want to know how we demons reproduce? Lu Xuan lowered his eyes and took a light sip of the spirit tea, his posture leisurely, not directly responding to her probe. Instead, he asked calmly, I am somewhat curious. Are you willing to tell me? He glanced up casually, but his gaze inexplicably tightened Ziji's heart. An indescribable pressure accompanied by a strange heat surged through her entire body. It caused her cheeks to flush uncontrollably and her heart to race. She was actually feeling shy. Sword-like brows, starry eyes. Transcendent aura. This Lu Xuan is even more than those so-called prodigies of the demon realm. A dangerous thought flashed through her mind uncontrollably. If she could use the secret, love-seeding art of the demon palace to control this man and take him back to the demon palace, wouldn't that be? At this thought, the demoness could not suppress the spring in her expression, and the corners of her mouth bloomed into a smile. Once greed arose, it was hard to suppress. Ziji suppressed the last trace of doubt about Lu Xuan's power. She rose seductively, swayed her slender waist, and naturally nestled into Lu Xuan's arms like a water snake. Breathing like orchid fragrance, she whispered seductively into Lu Xuan's ear, "Since my young lord is curious, why not? Let me give you a personal demonstration." Before she finished her words, she began to dance gracefully, her movements extremely alluring and soul-stealing. It was the secret heavenly demon dance of the demon race. Lu Xuan seemed intoxicated, but his eyes remained clear. Indeed, the demoness had her unique merits in the art of seduction. However, at this moment, he was more eager to confirm something else. As the system prompts arrived one after another, his guess was indeed correct. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation of Fate's daughter, ZG, destiny value, 888. Ding. Detected surge in possessiveness of Fate's daughter, ZG, destiny value, 888. Ding. Detected a mix of surprise and joy from Fate's daughter, ZG, destiny value, 888. A charming smile curled at the corner of Lu Xuan's mouth. Indeed, this demoness was also a daughter of Fate. And through the system, he knew that she was a fourth-order daughter of Fate. But he had read the original work, Flower Battle God Emperor Yi Tian, and she was not in it. Could she be from a higher-level world or a heroine from another novel? That must be the case. After confirming his guess, Lu Xuan formed a plan. He had caught another daughter of Fate, and in just a moment, he had gained over 3,000 destiny points. He could not easily let this demoness go. He intended to drain her destiny value as much as possible. With this in mind, he curved his lips into a meaningful smile. Since she was a destiny printer that came to him voluntarily, how could he let her go easily? Now, with the occasional contributions from Su Yuyao and Nie Yinyang, his destiny value had reached over 40,000. He believed that it would not be long before he could reach the third order. Thus, he was one step closer to the realm of the World Master. And his position as the heaven-defying villain would be even more secure. Then no matter what protagonist appeared, they would have to make way for him. "My beloved young lord, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking of me?" The seductive demonic voice sounded in Lu Xuan's ear. The demoness with a perfect figure had already entwined herself around him. She whispered in his ear, "Don't you want to know how to make me bear a child? I'll tell you now." ZG stared deeply into Lu Xuan's eyes, and the entire chamber was filled with enchanting sounds and a pervasive atmosphere of lust. "My lord," seeing that Lu Xuan seemed enchanted, a glint of cunning flashed in ZG's eyes, and she seized the moment to activate her secret art. Love-seeding art, soul-snatching. However, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A majestic primordial purple chi like a blazing sun naturally erupted from within Lu Xuan's body, forming an invisible barrier. ZG's demonic power not only failed to penetrate an inch, but was repelled by a powerful force. She let out a pained cry, her delicate body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall. "Who?" ZG spat out demonic blood, looking up at Lu Xuan with eyes full of endless shock and disbelief. Soul backlash. "No. This is impossible. Who? Who exactly are you?" Only beings whose bloodline rank far surpasses that of the demon royal clan could naturally immune and rebound my love-seeding art. I am a direct descendant of the demon palace's royal bloodline. How could your bloodline be of a higher rank than mine? The demoness now had a chaotic mind, overwhelmed with shock. Looking at the stunned demoness, Lu Xuan gently flicked his sleeve as if nothing had happened. He had almost forgotten. He possessed the Hongming Dao body, the source of all paths, the origin of all laws. His rank transcended that of myriad races, and against the seduction art of this mere nascent soul-stage demoness, it naturally exerted a suppression at the level of the great Dao. "Oh, so this is how your demon race sows seeds." Lu Xuan chuckled softly, his gaze suddenly condensing. His Dao vision's spiritual eyes instantly operated to their fullest, and a chaotic aura spread out. All the secret demonic arts in ZG's memory, and even the various powerful demonic physiques, and their corresponding techniques recorded in the eternal physique ranking that were inherited in her bloodline, were laid bare before his eyes, rapidly analyzed, deduced, and mastered. The next moment, Lu Xuan's form shifted slightly, and his aura drastically changed. A vast, ancient, terrifying pressure, as if from the dawn of chaos and the origin of the demonic path, enveloped the entire chamber. In ZG's eyes, his figure rose infinitely, transforming into a towering demonic god phantom, whose head touched the heavens and feet trampled the underworld, its crimson demonic eyes indifferently gazing down at her, as if examining an ant. ANC. Ancestral demon. ZG's soul trembled violently, and the extreme fear originating from the very core of her bloodline made her shiver uncontrollably, almost prostrating on the ground. She actually saw in Lu Xuan's eyes the mark of the primordial demon source, which was only recorded in the most ancient murals of the demon race. A soul-shaking terror made her tremble violently. Lu Xuan's cyan demonic finger lifted ZG's beautiful face, his demonic pupils flashing. Love-seeding art. He spoke indifferently, but his voice was like the demonic sound of the great Dao, directly imprinting itself into the deepest part of ZG's soul. Boom. ZG's mind went blank, her soul, as if thoroughly scoured and cleansed. An irresistible sense of submission and reverence rose from every strand of her demonic soul. ZG fell into a coma again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully overwhelming and conquering the Fourth Order Fate's daughter ZG with absolute rank destiny value 20,000. Ding. Reward special item. Primordial Demon Embryo 1. Can be planted in an individual with demonic nature to nurture a special descendant bearing the host's evolved down marks. In the secret chamber behind the main hall, Lu Xuan toyed with ZG's body. He constantly shifted through the various demonic physiques listed in the Eternal Physique ranking, testing them on ZG in endless variations. In her repeated bouts of unconsciousness, ZG continuously provided Lu Xuan with endless destiny points. ZG's voice was broken and trembling with sobs, the innate demonic arrogance etched between her brows long since crushed into dust. Please spare me, master. I am willing to offer my primal soul fire. The flush of desire between her brows was utterly captivating. Gazing at the witch completely limp in his arms drifting towards slumber, a satisfied curve touched Lu Xuan's lips. This encounter had not only yielded a full 20,000 destiny points, but also confirmed the Hongmeng Dao body's absolute dominance over high-tier demonic races. He had also obtained a demonic fetus. If he continued much longer, this ZG would be completely broken. Lu Xuan forced a thread of chaotic essence blood from his fingertip and pressed it against the demon soul's brow. Then Lu Xuan held her tightly, scattering a demonic fetus radiating dark energy onto ZG's lower abdomen. With waves of destiny points being collected, ZG's delicate frame shuddered violently. On her tragic beauty, pain and intoxication eventually melted into complete submission. Her demonic energy boiled around her, manifesting the true form of the Demon Emperor's golden-haired, jade-eyed lineage. Yet she docilely allowed Lu Xuan to caress her. I am ZG Sadari, willing to serve my master for all eternity. The witch trembled as she surrendered her true name, letting Lu Xuan plant a demonic seed deep within her spiritual soul. The subdued witch was extraordinarily tender and alluring. With her final blood-pumping, piercing scream echoing through the night, silence fell over the entire sky. As the moon was about to vanish from the sky, within Lu Xuan's rear chamber, a demonic soul used the moonlight to depart, carrying his generous bestowal toward the stars beyond the realm, reluctant, yet lingering. Then the demonic soul, leveraging its connection to its original body, pierced through the dimensional barrier straight into the depths of the demon realm. A day later, at the Nine Nether Palace in the demon realm, Princess ZG of the demon palace, troubled by restlessness, knocked over a glazed cup. ZG awoke as though from a sweet dream, sheer silk slipping from her shoulders to reveal her ravishing figure. Spring lingered in her beautiful eyes, flashing with an indescribable mixture of joy and sorrow. There was shyness, shock, obsession, and above all, deep reverence for that ineffable presence. She looked inward and discovered a sight only she could perceive. A demonic fetus wrapped in chaotic chi had already formed in her belly. The Hongmeng Dao resonance emanating from this fetus was silently transforming and elevating her devoted demonic cultivation body. Her peerlessly beautiful face once again flickered with a moment of infatuation and love. Is this the gift you brought me? Unable to resist, she sank once more into her memories. Shyness, surprise, devoted love. Just then the maid's voice rang out. Princess, His Highness Hong Du Mozi requests an audience outside the palace. At these words, a clear flash of disgust crossed ZG's eyes, so different from her usual demeanor. Tell him that I am in seclusion, consolidating my cultivation, and must not be disturbed. The maid outside was startled by the princess's words. Hadn't the princess been yearning for Hong Du Mozi just yesterday? How could she have changed so suddenly today? Before the palace gates, the imposing Hong Du Mozi stood stunned. In his childhood sweetheart Princess ZG, who had greeted him with warm smiles just yesterday, why this coldness today? Had Lu Xuan been present, he would have been astonished to discover that this Hong Du Mozi was also a protagonist of extremely high destiny rank. During the period when Lingxiao Palace held its binding ceremony, the entire cultivation world of Tian Nan was in upheaval. Yi Fan, with his terrifying cultivation talent and combat power as the Xianwang sacred body, had already made a name throughout Tian Nan. His rise to fame was nothing short of shocking in its speed. He had not followed Lu Rian's initial advice to cultivate bitterly for half a year before seeking revenge. Once his sacred body's potential was preliminarily awakened, and he had stabilized at the early stage of foundation establishment, he resolutely stepped out from that secluded place beneath the waterfall. The Xianwang sacred body grew stronger with each battle. It could only tap into its enormous potential through life and death combat and constant challenges. Moreover, his obsession with rescuing Su Yiyao burned at his heart day and night, leaving no time to wait. Thus a path of invincible golden core cultivation, forged through battle and blood, unfolded. Yi Fan alone began challenging the long-established golden core experts across Tian Nan. 3 battles, 3 victories, slaying 3 veteran Golden Core cultivators with deep foundations. Among them was Iron Sword Jinren, a powerhouse who had touched the threshold of nascent soul. The entire Tiannan region erupted in uproar. The nascent soul ancestors were the foundation of their sects, rarely appearing from years of seclusion. They were like the pillars that stabilized the sea. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the Golden Core stage represented the pinnacle of active combat power in the world. Now, with undeniable accomplishments, Yi Fan had earned the title #1 below nascent soul in Tiannan. His fame was unmatched at the time. And as Yi Fan rose to prominence, his feud with Lingxiao Palace Master Lu Xuan spread rapidly across Tiannan like wildfire carried by the wind. In tea houses and wine shops, markets and cave abodes, everyone discussed this grievance of a taken wife. Under Lu Rian's deliberate or inadvertent instigation, the story's version gradually unified. Lingxiao Palace Master Lu Xuan, bullying others with his power, had forcibly taken Yi Fan's childhood sweetheart and betrothed Su Yuyao. Yi Fan, enduring humiliation, had encountered a miraculous fate, and now, with his divine power fully realized, vowed to destroy Lingxiao and rescue his beloved. This was undoubtedly a story that perfectly matched the public's psychological expectations. A talented youth from humble origins, bullied by the powerful and noble, yet blessed by heavenly Tao, returned with force, about to enact a grand drama of righteous vengeance. And Lu Xuan naturally became the despised villain in the tale, destined to be crushed beneath the hero's feet. Just then, Lingxiao Palace issued wide invitations announcing that Palace Master Lu Xuan would hold a binding ceremony, with Su Yuyao proclaiming it to the world. This move, in everyone's eyes, was undoubtedly Lu Xuan's ultimate provocation against Yi Fan, trampling Yi Fan's dignity underfoot and grinding it to dust. This is too much. This demon Lu Xuan simply doesn't respect fellow Taoist Yi. If I think he's courting death. Fellow Taoist Yi is now the #1 Golden Core in Tiannan. Why would he fear him? I hear that after Miss Su was taken away, she wiped her face with tears every day, hoping fellow Taoist Yi would come to rescue her. Yes, only waiting for fellow Taoist Yi to descend like a divine weapon, slay that tyrant, and then it would be a hero and beauty, becoming a tale handed down for generations. Public outrage surged, with public opinion almost unanimously siding with Yi Fan. Countless cultivators, some eager to watch the spectacle grow larger, others hoping for justice to triumph over evil, converged on Lingxiao Palace from all directions like 100 rivers flowing to the sea. Among them were those who wanted to witness the birth of a legend with their own eyes, those hoping to curry favor with this future titan, and no shortage of those who had been suppressed by Lingxiao Palace and harbored resentment, eager to see it fall. The massive crowd before Yi Fan even arrived had already surrounded Lingxiao Palace so tightly that not even a drop of water could seep through the atmosphere, as lively as a grand festival. At the foot of Lingxiao Peak, mountain winds howled, stirring Yi Fan's blood-stained azure robe. Yi Fan stood at the base of Lingxiao Palace's 10,000 zhang stone steps, gazing up at the palace gates wreathed in clouds and mist. Behind him stretched a dark, pressing mass of cultivators gathered from throughout Tiannan. Today he would trample through this demon's lair that held his beloved captive. Brother, are you really going up now? Yi Qingqing stood atop the clouds, her emerald green gown making her appear as pure and immaculate as jade, unmatched in her holiness. She had been taken in as a direct disciple of the Zihong Sword Monastery since childhood, and had recently achieved the realm of sword heart clarity, descending the mountain to roam the world and eliminate demons while upholding the Tao. After receiving her master's decree to descend, her first priority was to return home and visit her relatives. But no sooner had she passed through the mountain gate than she learned that her brother Yi Fan's fiancé had been seized, and he was about to engage in a life-and-death duel with Lu Xuan, the master of Lingxiao Palace. She traveled day and night, finally catching up with Yi Fan's assembled forces at this moment. And now her first act of eliminating demons and upholding the Tao to save the common people would be to slay the villainous Lu Xuan and help her own dear brother reclaim his fiancée. This saintess of the Zihong Sword Monastery's generation, the youngest to achieve sword heart clarity in a century, now furrowed her delicate brows and gazed at the Lingxiao Palace shrouded in mist and clouds ahead. Brother. Yi Qingqing hurried over to Yi Fan's side, her slender hand gripping his arm, her tone clearly filled with concern. I observe an ominous aura surrounding Lingxiao Palace. Though it appears festive with lanterns and decorations, there is a deceptive laxity outwardly, while internally it remains on high alert. Demonic clouds linger around the palace towers, and malevolent energy hides beneath the surface. Lu Xuan is likely colluding with the demonic path. This battle holds great peril. Perhaps we should deliberate more carefully. Qingqing, there's no need to dissuade me. Yi Fan cut her off, his gaze as resolute as iron. The golden core pressure, naturally emanating from his body, caused the surrounding air to subtly warp. My golden core is now complete, and the Xianhuang sacred body is beginning to reveal its power. I have no match within the Tiannan domain. Moreover, His voice suddenly rose, carrying clearly to the thousands of followers behind him. Moreover, today is the very day that wretched thief forces Yu Yao into the marriage contract. If I hesitate any longer, am I to simply stand by and watch her fall into that fire pit, suffering endless humiliation? Senior brother Yi speaks the truth. Lu Xuan's theft of another man's bride defies heavenly law. Let us flatten Ling Xiao and rescue Fairy Su. The surge of voices rose like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and threatening to scatter the clouds around them. Nearly every cultivator in attendance was swept up in the fervor. Faces flushed with excitement, they felt honored to be part of something greater. It was as if Yi Fan were the legendary hero who slew dragons to save beauties, and they were the witnesses to this righteous campaign. Several young cultivators pushed forward eagerly, their eyes blazing with fanaticism and reverence. Senior brother Yi, that god-slaying slash you unleashed at Luoxia Peak yesterday was truly earth-shattering. The vermilion flame Taoist who had reached the mid-stage of Golden Core nearly a century ago didn't even have time to scream before turning to ash. And what happened at Blackwater Abyss? You charged into the mysterious water heavy armor formation, alone tore apart Blackwater Xuanjuan's innate heavy armor with your bare hands. It made our blood boil with excitement. And that time when Divine Lord Yi was ambushed by 3 late-stage Golden Core rogue cultivators, yet turned the tables and killed all 3. It left us utterly mesmerized and deeply admiring. If you ask me, Senior brother Yi is unquestionably the #1 person in our Tianan. That Lu Xuan fellow only relies on his prestigious Lingxiao Palace background and lucky parents. In terms of real ability, he's not even worthy to carry Senior brother Ye's shoes. Hearing the crowd's cheers and admiration, a deep sense of pride swelled within him. Yi Qingcheng listened to the one-sided discussions around her, and watching the revenge flame in her brother's eyes, hot enough to consume everything. She could naturally feel Yi Fan's bone-deep hatred and urgency. However, through the secret transmission of this sword heart clarity, realm from the Zihong Sword Monastery, her spiritual awareness was far more acute than that of ordinary people. Gazing at Lingxiao Palace hidden among the clouds, strangely silent at this moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that behind those vermilion lacquered palace doors lurked a primordial beast that sent shivers down her spine. Yi Fan patted his sister's shoulder heavily, offering words of comfort with unshakable confidence in his tone. Rest assured, in today's battle, you need only stay close to me. Once I've slain Lu Xuan, we'll take Yu Yao and leave. From then on, your brother and I will become divine lords above hundreds of millions. His mind already painted the picture of Su Yu Yao imprisoned in the deep palace, weeping day after day, awaiting his arrival, like an unmatched hero riding auspicious clouds to rescue her. His chest swelled with heroic spirit, reaching the clouds, his combat fervor reaching its peak. He turned to face the dark sea of people behind him, cupping his fists, his voice booming like a great bell, with an irresistibly compelling power. Fellow Taoists, today Yi Fan stands before you, and I thank you all for coming to support me and bear witness to justice. Once I rescue Yu Yao and eradicate the evil at Lingxiao, I will never forget the kindness shown to me today. Brother Yi is mighty. We are willing to follow Brother Yi in this righteous endeavor, eliminating demons and upholding the Tao. Amidst the earth-shattering cheers, golden light blazed around Yi Fan's body. The vital energy of his Xianhuang's sacred body surged like a furnace of heaven and earth, boiling forth with immense life force that pierced straight to the heavens. With a single step, the stone stairs beneath his feet crumbled to dust, and his figure leaped up hundreds of steps like a golden lightning bolt. Seeing this, Yi Qingcheng channeled the clear sword essence within her body, transforming into a soft, yet fierce sword light that followed closely behind. Thousands of cultivators, their minds clouded by bloodlust and a sense of justice, surged up the mountain path toward Lingxiao Palace like a breached dam, their shouts echoing through the air. Moments later, as they broke through the clouds and caught sight of Lingxiao Palace's entrance perched atop the towering mountain peak, they were struck by an invisible pressure that sent their clamor faltering. Yi Fan stood at the base of Lingxiao Palace's 10,000-step staircase like a god of war emerging from slumber. His rise over these past few months transcended mere cultivation. It was nothing short of a subversion and trampling of traditional understanding of the Taoist path. A follower pointed toward the massive jade stele half hidden in the distant clouds, speaking with reverence that bordered on devotion. Senior brother Yi, please look. What lies ahead is the questing Tao stele at Lingxiao Palace's mountain entrance. It is said to be a relic from ancient times, capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a nascent soul peak cultivator without shattering. Yi Fan didn't even lift his eyelids, his expression cold and detached, as if shooing away an annoying fly. He casually brought his fingers together like a sword and gave a light swipe toward the towering stele 100 li away. Shoo! A golden thread so fine it was nearly invisible sliced across the sky without a sound. The very next moment, with countless people staring in stunned silence, that questing Tao stele, which had stood for countless years and symbolized Lingxiao Palace's dignity and heritage along with half the mountain peak it rested upon, was silently split clean in two. The cross-section was smooth as a mirror reflecting the drifting clouds above. There was no deafening crash, no earth-shattering explosion. Only an absolute soul-freezing sense of annihilation. His combat style had long since shattered conventional understanding within the cultivation world. Now among the crowd before the mountain gate, whispers carried deep reverence, as though discussing a deity walking among mortals. Did you see that? 100 li away in the snap of a finger, the questing Dao steel and half a mountain peak were annihilated. Could a golden core cultivator truly achieve this? Not only that, I heard a senior who was present say that 3 days ago Daoist Yi Fan. No, I should properly address him as Venerable Lord Yi now. He merely cast a casual glance at that iron sword true person, the renowned golden core peak master known for his unwavering sword heart. And the man's Dao heart collapsed right there, his sword heart clouded over his Dao foundation, damaged, vomiting 3 liters of blood, nearly crippling his own cultivation. SSS. Words manifesting as law. A glare shattering another's Dao heart. This is the kind of power that belonged only to the heavenly emperors of antiquity. Lu Xuan has truly kicked an iron plate this time. No, he's kicked a pillar holding up the heavens. He thought he could do as he pleased, relying on Lingxiao Palace's influence and resources, but he never knew Venerable Lord Yi is the child of destiny born to transcend tribulation. All those who had harbored even a shred of fear or hope toward Lu Xuan and Lingxiao Palace had now completely shifted their allegiance to Yi Fan. In their eyes, Yi Fan was no longer merely a cultivator seeking revenge. He was the embodiment of heavens will a judge come to end Lingxiao Palace's hegemony. With a single stride, Yi Fan's figure blurred as he crossed thousands of stone steps, in an instant appearing at the center of the vast plaza before Lingxiao Palace's main hall. At that moment, the entire Tianan cultivation world stirred. At Qingxiao Palace Square, Yi Fan, clad in azure robes and wielding a sword, stood bathed in the blazing gazes of thousands. In that moment, the spotlight shrouded Yi Fan felt an immense surge of excitement within his heart. The absence of masculine vigor compelled him to awkwardly stroke his hair tips, his eyes darting with affected coquetry. Before Qingxiao Palace, the vast square now swelled with an overwhelming tide of people. Thousands of cultivators had flocked from every corner of Tianan, jostling and craning their necks toward the solitary, dignified figure in azure at the square's center. Look, that's Yi Fan. He shattered Qingxiao Palace's Dao-seeking stone with a single sword strike just now. A young cultivator rose on tiptoe, his voice shrill with excitement. The crowd's murmurs surged like a tidal wave, each gasp of astonishment weaving an invisible halo around Yi Fan. These accolades filled him with profound satisfaction. Gazing across the reverent faces surrounding him, a barely perceptible curve touched Yi Fan's lips. He drew a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy vortex stirred by his golden core within. This power was so tangible and magnificent that he firmly believed after today only the legend of Yi Fan would echo across Tianan. Lu Xuan would surely fall beneath his sword. He could already envision Lu Xuan crushed beneath his overwhelming might, weeping and kneeling for mercy. The thought brought a satisfying smirk to his lips. Not far away, the conversation of several sect elders drifted clearly to his ears. Elder Zhang, in your estimation, what are Yi Xiaoyou's chances of victory? Elderly, surely you know the answer. Lu Xuan merely flaunts his authority thanks to Qingxiao Palace's accumulated heritage. How could he possibly compare to a prodigy like Yi Xiaoyu, who rose through sheer merit? I dare say he won't survive 100 moves. 100 moves? Elder Qin, you're being far too generous toward Lu Xuan. Yi Xiaoyou's mystic body of Xianhuang has just been forged and stands at the peak of his formidable aura. I'd wager he'll slay Lu Xuan within 10 strokes. The demon Lu Xuan seems destined to meet his end at Lord Ye's hands today. TCH. Lu Xuan of Qingxiao Palace has sealed his own fate. Lord Yi is rightfully recognized as the undisputed #1 in Tianan. Even a nascent soul elder would fall to him, let alone a mere pretender like Lu Xuan. Cheers erupted, and some female cultivators' eyes gleamed with admiration. Lord Yi Fan is truly magnificent. What overwhelming pressure. He truly is the foremost cultivator below the nascent soul stage in Tianan. Didn't you see at the mountain foothills earlier? Lord Yi shattered Qingxiao Palace's 10,000-year Dao-seeking stone with a single strike. He's now the #1 in Tianan. Where's Lu Xuan? Has he grown afraid? Come out and face death. Because Yi Fan had been making displays of power all along the way, public opinion had shifted almost entirely in his favor. Everyone believed Lu Xuan would surely die today. Moreover, the matter of Lu Xuan seizing Yi Fan's betrothed had already spread throughout Tianan, staining Lu Xuan's reputation irreparably. These discussions only inflamed Yi Fan's fervor. The vision of Lu Xuan being slain by his own hand played out repeatedly in his mind. Lu Xuan. He whispered the killing intent in his heart, like drawn steel. Today I shall make you pay 100-fold for every humiliation you've inflicted upon me. Lost in these swirling thoughts, his memory drifted back to the day of disgrace at the Yi family estate in Qingshan town. Lu Xuan, that man robed in snow-white garments, had casually claimed Su Yuyao, meant to be his bride, with an expression of utter indifference regarding Yi Fan as though he were nothing more than an ant. And Yi Fan could only watch, helplessly overwhelmed by a sense of impotence and rage he had never before experienced. Lu Xuan, everything you've done to me today, I will return to you 100-fold. I shall make you taste the agony of a destroyed Dantian and complete humiliation. Lu Xuan, even if you beg me, I will tear you apart into 10,000 pieces. Across the entire square, everyone was discussing this grievance of stolen love. They believed the moment was imminent. The hero would rescue the beauty and everything would right itself. Justice was about to triumph over evil. Chants and slogans erupted from the crowd. Among the onlookers, the support for Yi Fan grew ever louder. Brother Yi is mighty. Slay the demonic Lu Xuan and wash away this disgrace. Have you heard? After Lady Su was taken, she wept day and night, praying for Brother Yi to come to her rescue. I've heard, it's true. My cousin witnessed it with his own eyes. Absolutely true, I saw it myself. Lady Su's eyes have nearly gone blind from weeping. Down with the demon Lu Xuan. Rescue Lady Su. Where is Lady Su? Bring her out. See how your hero has come to save you. Yi Fan's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the deep rear halls of Qingxiao Palace. His expression softened, overflowing with boundless compassion, guilt, and an almost fanatical possessiveness. Yao, he whispered, recalling their shared memories. Yi Fan's mind conjured the poignant image of Su Yuyao confined within the deep palace. Yuyao must weep daily, gazing toward the cold palace walls, longing for her former fiancé. She must pray through countless sleepless nights for her unparalleled hero to come riding on a 7-colored cloud, slaying demons and rescuing her from Lu Xuan's clutches. Yao. Yi Fan's heart ached, yet it pulsed with a profound sense of mission. I've come. Your Yi Fan is here. I have now mastered my divine arts. No one can prevent me from holding you in my arms. Yuyao, your Yi Fan rides on a 5-colored cloud to save you. He began to imagine how she would throw herself into his arms, tears of joy once he had defeated Lu Xuan with unmatched prowess. Across the crowd, cheers for Yi Fan and adulation for his reputation reached their zenith. Lu Xuan's seizure of another's wife is an offense against heaven itself. Crush Qingxiao and rescue Fairy Su. Yi Fan felt an immense wave of satisfaction and quickly composed himself, projecting calm confidence. Esteemed fellow cultivators, today, standing before all of you, I once again thank you for bearing witness to justice. Behold, as I, Yi Fan, lead us to overthrow this hall of Qingxiao. Brother Yi is invincible. We follow you to demolish this den of vice and eradicate evil. The thunderous applause swelled to deafening proportions. Yi Fan's vanity surged to its peak. Golden light erupted around his form, his vital energy surging like a roaring furnace, life force, in essence, soaring toward the heavens. Extremely ostentatious. He pointed his sword toward the main hall, where the plaque Hall of Qingxiao hung high above his voice, shaking the skies. His pose was utterly dashing, drawing admiring glances from the female cultivators who followed him. Lu Xuan, come out and face death. His roar became a palpable wave of sonic force. The entire 10,000-foot mountain housing Qingxiao Palace trembled faintly under the impact. Roused by this fervent atmosphere, those who had accompanied Yi Fan became utterly consumed by the moment. Lu Xuan had become the embodiment of tyranny and evil in every onlooker's eyes, a man who preyed upon the virtuous and stole women from common folk. Even the 3,000 beauties in Lu Xuan's harem were suddenly reinterpreted by the powerful mob. The very cultivators who had eagerly offered their lovers, fellow disciples, and relatives to serve Lu Xuan now claimed they had been forcefully taken, crying out for vengeance and justice. Almost every cultivator was worked into a frenzy, faces flushed, their throat-raising shouts mounting in waves. Lu Xuan, you seized another man's wife and shall die a wretched death. Lu Xuan, return my sister-in-law. I will never forgive you. Lu Xuan, you seized my elderly mother. May you perish. Rogue, give me back my sister. Lu Xuan, you wicked lecher, return Xiao Qian. Lu Xuan, come out and face death. Lu Xuan. The mob's relentless cries echoed endlessly through the mountains. As Yi Fan's roar echoed through the mountains of Lingxiao Peak, the atmosphere among the cultivators from Tianan who had followed him grew ever more fervent. Haha, the people of Lingxiao Palace must be in utter chaos right now. They haven't made a single move yet. They must have sent Lu Xuan to fetch that nascent soul ancestor in seclusion. Didn't you hear Yi Fan's roar just now? His Lingxiao Palace's mountain gate formation was on the verge of collapsing. The disciples guarding the mountain gate had already fled back to report. With so many of us invading, couldn't it be that they're intimidated by Yi Fan's strength and Lu Xuan has already made a run for it? That must be it. Long live fellow Taoist Yi. Long live fellow Taoist Yi. We've shattered that coward Lu Xuan's gall. Lu Xuan, the dog thief who forcibly seized another man's wife. Your retribution has come. The crowd that had completely surrounded the Lingxiao Palace Square felt in this moment as though they themselves were heroes come to rescue a beauty. Collective indignation surged through them, inflaming their blood. However, the heavy palace gates slowly creaked open, leaving the noisy onlookers momentarily stunned. In the great hall ahead, there were no panicked guards. Only 2 rows of Lingxiao Palace core disciples, their expressions serene and their strides uniform, standing in perfect formation on either side. They didn't even spare a glance at Yi Fan and his dark mass of followers behind him. Moreover, the Lingxiao Palace disciples looked upon them as though they were a bunch of fools. This stark contrast made them extremely uncomfortable. Hiss. Of course, this was all an act. Lu Xuan had them put on this show. Lu Xuan was surely shivering in fear inside. Ha, it had to be so. This line of thinking slowly spread among the onlookers. What's going on? Why hasn't that villain Lu Xuan come out yet? A group of young cultivators trailing behind, Yi Fan couldn't help but mutter among themselves. They still gripped freshly purchased little flags bearing slogans in support of fellow Taoist Yi. The slogans on the flags were wildly varied and unforgettable. Lu Xuan forcibly seized another man's wife. Heaven's justice cannot tolerate it. Level Lingxiao and rescue Fairy Su. Join together in righteous action, eliminate the devil, and defend the Tao. Hearing the doubts of these youngsters, Yi Fan's followers could no longer hold back. What do you know? A burly man with fanatical devotion to Yi Fan immediately shot back, his face radiating absolute confidence. This is called feigning calmness. In the face of fellow Taoist Yi's overwhelming strength, they're surely trembling inside right now. Just wait. Lu Xuan will come crawling out in urine and feces soon enough. Absolutely. Another person chimed in. Fellow Taoist Yi's profound, desolate sacred body has reached completion, and he has already slain numerous golden core ancestors. What does this spoiled young master Lu Xuan, who merely leans on his family's legacy, have to counter with? The crowd buzzed with similar speculation, and nearly everyone believed the scales of victory had already tipped decisively toward Yi Fan. However, when the important figures of the 6 great sects of Tian'an emerged one after another, impeccably dressed and composed, even chatting amiably among themselves, the crowd behind Yi Fan erupted in uproar. What the hell? My sect ancestor is over there casually chatting. I saw it too. My sect master is calmly eating grapes. My father just signaled to me. What, he wants me to hurry over to him? The cheers supporting Yi Fan in the square gradually turned to noise, while the important figures from the 6 great sects of Tian'an on the Lingxiao Palace side began chatting in utter calm. Tisk, these youngsters. They lack vision and cannot read the situation. The sect master of Golden Sword Gate stroked his beard with a faint smile, shook his head, and his voice carried clearly throughout the square. Some muddy waters, you must weigh your own capacity before wading in. An elder from Zixiao sect let out a derisive snort. And my rebellious son, what are you hiding for? Get your sorry self over here now. These remarks struck like fine needles into the hearts of Yi Fan's supporters. How dare they speak like that? Aren't they afraid that fellow Taoist Yi will settle scores once he wins? The previously fanatical, burly man's voice carried a trace of uncertainty. Some sharper individuals had already begun quietly edging backward, sensing things were not right. Those cultivators who noticed their sect's elders across the way immediately hid behind others. Elder Xing, you didn't see that terrifying last blow from Yi Fan at the peak of nascent soul cultivation. We're just here to watch the spectacle. I'm not telling you. But Yi Fan could surely kill you. Perceiving something amiss about Lingxiao Palace, Yi Fan's pupils contracted upon hearing the whispers in the crowd. Yet his formidable strength, capable of instantly slaying a nascent soul cultivator, left him fearless. Though the opponents had not been reduced to panic, it was only a matter of time. Lu Xuan was merely putting on a brave face before his overwhelming strength. Once crushed by my power, he won't be able to pretend anymore. Yi Fan let out a cold sneer. Playing tricks and putting on airs. Lu Xuan, do you only know how to send these rats out to block my way? Standing beside Yi Fan, Yi Qingxing also sensed something unusual. She tightly gripped Yi Fan's arm. Yi Fan seemed more like he was encouraging himself. In the face of absolute strength, all posturing is futile. Hearing Yi Fan's confident words, the crowd behind him temporarily fell silent. At that moment, Nian Yang appeared first, her dark robes trailing the ground, her cold gaze sweeping across the square, and the entire crowd fell instantly silent. Yi Fan saw that upon his arrival, Lu Xuan didn't even deign to show his face, sending only a woman instead. How contemptuous! Fury surged within him, and he resolved to make the other party truly feel the terror and despair of his strength. His body transformed into a golden lightning bolt, and the ultimate edge of the god-slaying slash cleaved straight toward Nian Yang. The watching crowd erupted in gasps, and some of Yi Fan's supporters grew excited once more. Fellow Taoist Yi is enraged. That woman is as good as dead. I heard she's merely one of Lu Xuan's maidservants, yet she dares to face fellow Taoist Yi, the #1 cultivator of Tianan alone. How presumptuous. With a mere sword gesture, fellow Taoist Yi unleashes power equivalent to the peak of nascent soul cultivation. Today Lingxiao Palace may be massacred to the last person. However, the next sight caused all the clamor to cut off abruptly. The soaring atmosphere was doused as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over it. Over the following minutes, what unfolded was beyond comprehension and would be etched into their memories forever. They watched as that maidservant of Lu Xuan merely raised her hand lightly. The invincible aura radiating from Yi Fan crashed to the ground with a thunderous explosion, blood spurting from his mouth, defeated in a single strike. At that moment, an instant deathly silence fell across the entire square, followed by an uproar among the cultivators behind Yi Fan. What the hell? A maidservant of Lu Xuan is this powerful? So terrifying. How could someone of Yi Fan's caliber be gravely injured in a single move? The crowd was filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? That woman caught fellow Taoist Ye's full-strength strike without even breaking a sweat. Fellow Taoist Ye's strength rivals the peak of nascent soul cultivation. Impossible. Fellow Taoist Ye's full-strength blow was like a gnat trying to shake a towering tree. If the maidservant is this terrifying, then what about Lu Xuan himself? Hiss. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Nia Yinyang surveyed the man before her once more. In a few months' time he had indeed grown considerably stronger. But that was all. Meanwhile, Yi Fan on the opposite side fell into utter bewilderment, his entire worldview collapsing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Who is this woman? Why did she hit me? Why am I so utterly pathetic? In this moment his pupils dilated and whitened. He became nothing more than an idiot. After a long while, Yi Fan finally regained his senses. Lu Xuan, you are shameless. Though crushed by nothing more than a maidservant, boundless fury still kept his tongue sharp. Lu Xuan, do you only hide behind women? Dare to face me, Yi Fan, in a fair fight? At this moment, Nia Yinyang's heart burned with anger. This creature had no sense of his own mortality. Before her master she allowed him to bluster for so long, which made her feel deeply embarrassed. She was about to deliver the killing blow when Lu Xuan's voice rang out. A calm voice carrying unfathomable majesty, as though descending from the highest heavens, resonating clearly within the depths of every soul. Yi Fan, this seat grants your wish. As Lu Xuan's voice fell, an overwhelming threat, like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting, a volcanic eruption swept across the entire scene. The 10,000 zhang peak where the Lingxiao Palace stood trembled slightly under this oppressive force. In the square the ground shook violently, runes flickered and blazed unsteadily, as if on the verge of shattering completely. Everyone felt a terror and suppression that gripped their very souls. The elders and sect masters of the 6 southern factions were left utterly stunned. Is this the true strength of Palace Lord Lu Xuan? Meanwhile, the crowd behind Yi Fan was plunged into panic and disbelief. Damn it, is this the Lu Xuan you said was no match for anyone? This is terrifying. Lu Xuan must be an old nascent soul monster. A monstrous aura surged from the depths of the great hall, as if an ancient wild beast lurked within. The entire summit of Lingxiao Peak underwent a sudden upheaval with lightning and thunder. With a spray of blood, Yi Fan fell to his knees and heavily kowtowed toward the depths of the great hall. Looking inward, he found his meridians shattered like fragments and his golden core cracked. His face pale and his body utterly limp, he had no power to resist. At that moment, the entire square fell into absolute silence. Lu Xuan hadn't even lifted a hand. Merely the aura he unleashed left Yi Fan helpless. Silence. Absolute silence. Those who had just cheered for Yi Fan were now frozen in place, their faces painted with horror and disbelief. No. Impossible. Fellow Taoist Yi. How could? The people who had flocked from all directions to the Lingxiao Palace, eager to witness the birth of Yi Fan's legend. The cultivators who wanted to curry favor with this future giant watched as their hero, crushed by Lu Xuan's unmatched aura, lay on the ground severely wounded and spitting blood. They felt only that it was too sudden. Many could not adapt and were muttering incoherently. In that moment, they finally recognized reality. Slowly, many began to shift their thinking. Lu Xuan, this demon, is truly the ultimate legendary fiend. Fellow Taoist Yi was like a lamb to the slaughter. Terrifying. The fervent, burly man muttered as if his worldview had shattered. Is Yi Fan this pathetic? Another man's voice trembled. What kind of monster is this Lu Xuan? A great fear began to spread in their hearts. Under Lu Xuan's terrifying threat, they dared not show the slightest disrespect in their address. Only then did they realize how ignorant and reckless they had been earlier. The group of young cultivators who had been waving small flags for the exorcism of demons stopped abruptly. They were frozen in place, as awkward as could be. After coming to their senses, they hastily discarded the flags, as if throwing away a poisonous object. One by one, they used a flame spell to burn the offending flags completely clean. This Yi Fan is truly blinded by lust and overestimates himself. How could he dare to covet the woman of Lord Lu? Bah! Yi Fan is so treacherous. He didn't tell us that Lu Xuan was this powerful. Which of you insulted Lord Lu earlier? You'd better atone by suicide. Damn it, how did Yi Fan ever provoke such a terrifying figure? We were all deceived by him. Yi Fan struggled. I don't believe it. Lu Xuan, how can you be this strong? Wasn't I already invincible? How can you be this strong? He roared, trying to gather power, but only aggravated his internal injuries and spat out more blood. Brother! Yi Qingqing cried out as she rushed forward. Just as Yi Fan could not accept Lu Xuan's terrifying strength, two figures slowly emerged from the depths of the Great Hall. In the blur, everyone could only make out a vague silhouette. The two figures silently appeared atop the Lingxiao Palace Hall, their robes fluttering like divine beings descending to the mortal world. They were Lu Xuan and Su Yuyao. They walked side by side, exuding a sense of perfect harmony, like a celestial couple. But at that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Yuyao, Yi Fan's betrothed. As the crowd observed carefully, Su Yuyao's condition became gradually clear. At first glance, one could see that Su Yuyao was dignified in appearance, rare in the world, with a brilliance beyond compare. Her very presence upon appearing made everyone catch their breath. Wow, she's so beautiful. No wonder Yi Fan would risk offending such a terrifying existence as Lu Xuan for her sake. With a beauty like this, I would willingly throw myself into the flames. Yi Fan, who had lost his combat power, became agitated upon hearing that Su Yuyao had arrived. Yuyao, you have suffered. At this moment, he was pinned to the ground, unable to even lift his head. He could only hear the whispers around him. He strained with all his might to lift his head, but could not. And Yi Qingqing, seeing such a stunning sister-in-law taken away, felt her hatred for Lu Xuan deepen even more. But as they looked more closely, they noticed more and more issues. Come here, everyone. This fairy Su doesn't look like she's been imprisoned. Everyone began to scrutinize Su Yuyao carefully. Indeed, Su Yuyao had a rosy complexion, a calm demeanor, and her clothes were neat and luxurious. How could she be a prisoner? I'm her neighbor. This fairy Su has even gained 3 caddies. It seems she's been eating well at Lord Lu's place. Yes, look at the joy in her brows. She's been living a very comfortable life here. This doesn't look like someone who cries all day and pines for her lover. A suspicion appeared in everyone's minds. This fairy Su, after being with Lu Xuan, had changed her heart. She had transferred her affections and fallen in love with the powerful, influential, and unbelievably strong palace lord of Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan. After all, such a step was only human nature. At that moment, everyone was stunned by their own clever conjectures. They all felt a sudden epiphany. So this was the truth. They had been deceived by the petty Yi Fan all along. They all looked at Yi Fan with pity. Dude, your woman willingly ran off with another man. You still think she was taken by force? You came to rescue her. How pitiful. You've been dumped. Yi Fan had been full of hope for Su Yuyao, but hearing the discussions around him, Su Yuyao had changed her heart. No. Impossible. His mystic, desolate saint body erupted, enduring the mountain-like pressure from Lu Xuan. He had to see for himself. How could his betrothed possibly fall in love with that tyrant Lu Xuan? He finally saw the woman who haunted his dreams. But the moment he saw clearly, he completely collapsed. No. Damn heavens. Why do you treat me like this? A shattering sound echoed in the depths of his heart. He felt as if he had swallowed filth. His woman had been taken by that thug Lu Xuan. Oh, unbearable. Yi Fan spat out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, as the two drew closer, everyone finally saw clearly. When they saw everything, everyone who had wanted to help Yi Fan reclaim his betrothed was stunned. All eyes were filled with astonishment. Their mouths hung wide open, unable to close for a long time. She was pregnant. Upon the square where thousands of eyes converged, Su Yuyao nestled beside Lu Xuan, bathed in the resplendent morning light. Her phoenix crown and embroidered robes were woven from divine moonlight silk, radiating with iridescent splendor that perfectly complemented her peerless beauty, as though a celestial maiden had descended from the highest heavens. The girlhood timidity that once adorned her features had completely faded, replaced by an aura of dignified elegance steeped in being utterly cherished, along with an unmistakable maternal gentleness. Most striking of all was the gentle swell of her abdomen. Though not yet prominent, that delicate curve spoke volumes in silent declaration to all present that she carried new life within her. Her natural gesture of linking arms with Lu Xuan, her head resting tenderly against his shoulder, embodied the essence of mutual devotion in every touch. This was no woman forced into bonds, weeping through endless days, but rather a wife utterly immersed in happiness, surrendering herself completely to the husband she loved. No. Impossible. Yi Fan staggered backward as though struck by thunder, his face draining of all color in an instant. The image he had carried in his mind, the wan, sorrowful Su Yuyao whose longing gaze awaited his salvation, shattered completely at that very moment. Before his eyes she radiated vitality, her features overflowing with bliss, while her entire being leaned upon Lu Xuan, the man he despised most. The crowd behind Yi Fan erupted into chaos. Cries of disbelief and astonishment rang out. How could she look so coerced? That belly. She's clearly with child. What is the meaning of this? Have we all been deceived? Lu Xuan regarded Yi Fan's accusations with the cold indifference one might show an insect. The system's notification of destiny points, a continuous stream of pleasing sounds emanating from Yi Fan, echoed in his mind. That composed demeanor felt like the gravest mockery to Yi Fan, completely igniting his madness. Lu Xuan, what have you done to Yu Yao? Yi Fan's eyes bulged, his voice quivering with fury and a sense of betrayal. You must have forced yourself upon her. Yet these accusations rang hollow and absurd to the onlookers surrounding them. If she had truly been coerced, how could Su Yu Yao wear such a radiant expression of happiness, so intimate with Lu Xuan? Many cultivators shook their heads, privately sensing that Yi Fan had lost his sanity. As he ranted in his frenzy, Su Yu Yao stepped forward gently, her gaze turning ice-cold toward him. Yi Fan, our engagement was long concluded. Her voice rang clear and cold as jade chimes, every word precise. Today both my body and soul belong to my beloved Lu Xuan, and I carry his child. Do not indulge in vain fantasies and become a laughingstock. Each word struck Yi Fan's heart like an ice blade. His voice trembled with the last flicker of hope. Yu Yao, are you under his control? He forced you to say this, didn't he? A flash of undisguised loathing crossed Su Yu Yao's eyes. Confronted with Yi Fan's relentless pestering, she felt as though filth had clung to her. Her heart belonged to Lu Xuan, and she could not bear this harassment. For her brother's peace, killing intent surged within her. You fool, how dare you slander my husband? You deserve to die. Before her words had finished echoing, her slender hand rose, and the extreme, cold energy instantly condensed into a frigid moon disk, its piercing aura locking onto Yi Fan. The pressure radiating from that moon disk made every golden core cultivator present shudder at their core. Witnessing Su Yu Yao intent on killing Yi Fan, the crowd that had supported him completely switched sides. Yi Fan, so it was you all along who was deluded. Lady Su clearly followed Palace Master Lu of her own free will. We've all been deceived by that scoundrel. Yu Yao, you're going to kill me. Gazing at the merciless moon disk and the genuine killing intent in Su Yu Yao's eyes, Yi Fan's last shred of conviction shattered completely. Ultimate rage, humiliation, grief, and despair wove together within him as blood black as ink erupted from his lips. His spirit withered instantly, his eyes hollow and unhinged. Ha! Ha ha! He raved like the mad, tears streaming through his laughter. I shattered your sect's gates for you, bled battles for you, endured humiliation for you. Yet you had already thrown yourself into another's embrace, even bearing his child. The truth lay bare and cruel. Yi Fan from beginning to end had been nothing but a foolish jester, a pitiful wretch, exploited, abandoned, and stripped of all dignity. From somewhere in the crowd an unknown voice shouted, since Lady Su has chosen Palace Master Lu, stop deceiving yourself. Someone immediately seconded the cry. Look at the caliber of Palace Master Lu, then behold yourself. Lady Su's choice of Palace Master Lu is the only rational decision. Another voice thundered, we've all been duped by you. You were a toad lusting after swan meat. Witnessing this outcome, those behind Yi Fan felt as though they'd witnessed a dramatic spectacle of thrilling twists, exclaiming how satisfying it was. The cultivators who had once clamored to follow Yi Fan in reclaiming his beloved wife now wished they could burrow into the earth itself. Hearts brimming with remorse and regret after this day, they would surely become the laughingstock of the Tian and cultivation world. Which, how dare you harm my brother? Just as Yi Fan stood on the verge of death beneath Su Yu Yao's palm, Yi Qingqing's cry of grief and indignation split through the air. She violently crushed the ancient jade talisman she'd concealed in her sleeve, the survival card granted by the master of Zihong Sword Studio. The moment the talisman shattered, a brilliant white light enveloped Yi Fan's heavily wounded body. Brother, go. With her last reserve of strength, Yi Qingqing shoved Yi Fan into the suddenly appearing portal of light. Exhausted from the effort, Yi Qingqing collapsed softly as backlash from the spatial power overwhelmed her, and Yang Yang, who had been observing from nearby, swiftly subdued her. Lu Xuan watched as Yi Fan was about to vanish. His gaze then settled upon the Zihong Sword Studio holy maiden, whose face had drained of color, yet whose eyes remained resolute, radiating an aura of sanctity. A meaningful curve touched his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Wanna flee? Very well. As for you, then remain at Lingxiao Palace and become my woman. Before the astonished eyes of Yi Fan, Lu Xuan abruptly seized Yi Qingqing's slender waist and tore open her garments with a single powerful motion. He forced his kiss upon her. The square fell into absolute silence. In everyone's eyes, the peerlessly holy, flawless white jade, the sacred and untouchable holy maiden, had been violated before all by Lu Xuan. Qingqing. No, Yi Fan came to his senses, his eyes bursting with anguish, unleashing an unwilling roar. Lu Xuan. Lingxiao Palace. I Yi Fan swear to heaven. The humiliation of today I shall repay 100-fold. I will return. His cry, thick with bone-deep hatred, was cut short just before the spatial passage sealed shut. Upon hearing these words, the square once more fell into deathly silence. With Yi Fan defeated and fleeing, and his sister captured, the renown and tale of Lu Xuan spread throughout Tiannan from that day forward. Beyond the Tiannan mountain range lay the boundless 100,000 great mountains. The miasma hung thick over the peaks year-round, coiling like the breath of a great beast, blinding and swallowing the sun. Even the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator would vanish into those depths like a calf swallowed by the sea, never to return. High above the clouds, a Tiannan elder in green robes hovered, his expression grave as he stared southward. At that moment his pupils constricted. The once silent miasma was now churning like a living thing, surging toward the Tiannan mountains at a speed visible to the naked eye. More terrifying still was the desolate ancient aura slowly awakening from the mountain's depths, as if stirred from a slumber dating back to the primordial era. The miasma spreads. The ancient path will sever. He whispered, his fingers trembling inside his sleeve. Could the prophecy foretold in the ancient texts, that the mountain god shall awaken and drench Tiannan in blood, be coming true? With mighty foes returning, who in Tiannan can hold back the collapsing heavens? Qingyun City, drunken immortal pavilion. One of the most renowned establishments in the Tiannan region, it drew visitors from every walk of life, bustling with guests day and night. Today, upon the storyteller's stage at the hall's center, a white-haired elder was recounting the cultivation world's freshest news with foam at his mouth. It is said that Lu Xuan, palace master of Lingxiao Palace, is a genius unmatched in ages. He struck the wooden gavel against the table, and the entire hall fell silent. At only 20 years old, he has already broken through to the nascent soul stage, becoming the youngest nascent soul ancestor in Tiannan's history. The crowd erupted in uproar. A young cultivator could not resist shouting, "Elder, surely you exaggerate. A nascent soul cultivator at 20? I have never heard of such a thing." The storyteller stroked his beard and chuckled, his eyes gleaming. Exaggerate? Do you all remember the great battle that shook Tiannan half a month ago? He paused deliberately, letting the suspense hang thick before continuing. That Yi Fan, who boasted the title of #1 below nascent soul in Tiannan, came charging at Lingxiao Palace with overwhelming force. And the result? He was struck down by Lord Lu's casual gesture alone, his golden core shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. Only through his sister's sacrifice did he barely escape with his life. Ruhar! The pavilion exploded into clamor. Yi Fan, the one who slew several golden core elders single-handedly. He couldn't even withstand one move from Lord Lu. What manner of cultivation does Lord Lu possess? The storyteller watched their reactions with satisfaction and continued, according to reliable reports, Lord Lu is a direct disciple of the supreme sect Xiantian sect, rumored to be a reincarnated immortal. From a corner, a middle-aged man in a wide bamboo hat spoke in a low voice. I am an elder of the Golden Sword sect, and was present at that battle myself. When Lord Lu broke through to nascent soul, the heavenly anomalies persisted for a full 3 hours. Chaos lotuses, and an immortal king descending from the heavens, all appeared above Lingxiao Palace. Such talent, I dare say none in all of the Eastern Divine Continent can rival him. These words drew gasps of awe from every pair of lips. The Golden Sword sect was among the most prestigious factions in Tiannan, and its elder's word carried immense weight. On the frontier of Tiannan, a group of low-realm cultivators were buzzing with recent events. Have you all heard? When Lord Lu broke through to nascent soul, the heavens stayed in turmoil for a full 3 hours. That's nothing. My cousin serves in Lingxiao Palace. He says Lord Lu nearly killed Yi Fan with a single casual gesture. Their words brimmed with admiration for Lu Xuan. Unknowingly, Lu Xuan had become the pride and newfound hope of the Tiannan cultivation world. Scenes like these played out across every faction in the region. 3 days later, the steps of Lingxiao Palace teemed with carriages and horses as representatives from major factions arrived without cease. Airships and spirit beast mounts streamed across the sky, all the region's powerful figures coming to pay respects to the newly minted nascent soul ancestor Lu Xuan. Lingxiao Palace Reception Hall. Zhang Tianyang, sect master of Qingyang sect, arrived personally with extravagant gifts, his demeanor as deferential as though bowing before his own sect's ancestral patriarch. Lord Lu, your prodigious talent, breaking through to nascent soul at 20, is a blessing indeed for all of Tiannan's cultivation world. These are humble offerings from Qingyang sect, please accept them with a smile. Among his gifts was a 1,000-year blood ginseng and a vial of 5th-grade spirit pills, treasures so generous that the other faction representatives exchanged awed glances. The Golden Sword sect's sect master went even further, declaring openly before all, from this day forth the Golden Sword sect shall follow Lingxiao Palace's lead. Whatever Lord Lu commands, we shall not dare refuse. Even Blackwater Abyss, long at odds with Lingxiao Palace, sent envoys with humble gestures and heavy gifts anxious to avoid any reckoning come autumn. Lingxiao Palace Side Chamber. A gathering of young geniuses from across Tiannan stood together, their expressions complicated. A nascent soul cultivator at 20. How are we supposed to face such a thing, muttered one formerly celebrated genius of the century. Another young master from an aristocratic family side. My grandfather cultivated for 1,000 years before barely scraping into nascent soul, and even then he was called the youngest in Tiannan. If he had known of Lord Lu's deeds, his Dao heart would have shattered. Do you think it's still possible for us to swear allegiance to Lingxiao Palace? A female cultivator spoke softly, even as an outer disciple servant would suffice. The suggestion was immediately met with enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, to follow someone of such caliber, even in menial service, would be a providential fortune. In a private chamber above a tea house in Qingyun City, several patriarchs of prominent clans held a whispered council. I have decided to send my youngest daughter to Lingxiao Palace, even as a serving girl who pours tea. The Li family patriarch's words stunned the others. After a moment's pause, realization dawned. Brilliant. If Lord Lu should take a liking to her even as a concubine, it would be an unmatched fortune. I shall return at once and select the finest girls from our clan. My family has twin sisters of supreme aptitude. I'll send them this very day. Swiftly a wave of "send your daughters to Lingxiao" swept through every corner of Tiannan, as each prominent family raced to offer their most outstanding maidens to Lord Lu. From that battle onward, Lu Xuan became the undisputed #1 combat powerhouse of Tiannan. Deep within Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan sat in quiet meditation upon a spiritual platform wreathed in swirling mist. The recent clash with Yi Fan, though not fought at full strength, had given him a clearer understanding of his own power. With a mere flick of his thoughts, a pale, blue luminous screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Host Lu Xuan, Identity Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace. Cultivation Realm, Early Nascent Soul, Primordial Dao Base. Mandate Rank Tier 26885010000. World Origin Fusion 18. 6. Path of Cultivation Qi Refining Foundation Establishment Golden Core Nascent Soul Spirit Transformation Void Refinement Integration. Current Techniques. Primary Practice Primordial Dao Canon Origin Level Growing. Core Abilities. Primordial Dao Physique Tier 1 Source of All Laws Chaos Affinity Prestige Suppression. Source of All Laws enables effortless comprehension, analysis, and derivation of any technique not exceeding one major realm above one zone, piercing straight to the law's source and its core vulnerability. Chaos Affinity Cultivation Efficiency multiplied tenfold can absorb the thinner yet purer primordial chaos Qi to temper the physique, causing a qualitative leap in spiritual energy purity. Prestige Suppression Latent and innate karmic and existential weight borne by all who carry great destiny. Fate Children Mandating Heroines, drawing them towards submission and attraction. Note this physique continues evolving with the host's mandate rank and the consumption of rare origins across worlds, ultimately leading to the mastery of the primordial and the dominion over all Dao. Mandate Villain Halo Tier 2 grants immunity to Fatechild Halos of Tier 4 and below with the ability to subtly bend local destiny. Dao Rhyme Spiritual Eyes Advanced perceives the essence of techniques, the origins of physiques, and pivotal nodes of fate. Companion Su Yuyao Lunar Divine Physique Pregnant, Nia Inyang Phantom Void Physique, ZG Demon Race Princess Pregnant. Current mission: pursue the Fate Heroine Yi Qingqing and strike down the Fate protagonist Yi Fan. Reward, 1 of 0 mandate points. Looking at the clear data on his system panel, a satisfied smile curled the corners of Lu Xuan's lips. Unlike other cultivators who needed to sit in meditation and practice relentlessly, he simply needed to continuously accumulate mandate points, and his strength would naturally grow. This unconventional method of cultivation was precisely the privilege of him as the mandate villain. 72850 mandate points. Lu Xuan's fingertips tapped lightly against the armrest of his jade throne, producing a crisp sound. Most of this came from the emotional fluctuations of Su Yuyao and Ye Yinyang during their daily lives, while Yi Fan's recent suicidal behavior had contributed a significant amount. Through divine sense introspection, the sight within his dantian was even more astonishing. The nascent soul of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator was mostly a miniature version of themselves, sitting cross-legged upon a lotus platform formed from their golden core. But Lu Xuan's nascent soul was a constantly rotating nebula of primordial chaos. Within it, sun and moon, stars and constellations appeared to float, and sink mountains and rivers took shape, like a miniature nascent universe being forged. He slowly opened his eyes, chaos light flowing in his gaze, as if galaxies were born and dying. Without any deliberate release of pressure, the spiritual energy throughout the entire cultivation chamber spontaneously bowed toward him as ministers paying homage to their sovereign. Power. This was the feeling of controlling everything. While heavenly affairs in Tiannan were in turmoil deep within Lingxiao Palace, Su Yuyao was undergoing astonishing transformations. Seated cross-legged upon the moonlight jade platform, Su Yuyao was enveloped in swirling moonlight. With Lu Xuan's breakthrough to nascent soul, the energy feedback from the primordial Tao body and their dual cultivation had completely activated the Taiyan origin within her. At the center of her brow, a crescent moon imperial seal grew ever more distinct, radiating an aura of cold nobility. Brother's chaos energy has benefited my Taiyan divine body far more than I imagined. Feeling the surging power within her, a look of delight flashed across Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes. The cultivation experience and understanding of the great Tao's laws of the Yaoguang Empress were gradually merging with her memories from this life. So that was how it was. The highest realm of the Taiyan true scripture was, Taiyan transforms all things, holding the moon to command the heavens. Su Yuyao murmured to herself, her hands forming Madra's moonlight blazing around her. Behind her, a phantom of a bright moon slowly rose, and wherever moonlight reached, all things seemed to freeze in time. This was the innate divine ability awakened upon the completion of the Taiyan divine body, moonlight imprisonment. At the same time, the fetus in her belly also exuded a dense primordial aura resonating with the Taiyan origin. This child was destined for greatness. Outside the secret realm, Nianyang silently appeared, her eyes flashing with surprise as she sensed the powerful aura emanating from within. Sister Yuyao's cultivation seems to have also reached an astonishing height. She murmured softly. As the possessor of the phantom void body, Nianyang could clearly feel that Su Yuyao had already become a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, that oppressive pressure originating from the very source made even her feel a tremor of fear. The master's women are indeed all extraordinary. Nianyang smiled faintly, her figure once again dissolving into the shadows. Meanwhile, Su Yuyao was completely immersed in her cultivation. Even more surprising was that as her cultivation advanced, her comprehension of the Taiyan laws grew increasingly profound. Some mysteries of the great Tao that had remained incomprehensible in her previous life suddenly became clear in this lifetime. Perhaps in this life I can break through the shackles of my past existence and reach that legendary realm. A look of anticipation flashed in Su Yuyao's eyes. Because of brother in this life, her constitution, Tao foundation, cultivation methods, and everything else were all stronger than in her previous life. All of this had been bestowed upon her by brother. Brother was not only her bond from a past life, but also the guiding light for this lifetime. He would illuminate her path to eternal life. At the same time, the fetus in her belly also radiated joyful emotional fluctuations, seemingly rejoicing at the mother's breakthrough. Su Yuyao approached Lu Xuan's secret chamber, sensing his energy gradually stabilizing, and gently pushed open the stone door to enter. Due to her current realm advancement and the surging memories and experiences from her past life, as an empress, the aura of Lu Xuan's cultivation at this moment reminded her of an extremely ancient lord of the Tao. Regarding Lu Xuan's cultivation secrets, she finally caught a glimpse of the truth. She was extremely shocked. Could it be that the great Tao brother cultivated was? Just as she was puzzled, she sensed that Lu Xuan's breakthrough had ended. I'll just ask brother and find out. She carried a cup of spirit gathering dew shimmering with moonlight radiance as she entered. Her steps were light, and though her lower abdomen was slightly rounded, the Taiyan aura circulating around her body was even more condensed and pure. The crescent moon imperial seal at her brow radiated a cold, noble luster, already recovering some of the dignified bearing of the Yaoguang Empress from her previous life. Congratulations, brother. The nascent soul has been achieved, and the great Tao is within reach. She offered the jade cup, her eyes filled with adoration and tenderness. Lu Xuan accepted the spirit-gathering dew and held her slightly cool hand. Seeing a trace of confusion in Su Yuyao's eyes, he asked proactively, Yuyao, what troubles you? Yuyao pondered for a moment, then spoke. Brother's Tao aura reminds me of an extremely ancient law and great Tao. Hearing Su Yuyao's doubt, Lu Xuan was taken aback. No way, I cultivate the mandate of heaven. Yuyao, what do you think I cultivate? Lu Xuan gazed into her eyes and asked with suspicion. Su Yuyao tilted her head slightly and thought, brother's aura and cultivation method are both very special, as if able to draw power directly from specific people or events, unlike ordinary cultivators who breathe and absorb spiritual energy. A flicker of appreciation and surprise flashed in Lu Xuan's eyes. Her perception was indeed sharp. Just when Lu Xuan thought his companion had discovered his system, Su Yuyao's words made him pause, then feel relieved. Brother, you must be practicing the ancient great Tao, the Tao of fate. When Lu Xuan heard Su Yuyao mention the Tao of fate, he suddenly felt his system truly resembled it. At this moment, an idea formed in his mind. He might as well disguise his system abilities as the Tao of fate. Then he could openly have Yuyao help him. After thinking it through, Lu Xuan appreciated Su Yuyao greatly. He said slowly, Yuyao, the great Tao I cultivate is exactly what you mentioned. But this involves my core secret. Only you know it. You must keep this secret for your husband. Of course, regarding the more private aspects of the system suppressing and attracting children of fortune, he still withheld some details. He carefully chose his words, attributing the system's effects to the characteristics of the Tao of fate. He recounted it slowly to Su Yuyao. In her beautiful eyes light flowed as she quickly grasped the key points. Intelligent as she was, so brother treating Yi Fan this way, even deliberately guiding his fate, is not just for personal grievances, but also to harvest the mandate on him. That's one way to understand it. Lu Xuan nodded. He enjoyed conversing with intelligent people. A tsunami of emotions surged within Su Yuyao's heart. So brother's ambitions were this vast. At this moment, Yi Fan and Su Yuyao's eyes had transformed into nutrients, helping her brother continuously improve his cultivation. This vision and courage transcending fate itself made her soul tremble and submit. She took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, yet her eyes grew brighter and more resolute. She gripped Lu Xuan's hand in return, her tone more solemn and resolute than ever before. Her gaze blazing. Please give me a chance, brother, let me share your burdens. Yuyao, your husband, will help you rebuild the immortal dynasty. With the full assistance of this Yaowang Empress from his past life, his path as a mandate villain would shine even brighter. Not long after, within Lingxiao Palace, an organization named Star Palace was officially established. Far away in a secluded valley, Yi Fan was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Yi Fan violently spat out a mouthful of dark blood, his face as pale as paper. He leaned against the stone wall of a cave, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and bone-deep hatred. Lu Xuan, Lingxiao Palace. If I do not take revenge for this grievance, Yi Fan shall cease to be human. He ground his teeth in anguish, his nails digging deep into his palms until blood seeped through his fingers and dripped steadily. That day he had barely escaped death by activating the protective jade talisman. His sister, Yi Qingshang, had risked her life to trigger, but the injuries were severe. His golden core teetered on the brink of shattering, and his cultivation had plummeted back to the foundation establishment stage. Yet what haunted him most was Su Yuyao's cold, unfeeling gaze and her ruthless intent to kill, each memory gnawing at his mind like a relentless nightmare. Brat enough with the wailing. A crystalline female voice suddenly echoed within his consciousness. At your current state, even 100 years would not be enough to seek vengeance. Who's there? Yi Fan's senses flared instantly, his divine sense sweeping the area, but finding nothing. Stop searching. I am already within your shadow. The voice carried an edge of mockery. I am a shadow clone of Nie Yinyang, sent by the palace master to witness how pathetic a stray dog like you has become. Nie Yinyang, Lu Xuan's dog. Yi Fan's eyes burned with rage, images flooding back to that day before Lingxiao Palace, when this woman had shattered all his hopes with a single casual strike. Relax, I will not kill you now. The shadow clone chuckled, her voice echoing directly into his spiritual consciousness. The palace master, remembering how diligently your sister has been serving her, has spared your life. By the way, Yi Qingxing is doing quite well in Lingxiao Palace. Your dear sister-in-law Su Yuyao certainly has impressive methods when it comes to breaking people. Yi Fan trembled with rage, but could do nothing. He could not even defeat a single shadow clone of Nie Yinyang, let alone seek revenge against Lu Xuan. However, the shadow clone shifted her tone. For the sake of your sister, who will soon belong to my master as his woman, I shall share a secret with you. 3,000 li east of here lies the ruins of Zhantian Valley, where the legacy of the ancient Battle Heaven Emperor Yi remains hidden. If you can obtain it, perhaps you may still earn the right to see your sister. With those words, the shadow clone's presence vanished entirely, as though it had never been there. Yi Fan stood frozen, his mind swirling with doubt and suspicion. Why would Nie Yinyang reveal this to him? Was it a trap? And his sister Yi Qingsheng? Had that beast Lu Xuan claimed her again? That bastard Lu Xuan was truly despicable. Yet at this moment he had no other choice. His cultivation had plummeted, he bore grave injuries, his sister was captive to the enemy, and the one he loved had betrayed him. He had been pushed to the brink of desperation. Zhantian Valley was his only hope. Regardless, I must try. Lu Xuan, once I obtain the complete legacy of the battle god, that will be the day you pay with your life. Boy, I just woke from slumber, why have you fallen to ruin once again? A languid female voice echoed within his mind. Master, Yi Fan called out in surprise and relief. Within the ancient ring, Lu Rian's soul gradually materialized, her expression grave. After hearing Yi Fan's account, her brows drew ever tighter. Nascent soul stage at 20 years old. Just what manner of existence did you provoke, boy? At that moment, Nie Yinyang's dark silhouette reappeared. Seeing his return, Yi Fan's face darkened. This servant of Lu Xuan was truly insidious. Nie Yinyang smiled faintly. Senior Lu, I am Nie Yinyang, sent by Palace Master Lu to convey his regards. Lu Rian regarded her warily. What do you want? Nie Yinyang chuckled softly. Senior need not be so tense. She continued, Palace Master Lu asks me to inform you that he holds great admiration for you. Should you agree, Lingxiao Palace stands ready to provide everything needed for the reconstruction of your form, aiding your rebirth. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered with emotion, though she quickly composed herself. What are your terms? Nia Yinyang's smile remained unchanged. You overthink things, senior. Palace Master Lu holds you in the highest esteem, yet to waste your spiritual essence for the likes of Yi Fan, that worthless fool, is simply not worth it. Yi Fan erupted in fury and lunged forward only to be restrained by Lu Ruyan. Lu Xuan, you bastard, who do you call worthless? Nia Yinyang glanced at the enraged Yi Fan and went on. Senior Lu, you should understand perfectly well that with Palace Master Lu's current status and power, crushing Yi Fan would be as simple as crushing an ant. Following him would be nothing but a waste of your time. Once you come to our Lingxiao Palace, my master has declared that he will immediately help you reforge your physical form and forge in Supreme Tao Foundation. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Fan grew increasingly agitated. That wretched Lu Xuan had already stolen his fiancée and younger sister, and now dared to covet his master as well. Absolutely despicable. Lu Xuan, Yi Fan shall never forgive you. The hatred burning within Yi Fan for Lu Xuan surged to new heights once more. Lu Xuan is a scoundrel. Master, do not listen to their lies. All of it is deception. Deep within her soul, Lu Ruyan wrestled with turmoil. Rebirth was her deepest desire. The terms Lu Xuan offered were direct and compelling, far surpassing any future she could have hoped for by staying with Yi Fan. A fierce urge nearly compelled her to accept immediately. Seeing this, Yi Fan grew both anxious and furious. Master, do not be seduced by this demonist's words. That wretch Lu Xuan stole my fiancée, imprisoned my sister, and now seeks to drive a wedge between us, master and disciple. Lu Ruyan glanced at the emotionally charged Yi Fan, irritation rising within her. Compared to such a tremendous opportunity, his character appeared truly narrow-minded. Yet she ultimately suppressed her thoughts, falling silent for a long, while her spiritual avatar, flickering uncertainly before letting out a heavy sigh. I thank Palace Master Lu for his kindness. But Yi Fan is my disciple. How could I abandon him in his hour of peril? Her words were tactful, preserving both her dignity and leaving room for future negotiation. Nia Yinyang seemed to have anticipated this response. In that case, I shall take my leave. This heaven-grade soul-nourishing pill is offered as a token from Palace Master Lu. Senior may handle it as she sees fit. The gates of Lingxiao Palace shall remain ever open to you. With those words, her figure dissolved into darkness, leaving only a multicolored pill brimming with spiritual energy hovering in the air. Once she had departed, Lu Ruyan swiftly gathered the pill. Yi Fan urged urgently, Master, that pill must be poison. Fool. Lu Ruyan's soul rippled with indignation as she retorted, this is a heaven-grade pill, extraordinary in its ability to nourish the soul. My own spirit body bears wounds that precisely call for such a remedy. You have suffered defeat after defeat, and should no further opportunity arise, do not blame me for seeking a wiser master. Yi Fan stood stunned as though struck by lightning. He had never witnessed his master so severe. At this moment his eyes brimmed with bitter resentment. Lu Ruyan's tones softened slightly, yet carried the weight of a final ultimatum. Very well, I shall aid you one final time. The legacy of Zhantian Valley may be your only path to survival. Should you fail again, our bond as master and disciple shall come to an end here. Disciple shall not fail to live up to master's expectations. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, forced himself upright, and began limping eastward. He remained unaware that a faint shadow clung persistently to his feet, and barely after they departed, two figures materialized silently above the valley, the true forms of Lu Xuan and Nia Yinyang. Nia Yinyang's shadow clone constantly monitored Yi Fan's every move, ensuring everything remained under control. Lu Xuan watched the retreating figure of Yi Fan, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Go grow stronger. Only thus can you provide me with an endless supply of nourishment. However, that powerful heritage of the heavenly emperor, this fated great villain, shall inspect it first. With those words, Lu Xuan and Nia Yinyang appeared ahead of time, within Zhantian Valley itself. Deep within Zhantian Valley, a perpetually shrouded mist hung heavy in the air. Shattered weapons and armor, remnants of the ancient divine demon war, lay scattered about alongside colossal skeletal remains as towering as mountain peaks. The air was saturated with the eternal scent of divine blood, mingled with the metallic tang of corroded Tao weaponry. Yet faintly amidst the silence one could still discern the restless howls of ancient battle souls and the mournful wailing of collapsing heavenly laws. At the valley's center stood a magnificent altar soaring toward the heavens. Its surface was carved with intricate depictions of celestial bodies and primordial spirits paying homage. Floating above the altar was a jade slip radiating resplendent golden light, the nine heavens' divine war god's sacred record. This was the complete inheritance of war god Yi Tiandi. Surrounding the jade slip, dense runes as countless as stars swirled continuously. Each rune seemed to embody a supreme truth of heaven and earth, and together, they exuded an invincible might that could subjugate all things and shake the heavens themselves. Wherever the jade slip's radiance reached, lotuses bloomed from empty space and golden springs surged from the earth, while the thundering voice of the Great Way echoed, as if an invincible heavenly emperor were expounding upon the scriptures. The mere spiritual resonance naturally emanating from this inheritance was enough to cause space within 10,000 li to stagnate, and time to flow abnormally. Nia Yinyang's figure emerged from the shadows. Even with her current cultivation, facing this jade slip caused her spirit to tremble. She whispered softly, "Master Yi Fan has arrived outside the valley attempting to break through the first formation. Based on his current progress, he'll reach this place in no more than half an hour." Lu Xuan stood with his hands behind his back in dark robes, his gaze fixated with deep intensity upon the jade slip resting on the altar. A wry smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Faster than anticipated, it seems hatred truly is the finest catalyst. Having witnessed countless mysteries throughout his life, Lu Xuan found himself genuinely amazed by the Yi Heavenly Emperor's inheritance before him, enhanced by his Dao Rhyme's spiritual eyes and the abilities of the primordial chaos Dao Master. Worthy of being called the Yi Heavenly Emperor who dominates the 9 heavens and 10 earths across eternity. A thought formed in his mind. Perhaps he should take such a powerful inheritance for his own descendants or destroy it entirely. Leaving it to that bastard Yi Fan would only invite disaster. As he reached out to touch the jade slip, a system warning immediately echoed in his mind. Warning. High-level destiny origin fragment detected. Attempting to forcibly destroy or seize it will result in the loss of 500 destiny points, and may trigger unpredictable backlash from the laws of the world. Oh, Lu Xuan raised an eyebrow. This war god, Yi Tiandi's inheritance, is indeed closely tied to the world's origin. His thoughts raced, and turbulent Dao patterns swirled in his eyes. Since it cannot be destroyed, then I'll modify it instead. This is a good opportunity to test the wonders of the primordial chaos Dao body's source of all laws. Lu Xuan activated his primordial chaos Dao body and formed mysterious hand seals. In an instant, billions of strands of primordial chaos energy emerged around him, seeping into the jade slip like gossamer threads. Unlike the jade slip's radiant imperial authority, this primordial chaos energy contained the primal essence from before heaven and earth were formed, a presence far more ancient and profound. As Lu Xuan worked, the golden light upon the jade slip began to distort, and the once majestic battle intent gradually became tainted with hints of something dark and sinister. Threads of sinister pink light coiled and twisted through the golden radiance like living creatures, silently altering the very nature of the inheritance. "Master, what is this?" Nia Yinyang asked in confusion. She had never seen Lu Xuan like this, chanting spells while wearing such an insidious, wretched grin. She had never witnessed such a sight from him. Was this truly the perfect lord of Lingxiao Palace in the hearts of countless young women? She could feel the jade slip's Dao resonance undergoing some strange and profound transformation. Lu Xuan grinned mischievously. "I added something of my own. Though limited by my cultivation realm, I can only modify techniques no more than 2 major realms above mine." He discovered that the profound secrets of the Sunflower Manual from his past life merged into his primordial chaos Dao body had produced an extraordinary reaction when combined with the origin of the 9 heavens divine war god record. These gave rise to entirely new variations that even he could not fully comprehend. The corrupted technique's latent power and strangeness seemed to exceed his initial expectations. Nia Yinyang furrowed her brow slightly. "Master, you've altered this heavenly emperor's inheritance. Will Yi Fan truly be unharmed if he cultivates this technique?" In her mind's eye, she could already see Yi Fan receiving this hybrid inheritance, growing ecstatic as he rushed to begin cultivation, and then exploding from his body. After all, Master was being far too casual about this. Such a terrifying inheritance, and Lu Xuan had simply reshaped it like molding candy figurines. Her eyes filled with disbelief. As the final strand of primordial chaos energy completed its corruption of the inheritance, Lu Xuan withdrew his palm and gazed silently at the jade slip before him, now radiating an aura that was at once sacred and sinister, overbearing, yet mysteriously alluring. "Yinyang, tell me, did I perhaps take this too far?" He sensed the technique within the jade slip that had been completely transformed, his brows slightly furrowed. This corrupted war god Tiandi inheritance, its circulation pathways, and the very nature of its power. Even I can barely fathom them now. If Yi Fan truly cultivates according to this, won't he explode from his body? Nia Yinyang simply stared at him blankly. The two gazed at each other in silence. Lu Xuan felt a pang of alarm. He awkwardly raised his hand again, considering whether to destroy it. The system's voice sounded once more, warning. Detected that the host intends to destroy a high-level destiny origin fragment. Attempting forced destruction or seizure will result in the loss of 100 destiny points, and may trigger unpredictable backlash from world laws. Please reconsider. Hiss. Lu Xuan drew in a sharp breath. Indeed, he had gone too far. With matters here concluded, he would immediately return to Lingxiao Palace. It seemed that conquering Yi Qingsheng and obtaining the luck bestowed upon her needed to be prioritized. With greater power came increased control over this grand chess game. Meanwhile, beyond the valley's barriers, Yi Fan was enduring the most grueling trial of his life. His clothes hung in tatters, his body covered in wounds so deep they exposed bone blood, nearly staining the earth beneath him crimson. The barriers guarding the war god's inheritance grounds had been personally established by Yi Tiandi, infused with supreme battle intent and the path of slaughter. Each step was fraught with peril enough to destroy both body and soul of any nascent soul cultivator. Spit. Yi Fan coughed up another mouthful of blood, his left arm hanging limply, bones clearly shattered. Yet the flame burning in his eyes grew ever more intense, his hunger for power and obsession with revenge sustaining his relentless advance. Lu Xuan. Just wait, Yi Fan will definitely return. Images of his sister Yi Qingsheng's helpless face and Lu Xuan's scornful gaze flashed through his mind. Roaring in fury, he burned his vital essence blood and charged once more toward the next barrier. Sword chi slashed through the air while formation patterns thundered. Yi Fan was knocked down time and time again, yet rose again each time. He had nearly exhausted all his magical treasures and overdrawn his life's potential, sustained only by an unyielding will. The lingering soul phantom of Lu Ruyan watched from nearby, heart pounding in terror, yet unable to intervene. For this inheritance trial must be borne by Yi Fan alone. Time lost all meaning as consciousness faded, and Yi Fan teetered on the brink of death. Finally, he broke through the last barrier, crackling with lightning, stumbled into the valley's center, and caught sight of the altar and the floating jade slip. Succeeded? At last. Yi Fan collapsed to his knees, gazing upward at the jade slip, radiating an aura that made his soul tremble with both reverence and desperate longing. Tears mingled with blood as they traced paths down his face. In this moment, all the hardship, suffering, and sacrifice seemed finally rewarded. Memories flooded his mind. Countless brushes with death each time he'd risen through sheer willpower. Every wound upon his body told the story of his persistence and unyielding spirit. Now at last it bore fruit. The war god's inheritance lay within reach, and hope of vengeance gleamed before his eyes. With trembling hands and a heart overflowing with reverence, Yi Fan reached out to embrace the jade slip of complex aura. The instant his divine sense pierced within, a flood of information erupted like a bursting dam into his consciousness. The Nine Heavens divine war god record, now irrevocably corrupted by Lu Xuan's dark arts. I have obtained it at last. The war god Yi Tiandi's inheritance. Yi Fan threw back his head and laughed wildly, the sound laced with both madness and liberation. He could feel the tremendous power flowing through the inheritance, a strength capable of shaking heaven and earth, commanding life and death itself. In this moment, visions unfolded before him: himself trampling upon Lingxiao Palace, slaying Lu Xuan with his own hands, watching Su Yuyao kneel and beg for mercy, seeing his sister Yi Qingsheng restored to freedom. Lu Xuan, just you wait. Once my divine arts reach completion, I'll make you pay in blood for every wrong. Yi Fan howled toward the heavens, the grievances and resentment long bottled within him finally breaking free. His blood boiled, his soul shuddered. It was the visceral response to overwhelming joy. After years of humiliation and thwarted ambition, at last there existed an outlet for release. Not long after, Yi Fan dashed into the altar in tattered clothes, his body covered in bloodstains, yet his eyes gleaming with fanatical intensity. Along the way, he had broken through layer upon layer of formations, enduring countless wounds. Yet the thought of the power he was about to obtain transformed all his suffering into burning excitement. Behind him, the spectral remnant of Lu Ruyan emerged, her voice trembling with fervor. Fanner, this is the true inheritance of the warlord of heaven. Quick, accept it. I can sense the monumental power within it. Yi Fan's hands trembled as he lifted the jade tablet and extended his divine sense into it. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, freezing him in place as though struck by lightning. Does one need to castrate oneself first? He whispered, his voice quivering. How is this even possible? What manner of requirement is this from the warlord of heaven's inheritance? No, this can't be. Yi Fan's face instantly turned pale as paper, his entire body trembling violently. Behind him, Lu Ruyan's residual soul phantom fluctuated intensely, her voice filled with disbelief. This requirement is truly unheard of, but the Tao resonance contained within the inheritance is vast and magnificent, undoubtedly at the heavenly emperor level. She pondered for a moment, her voice tinged with hesitation. Perhaps this is the supreme method of severing worldly ties and dedicating oneself solely to the great Tao. There are indeed records in ancient texts that some supreme inheritances require a great cost. Moreover, Lu Xuan has already severed it for you, so now it's perfect for you. Yi Fan was furious. Master, Actually, as his cultivation improved, the part that had been severed by Lu Xuan had grown back a small segment. Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot, his mind flashing with Lu Xian's contemptuous gaze, his sister, Yi Qingqing's helplessness when captured, and Su Yuyao's cold back. The flames of revenge and his masculine pride tore fiercely at his heart, but in the end the bone-deep hatred overwhelmed everything. Lu Xuan, you forced me into this. Yi Fan roared to the sky, his voice filled with despair and madness. If I don't avenge this grudge, I swear I am not a man. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. With a swift stroke of the blade, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the valley, staining the altar red. Nie Yinyang's doppelganger, hidden in the shadows, trembled slightly. Even Lu Xuan, who was watching the scene from afar in Lingxiao Palace through his shadow doppelganger, couldn't help but gasp. Truly a ruthless man. Lu Xuan murmured. Yi Fan, enduring the excruciating pain, began to cultivate according to the inheritance. As the technique circulated, he gradually sensed changes within his body. The insidious and venomous nature of the Sunflower Manual fused miraculously with the corrupted war god inheritance. At the moment he activated the technique, the entire Zhantian Valley underwent a startling transformation. Thousands of divine and demonic bones within the valley trembled in unison, emitting a resonant sound. The once golden sky was dyed into a strange hue of dark gold and scarlet, and a massive vortex of spiritual energy formed above the valley. At the center of the vortex, a colossal Dharma manifestation slowly emerged, trampling mountains and rivers, holding a lotus in hand with a face half divine and half demonic. It was precisely the corrupted war god manifestation. Yi Fan sat cross-legged at the center of the altar, his body like a bottomless pit devouring the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The left half of his body radiated golden divine light, as if a war god had descended. The right half was entwined with scarlet evil chi, exuding an eerie aura. Two completely different auras collided violently within him, yet strangely merged. Ugh! Yi Fan let out a scream that was almost inhuman, his left eye blazing with golden light, his right eye blood-red and demonic, his face constantly shifting between sacred and sinister. Lu Rian's residual soul watched in terror, trembling all over her little heart, nearly leaping out of her chest. My God! I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen such a terrifyingly ugly thing. She now only wanted to leave, but Yi Fan could no longer hear anything. His left hand formed a solemn mudra, drawing upon the righteous energy of heaven and earth. His right hand gently pinched an orchid finger, summoning the evil chi of the 9 netherworlds. One yin, one yang, one divine, one demonic. The two extremes achieved a bizarre balance within him. His long hair was half golden and half red, moving in the wind. The left side of his body was muscular and sinewy, full of masculine strength. The right side had delicate skin, revealing feminine beauty. Most eerie were his eyes. The left eye was like a blazing sun in the sky, the right eye like a blood-red moon hanging in the heavens. In the early stages of cultivation, Yi Fan found his movements becoming light and eerie, his attacks carrying an unnatural feminine grace. His originally fierce and powerful fist style now carried traces of Yin softness, often delivering fatal strikes from angles enemies least expected. This technique. How wonderful! Yi Fan's right half shook its head coquettishly, while the left half was murderous. Yi Fan caressed his own cheek, finding his skin delicate and smooth, and his voice unconsciously became shrill. He tried to circulate the technique lightly, flicking his finger, and a pink energy bolt shot out, shattering a distant rock. As his cultivation deepened, Yi Fan began to experience the deeper effects of the technique. He found that his preference for colors had changed. He began to favor bright colors like red and pink. What alarmed him even more was that he would unconsciously raise an orchid finger, and when walking he would sway his hips. Master, don't you think my nails need a trim? One day during a break in cultivation, Yi Fan suddenly said to Lu Rian, his voice as coquettish as a woman's. Lu Rian was silent for a long time, feeling like crying, but having no tears. In the morning, Yi Fan carefully combed his long hair by a puddle of water, his movements gentle and elegant. This hair is getting softer and smoother. He murmured to himself, his tone carrying a hint of smugness. His originally heroic eyebrows had been trimmed into delicate willow leaf brows. During meals, Yi Fan began to chew in small bites, his eating manner becoming extremely refined. How can I possibly eat such a big piece of meat? He complained, using a dagger to cut the meat into small pieces, his movements as gentle as if handling something precious. When sleeping, Yi Fan no longer lay down casually as before. Instead, he first tidied up his bed, which was actually just some dry leaves. You can't skip these preparations if you want to sleep comfortably, he said as he tidied up, speaking to Lu Rian's phantom. One night, Yi Fan suddenly said to Lu Rian, Master, do you think that heartless man Lu Xuan would like me the way I am now? His tone actually carried a hint of anticipation and shyness. Lu Rian was silent for a long time, not knowing how to respond. She clearly felt that Yi Fan's nature was being completely transformed by this bizarre technique, and this change seemed irreversible. "From today on I shall be called Red Clothes," he said softly, his voice seductive to the bone. He somehow found some red petals, crushed them, and applied them to his lips, and used charcoal to outline his eyebrows and eyes. Lu Xuan looked at this completely changed disciple. Before her heart filled with mixed emotions. Yi Fan not only looked like an androgynous, but his way of thinking, behavior, and mannerisms were entirely like a woman's. "Master, do you think I'm beautiful?" Yi Fan twirled around his skirt, fluttering a naive and innocent smile on his face, as if he had completely forgotten his original gender and deep-seated blood feud. However, when he activated the technique, the aura emanating from him made even Lu Xuan's heart tremble. It was a new power born from the perfect fusion of the majestic grandeur of the war god inheritance and the eerie softness, powerful and unfathomable. "When I capture that Lu Xuan, I will cherish him well and make his life worse than death." Lu Xuan sighed in her heart. If she had known this would happen, she should have agreed to go with Lu Xuan back then. Now she was somewhat relieved that she no longer had a physical body. As Yi Fan's power grew increasingly terrifying, the way he looked at her, his master, made her scalp tingle. This Yi Fan now had developed a great interest in both men and women. 3 months later, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, several cultivators gathered with fearful expressions. "Have you heard? The young master of the Jade Sword sect was abducted last night. When found, Saya's essence was completely drained, a tragic sight. What is the origin of this demon? He only targets handsome men. It seems he's called Red Leaf Heavenly Lord. His methods are extremely venomous. My senior brother was killed the day before yesterday, and his body was dressed in women's clothes." In the Tianan cultivation world, a being who called himself Red Leaf Heavenly Lord began to wreak havoc across the Tianan region. He specifically targeted handsome male disciples of various sects, abducting them to cultivate that sinister yin-yang dual cultivation technique. On the star observation platform atop Lingxiao Peak, Su Yuyao stood against the wind. At her brow, a crescent-shaped divine mark flickered in and out of visibility, radiating a soft glow that resonated faintly with the immortal fetus growing within her. This divine mark also bore fragments of her past life as the Yaoguang Empress, memories and divine abilities. "Lady Yuyao, Yi Qingcheng has been brought." A maidservant bowed and reported. Su Yuyao slowly turned and saw Yi Qingcheng being led up by 2 maidservants. Several months had passed, and Yi Qingcheng had visibly thinned. The pride of the former saintess of the Zihang Sword Temple had been worn down considerably, yet her eyes remained stubborn, bristling with a hedgehog-like wariness. "All of you withdraw." Su Yuyao dismissed the attendants, leaving only the 2 of them on the star observation platform. Yi Qingcheng stared at her coldly, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Do what you will. Kill me or cut me into pieces. If you've come to persuade me like you to submit to that villain Lu Xuan, save your breath." She stepped before Yi Qingcheng, her voice softening, yet carrying a force that saw into the heart. "You hate him for taking your freedom and harming your elder brother, don't you?" Yi Qingcheng jerked her head up, her eyes blazing with undisguised hatred. "But if the roles were reversed, and it was your brother who lost that day, how do you think Yi Fan would have treated him and those close to him?" Su Yuyao's question cut like a blade. "Would you be naive enough to think that Yi Fan would have merely imprisoned us and treated us well?" Yi Qingcheng's face paled, her lips parted, but no sound came. She recalled her brother Yi Fan's bone-deep hatred for Lu Xuan. If Yi Fan had truly won, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "My brother did not kill you, nor did he cripple your cultivation. He merely kept you in this rear hall." Su Yuyao studied her expression, her tone softening with a hint of subtle guidance. She reached out and gently brushed a fallen petal from Yi Qingcheng's shoulder, a natural gesture almost sisterly in its care. "Su Yuyao, you shameless woman." She gritted her teeth and muttered curses. If not for the restraints on her, she would have taught this woman a lesson. "Qingcheng, you are a clever woman. In today's Tianan, my brother is the very heaven. To go against heaven is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, self-destruction. If you behave well for your sake, my brother might spare his life." Her voice carried a hint of pity, but also an unshakable certainty. Yi Qingcheng stared at her blankly. Su Yuyao's eyes were clear and open, without a trace of deceit. Every word she spoke struck Yi Qingcheng's heart like a heavy hammer. Persisting seemed to lead only to death. And yielding. Su Yuyao before her was radiant, her cultivation profound. Every gesture exuded ease and nobility. She seemed to be living well. A profound confusion and inner struggle seized Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng stood by the lotus pond in Jingxing Garden, gazing at her reflection in a daze. Suddenly, a thin layer of ice formed on the pond's surface, reflecting the cold visage of the approaching figure. Su Yuyao walked unhurriedly to her side and tapped her fingertip lightly. The thin ice on the pond transformed into an ice lotus. "Say no more." Yi Qingcheng interrupted. "I am a successor of the Zihang Sword Temple. How could I be swayed by your wiles?" Watching Su Yuyao's retreating figure, Yi Qingcheng slowly knelt on the ground. The ice lotus in the pond gradually melted just as something solid within her heart had begun to crack. Su Yuyao returned to the Yaowang Hall, her place of administration. The hall was elegantly furnished and luxurious, yet every corner held hidden mysteries. Several trusted maidservants stood with hands at their sides, silent and still. Have the names of the women offered to my brother from all directions recently been compiled? Su Yuyao flipped through the piled jade slips on the table and asked. They have been compiled, Your Highness. Please take a look. A female official presented a jade slip with both hands. Su Yuyao swept her divine sense over it, finding detailed records of nearly 100 women from various major and minor forces across Tianan, each with different appearances and aptitudes. Her expression was calm, but her eyes were sharp as blades as she quickly sorted and categorized the information. This one, pure water, spiritual root, gentle temperament. Assign her to the Qingxin Hall, where my brother cultivates daily to attend to his writing. This one, a fire spirit body, excellent aptitude, but her eyes show a bit too much ambition. Temporarily place her at the Danxia Pavilion to serve and observe for a while. This pair of sisters is rather interesting, born with natural charm. Send them to learn etiquette first, they may be of great use later. Her speech was steady and clear, as if she were not arranging living, breathing beauties, but setting up a chess game. Which women could be placed beside Lu Xuan, which needed observation, which needed suppression, and which forces behind them required balancing. She had a clear ledger in her mind. Having been the Yaowang Empress in her past life, managing Lu Xian's women now came even more naturally. Issue the order. Su Yuyao set down the jade slip, her voice carrying clearly through the hall. In 3 days at the Yuehua Hall, all women on the roster must be present. She would meet these women herself, combining kindness with authority to fully integrate this force, which could otherwise distract Lu Xuan or bring hidden dangers, into her own management system. 3 days later, the Yuehua Hall was radiant with light and rich with fragrance. Nearly 100 strikingly beautiful women gathered, their voices like orioles, their jade pendants tinkling. Some were cold, some were glamorous, some were seductive, some were dignified. All were beauties chosen from thousands, yet each carried a measure of nervousness and expectation. Su Yuyao received these gazes calmly and walked gracefully to the main seat. Dressed in a moonlight flow immortal gown, she was naturally surrounded by a faint aura of lunar radiance. She seemed like a humanoid moon, subtly lowering the temperature around her. Fine ice crystals formed and dissipated in the air. With Su Yuyao's breath, the hall filled with a cool, otherworldly fragrance, like the scent of the Moon Palace's osmanthus tree mingled with millennia-old ice, calming the mind and banishing stray thoughts. She did not speak immediately. Instead, she lifted her teacup, gently using the lid to skim the foam, her calm gaze sweeping over every face below. Su Yuyao set down her teacup lightly. As the base touched the table, a thin layer of frost silently spread. An invisible pressure filled the room, and some women with weaker cultivation couldn't help lowering their heads, their palms sweating. Su Yuyao finally spoke, her voice clear and pleasant, but carrying a faint authority. I have summoned you all today to announce 3 matters. Su Yuyao finally spoke, her voice clear, but with undeniable authority. First, behave yourselves and attend to your duties. No jealousy, quarrels, or troublemaking. Violators will have their cultivation crippled and be expelled from Lingxiao Peak. The hall fell into dead silence, so quiet that a dropping pin could be heard. Second, my brother's cultivation is of utmost importance. No one is to disturb him without reason. Night duty rotations will be uniformly arranged by the Yaowang Hall. Violators will face the same punishment. Third, all matters within the palace are strictly confidential. Violators will have their souls scattered. 3 rules, concise, cold, and tinged with blood. Then her tone softened. Of course, those who obey the rules will not be treated poorly by my brother. Cultivation resources and guidance and techniques will be provided as per regulations. Those with merit will be generously rewarded. She then began calling names and assigning duties. Music and dance, spirit plants and flowers, documents and classics, all orderly and comprehensive. She even arranged the order of attending Lu Xuan with clear reasoning, considering each woman's physique, talents, cultivation attributes, and compatibility with Lu Xuan's techniques. Her professionalism and meticulousness secretly amazed many of the women from noble families present. Under the starry night sky, Su Yuyao stood alone on the star observation platform, gently stroking her slightly swollen belly. A trace of weariness flickered in her eyes, but more than that there was satisfaction and resolve. When night enveloped the land, and the Lingxiao Palace gradually quieted, Su Yuyao was in the Yuehua Hall. Nian Yang, who had been waiting there, bowed in salute. At this moment, she was no longer Lu Xian's shadow guard, but the Dark Star Envoy of the Star Palace. After handling the Star Palace affairs, Su Yuyao quietly returned to her bedchamber, removed her night attire, and changed into ordinary clothes as if nothing had happened. When she carried the evening meal into Lu Xian's cultivation chamber, she transformed back into the gentle and caring partner. Brother, she called softly. Lu Xuan opened his eyes and saw Su Yuyao. A hint of tenderness flashed in his gaze. You've worked hard. Su Yuyao smiled gently. Being able to help you, brother, I don't find it hard at all. She laid out the evening meal with practiced ease. Watching Su Yuyao, now full of charm, virtuous and gentle with the immortal fetus growing larger in her belly. The moonlight was like water, the beauty like a painting. Lu Xuan scooped her up and once again engaged in passionate intimacy. No one could have imagined that this woman so gentle and proactive before Lu Xuan was actually the moon goddess of the Star Palace. In the main hall of Lingxiao Peak, Lu Xuan sat on the spirit throne, listening to a group of elders report on the recent situation in Tiannan. A report about the demonic Lord Yi caught his attention. Through Nie Yinyang's real-time surveillance, Lu Xuan was actually fully aware of every move Yi Fan made. The more he understood, the more he regretted creating such an evil thing. Yi Fan's bizarre strength also gave him a faint sense of pressure. He still needed to find opportunities to acquire more Daughters of Destiny and other channels to gain destiny points. Yi Fan's destiny points had been harvested just about enough. It was time to kill him. Just then a continuous series of system notification sounds drew his attention. Ding. Detected hatred from a Daughter of Destiny toward the host. Destiny points 188. Ding. Detected unease and shyness from a Daughter of Destiny toward the host. Destiny points 188. Ding. Detected increased favorability from a Daughter of Destiny toward the host. Current favorability -30. Destiny points 188. Lu Xuan's lips curled upward. It seems it's time to meet that Daughter of Destiny again. Cultivation error. In the side hall of Lingxiao Palace, within a room layered with numerous prohibitions, a faint spiritual fragrance lingered. Yi Qingqing, clad in a snow-white holy maiden attire, sat cross-legged on a jade cushion, her eyes tightly shut. She attempted to break the prohibition Lu Xuan had set within her body. As the most outstanding disciple of Cihang Jingjai in a century, her skin was so pale it appeared almost translucent. Like the finest mutton fat, jade, it emitted a faint lustrous glow. Her delicate features combined to form a countenance of ethereal beauty seemingly untouched by the mundane world. Between her brows lay a natural, compassionate holiness, the result of years of cultivating orthodox mystical arts. At this moment her long lashes trembled slightly, casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids, revealing the turmoil within. Yet the spiritual platform remained unable to achieve clarity, her thoughts surging like an uncontrollable tide. I am the holy maiden of Cihang Jingjai, burdened with the duty to slay demons and uphold justice. That Lu Xuan is a devil, the great enemy of my brother and the one who abducted me. I should hate him to the bone and seize every opportunity to kill him. This was the belief instilled in her since childhood, the cornerstone of her Dao heart. But what she had seen and heard these days was like tiny thorns pricking her once solid Dao heart. Lingxiao Palace was not the demonic, ghost-ridden place she had imagined. Instead, it was orderly, with disciples performing their duties. What troubled her even more was that the figure of that man kept intruding into her mind unbidden. Lu Xuan. He possessed a face of almost demonic beauty, unfathomable strength, and an aura that surveyed the world as if everything was under his control. Every time she caught a distant glimpse of him, Yi Qingqing felt her heartbeat skip uncontrollably. A strange tingling sensation would quietly sprout from the depths of her heart, filling her with both panic and shame. No. Yi Qingqing snapped out of it. She shook her head violently, her jet black hair swaying like a waterfall. She sternly admonished herself inwardly. He is a devil. He is the villain who gravely wounded my brother, stole your sister-in-law, and imprisoned you. How can you harbor even a single improper thought? She bit her lower lip hard, trying to use the pain to dispel those blasphemous thoughts. And Su Yuyao. Yi Qingqing's mind conjured the image of that woman nestling in Lu Xuan's arms, smiling sweetly. A surge of inexplicable fiery jealousy and anger rushed to her head. My brother was devoted to her, yet she was so shameless as to throw herself into the arms of our enemy, and even became pregnant. She truly wasted my brother's deep affection. The more she thought, the angrier she became. The once pure and icy sword energy within her body grew restless due to the intense emotional turmoil. This caused the room's prohibitions to shimmer with light and emit a faint hum. A tangle of thoughts like inner demons taking root pushed her to the brink of chi deviation. Just as her mind was about to collapse, and the sword energy within her was on the verge of spiraling out of control, a figure appeared silently in the room as if he had always been there. It was Lu Xuan. He gazed calmly at Yi Qingqing, whose aura was disordered, face flushed, and even a glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she lacked her usual cold holiness, revealing a maiden's fragility and helplessness. This only added a breathtaking beauty to her. A faint glimmer of chaotic light flickered in Lu Xuan's eyes as his Dao rhyme spirit eye activated. In his sight, the path of the sword energy within Yi Qingqing, the fluctuations of her mind, and even the hidden flaw in her Dao foundation were no longer secrets. Your Cihang sword cannon is cultivated incorrectly. Lu Xuan suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet like a thunderclap exploding in Yi Qingqing's nearly shattered mind. The voice carried a hint of primordial Tao resonance, allowing Yi Qingqing's on the verge of collapsing spiritual platform to barely regain a sliver of clarity. She abruptly opened her beautiful eyes, glaring at Lu Xuan with both shock and anger. You. What nonsense are you spouting? The supreme heritage of my Zihong sword sect, the orthodox path of the mystic school, how dare you, a demon, slander it? Her voice trembled with a barely perceptible quiver due to agitation. Lu Xuan was unperturbed by her outburst. The path of ruthlessness is not the path of heartlessness. Did your master tell you that you must sever all emotional ties, make your heart like frost, and extinguish all desires in order to achieve a clear sword heart and reach the pinnacle? So what if she did? Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth. This was the most basic tenet of Zihong's sword sect, and she had never doubted it. Your master, that old widow, doesn't even understand it herself, yet she teaches you. Lu Xuan shook his head lightly with a faint smile, his tone casual. He knew all about the events from this original story, but it was inconvenient to say more to this inexperienced, naive girl right now. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. All things possess emotions. Lu Xuan's gaze seemed to carry a hint of disdain. The technique you cultivate is missing the most crucial core mental method, the supreme forgetting emotion chapter. Your master, perhaps she herself, never received the true transmission. These words struck like a heavy hammer, pounding fiercely against Yi Qingqing's strongest defense. Her face gradually turned pale, and her clenched fists trembled slightly, the knuckles white from the strain. Because what he said eerily matched the vague perception deep within her own heart. Seeing Yi Qingqing's mind shaken violently, Lu Xuan knew the time was ripe. He was not a bloodthirsty man. This girl's talent, temperament, and status were all top-notch, and subduing her would bring great benefits. Stay by my side. Lu Xuan's voice carried a strange, almost hypnotic charm. I can complete the sword cannon for you and guide you to comprehend the true supreme forgetting emotion, forging an unparalleled Tao foundation. When that day comes, not to mention your current realm, even reaching the Empress realm, like Su Yuyao in her past life, is not an illusion. As he spoke, a wisp of extremely pure primordial chaos qi containing a trace of the origin of the Tao coalesced on his fingertip and slowly reached toward Yi Qingqing's brow. Yi Qingqing instinctively wanted to dodge, but that aura held an irresistible attraction for her, stemming from the depths of her soul. It was a yearning for the Tao, an instinctive drive to make up for her own deficiencies. As if possessed, she froze in place and did not evade. Buzz! The moment the chaotic qi entered her body, Yi Qingqing felt a thunderous roar in her mind. Many obscure and even unnoticed cruxes in her previous cultivation suddenly became clear and enlightened. This feeling was intoxicatingly beautiful, like a long drought finally meeting rain, or like seeing a guiding light in the endless darkness. This was an insight into the great Tao, something she had never experienced from her master in all her years of cultivation. Reason screamed, "This is too amazing." Reason told her this was the devil's temptation, a sugar-coated bullet to erode her will. But her body and Tao heart's instinctive reaction made her unable to resist the immense comfort and enhancement of being guided and completed. She felt that at the moment Lu Xuan's finger touched her, her soul was filled. She felt as if she were floating in the air, free and unrestrained. Especially Lu Xuan's promise to complete her technique and guide her on the path of the Tao. This was a devastating temptation for a cultivator who pursued the pinnacle of the sword but felt lost ahead. Lu Xuan said no more, gave her a deep look, and turned to leave. Leaving Yi Qingqing alone, her mind blank, her expression dazed. The calm lake of her heart had been thoroughly churned. Over the next few days, Lu Xuan did not rush for results. Instead, he adopted a more sophisticated approach. He would often visit seemingly casually, sometimes offering a few words of sword Tao wisdom, each word a pearl of insight. At other times, he would bring soothing spiritual fruits and immortal brews, his demeanor calm and gentle, more like a patient mentor than a jailer. The ice in Yi Qingqing's heart, facing the absolute disparity in power, slowly melted like rain nourishing all things. Though her aversion to Lu Xuan had not completely vanished, it was no longer as pure and intense as before. One day, Lu Xuan brought a pot of spiritual wine brewed from heart-cleansing lotus seeds. Yi Qingqing remained wary at first, but after Lu Xuan calmly drank a cup himself, she hesitated for a moment and finally took a small sip. The wine was sweet and refreshing, turning into a warm current that nourished her tense mind, long strained by anxiety. After a few cups, a faint blush crept onto Yi Qingqing's jade-like cheeks, like a ripe peach, irresistibly enticing. Her usually cold, starry eyes also lost some of their usual aloofness, gaining a trace of a maiden's dreamy tenderness. Emboldened by the slight intoxication, she raised her eyes to look at the man before her, who exuded an air of transcendence and control. For the first time, she mustered the courage to voice the doubt that had lingered in her heart. "Why are you so good to me?" Her voice, due to the alcohol and nervousness, carried a soft, husky quality. Completely different from her usual cold tone, it added a hint of allure. Lu Xuan toyed with the white jade wine cup in his hand, his gaze deep as he looked at her, a faint, enigmatic smile at the corner of his mouth, because we were fated in a past life. He naturally would not reveal the true purpose of harvesting her fortune. Fated. Yi Qingqing let out a self-deprecating laugh tinged with melancholy. Is it a doomed fate? Whether fate or doom, since you have fallen into my palm, you have no choice. Lu Xuan stood up, walked to her, and his tall figure brought a sense of pressure. Yet it also held a strange allure. He looked down at her, his gaze no longer icy, but carrying a sense of scrutiny and a barely perceptible appreciation. Yi Qingqing felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate like a startled deer. She wanted to avoid his penetrating gaze, but found her body weak and unable to move. The air in the room seemed to thicken, filled with a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Xuan reached out his long, slender fingers, gently lifting her smooth, delicate chin. The warmth of his fingertips sent a violent shudder through Yi Qingqing, as if a faint electric current ran through her limbs. She could clearly smell the unique, cool, yet slightly domineering scent on him. In Yi Qingqing's stunned and dazed gaze, Lu Xuan leaned down, gently yet with an undeniable, while he kissed her cherry-red lips. Boom! In that instant, Yi Qingqing's mind went blank. All her perseverance, resentment, sect teachings, and guilt toward her brother seemed to be shattered and melted by that domineering yet tender kiss. Her stiff body gradually softened. Her hands, which had instinctively wanted to push him away, lifted halfway, but ultimately fell weakly. And even unconsciously, she gently grasped the front of his robe. In that moment of passion and the loosest of her Dao heart, a flash of chaotic light flickered in Lu Xuan's eyes. Dao heart seed devil. A strange force accompanied by an indescribable emotion like a tender sprout in early spring rapidly took root and broke through the soil. She knew that from this moment on something had fundamentally changed. She was no longer the holy maiden of Cihong Jingjai, whose heart was as pure as ice, knowing only to slay demons and vanquish evil. A new complex and entangled fate had tightly bound her to the man named Lu Xuan before her. A night of passion. The system prompt sounded in Lu Xuan's mind right on time. Deep within the Lingxiao Palace, the bedchamber was shrouded in a misty haze of spiritual energy. Lu Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze swirled the profound Dao rhythm of chaos, as if galaxies revolved and worlds were born and extinguished. His aura grew increasingly deep and unfathomable, his connection to this world seemingly tighter. Just moments ago, he had achieved the ultimate union of flesh and spirit with Yi Qingqing. This not only helped stabilize her sword heart, which had been wavering due to hatred and anxiety, but at that moment a clear, cold series of system notifications rang in his mind, shattering the chamber's tranquility. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the body and heart of the Fortune's daughter, Yi Qingqing, greatly altering her fate trajectory. Destiny points, 10000. Ding! Host's current accumulated destiny points have reached 79500. World essence fusion rate increased to 20. 1. Congratulations. Host has obtained the core ability 10,000-fold return. Ding. Reward Yi Qingqing's fortune spirit seed. Sowit. This series of system notifications filled Lu Xuan with pleasant surprise. First, this spirit fetus is somewhat inferior to an immortal fetus. But still, as a child of destiny, it surpasses thousands of prodigies. And 10,000-fold return. Isn't this just making him the high rich handsome of the cultivation world? Awesome. So, ding. Sowing successful. Please cultivate diligently. If the fetus is successfully delivered, both parties will be rewarded with 500 years of lifespan. Lu Xuan glanced at Yi Qingqing, whose face was flushed and who now bore a hint of womanly charm. Qingqing, you are a treasure. It's not easy to nurture a spirit fetus. It seems you'll have to work hard from now on. Destiny advancement, less than 200 points remaining. With a thought, a pale blue light screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes, displaying more detailed information than ever. Host Lu Xuan, Identity Palace, Lord of Lingxiao Palace Realm, Mid-Nascent Soul, Primordial Chaos Foundation, Stable Transitioning to Late-Stage Destiny Level, Second Tier. Warning: promotion to Third Tier will cause significant heaven and earth fluctuations. Choose timing carefully. World Essence Fusion Rate 20. One preliminary recognition by the worlds can slightly mobilize the laws of heaven and earth. Interacting with the Lord of Fortune will randomly grant heaven and earth feedback. Core abilities: Primordial Chaos Dao Body, Initial Source of 10,000 Laws, Chaos Affinity, Positional Suppression. Pressure on low-tier Children of Destiny significantly enhanced. Source of 10,000 Laws can learn, analyze, and deduce any cultivation technique or divine ability not exceeding one major realm above the user, directly accessing its fundamental laws and core weaknesses. Chaos Affinity Cultivation efficiency skyrockets tenfold. Can absorb thin but higher quality chaotic chi to temper the body, causing a qualitative change in spiritual power. Positional suppression latent naturally suppresses and attracts those with great fortune, such as children of destiny, daughters of destiny, at the level of fate. Note this constitution can evolve as the host's destiny level increases, and as rare essences of the myriad realms are devoured, ultimately governing primordial chaos and commanding all Daos. Destiny Villain Halo 2nd tier, immune to the suppression of halos of Children of Destiny at the 4th tier or below, can slightly distort local fate trajectories. Dao Rhythm Spiritual Eyes Advanced can perceive the essence of techniques, the origin of constitutions, and key fate nodes, a greatly enhanced analysis of targets at or below the same level. Gift Return 100-fold level upgradable. By gifting items to a Fortune's Daughter, massive reward returns are possible, ineffective for pregnant women or those with max affection. Dao Partners Su Yuyao In Moon Divine Body Pregnant Good Condition, Nia Inyang Phantom Shadow Void Body Loyalty Max, ZG, Demon Princess Pregnant Demon Fetus in Hibernation, Yi Qingqing Sword Heart Illuminated Spirit, Seed Newly Planted Heart State Calming. Current tasks: completely subdue Yi Qingqing, dismantle her destined connection with Yi Fan, completed rewards issued. Counter the threat of Yi Fan Yi Zun, and seize the opportunity to unify the Tian and cultivation world in progress. Lu Xuan carefully sensed the changes within his body. The primordial chaos foundation was more stable. The chaotic chi swirling around the nascent soul figure in his dantian had grown denser. Most notably, his range of sensing and mobilizing the surrounding spiritual energy had nearly doubled. With a slight thought, he could faintly touch some of the fundamental law threads that constituted this world. This 20% fusion rate seemed to be a threshold of qualitative change. Not only had he obtained the gift return ability, but his control over the world's rules had also deepened. He turned his gaze to Yi Qingqing, who slept beside him. Traces of tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. But at the corners of her lips, there was a barely noticeable hint of peace. A deep glint flashed in his eyes. This move had been even more successful than he had anticipated. This gift return ability is interesting, but the women around him now were all ineffective. He pondered finding other daughters of fortune to test it. Although he came from a wealthy family and was usually generous, resources were still like duckweed without roots. But with this gift return ability, everything changed completely. Just as Lu Xuan's power advanced and he planned the future from Lingxiao Palace, the entire Tian and cultivation world was being shrouded by a terrifying shadow named Red Leaf Heavenly Venerable. After obtaining that scroll of the 9 Heavens War God record, which Lu Xuan had tampered with and twisted, Yi Fan's heart and nature were completely distorted, and his cultivation technique became eerily evil. He was no longer satisfied with ambushing lone handsome male disciples. He began to extend his claws toward the core members of various sects, and even some nascent soul ancestors who had been in seclusion for years. In the Qingyun sect's main hall, the once solemn atmosphere was replaced by a dead silence of panic. As sect master, something terrible has happened. A blue-robed disciple stumbled into the hall, his face ashen, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was murdered in his heavily guarded cave dwelling last night. The Qingshu true man seated in the main seat shot to his feet, crushing the armrests of his spirit jade thrown into powder. The Grand Elder was at the peak of mid-nascent soul, and his seclusion site was protected by a formation blessed by successive ancestors. How could? The disciple, tears and snot streaming, practically wailed. The Grand Elder's death was extremely gruesome. His entire nascent soul cultivation was drained dry, leaving him like a withered mummy. And that's not all. The corpse was changed into a flamboyant red women's gown, its face smeared with rouge and powder. At the scene, only a pink evil aura and this were left. Trembling, he raised a sachet embroidered with a gold-edged peony, exuding a strange fragrance. The hall erupted into chaos. Several elders' faces turned ashen, and the younger disciples trembled in fear. The Grand Elder, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and one of the sect's top combatants, a ceiling of the Tianan cultivation world. To fall in such a humiliating manner. The Red Leaf Heavenly Venerable's strength and methods were simply horrifying. Similar news spread like a plague across Tianan. A Golden Sword sect elder at the early nascent soul stage, known for his ferocity, encountered the Red Leaf Heavenly Venerable while leading a patrol. Within 10 breaths, the entire squad was captured. Days later, they were found drained of their cultivation, bizarrely dressed, and dumped at the Golden Sword sect's mountain gate, an ultimate mockery. An ancestor in seclusion deep within the Blackwater Abyss had his cave dwelling forcibly breached. It became the Red Leaf Heavenly Venerable's pleasure palace. It was said that eerie, seductive music had been heard from within, and days later the ancestors' aura vanished completely. Mystic Nether Sect Tianan Academy. One after another experts were murdered, and the victims were invariably male cultivators of considerable cultivation, handsome appearance, or fine temperament. The Red Leaf Heavenly Venerable's atrocities grew ever more rampant. He even began to openly challenge the authority of the major sects. After each crime, he left a signature mark with a strong personal style, as if declaring war on the entire Tianan cultivation world. Panic hung over every cultivator's heart like a tangible dark cloud. The once bustling cultivation markets became desolate, and every major sect activated its highest-level protective grand formation. Disciples were gripped by fear, especially those outstanding in talent and handsome in appearance. They could neither eat nor sleep in peace. Some even resorted to disfiguring themselves to avoid misfortune. An oppressive atmosphere as if the end of days were imminent pervaded the entire Tiannan region. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on a cliff at the edge of the southern wilderness. Under the moonlight, he wore a dark robe embroidered with dark red maple leaves, his hair unbound and dancing in the wind. His originally resolute face now bore a strange, delicate beauty. His skin was pale to the point of translucence, and his lips were an eerily bright red. He extended slender fingers, a wisp of pink evil aura coiling at their tips, his gaze lost and wild. Lu Xuan, he murmured in a voice that was sharp yet hoarse like a viper's hiss. You stole my beloved, humiliated my sister. Soon you will pay the price. In his mind flashed Su Yuyao's cold gaze, and the image of Yi Qingsheng forced to submit. His evil technique stirred restlessly, pink evil aura surging around him. He stared toward the Lingxiao Palace, his eyes burning with deep-seated hatred and a twisted anticipation he himself did not recognize. Just as the red leaf heavenly venerable ran rampant, and the entire Tiannan cultivation world was gripped by fear, the Lingxiao Palace unexpectedly became a ray of hope in the midst of despair. 3 days ago, a Lingxiao Palace squad led by a golden core elder was ambushed by the red leaf heavenly venerable in the southern border. They all escaped safely with no casualties. This news spread like wildfire across Tiannan, causing a huge sensation. After much inquiry, people learned the reason. It turned out that shortly after the red leaf heavenly venerable began his reign of terror, Lu Xuan had taught all Lingxiao Palace disciples a profound escape technique. The Lingxiao Palace actually possesses such a marvelous escape art. No wonder they could escape from that demon. If we could learn this technique too, wouldn't we have a better chance of survival? Palace Lord Lu is far-sighted, having already prepared a retreat for his disciples. In an instant, the Lingxiao Palace's reputation in the Tiannan cultivation world reached an unprecedented height, and Lu Xuan was regarded as a savior by the masses. Cultivators from various sects flocked to the Lingxiao Palace seeking refuge. Some were even willing to pay a huge price to obtain the opportunity to learn this escape technique. In the central plaza of Qingqing City, the largest metropolis in the Tiannan region, a massive proclamation had been posted. Upon it hung a portrait of Yi Fan, androgynous, otherworldly, and sinister, beneath which his numerous crimes were enumerated. The demon lord of red leaves, formerly a disciple of the Zihong Sword Pavilion, underwent a drastic transformation of character after cultivating forbidden arts and proceeded to prey upon fellow cultivators. To date, he has murdered 18 Foundation Establishment cultivators and over 100 Golden Core cultivators. His victims were all drained of their cultivation base and forced into women's garments, subjected to the utmost humiliation. Should you encounter any trace of his whereabouts, report immediately to the local immortal masters. Do not approach on your own. A dense crowd had gathered before the proclamation, pointing and whispering among themselves. Good heavens, this demonic fiend has claimed so many cultivators. An elderly man declared, his voice trembling as he struck his cane hard against the ground. What a calamity this is. A woman clutched her child tightly, her face drained of color. I've heard rumors that this demon lord has been lurking nearby lately. We must not venture out at night. A young cultivator rose with righteous indignation. Such evil creatures should have no place in this world. If I cross paths with him, I will fight to the death. But before he could finish, his companion grabbed his arm. Have you lost your mind? Not even a nascent soul ancestor can withstand him. Do you wish to throw your life away? Similar scenes unfolded across Tiannan. In tea houses and wine shops, storytellers wove Yi Fan's atrocities into gripping tales, bringing each horrific detail to life. Along every street and alley, townsfolk whispered in hushed voices, their expressions turning grim at the mere mention of the demon lord of red leaves. Even children who cried at night fell silent at once when their parents warned them that the red leaves demon lord would come to take them if they didn't stop weeping. Some went so far as to secretly elevate Lu Xuan to the status of a savior, crafting tales of his heroic deeds in slaying demons. In these narratives, Lu Xuan appeared as a banished immortal descended to the mortal realm, while Yi Fan was portrayed as a demon crawled forth from the depths of hell, a stark and deliberate contrast. Yi Fan happened to pass through a small town at that moment, where he overheard a storyteller in a tea house breathlessly recounting how he had tormented cultivators and pervertedly dressed the dead in women's clothing. He had intended to enter and rest, but instead caught fragments of curses drifting from within. That demon lord of red leaves is nothing but a monstrous hermaphrodite. They say he was originally a woman who drove mad with rejection after her unrequited love for sect master Lu. Someone spat. Demons like him deserve to be torn apart limb from limb by sect master Lu. Standing outside the tea house, Yi Fan's face twisted beneath his mask into something terrifying. A crimson aura pulsed uncontrollably around him, drawing uneasy glances from passers-by. "What are you staring at?" he shrieked, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. The onlookers scattered in terror, some children reduced to tears. With a sudden turn, Yi Fan became a blur of crimson light and vanished around the corner. What began as a simple rest stop had curdled into nothing but bloodlust. "Lu Xuan, it's all you're doing." Yi Fan howled to the heavens, his voice thick with madness and resentment. Faced with the very real threat of annihilation, the leaders of Tiannan's 6 most powerful sects could no longer remain idle. They set aside their pride and past grievances, converging upon Lingxiao Palace. Before the palace gates, a vast sea of kneeling figures stretched for miles. All the sect leaders, elders, and disciples of Tiannan's 6 major sects, silent as graves. At the forefront stood Qingshu Jinren, leader of the Qingyun sect, alongside the patriarchs of each faction. Qingshu Jinren raised a jade slip, radiating luminescent light high above his head, his voice trembling, yet carrying clearly through the valley. "Qingshu Jinren of the Qingyun sect, bearing our sect's treasured 10,000-year dragon pattern ginseng, beseeches Sect Master Lu to emerge from seclusion, eradicate the demonic evil, and deliver Tiannan from its dire plight. The Golden Sword Sect offers the 7-star sword casket, imploring Sect Master Lu to act with righteousness. The Black Water Abyss presents the Nether True Water, begging the Sect Master to save all sentient beings. The Xianming Sect is willing to offer our sect's treasure, the Xianming Pearl." These giants who normally dominated their regions now stood as humble pilgrims, their postures utterly subservient. Behind them, thousands of cultivators cried out in unison, "We beg Sect Master Lu to emerge from seclusion and purge the evil." The sound wave shook the heavens, yet carried the last thread of hope from within despair. Qingshu Jinren gazed upward at the palace gates, soaring into the clouds, his heart heavy with countless emotions. Once he too had ruled as an equal lord alongside Lingxiao Palace, but now he found himself reduced to such abject submission. Yet thinking of Yi Fan's terrifying methods, of the elders within his sect who had perished so gruesomely, he could only swallow his remaining pride. Sect Master Lu achieved the nascent soul realm at merely 20 years of age, his profound martial arts reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Aside from him, who else could subdue that demon lord? Qingshu Jinren thought to himself, and as an image of Lu Xuan defeating Yi Fan in a single strike flashed through his mind, he found some measure of solace. The Golden Sword Sect Master clenched his fists, torn between shame and anticipation. As long as Sect Master Lu is willing to act, our Golden Sword Sect will remain vassals for eternity. It would be far better than facing annihilation at the hands of that androgynous monster. The Blackwater Abyss Master's eyes flickered as he covertly studied the reactions of those around him. "If I can attach myself to the mighty Lingxiao Palace this time, it may well become the turning point for our Blackwater Abyss." Just as each person harbored their own thoughts, the great gates of Lingxiao Palace slowly began to open. What emerged was not Lu Xuan, but the Elder of Administration. He cast a cold gaze over the kneeling multitude, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. "The Sect Master is currently in deep seclusion, consolidating his cultivation foundation, and has no time to receive you all. Please return home." Upon hearing these words, their faces drained of color. Qingshu Jinren hastily bowed his head. "Venerable Elder, please understand. That accursed Yi Fan has claimed 3 more nascent soul cultivators in recent days. The entire Tiannan region lives in perpetual dread. Only Sect Master Lu has the power to turn the tide." The Elder let out a scornful snort. "The Sect Master's cultivation is paramount. How could it be interrupted for trivial matters of yours? Moreover," his gaze pierced through them like lightning, "when the Sect Master broke through to the nascent soul realm, you showed considerably less enthusiasm, did you not?" These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly humiliated. It was true. When Lu Xuan had achieved his breakthrough, they had either watched from the sidelines or harbored jealousy, with some even secretly hoping the prodigy would perish. Now that disaster had descended upon them, they found themselves unable to ask for mercy. Yet remarkably, not a single person dared to rise and leave. All remained kneeling upright, some bowing, even lower, their postures growing more abject. If they did not cling to Lu Xuan, now returning home meant certain death at the hands of Yi Fan's cruel and twisted methods. Lu Xuan was their only hope for survival. "We beg the Elder to show leniency. We are willing to wait here until the Sect Master emerges from seclusion." Qingshu Jinren bowed, deeply, blood seeping from his forehead. Seeing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the Elder's eyes, though his expression remained stern. "In that case, wait you shall. However, when the Sect Master emerges depends solely on Heaven's will. Take heed and conduct yourselves accordingly." With that, he turned and re-entered the palace as the great gates slowly closed. The thunderous boom echoed through every heart present, yet none dared to complain. Instead, some felt a secret sense of relief. At the very least, he did not outright refuse us. That means there is still hope. Qingshu Jinren rose to his feet and addressed those behind him with gravitas. "Esteemed colleagues, since Sect Master Lu is in seclusion, we shall await him here. To demonstrate our sincerity, And so a truly astonishing sight unfolded. The most powerful figures in all of Tian'an knelt without respite before Lingxiao Palace day and night without ceasing. Before the mountain gate of Lingxiao Palace, crowds surged with unprecedented fervor. Not only were sect leaders and elders from major clans waiting in respectful attendance, but a host of young cultivators had also gathered. Especially the prodigies from each sect, both young men and women, eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Xuan's aura, some seeking his guidance, others harboring secret yearnings. Have you heard? The sacred maiden of the Jade Maiden sect has come in person, claiming she seeks Lu Gongzhu's counsel on matters of cultivation. I think their true intentions lie elsewhere. Lu Gongzhu is young and accomplished, his cultivation reaching the very heavens. To win his favor would be to ascend to greatness overnight. Several young cultivators chattered outside the palace gates, their voices thick with envy. They too were geniuses of their respective sects, yet compared to Lu Xuan, they were as fireflies attempting to rival the full moon. Look, that's Qing Yunfeng, young master of the Qingyun sect. They say he established his foundation at 10 and achieved golden core at 100, hailed as the greatest genius in Qingyun sect's 1,000-year history. He came too. Look at what he carries. Could that be the Qingyun sect's treasured Qingyun sword? Is he presenting it to Lu Gongzhu? Clad in azure robes, handsome, yet devoid of any arrogance, Qin Yunfeng knelt reverently before the mountain gate, holding high an ancient sword that shimmered with iridescent radiance. This heavenly prodigy, revered as the #1 talent of Tianan, now prostrated himself with the devotion of the humblest seeker of the Tao. Qin Yunfeng begs Lu Gongzhu to illuminate the path of the sword. I offer this blade as a token, seeking but a single word of guidance. His voice rang clear, his posture deeply humble. Not far away, Jean Linger, the sacred maiden of the Golden Sword sect, moved with graceful elegance. Clad in a golden flowing immortal dress, her beauty peerless, she held aloft a golden spirit fruit, radiating dense spiritual energy. Linger brings this millennium-old golden spirit fruit from our sect, hoping Lu Gongzhu will deign to offer instruction. Even more astonishing, the enigmatic young master of Xianming's sect, Ming Wuhan, having cast off his upper garments and bearing thorns upon his bare back, knelt upon the stone steps. Wuhan was arrogant in days gone by and spoke disrespectfully to the palace master. Today I come to beg forgiveness. I would serve as his lowest servant, seeking only his pardon. These proud prodigies, once held aloft and adored by thousands, now scrambled to curry favor with Lu Xuan, humiliating themselves without hesitation. Deep within their hearts they understood that a single word of guidance from Lu Xuan was worth a century of arduous cultivation. To catch his approving gaze meant an unlimited future ahead. Before the mountain gate, such scenes played out everywhere. Male cultivators offered treasures or pledged loyalty, desperate to become Lu Xuan's attendants. Female cultivators adorned themselves meticulously, their glances full of adoration and anticipation. Hoping to catch the eye of this rising star, they would willingly serve as concubines or servants. To win Lu Gongzhu's favor would make even immediate death worthwhile. A beautiful female cultivator gazed blankly at the palace gate, murmuring to herself. Within the palace, Su Yuyao was receiving several visiting sacred maidens. Her belly had clearly swelled, yet her bearing grew even more regal and dignified, the cold radiance of the supreme divine physique, making her seem like a fairy descended from the moon palace. Dear sisters, you have traveled far. You must be weary. Su Yuyao's tone was gentle, yet carried the unmistakable authority of a principal wife. However, my brother has recently entered seclusion and cannot receive guests. I trust you will understand. The Jade Maiden sect's sacred maiden pressed her crimson lips together, a flash of disappointment in her eyes, yet she maintained a gracious smile. Sister speaks too humbly. It was we who were presumptuous. This is our sect's specialty, the ice skin jade bone pill, renowned for nurturing the fetus and calming the spirit. Please accept it. The other sacred maidens likewise presented generous gifts, their words dripping with flattery. Their glances occasionally drifted toward the depths of the palace, hoping to catch sight of the legendary figure. Su Yuyao saw through it all clearly. These so-called sacred maidens merely sought an opportunity to draw near Lu Xuan. In the past, she might have felt threatened, but now she knew Lu Xuan's ambitions were far-reaching, impossible to sway by such ordinary women. Moreover, she now carried Lu Xuan's child within her, her position secure. You sisters are too kind. Su Yuyao smiled as she accepted the gifts, her tone distant yet resolute. When my brother emerges from seclusion, I shall surely convey your good intentions. However, he is occupied with his cultivation and may have no time to receive you. I hope you understand. Hearing this, the women, though disappointed, dared not show it, forcing smiles as they took their leave. Stepping out of the palace gate, someone could not help but sigh. To receive even a word of guidance from Lu Gongzhu would make this life complete. Others vowed secretly, one day I shall stand beside Lu Gongzhu, even if it means serving as his slave or servant. While the prodigies of the cultivation world scrambled to pay homage under Su Yuyao's covert manipulation through the Star Palace, public opinion regarding Lu Xuan and Yi Fan spread ever more wildly. Inside the Zuaxian Tower, the largest tea house in Qingyun City, a storyteller was breathlessly recounting a newly fabricated tale, the story of Lu Gongzhu subduing demons. Let me tell you, Lu Gongzhu is a celestial being reborn. He comprehended the Tao at 3, established his foundation at 5, and achieved golden core perfection by 10. The storyteller struck the wooden clapper, drawing thunderous applause. Even more remarkable is Lu Gongzhu's compassion. Unable to bear the suffering of mortals, he specially descended to save the common folk. The audience hung on every word. An old man lamented, "Truly heaven blesses our Tianan by sending down such a divine being." A woman clasped her hands in prayer. "May Lu Gongzhu swiftly eradicate the demons and restore peace to our Tianan." Seeing the fervent atmosphere, the storyteller continued to embellish. As for Yi Fan, he was originally a humble mountain demon who, after being rejected by Lu Gongzhu following his confession, practiced evil arts and transformed into a monstrous creature, neither male nor female. He preyed upon fellow cultivators, draining their vital essence. What's more perverse, after harming them, he dressed the corpses in women's clothing, an act of utmost humiliation. Accursed! He deserves to die. The audience raged with righteous indignation. But fear not, dear friends. The storyteller raised his voice. Lu Gongzhu, in his benevolence, once gave that demon 3 chances to repent. Alas, the demon remained obdurate, provoking the palace master's wrath. One move. With but a single strike, he sent that demon fleeing, gravely wounded. In the corner of the tea house, a figure wearing a bamboo hat trembled slightly. It was Yi Fan, disguised after altering his appearance. Listening to the storyteller's blatant distortions, hearing the crowd's worship of Lu Xuan and abuse of himself, his fists clenched tightly. Similar tales circulated throughout Tianan, each version more exaggerated than the last. Some claimed Lu Xuan was a reincarnation of an ancient supreme being. Others said he was the son of the heavenly emperor, descending to test his mortal coil. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was portrayed as an utterly depraved demonic monster. Some even claimed he had to devour infants' hearts and livers raw each night to maintain his human form. In the central square of Lingxiao City, a statue of Lu Xuan was enshrined in the newly built Lu Gongzhu Shrine, with incense burning continuously day and night. Many common folks even pasted portraits of Lu Xuan in their homes, worshipping them as protective deities. In contrast, portraits of Yi Fan were posted at the city gates. They bore the inscription, "Upon sighting this demon, report immediately, kill on sight." The portrait depicted Yi Fan with a blue-green face and fangs, half man, half woman, grotesquely distorted. Yi Fan walked through a remote small town, hearing several children singing a nursery rhyme. Lu Gongzhu, mighty in power, severs demons with a single sword strike. Demon, Yi twisted pervert, loves dressing in women's clothes. Shut up. Yi Fan flew into a rage, his demonic aura surging wildly, scattering the children in terror. He entered a tavern and ordered a jug of wine, only to overhear patrons discussing. "I hear Yi Fan has killed several sect elders recently. Their deaths were horrific, all dressed as women. That pervert should have been dealt with by Lu Gongzhu long ago. If I were Lu Gongzhu, I'd have torn him to pieces already. Why let him remain so arrogant?" The wine cup in Yi Fan's hand shattered with a crisp crack, wine mixing with blood trickling down his wrist. He barely restrained his killing intent and quickly left the tavern. Wherever he went, he heard similar words. Tea houses, taverns, markets, even brothels. Everyone discussed Lu Xuan's miracles and his evil deeds. These rumors grew ever more outrageous. Some said he turned sinister from unrequited love, his nature changed after failing to win Lu Xuan. Others claimed he was actually a woman who, spurned by Lu Xuan, practiced evil arts for revenge. What Yi Fan found most unbearable was overhearing several cultivators conversing at a black market. "I hear Yi Fan's mother was a whore who slept with anyone. Otherwise, how could she birth such a pervert? Like mother, like son. None of them are decent." Boom. Yi Fan could no longer restrain himself, slapping those cultivators into paste with one strike, howling to the heavens, "Lu Xuan, I will make you die." Yet this outburst only reinforced his image as a demonic monster. Soon news of Yi Fan's shameful rage, leading to the senseless slaughter of innocents, spread across Tianan, providing fresh material for storytellers. Within Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan listened to Su Yuyao's report on external matters, his expression calm and unperturbed. But brother, now the entire cultivation world of Tianan gathers outside the palace, seeking audience. Should we? On the stargazing platform deep within Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan stood facing the wind. His dark robes fluttered in the mountain breeze as he looked down upon the sea of Tian and cultivators kneeling before him. Su Yuyao stepped forward lightly, her slender hand grasping Lu Xuan's, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Brother, with the cultivation world of Tian Nan in such turmoil and fear, this is the perfect opportunity for you to establish your authority and consolidate all factions. If we can eliminate Yi Fan and his faction in one stroke, Lingxiao Palace will become the true ruler of Tian Nan. Lu Xuan's fingertips tapped rhythmically against the jade railing. He scanned the crowd and noticed that several reclusive nascent soul ancestors of Tian Nen had not yet arrived. Yu Yao unifying Tian Nen is not enough. Lu Xuan's tone was calm, yet carried undeniable authority. Tell the execution elder that I am currently at a critical juncture in comprehending the heavenly Tao. Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes flickered as she immediately grasped Lu Xuan's deeper meaning. He intended to use the Yi Fan disturbance as bait to flush out all the hidden masters, capturing them all at once, and achieving complete control over the Tian Nen cultivation world. She bowed and agreed, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. The side hall of Lingxiao Palace. Since Lu Xuan had claimed her, Yi Qingsheng had barely left her bedchamber for several months. Although Yi Fan's dark reputation had spread throughout Tian Nen, Yi Qingsheng's memories of him remained frozen from half a year ago. Since that day when she had merged spirit and flesh with Lu Xuan and implanted the spiritual embryo, her mindset had undergone a subtle change without her realizing it. Initially, it had been concern for her brother and complex emotions toward Lu Xuan, but now these were gradually being replaced by an unprecedented sense of tranquility. At that moment, Yi Qingsheng sat cross-legged, sword energy swirling around her body, yet betraying a slight stagnation. After Lu Xuan had planted the spiritual embryo within her, she had discovered that her practice of the Zihong sword manual was becoming increasingly obstructed, as if some force were impeding the flow of her sword essence. My lord, I've been feeling sluggish in my cultivation lately, and my sword essence flows obscurely. I wonder what the cause might be. Yi Qingsheng saw Lu Xuan approach, and quickly rose to pay her respects. Lu Xuan's eyes flowed with chaotic Dao rhymes as he carefully investigated. Beneath the gaze of his Dao rhymes spiritual pupil, he discovered that the spiritual embryo residing in Yi Qingsheng's divine valley was in a dormant state, never having been activated. Initially, he had suspected insufficient nourishment, which is why he had diligently tended to her for over a month day and night, hoping to awaken this innate spiritual embryo. Yet even with constant cultivation, this fertile field remained barren. Yi Qingsheng had been in a daze for months, her mind empty. Gazing at the slightly fatigued Yi Qingsheng before him, who had been preparing for pregnancy over the past few days, Lu Xuan focused deeply to examine her condition. He finally discovered the key. This spiritual embryo contained the primordial cosmic stellar essence of ancient times, a newly born star deity of extraordinarily high rank. While Yi Qingsheng's innate talent was remarkable, it could barely support the growth of such powerful stellar origin energy. Qingsheng, your physique requires reconstruction, Lu Xuan mused after a moment. The spiritual embryo contains cosmic stellar essence. It needs a corresponding stellar sword physique to be nurtured to perfection. He placed his hand on Yi Qingsheng's brow, and a vast surge of stellar power slowly infused into her. From this day forward, I shall forge the cosmic star sword physique for you. This constitution can draw upon the power of all the stars, harmonizing with the origin of the spiritual embryo. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's words, the cosmic star sword physique, could her husband with such casual ease bestow upon her a sacred body unparalleled throughout eternity? Feeling the immense power of that stellar origin, her entire body shuddered, as if struck by thunder. This was no ordinary stellar energy, but rather the fundamental star essence that Lu Xuan had nurtured for years within his primordial Tao physique. Yi Qingsheng's delicate frame trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. As the holy maiden of Zihong sword sect, she naturally knew how monstrous the cosmic star sword physique was. It was one of the supreme Tao bodies of ancient legend. One who could command the power of the cosmos and upon reaching the ultimate stage transform into a star itself, living as long as heaven and earth. My lord, this is too precious. Her voice trembled, hardly able to believe it. With this, she would no longer need to worry about being unable to protect herself when facing powerful enemies. My lord. She raised her head, her eyes brimming with emotion and disbelief. To help me, you must have paid an enormous price, right? Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Since you have joined me, I naturally cannot neglect you. He guided Yi Qingsheng to resonate with the cosmic stars. The Big Dipper blazed with brilliant light as 7 streams of stellar energy poured like the Milky Way into her body. That night, Lu Xuan opened the secret chamber, and cosmic star maps appeared on all 4 walls. Close your eyes and focus your spirit. Resonate with the stars of the cosmos, Lu Xuan said as he formed seals with both hands, invoking stellar power. Let the stars be your guide and reconstruct your sword body. Instantly, a brilliant starry sky materialized above the secret chamber, countless stellar projections descending upon her. Yi Qingsheng felt her meridians throughout her body being cleansed by stellar energy. Her original Zihong sword essence underwent a qualitative transformation under the tempering of stellar power, becoming silver-white starlight sword essence. Her hair gradually turned to the color of starlight, and her eyes seemed to contain the flowing Milky Way. As the Starlight Sword body took shape, Lu Xuan, through his deductions, obtained the complete Tai Su Starlight Sword Cannon. This technique directly targets the origin of the stellar Tao. Upon reaching perfection, one can transform into a star and command the cosmic stellar power. He silently merged the complete Tai Su Starlight Sword Cannon into Yi Qingqing's consciousness. Yi Qingqing cultivated with rapturous devotion her surrounding starlight sword essence, growing increasingly substantial. With a casual gesture of her finger, a streak of starlight sword energy shot forth, forming a miniature stellar vortex in the air that devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. Several days later, brilliant starlight suddenly erupted from the secret chamber. Across the entire sky above Lingxiao Palace, the cosmic stars simultaneously appeared, and even during daylight hours their dazzling brilliance could not be concealed. Look, all the stars in the sky have lit up. What manner of omen is this? Has a supreme treasure emerged? Amidst the shocked gazes of all present, Yi Qingqing slowly emerged from the secret chamber. A halo of starlight surrounded her body, her hair cascading like the Milky Way, her eyes containing endless starry skies. With every movement, starlight fell around her, and her sword aura harbored the power of the stars. Most miraculous of all was that the spiritual embryo in her abdomen resonated with the cosmic stars at this moment, each breath drawing tidal fluctuations of stellar power. Thank you, brother. Yi Qingqing bowed gracefully, starlight flowing with her movement. I now feel fused with the heavens, earth, and stars. My sword Tao cultivation has greatly increased. Lu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The cosmic star sword physique is complete. You now possess the strength to fight a soul transformation cultivator. Thank you, brother. Yi Qingqing thanked him sincerely, her eyes brimming with gratitude. To verify the power of her sword body, Lu Xuan brought her to the sword testing peak. 7 streaks of starlight sword energy formed a sword array enveloping the entire peak. Its power rivaled a full force strike from a soul transformation cultivator. Excellent, Lu Xuan said with a faint smile. Your Tao foundation has been reconstructed. Next we must nurture and stabilize it. Tonight come to my sleeping palace. I will teach you a dual cultivation method that can accelerate the nurturing of the spiritual embryo, while also helping you stabilize your cultivation. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, but unlike before, she did not resist. Instead, she gently nodded. That night, Yi Qingqing arrived at Lu Xuan's sleeping palace as promised. Under his guidance, the two began practicing an enigmatic dual cultivation method. As the number of dual cultivation sessions increased, Yi Qingqing's dependence on Lu Xuan grew stronger. She began to acclimate to their nightly cultivation and even started looking forward to that exquisite sensation of spirit and flesh merging. Lu Xuan further stabilized the spiritual embryo for Yi Qingqing. The two practiced dual cultivation within the cosmic star array, with stellar power surging into Yi Qingqing's body like tidal waves nourishing the spiritual embryo. As their cultivation deepened, a mystical connection formed between the spiritual embryo and the cosmic stars. Each stellar cycle infused the embryo with a trace of primordial star energy. Yi Qingqing could clearly feel that the fetus within her was undergoing a transformative change. 1 month later, on a certain morning, as she had just woken from cultivation, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Brother, I'm pregnant. When she once again turned her perception inward, she joyfully discovered that the spiritual fetus had initially taken shape. Encircled by a halo of starlight, it resembled a tiny stellar deity, radiating an intense aura of life. Brother, I am with child. Yi Qingqing eagerly shared this news with Lu Xuan. Ding. Detected perfect fusion between the Zhou Tian star sword body and the spiritual fetus. Destiny points 500. This offspring will inherit the origin of the star sword body. Lu Xuan scanned with his divine sense, confirming the spiritual fetus was firmly nurturing. Satisfied, he nodded. Excellent. Another child of fortune. The system's notification brought a satisfied smile to Lu Xuan's face. After all his painstaking efforts, the time for harvest had finally arrived. That night, he stayed at Yi Qingqing's palace. Moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the intertwined figures on the couch. Yi Qingqing actively embraced Lu Xuan, her eyes brimming with deep affection. With her Tao foundation now complete, the last trace of hesitation in her heart dissipated, and she fully accepted the man who had transformed her fate. As word of Yi Qingqing's pregnancy spread through Lingxiao Palace, it stirred considerable commotion. As moonlight first graced Lingxiao Palace, fragrance filled the warm pavilion. Su Yuyao, in her role as the principal wife, arrived first to offer congratulations, though her eyes concealed a subtle complexity. Su Yuyao wore an exquisite phoenix-patterned palace dress woven with flowing cloud motifs, its hem sweeping the ground, embodying the dignified grace of a principal wife. She gently rested her hand on her slightly rounded belly and approached Yi Qingqing with steady steps. A smile played at the corners of her lips, yet an elusive complexity flickered in her eyes. I congratulate my younger sister. Su Yuyao's voice carried warmth, though it held an unquestionable authority. Now that you are with child, you must rest well. Let me handle the menial tasks of serving brother. Her words conveyed concern. Yi Qingsheng held a cup of spiritual tea in her hands, watching as Su Yuyao massaged Lu Xuan's shoulders. Her fingertips pressed slightly harder, causing the teacup to rattle against the tray. That day she had specially donned a water blue immortal skirt, its hem embroidered with a hidden pattern of butterflies drawn to flowers using star moon silk thread shimmering brilliantly under the luster of pearls. Sister is with child, yet still toils for brother. How could I dare to idle? Let me handle these trivial matters. She offered a bright smile and approached with light, graceful steps. Seizing the opportunity to serve tea, her fingertips brushed against Lu Xuan's dark robe, releasing a faint fragrance of cold plum blossoms. Nie Yinyang's figure emerged like dark mist, silently appearing in the shadows beside the hall pillar. She held a tray of iced spiritual fruits, her face cold and unadorned by veil, the moonlight tracing her sharp features. All of us sisters are with child. Why strain ourselves? Let me tend to brother's daily needs. Lu Xuan sat calmly in his seat of honor, his gaze passing over the three women, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly he extended his arm, drawing Yi Qingsheng to his left knee and Su Yuyao to his right, while Nie Yinyang settled into his embrace. He laughed aloud. Though your cultivation has advanced, none of you three have yet reached the realm of transformation. It seems ordinary cultivation progresses too slowly. Shall I help you all accelerate? Yi Qingsheng's cheeks flushed crimson like the evening clouds. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she boldly unbent her hairpin, letting her dark locks cascade down like a waterfall. In a gentle voice, she said, Qingsheng leaves everything to my husband's judgment. Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes flickered, and the pure radiance of her tiny divine body flowed naturally. She drew upon the moonlight outside the window, which cascaded over the four like liquid silver. Since brother has this intention, Yuyao shall naturally accompany him. Though Nie Yinyang remained silent, she quietly activated her phantom void body. A strand of pure void energy, fine as silk, tentatively intertwined with the aura of Lu Xuan's primordial Dao body. Thereafter, under Lu Xuan's tacit approval, the rear hall of Lingxiao Palace became an invisible arena. Su Yuyao, leveraging her status as the principal wife, frequently claimed Lu Xuan under the pretext of discussing cultivation techniques and nurturing the fetus. She delved deeper into the secret arts lunar nourishment section, drawing upon the essence of moonlight. This not only benefited herself and her child, but also subtly enhanced her attraction to Lu Xuan. Yi Qingsheng, whenever the starlight reached its peak, would invite Lu Xuan to observe the heavens. Channeling stellar power to refine her body and nurture the spiritual fetus, the techniques from Lu Xuan's supreme void star sword cannon would transform the cosmic star energy into brilliant pillars of light, cascading downward. This not only helped her consolidate her cultivation, but the vast starlight also greatly benefited Lu Xuan's primordial Dao body, making him eager to accept it. Nie Yinyang, however, would always pour him a cup of void tea to calm his spirit when he grew weary after handling affairs, or use her pure shadow essence to regulate his meridians with unique techniques that eased mental fatigue. Lu Xuan welcomed these arrangements. Through their joint efforts, his cultivation continuously advanced. His control over the primordial Dao body grew more refined, and the chaotic energy within the nascent soul infant in his dantian became increasingly dense and solid. One day, seeing Su Yuyao and Nie Yinyang achieve breakthroughs in their spiritual energy during sparring, he was greatly pleased and bestowed 2 creation pills with an exquisite fragrance. These pills greatly benefit nascent soul realm cultivators, strengthening their foundation and nurturing their essence. The 2 women joyfully accepted the pills, their gratitude and devotion intertwining in their eyes as they served Lu Xuan with renewed diligence. In the days that followed, Lu Xuan took the opportunity to guide the women in their cultivation, successively presenting them with various pills and magical artifacts. Each gift brought them surprise and gratitude. He gifted Su Yuyao a vial of moonlight, due to help consolidate her tiny divine body, Nie Yinyang a void stone, to aid her comprehension of spatial laws, and Yi Qingsheng a star fruit, to accelerate her resonance with the cosmic stars. Each bestowal filled the women with astonishment. Lu Xuan's generosity solidified their unwavering devotion to him. Facing the reverent gazes of the women, Lu Xuan awkwardly waved his hand, saying, "Since you followed me, I would never mistreat you." Indeed, this entire series of gifts yielded no return. The system had stated that pregnant women and those whose favor reached its peak would not accept such offerings. Damn it, I shouldn't have tried. Lu Xuan's resources were nearly depleted. It seemed he needed to find new women. Otherwise, he'd have nothing left to give in the future. As Yi Qingsheng's belly grew day by day, news of her pregnancy spread unchecked. In the rear hall of Lingxiao Palace, the morning mist had not yet dispersed. Yi Qingsheng's face was flushed as she supported her rounded waist, stepping unsteadily from Lu Xuan's bedchamber. The inner disciples stood guard as usual. When their gazes fell upon Yi Qingsheng's slightly swollen abdomen, they were struck as though by lightning, their long swords clattering to the ground. After all, as the sole disciple of Zihong's sword altar and the current holy maiden, she was regarded as a goddess among the young cultivators of the entire Tiannan region. This naturally included the numerous disciples within Lingxiao Palace. Months earlier, when Yi Qingsheng had been captured by the palace master, these ordinary disciples assumed she was merely imprisoned. In their hearts, they still harbored a faint, ambiguous hope for their goddess. Who could have guessed that in just a few days apart she would fall victim to the palace master's malice? Is this really it? In just over half a year, the palace master's pace of sowing seeds has been remarkably swift. Qing fairy she. The inner sect disciple stuttered, glancing at his senior brother beside him only to see the man equally dumbfounded. The inner sect disciples, who had still harbored some hope for the holy maiden of Zihong's sword sect, were completely devastated upon seeing Yi Qingqing's peculiar gait and swollen belly. The holy maiden was no more. Experienced senior brothers observed that Yi Qingqing's walk was already somewhat unsteady, and they knew their holy maiden must have suffered inhuman torment the night before. But Yi Qingsheng had just emerged from the palace master's bedchamber. All disciples silently swallowed their saliva. Our palace master is truly ruthless, not even sparing her despite her pregnancy. Some young disciples secretly shed tears. The holy maiden was gone. The news spread like wildfire among the inner sect disciples. Within less than a stick of incense's time, the entire rear hall of Lingxiao Palace was already buzzing with commotion. The disciples whispered among themselves, their glances frequently drifting toward Yi Qingqing's residence. It's only been a few days, yet Lord Lu is truly formidable. Not only Fairy Qingqing, but also Fairy Yu Yao and Lady Yin are in the same situation. This is the Red Leaf Demon Venerable, Yi Fan's own younger sister and former fiancée. Executive Elder Lin arrived upon hearing the news, his aged face flushed with excitement upon seeing Yi Qingqing. He hurried forward and bowed deeply. Congratulations, Fairy. This is a tremendous, joyous occasion. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Elder Lin's voice trembled as he said, "This old one shall immediately prepare the fetal strengthening spiritual medicine, ensuring the safety of both the fairy and her child." As he turned to leave, his steps were actually somewhat unsteady, revealing the depth of his inner shock. That noon, in the Lingxiao Palace Assembly Hall, the 10 great elders gathered. The presiding elder Taishu's voice trembled. This is Yi Fan's own younger sister. Lord Lu's move is simply more ruthless than directly killing Yi Fan. The enforcement elder pondered and said, "This matter is of great significance. We need to strengthen the palace defenses to prevent Yi Fan from acting desperate." "Not merely acting desperate," the Pills Hall elder said with a bitter smile, "but the entire Tiannan region will tremble." Everyone discussed anxiously, but only the transmission elder was extremely confident in Lu Xuan. Why all the panic? Lord Lu's cultivation reaches the heavens. This move must have deep significance. Could it be to deliberately lure out that Red Leaf Demon Venerable? Just then an announcement came from outside the hall. Fairy Yu Yao has arrived. 3 days later, the outer sect disciples of Lingxiao Palace began to notice abnormalities. While purchasing supplies, executive disciple Wang Meng couldn't help but inquire with an acquainted handyman, "Senior brother, has there been any joyful event in the palace recently? I see several elders are full of joy." The handyman lowered his voice. "I heard that Fairy Qingsheng is with child, and she's not the only one." "What?" The medicine basket in Wang Meng's hands fell to the ground with a clang. "Why, you mean the sister of that Red Leaf Demon Venerable Yi Fan, that holy maiden?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. This matter hasn't spread yet. However, secrets cannot be kept hidden forever." Within just a few days, the news had already spread like wildfire among the outer sect disciples. That day, several female cultivators from Danxia Peak came to visit and happened to encounter Yi Qingqing strolling in the garden. "Oh my, look at Qingqing's figure. Could the rumors be true? This is truly unbelievable." After returning to their quarters, the female cultivators could no longer restrain their urge to discuss. One tells 10, 10 tell 100, and within half a month the entire Tiannan cultivation world learned of this earth-shattering news. The Tiannan cultivation world was thrown into turmoil by this matter, and the rumors grew increasingly exaggerated as they spread. In Zui Xian Lu, the largest tavern in Qingyan City, a drunken cultivator was spouting foam. "I heard Lord Lu made 3 women pregnant in one night. Such ability is truly unprecedented." Someone nearby added, "It goes beyond that. I heard Lord Lu uses an ancient dual cultivation secret technique that can impregnate women in a single encounter. If Yi Fan were to know about this, he'd probably go mad with anger." The storytellers let their imaginations run, wild, weaving various salacious versions. Some claimed that Lu Xuan had received the Yellow Emperor's legacy and mastered the art of the pure woman. Others said he was a celestial deity incarnate specifically destined to subdue demonic figures like Yi Fan, and the most outrageous claims suggested Lu Xuan possessed a unique physique that could captivate women at first sight, making them willingly bear his children. When a few female cultivators from Jinjian sect discussed this privately, their faces flushed and hearts pounded. If we could win Lord Lu's favor, we'd gladly become his concubines. I've heard Lord Lu is extraordinarily handsome and possesses profound cultivation truly enviable to others. Unfortunately, we lack such fortune. In the taverns and tea houses, people discussed enthusiastically. I've heard Lord Lu is exceptionally skilled in that aspect, capable of 7 encounters in one night without any difficulty. Compared to him, Yi Fan is like night and day. No wonder even his own sister betrayed him. Lord Lu is simply too charismatic. Have you heard? Lu Xuan has gotten Yi Fan's sister pregnant. More than that, Yi Fan's former fiancée Su Yuyao is also about to give birth. This is truly killing him with 1,000 cuts. Yi Fan, who happened to be passing by, shuddered violently upon hearing these words and spat a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned crimson and an evil aura surged around him. Impossible. How could Qingsheng? How could she? A nearby pedestrian was smashed to pieces by his hand, and pink, demonic energy shot uncontrollably in all directions. A pure smile from Yi Qingsheng appeared in Yi Fan's mind, and he remembered Su Yuyao's gentle appearance, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. Lu Xuan, I will ascend to Lingxiao and tear you into 10,000 pieces. He roared to the sky, his voice shaking the surrounding fields. Soon the news of the Red Leaf Demon Venerable slaughtering Liuye City spread across Tiannan. 3 days later, Yi Fan embarked on his journey to Lingxiao once more. At a tea stall outside the academy, he heard more detailed news. A cultivator dressed like a scholar waved his folding fan and spoke with foam flying from his mouth. I heard that Yi Qingsheng went voluntarily clinging to Lu Xuan all day long, even more attentive than Su Yuyao. Indeed, I have a distant cousin serving in Lingxiao Palace who said that Yi Qingsheng is now completely devoted to Lu Xuan and won't even acknowledge her own brother. The teacup in Yi Fan's hand shattered with a crack. He endured his killing intent and continued listening. What broke him most was a drunken old cultivator who whispered mysteriously, "Do you know why she got pregnant so quickly? I heard Lord Lu has a special technique that can impregnate women in a single encounter." Yi Fan's sister and former fiancé both fell victim to it. Yi Fan could no longer contain himself, spitting another mouthful of blood before his vision went black and he nearly fainted. Stimulated by various rumors, the demonic-eyed Yi Fan lost all control and slaughtered indiscriminately across Tiannan. On his way to Lingxiao Palace, he destroyed 3 sects in succession. His methods were extremely cruel, as if he wanted to vent all his rage on innocent people. However, the more crazy he became, the more it confirmed his inner collapse. Witnesses claimed that Yi Fan was acting madly when killing, constantly screaming words like Lu Xuan and bitch, clearly completely crushed by the rumors. As Yi Fan was about to step onto Lingxiao, the system reminder sounds in Lu Xuan's ears became increasingly frequent. Inside Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan stood on the stargazing platform, feeling the system reminder sounds continuously echoing in his mind. Ding. Yi Fan's Dao heart is damaged, destiny value 100. Ding. Yi Fan's murderous sins deepened, destiny value 150. Ding. Yi Fan deviates from the heavenly Dao, destiny value 200. Lu Xuan looked up toward the distance, which was exactly the direction where Yi Fan was located. As Yi Fan's frenzied actions continued to escalate, Lu Xuan felt his destiny value growing rapidly, and the fusion degree of the world origin was also constantly rising. It's time. Lu Xuan whispered to himself, a trace of cold light flashing in his eyes. This farce should come to an end. With a thought, spiritual energy surged around him, revealing that he had already reached the first stage of divine transformation cultivation. 3 days later, Yi Qingsheng perused various intelligence reports in the archive pavilion. Her fingertip brushed against a jade slip marked, "Latest news on Hongya Heavenly Venerable." As her spiritual sense probed into it, her delicate frame suddenly stiffened. The jade slip clearly recorded an image her elder brother, Yi Fan, now styled himself Hongya Heavenly Venerable. He had abducted the young master of the Xianming sect, and 3 days later returned him transformed into something neither male nor female. He raised a pinky finger at everyone he met, his words and actions extraordinarily bizarre, and his body exuded a sinister aura, utterly different from his former self. Impossible. This cannot be. Yi Qingsheng's fingers trembled violently, and the teacup in her hand crashed to the ground with a shatter breaking into pieces. Her face pale, she murmured, "Brother, although he has a somewhat extreme temperament, he is definitely not such a despicable person." Lu Xuan let out a sigh. His figure appeared behind her as spiritual energy surged at his fingertips, condensing into a water mirror. The mirror reflected a scene of Yi Fan combing his hair before the moonlight with exaggerated rouge smeared on his cheeks. Beside it, there was also feedback from Ye Yinyang's shadow clone, silently monitoring. "Do you think the Yi Fan of today is still the elder brother in your memory?" Lu Xuan's voice was calm and unruffled, yet every word struck Yi Qingsheng's heart. She staggered backwards, tears instantly blurring her vision. A raging storm surged in her heart. In just a few short months, how could her brother Yi Fan have fallen to such depths? What on earth had happened? After a long while she forcibly suppressed her surging emotions, her face growing even more worried. She walked up to Lu Xuan, hesitating to speak. Do you wish to plead for him? Lu Xuan had already seen through her thoughts. Yi Qingqing shook her head, then nodded. Finally she said bitterly, he is still my brother after all. Now he has strayed into the demonic path and committed grave sins. Qingqing implores you, my lord, to allow me to go and stop him, to prevent him from causing further harm, and also to give him a chance to repent. With your current cultivation, Lu Xuan said calmly. Although Yi Fan has lost his mind, the evil art he practices is bizarre, and his combat power is already comparable to the divine transformation stage. Your current cultivation is no match for him. Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth, her gaze suddenly firm. That is precisely why I beg my husband to help me. Help me improve my strength so I can personally bring him back, abolish his evil art, and guide him toward goodness. Only this way can we offset part of his sins and fulfill the bond between us siblings. At the side, Su Yuyao spoke up at the right moment. Brother, what Sister Qingqing says is not without reason. Having her, the biological sister, clean up the family's mess not only preserves the bond of blood, but also demonstrates the righteousness upheld by my Lingxiao palace. Moreover, Su Yuyao spoke, brother, what Sister Qingqing says also makes sense. By having her act personally, we can both preserve the sibling affection and display the magnanimity of Lingxiao palace. Moreover, she gave Lu Xuan a meaningful glance. Sister Qingqing and brother are cultivating together through dual cultivation, so her progress will surely be swift. If Sister Qingqing defeats Yi Fan, it will demonstrate your heavenly might even more. Lu Xuan pondered for a long time before finally nodding. All right, I will prepare some weapons and talismans for you. Rest assured, with you in Lingxiao Palace, there is no need for me to seek him out. Your brother will come on his own. But Qingqing, remember this, if Yi Fan remains obstinate and unrepentant, or if you are in danger, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Yi Qingqing kowtowed heavily. Thank you, my husband. Lu Xuan's eyes displayed his own information. Host Lu Xuan. Identity, Lord of Lingxiao Palace. Realm, Divine Transformation, First Stage, Primordial Dao Foundation, Stable, transitioning to later stage. Destiny level, Second Tier, 8210-010-0000. World Origin Fusion, Degree 20. One preliminary recognition from the world's consciousness can slightly mobilize the laws of heaven and earth. Interactions with the fortunes chosen may randomly receive heaven-earth feedback. Core ability, Primordial Dao Body, Basic source of 10,000 laws, Chaotic Affinity, Positional Pressure. Significantly enhanced suppression against low-tier, favored children of destiny. Source of 10,000 laws can learn, analyze, and deduce any cultivation method or divine ability not exceeding one major realm above oneself without obstacles, and directly perceive its fundamental laws and core flaws. Chaotic Affinity cultivation efficiency skyrockets by 10 times, can absorb the thin but higher essence chaotic chi to temper oneself, causing a qualitative change in spiritual energy quality. Positional pressure latent naturally exerts a destiny-level suppression and fatal attraction on all those bearing great fortune, such as sons of destiny and daughters of fate. Note this physique can evolve continuously as the host's destiny level increases, and by devouring rare origins from the myriad heavens until one wields the primordial chaos and governs all paths. Destiny Villain Aura, Second Tier, immune to aura suppression from favored children of destiny at Tier 4 and below, can slightly distort local fate trajectories. Dao Charm Spirit Eye Advanced can perceive the essence of cultivation methods, the origin of physiques, and key fate nodes, a greatly enhanced analysis of targets at the same tier or below. 100-fold gift return upgradable. As long as you gift items to a daughter of destiny, you will receive a massive reward in return. Dao Companions. Su Yuyao Supreme, In Divine Body Pregnant, Good Condition. Nia Yang Phantom Void Body Loyalty Max. ZG Demon Princess Pregnant Demon Fetus in Hibernation. Yi Qingqing Sword Heart of Clarity Pregnant. Current task. Confront the threat of Yi Fan Red Leaf Demon Venerable and use this opportunity to integrate the Tianan cultivation world ongoing. Lu Xuan once again sorted through the resources in his spatial pouch. The sect had its own rules. To obtain resources from the sect, one needed to exchange contribution points. Even he himself had to abide by the palace's regulations. Although he was the master of Lingxiao Palace, his personal stock of pills and artifacts was not abundant. Lu Xuan's spiritual sense swept through the spatial pouch, inventorying his current resources: 100,000 spirit stones, a dozen ordinary magic tools, and 15 nurturing infant pills. As a divine transformation cultivator, he possessed only 3 high-grade magic tools, rare in the cultivation world, yet still insufficient for the impending battle. He checked Yi Qingqing's information again. Lu Xuan's eyes displayed his own information. Person: Yi Qingqing. Identity: daughter of destiny, sister of protagonist, Yi Fan Dao, companion of villain Lu Xuan, saintess of Cihang Jingzhai. Realm: nascent, soul 7th stage, all-encompassing star sword body. Affection level 90 pregnant. Lu Xuan mused inwardly. According to his assessment of Yi Fan's current strength, although Yi Qingsheng had undergone a earth-shaking transformation after his intervention, she might not necessarily be able to defeat that freaky Fan. He planned to trigger the system's return of more precious rewards by gifting treasures to more daughters of destiny. This would not only greatly enhance the strength of Yi Qingsheng and others, but also accumulate more trump cards for himself. His gaze swept over the three women beside him. Their current strength was too high, and many gift attempts had failed to meet the system's requirements. It seemed he could only seek other women. He recalled that in the original story there were many women who were supposed to have ties with Yi Fan. A complete gift return plan had already taken shape. This time, he would make Yi Fan understand what true crushing superiority in foundation meant. That day, Lu Xuan entered the secret chamber with three beauties, their breaths intertwining yin and yang harmonizing. Above Lingxiao Palace, stars appeared in broad daylight, the sun and moon shining together. Mighty spiritual energy formed a colossal vortex shrouding 100 miles and drawing cultivators outside the palace to look up in astonishment. Within the secret chamber, 4 streams of aura intertwined like dragons, their yin-yang and 5 elements power, circulating in perfect harmony under Lu Xuan's guidance. Su Yuyao's unborn child greedily absorbed the vast spiritual essence purified by the formation array, its nascent soul phantom growing increasingly solid. Nian Yang comprehended the power of the void with rapid progress, her movement techniques becoming ever more elusive and unpredictable. Yi Qingsheng advanced the fastest, her Zhou Tian's starry sword body resonating powerfully with the star energy drawn by the formation array. Her cultivation base surged visibly at an alarming rate, pressing against the barrier to the transformation god realm. Thus day and night passed without pause. On this morning, Lu Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, the chaotic energy within his gaze solidifying into substance. He sensed the surging power within his body and smiled at the three women. The time has come. As the 4 stepped from the secret chamber, the spiritual energy of the entire Lingxiao Palace surged in response. Thousands of disciples fell to their knees involuntarily, as though witnessing a deity descend upon the mortal world. Yi Qingsheng stepped forward, her sword aura so piercing it seemed to split the heavens. She had reached the transformation god stage. Starlight surrounded her form, her beauty surpassing even the past, her presence transcending the mortal realm. Lu Xuan walked upon the air, each step supported by a blooming golden lotus. Though he made no effort to project his pressure, the sheer magnitude of his aura alone rendered those below the nascent soul realm unable to meet his gaze. In 3 days I shall lecture on the Lingxiao Terrace to guide those with destiny. Cultivators across southern heaven are welcome to attend. As soon as his words left his lips, thunderous roars shattered from the highest heavens, as though the very Tao itself acknowledged his decree. Su Yuyao's luminous eyes brightened. Brother, this act of yours will surely win even greater hearts. News spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves through the entire cultivation world of southern heaven. Yi Qingsheng stood quietly beside Lu Xuan, gazing down at the cultivators prostrated like ants before her, her heart heavy with countless emotions. Her fingers traced the sacred sword seal nurtured within her sleeve, her gaze drifting southward, toward the brother who had fallen into the demonic path. The rising sun cast 10,000 rays of crimson light across the heavens. Around Lingxiao Terrace, crowds had gathered like seas of people. Every cultivator from the 6 major sects of southern heaven was present. Many hidden nascent soul elders who had long remained sequestered quietly appeared seated upon the clouds. Diverse flying artifacts and spiritual beasts darkened the sky like a celestial gathering. Lin Feng, a core disciple of the Qingyun sect, stood at the front of the crowd, his heart trembling with anticipation. At merely 30 years old, he had already forged his golden core and earned the title of a century's rare talent within the sect. Yet now he stood like a child encountering the immortal path for the first time, gazing eagerly toward the legendary figure. I've heard Master Lu will impart supreme secret techniques today. I wonder what manner of miraculous power awaits. Lin Feng whispered to his senior brother beside him. The senior brother shook his head. Only something earth-shattering would merit direct instruction from Master Lu himself. Look over there. Even old ancestor Xuanming, who had sealed himself in death-like meditation, has emerged. Following his companion's gesture, Lin Feng spotted several elders whose aura ran as deep as abyssal waters, seated serenely upon the clouds. These mighty beings, usually as elusive as dragons, showing only their heads and vanishing, had somehow gathered in one place. At noon, heaven and earth suddenly plunged into darkness. Before the awestruck gaze of thousands, the celestial bodies of the firmament manifested in broad daylight. 365 principal stars blazed with radiance, casting down vast starlight. The starlight coalesced into a pillar of radiance enveloping the entire Lingxiao Terrace, within which Lu Xuan's figure gradually materialized. Clad in a dark Taoist robe embroidered with the patterns of the celestial sphere, he stood in resonance with the constellations above. With each step a golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet, and the charm of the Tao flowed naturally through him. "Welcome, Palace Master Lu," cried 10,000 cultivators in unison, their voices reverberating through the highest heavens. Lin Feng felt his spirit stirred uncontrollably and fell to his knees without realizing it. Today's lecture concerns but one technique. Lu Xuan began, his voice calm, yet penetrating each cultivator's ears with crystal clarity. This technique is called the Lingxiao blood escape art, a method for survival in desperate situations. As a blood-colored rune crystallized at his fingertips, the world itself shifted and violent winds erupted. The rune unfolded in the air, revealing its profound secret, burning essence blood to transform one's body into streaks of flowing light. Of course, this was the supreme escape technique he had refined 6 months ago, using his innate gift of universal harmony. Its effects had far exceeded his own expectations. Now, to win over the hearts of the entire Southern Heaven cultivation world, he chose to reveal it publicly. The blood escape art demands sacrificing 30% of one's essence blood, granting the power to traverse 1,000 miles in an instant. Even nascent soul cultivators would struggle to pursue such speed. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below. Sacrificing 30% of essence blood was a heavy price indeed, yet the ability to cross 1,000 miles in a heartbeat was nothing short of a divine life-preserving art. Master Qingshu's beard trembled with excitement. Had we possessed this technique earlier, how could our Qingyun sect have suffered such devastating losses among our elders? Observing the crowd's reactions, Lu Xuan continued. The most profound aspect of this technique lies in its ability to be performed jointly by multiple practitioners. The escape speed doesn't merely stack, it creates a resonant effect. His gaze swept over the elders of several major sects. If 10 nascent soul cultivators were to perform this in unison, they could traverse 10,000 miles in an instant. Even a transformation god cultivator would be unable to catch them. These words struck like thunder, and everyone present understood the strategic value of this technique. Lin Feng trembled with excitement. If I could master this art, wouldn't I gain another path to survival in the cultivation world? The lecture lasted a full 6 hours. Lu Xuan not only explained in detail the cultivation method for the blood escape art, but personally demonstrated how to control the burning of essence blood and maximize escape speed. Every detail brought immense benefit to the cultivators present. When the lecture concluded, a fervor for cultivating the blood escape art swept through the cultivation world of Southern Heaven. Upon returning to his sect, Lin Feng immediately entered seclusion to study and comprehend the technique. Initially, like others, he harbored reservations about sacrificing 30% of his essence blood, but with his master's encouragement, he decided to give it a try. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was consumed by extraordinary rage from hearing rumors throughout the past few days. The closer he drew to Lingxiao Palace, the more his hatred intensified. "Lu Xuan, I will have your death." He had just learned of Yi Qingqing's pregnancy, and now heard that Lu Xuan was openly delivering lectures. Fresh grievances mingled with old grudges, driving him to hasten toward Lingxiao Palace. Just then, a group of cultivators from the Golden Sword sect appeared around Yi Fan. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. "You'll do nicely as targets for my vented frustration." 7 golden core cultivators should have been utterly defenseless against Yi Fan at the transformation god stage. Yet as he unleashed his demonic arts, convinced of certain victory, the 7 simultaneously burned their essence blood, their forms transforming into a massive streak of crimson light. "Lingxiao blood escape art," they all cried out in unison. The crimson lights instantly wove together into a rainbow bridge of blood, forcibly breaking free from Yi Fan's demonic energy. Yi Fan stared in disbelief as the 7 streaks of bloodlight vanished into the horizon in an instant. Unable to believe his eyes, he stammered, "What kind of evil art is this?" He had always considered his demonic arts unmatched in the world, and now that he understood their true power, he believed himself invincible. "Lu Xuan, you are marked for execution. This time I ascend Lingxiao Peak to take his head." Yet today these ant-like golden core cultivators somehow escaped from my grasp. From where did this evil art originate? 7 days later at dawn, shocking news spread across Tiannan like thunderclaps. Disciples of the Golden Sword sect had miraculously escaped from Yi Fan, who had already reached the divine transformation stage, by jointly unleashing the blood escape technique in their dire straits. Absolutely inconceivable. When Lin Feng heard this news, he was sparring with fellow sect members on sword techniques. Overwhelmed with excitement, his long sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Unable to contain his burning eagerness, he immediately petitioned his master Qingshu Jinren to seclude himself and dedicate himself entirely to mastering this technique. Qingshu Jinren stroked his beard and sighed deeply. The technique passed down by Palace Master Lu is truly a divine method capable of saving one's life. If you can master it, I shall have greater peace of mind when you venture into the cultivation world in the years ahead. Within his secluded meditation chamber, Lin Feng followed the method taught by Lu Xuan, guiding his essence blood along specific meridians. For 7 days and 7 nights without rest or sleep, he finally succeeded in transforming his first wisp of essence blood into the power of the blood escape technique. Half a month later, even more astonishing news arrived. 3 elders of the Blackwater Abyss were trapped in the Nether Valley by Yi Fan. By burning their essence blood to activate the blood escape technique, they managed to survive despite sustaining severe internal injuries. What shocked everyone the most was Elder Mo, who had been stuck at the early stage of nascent soul formation for hundreds of years. After experiencing the combustion and regeneration of his essence blood, he unexpectedly broke through to the middle stage of nascent soul formation. A blessing in disguise. Truly a blessing in disguise. Tears of joy streamed down Elder Mo's face as he emerged from seclusion, his spiritual energy surging like tidal waves. The technique passed down by Palace Master Lu is simply a divine art that defies the heavens. Lin Feng also gained profound insights during his cultivation. A month later, he finally achieved modest progress. During a sect mission to eradicate demons, they were ambushed by a group of demonic cultivators from the Bloodfiend sect. At the critical moment, Lin Feng resolutely activated the blood escape technique. A flash of crimson light surged forward, carrying his fellow cultivators 1,000 miles in an instant, enabling them to successfully break free from the demonic cultivators' encirclement and slaughter. Senior brother Lin, we owe you our lives this time. After escaping danger, his shaken junior disciples repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Though physically weakened, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with joy. Palace Master Lu possesses the qualifications for ascension. However, an accidental discovery left everyone stunned. That day, Lin Feng was ordered to deliver sect documents to the Lingxiao Palace. While waiting in the side hall for an audience, he accidentally witnessed an outer sect steward instructing servants in cultivation. To Lin Feng's astonishment, these servants were practicing the very blood escape technique that his sect held as a treasured secret. Brother, fellow Taoist, you too practice this technique. Lin Feng stammered. The outer sect steward replied dismissively, naturally. Palace Master Lu is benevolent and has granted this technique to all outer sect servants for cultivation. All outer sect servants. Lin Feng's voice trembled. Indeed, the steward smiled. Inner sect disciples look down on learning this. They cultivate the more profound 9 heavens escape method, which requires no burning of essence blood, yet achieves greater speed. Hiss! Lingxiao Palace, how terrifying it is. These words struck Lin Feng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him rooted to the spot in disbelief. Their supreme secret technique, treasured above all else, was merely practiced by outer sect servants at Lingxiao Palace. The peerless, profound method in their eyes was nothing more than discarded trash ignored by Lu Xuan. When this news spread, the entire Tianan cultivation world erupted in shock. The benefits at Lingxiao Palace are simply outstanding. As a direct disciple of our prestigious sect, our treatment somehow falls short of even a servant at Lingxiao Palace. This is too discouraging. Many nascent soul elders who had learned the blood escape technique from Lu Xuan, believing they had gained an incredible advantage, found it utterly impossible to accept this reality. In that instant, the precious escape technique in their hands suddenly seemed worthless. Were they really competing to consume what the dogs at Lingxiao Palace eat? I, a venerable nascent soul elder, am scrambling to cultivate techniques meant for Lingxiao Palace servants. Then just how terrifying must the true heritage of Lingxiao Palace be? Could the gap between us and Lingxiao Palace be so enormous? Upon learning of this, Qingshu Zhenren struck his chest in regret. We have been frogs at the bottom of a well. Only today do we comprehend the vastness of heaven and earth. The depth of Lingxiao Palace's heritage is unfathomable. Through this stark contrast, countless externally stationed cultivators abandoned their original sects, hoping to join Lingxiao Palace. But with Lingxiao Palace's status now elevated, could ordinary cultivators simply enter? Everyday seekers formed long queues before the palace gates, yet 8 or 9 out of 10 were turned away. Previously, numerous prodigies had gathered daily seeking Lu Xuan's guidance, with groups of female cultivators hoping to become his Dao companions. Now the numbers had multiplied several times over, and the surroundings of Lingxiao Peak had become the most bustling gathering place for cultivators in all of Tianan. Sect masters and elders from various schools arrived bearing lavish gifts, hoping for even a single word of instruction from Lu Xuan. Young geniuses yearned for admission qualifications, willingly accepting even the lowest outer disciple status. The spirit beast sect's patriarch sighed helplessly. In these times across Tianan, that demonic cultivator, Yi Fan, has thrown everyone into turmoil. Nowhere is safe. It would be wiser to defend Lingxiao Peak. At least if Yi Fan comes to strike, Palace Master Lu will stand as our shield. After his lectures, Lu Xuan did offer guidance to certain destined sect masters and prodigies. Though his words were few, they proved profoundly beneficial, leaving these individuals even more convinced of Lu Xuan's unfathomable depth. This convinced even more people that they themselves were the destined ones, making them even less willing to depart. Beneath Lingxiao Peak, a temporary town dominated by cultivators gradually emerged. Tea houses, wine shops, and trading markets all flourished here, surpassing many cultivation cities in prosperity. In the rear hall of Lingxiao Peak, Lu Xuan reclined leisurely on a jade couch. Having just finished instructing Qingshu Zhenren, he savored spirit fruits and delicacies. Su Yuyao gently massaged his shoulders while below the hall graceful maidens danced and melodious music echoed through the air. Qingshu Zhenren is quite perceptive, Lu Xuan mused with a faint smile, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He wishes to become my disciple now. Leveraging his ability as the source of all techniques, he had already sparked allegiance among several sect leaders. Once Lu Xuan glanced at their secret methods and cultivation techniques, he could refine and perfect them through pure deduction. When he offered guidance in return, his insights always struck at the heart, bringing sudden clarity to these ancient monsters who had cultivated for centuries. Lu Xuan slowly savored his spiritual tea, calculating his next moves. During his previous seclusion, he had avoided all outside visitors. Now that he had emerged, he could use the pretext of delivering teachings to openly guide the cultivators of Tiannan. More importantly, this presented an ideal opportunity to encounter the fated daughters from the original narrative. He recalled how in the original plot Yi Fan had romanced women across Tiannan, daughters of prodigies from various sects, and even some elder cultivators. With his interference, Yi Fan likely lost his chance to meet these women. Where are these fated daughters now? Lu Xuan resolved to draw them in one by one through lectures and guidance of the destined. Among his core abilities, one stands out. His positional authority exerts an innate fateful attraction upon these daughters of destiny. He anticipates that soon enough Yi Fan's former romantic interests will come seeking him of their own accord. These fated daughters not only bestow substantial heavenly fortune points to elevate his destiny rank and accelerate the integration of worldly origins, but through their gift-returning ability, they also bring him immense valuable resources. Lu Xuan gazed at Su Yuyao and Yi Qingcheng beside him, both showing signs of fatigue, and felt a surge of compassion. Pregnant women require rest and cannot be subjected to excessive strain. This compelled him to turn his attention toward other fated daughters. On his desk, visiting cards had accumulated into a small mound. Lu Xuan instructed Su Yuyao to organize and categorize them, planning carefully to make the most of his current advantages. His divine sense swept across his spatial bag, and Lu Xuan couldn't help but feel a touch of embarrassment. In the early morning, the rear hall of Lingxiao Palace was already abuzz with voices. Ever since Lu Xuan casually offered guidance to a few prodigies a couple of days ago, these fortunate souls had either broken through their bottlenecks or had comprehended profound techniques. As the news spread, the entire Lingxiao Palace was shaken. Have you heard? Senior Brother Zhang received a single pointer from the palace master and directly broke through to the mid-golden core stage. The disciples buzzed with discussion, their eyes burning with fervor. Before the Hall of Affairs, where daily duties in the rear hall were assigned, a long queue had already formed. Young disciples craned their necks, hoping to land a task that would allow them to show their faces before Lu Xuan. Give me tonight's patrol duty. I'll deliver the spiritual tea to the palace master. The Elder of Affairs was besieged and ultimately had to raise the bar. Today's rear hall duties require a cultivation of foundation establishment or above and no mistakes in the past 3 months to qualify. Though the conditions were stringent, they could not dampen the disciples' enthusiasm. An outer sect disciple who had just received the task of watering flowers was flushed with excitement to tend the plants in the courtyard where the palace master cultivates. Maybe I'll catch a word or two of his teachings. Among the many disciples who had secured assignments, Lu Yuer stood in the crowd, wearing a light green silk dress that accentuated her graceful figure. She had deliberately chosen this outfit to perfectly outline her curves. The collar revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her snow-white neck. Oh, isn't this our outer sect goddess? Why would you stoop to such rough work? A sharp, acerbic female voice rang out. It was Senior Sister Li, who had long been at odds with Lu Yuer. Lu Yuer sneered inwardly, but put on a pitiable expression outwardly. Senior Sister jests. To tend the palace master's courtyard is a blessing for this humble Yuer. As she spoke, her eyes shimmered and her voice was so soft it could melt, drawing the gaze of several male disciples who stared at her unabashedly. She had already figured it out. These fools only knew how to compete openly for favor. But they didn't understand that what truly piqued a man's interest was a beautiful woman who knew how to stir things up. Lu Yuer had managed to maneuver among the outer sect disciples until now, relying on her cunning and beauty. She was indeed stunning, fair-skinned and beautiful. Especially her amorous eyes, which always carried 3 parts shyness and 7 parts seduction when she looked at someone. She knew well that her cultivation talent was mediocre and her origins humble. If she didn't find a way out, she would end up either as a concubine of some outer sect elder or be toyed with and discarded by those powerful senior brothers. Since I have to find a backer anyway, why not go for the strongest one? Lu Yuer gazed toward the rear hall, a glint flashing in her eyes. In the rear hall garden, Lu Yuer rolled up her silk sleeves, pretending to meticulously water the rare spiritual plants. She deliberately chose to work along the path where Lu Xuan took his daily stroll, every movement carefully choreographed. When she bent down, she perfectly displayed the graceful curve of her waist and hips. When she lifted her head, her eyes sparkled, her lips slightly parted, presenting an image of innocence tinged with allure. As she worked, Lu Yuer murmured softly to herself, her voice pitched just loud enough for Lu Xuan to hear if he passed by. She knew well that men were most attracted to women who seemed both pure and slightly learned. In the afternoon, Lu Xuan had just settled his several wives to let them rest peacefully during their pregnancies. Returning to his own courtyard, he saw a swarm of disciples bustling about. Seeing these people putting on a show before him, Lu Xuan was speechless. Though no small number of people paraded before him every day, including a few with decent looks, not a single one was a daughter of fortune. Just then the system's voice rang out. Ding. Detected a daughter of fortune. Please initiate the conquest. Lu Xuan was startled. He stopped and looked toward the system's prompt. A tall, exquisitely beautiful young woman of the highest quality appeared in his sight. Character Lu Yuer, identity daughter of fortune, original lover of Yi Fan in the original story, goddess of the outer sect, disciples of Lingxiao Palace. Realm Foundation establishment, second layer affection 30. Seeing the young woman deliberately swaying her waist, he smiled inwardly. Lu Yuer, who was watering the flowers, heard Lu Xuan's approaching footsteps. Her heart skipped a beat. Her fingers tightened, turning pale. The hand holding the watering can trembled, water spilling on the ground without her noticing. Lu Xuan scrutinized the young woman before him. She was tall with long legs, and her porcelain-like skin added an extra layer of allure. Her figure was superb with graceful curves, her full chest seeming ready to burst. Her flat belly subtly revealed delicate skin, and the amorous look in her eyes made her a true seductress. You do know a thing or two about these spiritual plants. Lu Xuan paused and spoke indifferently. Lu Yuer's eyes lit up, her face flushed with excitement, and she quickly turned to bow. At that moment, Lu Yuer gazed at Lu Xuan with burning intensity, revealing a fair neck and delicate collarbone to perfect effect. Disciple Lu Yuer pays respects to the palace master. My father was once a spiritual plant farmer, so I know a little. She lowered her eyelids, her long lashes trembling, unable to conceal her excitement. Lu Xuan's gaze lingered on her for a moment. He was fully aware of her pretenses, but he could use this to test the gift and return system. Come to my study this afternoon. Lu Xuan left these words and turned away. Lu Yuer's heart surged with joy. The palace master was summoning her alone. This was a treatment no one else had ever received. Calming her frantic heart, she stammered meekly, why yes. The news that Lu Xuan had summoned Lu Yuer alone spread like wildfire through the entire Lingxiao Palace. That wretch must have used some seductive trick. Senior Sister Li smashed a tea set in her room, her face twisted with jealousy. With her meager cultivation, how could she be worthy of the palace master's favor? Several outer sect stewards who had once harassed Lu Yuer grew uneasy. If she truly gains the palace master's favor, what about the things we did before? Meanwhile, Manager Wang, who had been rejected by Lu Yuer after making advances, said sourly to those around him, just wait and see. The palace master has seen all kinds of beauties. How could he be taken in by such a woman? It's just a passing fancy. Lu Yuer heard these remarks, but merely smiled faintly. She knew that she was about to latch onto the biggest leg in the southern heavens, the palace master. She carefully selected a moon-white dress that was elegant yet alluring. She applied a light layer of makeup, neither too gaudy nor too plain, perfectly highlighting her beauty and figure. Where is junior sister Lu heading? The greasy Manager Wang sidled up again. I heard you've gained the palace master's favor. Congratulations are in order. Manager Wang squinted, his tone suggestive. But you should know junior sister, the palace master is surrounded by beauties. If you want to stay in his favor, you'll need some guidance. Lu Yuer sneered inwardly but feigned innocence. Thank you for the advice, manager. Yuer will remember. With a bow, she drifted away gracefully. In the afternoon, Lu Yuer arrived punctually at Lu Xuan's study. She knocked lightly on the door, her voice so soft and alluring it could melt one's bones. Palace Master Lu Yuer requests an audience. In the afternoon, Lu Yuer arrived promptly at Lu Xuan's study. She gently tapped the door, her voice so tender and alluring it could melt one's bones. Palace Master Lu Yuer requests an audience. Enter. Lu Xuan sat upright behind his desk, surveying the exquisitely dressed woman before him. She was indeed striking, especially her eyes, which naturally radiated charm. Truly a beauty rare in this mortal world. This disciple Lu Yuer pays respects to the palace master. She bowed gracefully, her figure supple and elegant. Lu Xuan got straight to the point. I observe your aptitude is decent, yet you remain confined to the outer sect. Is it because you lack cultivation resources? He was merely finding a topic. Whether her aptitude was good or not was irrelevant. What truly mattered was her beauty, and whether she was a destined daughter of fortune. Lu Yuer's luminous eyes brightened, her heart racing. Was the palace master offering to support her? I am willing. Palace master, I no longer wish to toil. Yet on her face appeared just the right measure of shy reluctance. Palace master, as you can see, this disciple indeed lacks sufficient resources. An outer sect foundation establishment disciple toils for a year and earns no more than 20 low-grade spirit stones, all while completing various sect missions. The acquisition of spirit stones for outer sect disciples was indeed arduous. Spirit stones served as the universal currency in the cultivation world. They could accelerate cultivation and purchase magical artifacts and pills, making them absolutely vital to any cultivator. Lu Xuan produced a storage bag and pushed it across the desk. Here are 200 low-grade spirit stones and 10 spirit-gathering talismans, a modest contribution from me to aid your cultivation. 200 low-grade spirit stones. 10 spirit-gathering talismans. Lu Yuner's eyes widened in shock, utterly stunned. She could scarcely believe her own ears. For an outer sect disciple like her, 200 spirit stones were an astronomical sum. After all, a typical outer sect foundation establishment disciple worked tirelessly for an entire year, completing all manner of dangerous tasks, yet could only earn 20 low-grade spirit stones. And Lu Xuan had produced 200 with a single gesture, equivalent to a decade of her income. Not to mention the 10 precious spirit-gathering talismans, which could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and greatly benefit her cultivation. Talismans were created when high-level cultivators sealed spells onto specialized paper, functioning as disposable tools. For foundation establishment disciples like her, such spirit-gathering talismans represented an extraordinarily luxurious expenditure. They held considerable appeal even for golden core cultivators. Just as she reached for the storage bag, a system notification sounded in Lu Xuan's mind. Ding. Detected. Host's first gift of 200 low-grade spirit stones, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 spirit-gathering talismans to Lu Yuer, the destined daughter, has triggered a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host. You have received 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 100 high-grade pills, 1 supreme-grade Meng Peronshua pill, and 1,000 nascent soul stage talismans. Not bad at all. For a typical nascent soul cultivator, such a return was genuinely formidable. Even more surprising was the appearance of a high-grade face-retaining pill. Among all female cultivators, this was hard currency, universally appealing. And that supreme-grade Meng Peronshua pill, a pill that could erase a cultivator's past memories, dissipate their cultivation base, and grant them a complete rebirth. Mid-grade spirit stones far exceeded the value of low-grade ones, while nascent soul stage talismans were treasures beyond price. Her voice trembled with emotion. Palace Master's grace is immeasurable. Yuer does not know how to repay you. With that, Lu Yuer moved toward Lu Xuan with palpable affection. 2 hours later, she had changed her robe. Drawing closer, her cheeks flushed with shy warmth, she said softly, "Palace Master, I wish to remain by your side." Lu Xuan waved his hand and advised, "As a disciple of my Lingxiao Palace, you must focus on your cultivation and bring honor to the sect." He intended to let Lu Yuer's strength grow steadily, so that he would have legitimate reasons to bestow increasingly valuable gifts. Only in this way could he continue to draw benefits from the system. If she simply remained by his side as a mere ornament, something he already had plenty of, then what purpose would she serve? Lu Yuer's scheme planned to be executed, and one swift move had fallen short. However, should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, henceforth you may come to me at any time. This was her permanent direct line to the master. Lu Yuer's eyes lit up with excitement. There would be ample opportunities ahead. She embraced Lu Xuan once more. 2 hours later, Lu Yuer carefully fixed her thoroughly smudged makeup, and they both dressed. With her face still burning crimson, she left the room reluctantly. The sight of Lu Yuer emerging from the study, clutching the space bag, caught the attention of disciples waiting outside. Noticing their envious and resentful expressions, she quickly slipped away through a side path back to her residence. Her furtive behavior left the diligent disciples dumbfounded. Lu Yuer actually went into that room, and she was carrying a spirit stone bag. The palace master even gifted her items. Oh, why not me? Am I simply not diligent enough? Impossible. That Lu Yuer has no background and no talent. Why her? Could it be because she is beautiful, eh? Damn it, it must be. Our outer sect's #1 goddess reduced to using her charms. A perceptive disciple noticed that Lu Yuer had changed her upper garment after coming out. This realization struck the male disciples who had previously admired her like a bolt from the blue. A full 2 hours. She had been inside for 2 whole hours. Surely every act, proper or otherwise, had been performed. They were already constructing elaborate fantasies of how Lu Yuer had lavished her attentions and coquetry upon him in that study. Especially given Lu Yuer's smudged foundation and disheveled appearance, her unsteady gait. These details struck the pure hearts of the outer sect male disciples like thunderbolts. their beloved goddess behaving in such a manner. Some spiteful admirers consumed by hatred began spreading wild rumors. That whore Lu Yuer actually seduced the palace master. I cannot bear it. I must eliminate this menace to the sect. We cannot let this vixen corrupt the palace master. Soon speculation and gossip spread like wildfire. Did you see? That bag definitely contains cultivation resources. 200 spirit stones. We work ourselves to the bone for an entire year just to earn 20. The hardest hit were the male disciples who had harbored secret affection for Lu Yuer. Their goddess, now willing to degrade herself for cultivation resources, was using her beauty to seduce the palace master. This complex mix of emotions left them torn between jealousy and helplessness. Sister Li in particular seethed with rage upon seeing Lu Yuer emerge from the palace master's study. Look at that slutty demeanor. She must have used some despicable means. So what if she knows how to flatter? It's nothing special. I can do that too. Why isn't it me? On what grounds does that Lu Yuer win the palace master's favor? The senior brother beside her watched Sister Li's furious face and sturdy figure, feeling a wave of nausea. Ugh. Senior sister, aside from your exceptional cultivation talent, what do you have to compare with Lu Yuer? Do you truly understand yourself? Wang Zhongwan, who had previously mocked Lu Yuer, stood frozen in disbelief. So the palace master actually prefers this type of woman. He never imagined that someone he had coveted for so long could actually win the palace master's favor. Remembering his past scornful remarks, he was suddenly gripped with dread, cold sweat pouring down his face. In Lingxiao Palace, any woman the palace master showed interest in would need to be revered and protected. Had they not seen the saintess of Cihong's sword pavilion? Whoever the palace master favored. What did it matter that she was Yi Fan's sister, the daughter of the Scarlet Leaf Demon Venerable? She still had to obediently bear his children. Lu Yuer paid no mind to these rumors. She believed she had finally understood the palace master's intentions. Those fools still did not grasp it, did they? The principal wife was already pregnant, meaning the palace master needed new women. This was precisely her opportunity. Lu Yuer returned to her dwelling and carefully concealed the spirit stones, elixirs, and talismans. These resources were not merely the foundation of her cultivation, but also the key to altering her destiny. The palace master's primary consort, the fairy Su Yuyao, along with the fairy Yi, were both pregnant. And the palace master Lu Xuan could not be without women by his side. This was her opportunity to seize the moment. Thinking of the countless women queuing daily at the Lingxiao Palace for an audience with the palace master, she felt a sense of urgency. Men all crave novelty. If she failed to appear for a few days, the palace master's interest in her might wane, and he might be lured away by other vixens. No, she must strike while the iron was hot, and cling to the palace master, this towering tree. Palace master. Lu Yuer will surely seize this chance firmly. She stroked the pouch of spirit stones, a determined glint flashing in her eyes. She began cultivating with all her might. The palace master had said she could come to him any time with cultivation questions. Now she needed to find questions quickly. Palace master Yuer's talent is mediocre, so I have quite a few cultivation issues. Lu Yuer smiled seductively and soon entered cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan was in his study tallying the returned mid-grade spirit stones and talismans, nodding with satisfaction. These items, when gifted to other daughters of fortune, could be elevated to a higher tier. With his current divine transformation cultivation and the supreme physique, the Hongmeng Dao Lord, he could effortlessly slay even void refinement cultivators. Given Yi Fan's present strength, Lu Xuan could take on 10 of him. As for Yi Fan now, with his self-modified Emperor Ye's heritage technique and the primordial desolate sacred body, if not for Lu Xuan, he would indeed be unmatched in Tianan. But before Lu Xuan, the heaven-destined villain, he was inadequate. The only reason Lu Xuan kept Yi Fan alive was to extract more fortune value. However, as Yi Fan's hatred toward him reached its peak, the heaven-bestowed value he could obtain from Yi Fan had dwindled to almost nothing. This meant that Yi Fan, the heaven's chosen protagonist, no longer carried many fragments of destiny. If Lu Xuan went after him, now he could easily kill Yi Fan in an instant. Wouldn't that be too lacking in style? Moreover, if he killed Yi Fan, how would he explain it to his wife Yi Qingqing, who was also Yi Fan's sister? So as the heaven-destined villain, it was best to stay behind the scenes. Wouldn't it be a greater blow to Yi Fan if his own sister Yi Qingqing turned against him for Lu Xuan's sake? After all, hadn't he already made his primary wife, Su Yuyao, go to kill her former fiancé Yi Fan for him? That had worked splendidly. He remembered the look of shattered despair in Yi Fan's eyes when Su Yuyao delivered the fatal blow. It was immensely satisfying. That wave had earned him a critical hit of destiny value. This was far faster than spending time to manipulate the daughters of fortune. This was the true caliber of a heaven-destined villain. Unfortunately, Yi Fan's strength was truly monstrous. Expecting Yi Qingqing, who was also a genius, to defeat him was a pipe dream. Although Lu Xuan had altered her physique and reforged her supreme Dao foundation, and through dual cultivation techniques, had elevated Yi Qingqing's cultivation to the nascent soul peak. But this was still not enough. How could he let the woman carrying his child fight for him? For the absolute safety of Yi Qingsheng and their child, he had to equip her. Defensive artifacts, offensive talismans, secret techniques, forbidden combat arts. He would pile them all onto Yi Qingsheng. Thus he needed a vast amount of equipment. For now he could only keep gifting equipment to the daughters of fortune. Lu Xuan gazed out the window, a new plan forming in his mind. In the Yuehua Hall of the Lingxiao Palace. Is this true? Su Yuyao's voice was gentle as she frowned slightly. Several women from Lu Xian's rear chambers recounted the rumors circulating among the disciples. Absolutely true. Lu Yuer spent 2 hours in the palace master's study yesterday, and when she came out her clothes were disheveled and her face was flushed. Some even saw her staggering with red marks on her neck. Now it's all over the palace. People say the palace master is going to keep that little vixen as his mistress. Yes, they say he not only gave her spirit stones, but also talismans. Some of the women below grew jealous. Su Yuyao gently stroked her slightly swollen belly and walked slowly to the window. As Lu Xian's primary wife, she was in charge of all his women. She had already arranged for different women in the palace to serve Lu Xian. Besides, had she not arranged for many highly talented women to serve her brother? Was he dissatisfied with her arrangements? Could it be that the main course didn't satisfy him, and he needed to nibble on wild greens? She turned to her maid and said lightly, "The palace master was tired last night, let the sisters who were to serve him tonight rest for a day." The words were calm, but the maids who knew her well detected the sourness in them. At noon, Lu Xian came to Su Yuyao's palace for a meal, and she still served him, tenderly arranging his dishes and pouring tea. "Brother, is it that Qingsheng and I are pregnant, and the other sisters can't satisfy you? Does brother feel that the sisters I arranged to serve you are not enough, so you had to add a little wild food? Or has brother grown tired of all of us and wants something fresh? Brother need not hide it, the women who want to latch onto you are already queuing down the mountain. If brother wishes, I will arrange it properly." Although Su Yuyao's tone was flat, the jealousy was palpable. He found it amusing. Even a female emperor could be jealous. He reached out and took Su Yuyao's jade hand, finding her fingertips cold. "How do you think your husband is a wanton man?" Lu Xian kissed the female emperor in his arms again and continued, "That Lu Yuer is just a passing cloud. You are the only one I truly love. Yuyao, please don't be suspicious." Lu Xian saw her skeptical expression and realized that deceiving a female emperor with 10,000 years of experience was no simple task. Su Yuyao shook her head faintly. "Brother, don't lie to me. I know men's minds all too well. As long as you're not laid out on a funeral altar, you'll always yearn for those wildflowers and weeds. Men just love to sneak a bite. Brother, I support you in all this. But you must also consider your status. If you fancy that woman, just take her into the rear chambers. Isn't that enough? Now the whole palace is buzzing and everyone is saying you're keeping a mistress. Doesn't that make the dignified palace master of the Lingxiao Palace seem so desperate and tasteless?" Seeing Su Yuyao roll her eyes, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected that his act of giving gifts would be gossiped about as keeping a mistress. Couldn't they use another word? It made him look sneaky. Well, it wasn't good. But he couldn't care less now. After he had his fun, he'd leave it to his wife Yuyao to clean up the mess. But for now he had to flatter his wife Yuyao. "This Lu Yuer merely has some fortune about her. I only did it for cultivation, just a passing play with her." Lu Xian knew that his primary wife was probably jealous because he had given things to Lu Yuer. Just then the system's voice rang out. Ding. Detected emotional fluctuation from the fortune heroine. She is brimming with jealousy. Reward next gift return will be 100-fold critical hit. Lu Xian was stunned. 1,000-fold critical hit. Even pregnant women could trigger it. Lu Xian drew a gleaming pill from his spatial pouch. "Yuyao, this is a high-grade face-preserving pill specially refined for you by your husband. Even with my generosity, I have only ever gifted several mid-grade face-preserving pills to my wives." High-grade face-preserving pill. Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes brightened instantly. She extended her slender jade-like fingers and lifted the pill, which radiated a luminous jade-green glow. After careful inspection, she confirmed. It was indeed the high-grade face-preserving pill. "Brother, this is a high-grade face-preserving pill. Where did you find it?" "Last time the 100 Flowers sect had one preserved for 300 years. No amount of spirit stones could buy it. If this single pill were to enter the market, it would undoubtedly be worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. And even then, no price would secure it." Su Yuyao grew more and more excited with each word, jumping up in delight. The materials required for face-preserving pills were exceedingly rare, many of them precious treasures from ancient times. The refining process was extraordinarily intricate, requiring soul transformation cultivators to invest immense effort, even for mid-grade pills. Even mid-grade pills demanded that a nascent soul alchemist specializing in wood and fire elements spend considerable time on their refinement. Moreover, any product related to beauty was universally sought after across all cultivation levels. Such items simply never reached open markets. Across the entire Tianan cultivation world, his own output consisted solely of mid-grade face-preserving pills. Each year the dozens of pills produced were essentially divided among the top echelons of the 6 sects. Thus, this high-grade face-preserving pill was an extraordinarily rare treasure indeed. Even the mid-grade face-preserving pills they normally used were beyond what ordinary cultivators could afford. While mid-grade pills were effective enough, how could they possibly compare to high-grade quality? Su Yuyao gently caressed the pill, and when she looked back at Lu Xuan her eyes sparkled brilliantly with an abundance of love. Lu Xuan remarked dismissively, "Yuyao, you must understand that your husband loves you above all else. My relationship with that Lu Yuer was merely for cultivating fortune through dual practice. How could you misunderstand me because of that girl Lu Yu?" Su Yuyao glided forward gracefully and gently embraced Lu Xuan, beginning to act coquettishly. "Brother Yuyao misunderstood you earlier. In the future, whatever women you seek, Yuyao will not interfere. Your happiness is all that matters." Su Yuyao was overjoyed now. It was as though she had returned to her past life when her brother would dote upon her beneath the world tree. The slightly flat emotions brought on by her pregnancy had been reignited by Lu Xuan's sweet words. She rediscovered the feeling of romance from her previous existence. Speaking passionately, a faint blush colored Su Yuyao's cheeks, and deep within her eyes shimmered a pool of tenderness. Slowly she grasped Lu Xuan's belt and helped him remove his garments. After a brief while, Su Yuyao changed into a new dress and carefully redid her makeup. Upon the bed, Lu Xuan calmly listened to the system's melodious voice. Ding! Detected that the host gifted heroine Su Yuyao one mid-grade face-preserving pill. Successfully transformed Su Yuyao's psychology, triggering 100-fold return and 1,000-fold critical strike. So, congratulations to the host on the 100-fold return, awarded 100 high-grade face-preserving pills. Congratulations to the host on the 1,000-fold critical strike, awarded 1 void refining lightning fire pill. See, lightning fire pill, a void refining grade divine pill forged by heaven and earth. Upon consumption, it grants temporary strength equivalent to a void refining cultivator, enabling the user to unleash a void refining level lightning fire strike. Damn, equipment dropped. Lu Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Su Yuyao was indeed a capable heroine. She had directly yielded a void refining tier offensive divine pill. Such a treasure. Using this to kill Yi Fan would be absolutely foolproof. If 1 pill wasn't enough, he planned to obtain 10 more. Lu Xuan turned his gaze towards Su Yuyao, who had just finished redoing her makeup. Her figure was full and rich with mature allure, yet his eyes held nothing but thoughts of divine pills. 2 hours later, Lu Xuan felt a wave of regret. Although he had again raised Su Yuyao's emotions to a peak and gifted another face-preserving pill, which left her thrilled to the point of ecstasy, the system remained entirely unresponsive. He gently closed the door, leaving a weary Su Yuyao asleep. Lu Xuan pondered how many female cultivators he could gift with the remaining high-grade face-preserving pills. He knew he had to release them slowly. If too many flooded into women's hands, they would lose their preciousness. Within mere days, the affair between Lu Yuer and Lu Xuan had spread throughout the entire Lingxiao Palace. Have you heard? Outer sect disciple Lu Yuer actually spent 2 hours in Palace Lord Lu's study yesterday. When she came out, her clothes had been changed and she could barely walk steadily. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. She always pretended to be aloof, but turns out she knows how to bewitch men. Disciples murmured amongst themselves, and those male disciples harboring secret crushes on Lu Yuer felt as though their hearts were being torn apart. Their goddess had simply fallen into the Palace Lord's embrace. I just don't understand. How could the Palace Lord take a fancy to her? A young disciple said indignantly, she has no talent, no background. What does she have besides a pretty face? An older senior brother nearby sneered. Pretty? Are there not plenty of beautiful female cultivators within this palace? The key is that she knows how to play the game. You haven't seen it. These days she wears that semi-sheer flowing immortal dress, constantly wandering along the path the Palace Lord invariably takes, pretending to be pure on the surface while secretly employing countless tactics. Honest folks like us couldn't learn such tricks. The rumors grew increasingly outrageous, with some even claiming that Lu Yuer had employed the charm arts of the Hehuan sect to make Lu Xuan lose control. Others swore they had personally witnessed Lu Yuer exiting Lu Xuan's study looking as though she had taken drugs. News spread like wildfire from Lingxiao Palace, rapidly engulfing the entire Tianan cultivation world. In an instant, all female cultivators across the Tianan cultivation world went into a frenzy. Some meticulously dressed themselves and sought audiences with Lu Xuan under various pretexts. Others studied charm arts diligently, hoping to showcase their skills. Some even camped outside Lingxiao Palace, praying to accidentally stumble into Lu Xuan's arms. Under this wave of hysteria, prices for rouge powder and magnificent attire throughout Tianan skyrocketed, especially those sheer figure-flattering fabrics, which became impossible to acquire at any price. As news continued to spread, the female cultivator's behavior grew ever more outrageous. Once Lu Xuan led his sect elders on a patrol of the outer mountains. A female disciple from the beast spiritual sect devised a particularly inventive scheme. After obtaining advanced knowledge of Lu Xuan's patrol route, she disguised herself as an injured spirit fox and lay motionless upon the path he would surely traverse. I've heard the palace lord has a kind heart and will surely rescue me, she calculated privately. Once he draws near, I will. That day, however, Lu Xuan had absolutely no intention of noticing a dead fox. Consequently, she was mistaken for a genuine fox by a passing low-ranking servant disciple and nearly skinned alive for fur. That day, Lu Yuer awoke from her cultivation session. The gossip outside had naturally reached her ears as well. To become the palace lord's woman was a dream cherished by countless female cultivators, and now she had achieved it, naturally drawing envy. Yet anxiety filled her heart. Has even that brood of vixens from the Jade Maiden sect mobilized? Lu Yuer's teacup trembled slightly in her hand. No, I must seize this opportunity and consolidate my position. A resolute expression flashed through Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes. She walked to her mirror and carefully examined her reflection. Lu Yuer was fully aware that in terms of beauty alone she might not pale beside others, but her cultivation and background were far inferior to those noble daughters from prestigious sects. Her only advantage was that Lu Xuan had already tested her. In that case, I shall have the palace lord formally use me. A calculating smile curved Lu Yuer's lips. She opened her wardrobe and retrieved a nearly transparent gauze garment. She had secretly prepared this, considering it far too bold and daring to wear until now. But circumstances forced her hand, and she cared little for consequences anymore. The palace lord prefers initiative. Lu Yuer recalled the details of that day, a blush rising to her face. Though Lu Xuan's cultivation was profoundly transcendent in matters of the bedroom, he seemed to particularly enjoy a woman's active pursuit. She resolved to visit Lu Xuan once more that night, fully prepared to offer herself completely. In the early evening, Lu Yuer began to dress up carefully. First, she bathed with flower petals until her entire body carried an intoxicating fragrance. Then she delicately applied her makeup, eyebrows finely drawn and eyes elegantly lined, neither overly flashy nor lacking in charm. Finally, she changed into a nearly translucent gauze dress. The fabric, thin as cicada wings, outlined her graceful curves in a tantalizing blur, adding an extra touch of allure. She wore only a loose outer robe over it, seemingly conservative, but any larger movement would reveal glimpses of her figure. "Senior sister, is this a bit too revealing?" asked her junior sister behind her with a flushed face. Lu Yuer spun in front of the mirror, admiring her own enchanting reflection with satisfaction. To capture a man's heart, sometimes you must be bold. She knew well that Lu Xuan was never short of dignified ladies at his side. Whether it was Su Yuyao or the other distinguished women, all carried themselves with the grace of noble daughters. If she wanted to stand out, she had to take a different path, one of temptation, boldness, and knowing how to please. Before departing, Lu Yuer gently applied a bottle of beautiful bone incense behind her ears and on her wrists. This was an extremely precious fragrance capable of subtly awakening male desire. It had cost her a fortune from the black market. Tonight, I must become the palace master's woman, Lu Yuer told herself firmly while gazing at the mirror. As evening lamps were lit, she arrived once again outside Lu Xuan's study. The disciples on guard duty along the way were all stunned by her appearance. A golden core disciple on duty had fire practically blazing in his eyes, seething internally. That slutty fox is here to seduce the palace master again, flaunting her beauty without any shame. Another disciple sneered under his breath. Look at her provocative posture. She's clearly trying to climb her way up through physical means. We work so hard at cultivation, yet she surpasses us by simply getting into bed. Though these whispered comments were faint, they reached Lu Yuer's ears with perfect clarity. Rather than feeling angered, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, as she thought to herself, sour grapes. If you're so capable, go try it yourselves. When she arrived outside Lu Xuan's study, the on-duty golden core disciple suppressed his rage and coldly announced, Palace Master Lu Yuer requests an audience. A calm voice came from within the study, enter. Lu Yuer took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and struck her most delicate and vulnerable pose before gently pushing the door open. Lu Xuan was reviewing a mountain of visiting cards from women across Tianan. Looking up and seeing Lu Yuer's attire, a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Today she bore little resemblance to her usual pure demeanor, radiating a mischievous enchantment like a little demoness. Yuer pays respects to the palace master. Lu Yuer bowed gracefully, deliberately allowing her outer robe to slip slightly and reveal her delicate collarbones. Lu Xuan watched her with an enigmatic half-smile. What brings you here so late? Lu Yuer bit her lower lip gently, her eyes shimmering. During my cultivation, I've been feeling some discomfort in my qi and blood. Might I trouble the palace master to examine me? As she spoke, she moved closer, pressing nearly against Lu Xuan's body. The faint scent of beautiful bone incense drifted to his nostrils, and his gaze grew deeper. Of all people, he could easily see that Lu Yuer had come prepared that day. Discomfort in qi and blood. Lu Xuan reached out to check her pulse, and the touch of his fingertips made Lu Yuer shiver slightly. Yes. Especially certain meridians. Lu Yuer's voice grew increasingly soft, her cheeks flushing crimson, as she appeared utterly submissive. Lu Xuan understood her feigned resistance with a knowing glance. He was already planning to find a new fortune-bearing girl to bestow upon. Lu Yuer's arrival was perfectly timed, giving him another opportunity to bestow gifts. Ever since last time, when he received numerous pills and talismans from her as returns for his gifts, he had also had his disciples purchase a batch of resources using spirit stones. From low-grade to high-grade spirit stones, from rings, hairpins, protective armors, and other magical artifacts ranging from low-grade to high-grade. There were also talismans, pills, and other resources needed for cultivation. In short, there was a wide variety of complete options, making it perfect materials for gifting. Lu Yuer's initiative at this moment was just what he needed for another round of gifts. In that case, I shall properly instruct you. Lu Yuer was overjoyed in her heart, knowing her plan had succeeded. She held Lu Xuan tightly and whispered in his ear, "Is all at the palace master's disposal." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window lattice into the study. Lu Yuer's eyes were dull, her makeup disheveled, and the blush on her face had not yet faded. Numbly, she retrieved a new set of undergarments and a jade-green flowing fairy dress from her storage bag and changed. Then she walked unsteadily to Lu Xuan's side and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. At this moment, Lu Yuer was still in a daze, endlessly replaying in her mind the unforgettable scenes from the previous night. Lu Xuan, as a great power at the soul formation stage, also possessed the primordial Tao body and heavenly grade dual cultivation techniques. With all three methods working together, she, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, experienced what it meant to cultivate at rocket speed. Lu Xuan took the spiritual tea, sipped lightly, and asked calmly, "Yuer, what realm have you reached now?" Under Lu Xuan's question, Lu Yuer's eyes finally regained their focus. "Palace Master, after receiving your pill's support last time, Yuer did not dare to slack off for even a moment, and just broke through to the third layer of foundation establishment." Thinking back to last night's experience, even though she had imagined many outrageous scenarios beforehand, her face still flushed with embarrassment. "But that strange cultivation method you had Yuer experience last night, it made my strength improve far too rapidly. Yuer has never experienced such rapid cultivation speed. Just last night alone, Yuer broke through 7 minor realms from the third layer of foundation establishment, reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment." Lu Xuan had pushed her from the early stage of foundation establishment right to the verge of forming a golden core in just one night. Throughout the night, roughly every 2 hours, her spiritual energy would surge from calm to boiling, culminating in volcanic explosions that propelled her breakthroughs. Just when she thought it was over, a new round of spiritual energy surge would begin, cycling repeatedly until she reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Even now, her mind was completely numb. She still couldn't believe that in a single night her strength had increased by 7 minor realms. It was as if she'd been riding a rocket all night long. Seeing Lu Yuer's disbelief in her eyes, Lu Xuan nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised by this result. As a soul formation cultivator with sea-like spiritual power backed by the world's origin force and high-tier dual cultivation techniques, forcibly elevating a foundation establishment cultivator to great perfection was quite normal. If Lu Xuan hadn't restrained his pressure, Lu Yuer would have shattered long ago. If not for the special circumstances, Lu Yuer probably would have broken through right there beneath him. Lu Xuan pondered for a moment. With Lu Yuer now approaching the golden core realm, the resources he could bestow should be of better quality. "Yuer, I see your strength is weak, so I'll gift you some more resources to prevent others from bullying you." Having said that, he took out a storage bag and placed it against her chest. Lu Yuer was stunned for a moment. "Palace Master, he's giving gifts again." Lu Xuan took out a storage bag and gently placed it against Lu Yuer's heaving bosom. "There are 10 high-grade spirit stones, 1 mid-grade magical artifact, and 2 low-grade magical artifacts. Consider this my special favor to you. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Magical artifacts. 3 of them." Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes widened in shock once again. She gazed at the artifacts radiating brilliant gems and the high-grade spirit stones she had only ever heard of. Unbelievable. These 10 high-grade spirit stones were worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a foundation establishment cultivator like her, it was an astronomical figure. Foundation establishment cultivators had to toil as beasts of burden for 5,000 years to earn such wealth. And a mid-grade magical artifact. A single mid-grade artifact was a treasure she had never dared to imagine. Only top-tier cultivators at the golden core and nascent soul stages deserved to own mid-grade artifacts. Among all the outer sect disciples, those possessing such artifacts could be counted on one hand, and they were all young masters from powerful families. "The palace master just casually handed them to me, Lu Yuer. Is the palace master this lavish with all his women?" She felt as though she were still trapped in yesterday's dream and had not yet awakened. She touched the spiritual stones wreathed in immortal aura and the artifacts flowing with radiant gems once more. She finally realized this was real. This was no dream. But everything that had happened tonight felt even less real than a dream. Because everything she had gained that night was something she had never even dared to dream of. When Lu Xuan accepted the storage bag from Lu Xuan, her hands trembled uncontrollably. When her divine sense probed into the bag, and she truly saw the 10 high-grade spirit stones and 1 mid-grade magical artifact, she was struck like lightning and stood rooted to the spot. Palace Master. This is too precious. Lu Xuan stammered, nearly incoherent. She had originally thought Lu Xuan would give her at most a few mid-grade spirit stones or some ordinary pills, never expecting such a magnificent gift. Lu Xuan felt as though she were dreaming. In fact, she would never dare to dream of such a scene. She pinched her thigh hard, and the pain confirmed this was not a dream. Palace Master. What virtue does Xuan possess to deserve such a generous gift? Her voice choked, trembling with emotion. Lu Xuan gently helped her up and said indifferently, "Since you have followed me, I would never mistreat you. These resources are enough for you to cultivate to the golden core stage. Make good use of them." Lu Xuan nodded firmly, clutching the storage bag tightly against her chest, as though holding the most precious treasure in the world. At that moment, only purest emotion and disbelief filled her heart. The Palace Master loved her. She was overwhelmed. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistened with tears. Even her breathing grew rapid. Shock, disbelief, excitement, madness. All sorts of emotions crashed against her mind. Filled with joy, Lu Xuan threw her arms around Lu Xuan. Her entire body pressed against his, and she kissed him passionately. It was a love gone wild. Her eyes overflowed with admiration, surprise, excitement, and happiness. Palace Master, you have given me too much. Xuan cannot bear such generosity. After bestowing 10 high-grade spirit stones and 1 mid-grade magical artifact upon Lu Xuan, Lu Xuan immediately heard the system notification in his mind. This reward far exceeded anything he had received before, moving even a seasoned soul formation stage cultivator like him. Ding. Detected that the host gifted 10 high-grade spirit stones and 3 magical artifacts to Lu Xuan, a woman of great fortune. 100-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, 10 high-grade magical artifacts, including 1 supreme-grade artifact, the Xian Tian Heart Protection Mirror. Lu Xuan scanned the system space with his divine sense and saw 200 high-grade spirit stones piled, like a small mountain, radiating astonishing spiritual fluctuations. These spirit stones were crystal clear, with liquid seemingly flowing within them, far surpassing ordinary high-grade spirit stones in quality. In the cultivation world, 1 high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet such a price was priceless and unobtainable. These 1,000 high-grade spirit stones were enough to purchase an entire small sect. The 10 high-grade magical artifacts each had their unique characteristics. There was the 7-colored flowing cloud banner offering both offense and defense, the concentrating calmness lotus seat, assisting in cultivation, and the formless shadow concealment robe capable of hiding one's presence. These artifacts radiated dazzling gemlight, each one capable of becoming a cherished treasure of any soul formation stage or higher cultivator. What attracted Lu Xuan the most was the supreme grade artifact, the Xian Tian Heart Protection Mirror. This bronze-colored small mirror was merely the size of a palm, yet its surface was as deep as the starry sky, with mysterious runes carved around its frame. The system introduction revealed that this mirror could withstand a full-force strike from a peak soul formation stage cultivator, usable 3 times per day, and supreme treasure for survival. Lu Xuan played with the Xian Tian Heart Protection Mirror, secretly marveling at how generous the system's return was. Such a treasure was virtually unmatched throughout the entire Tianan cultivation world. A full-force strike from a peak soul formation stage cultivator could move mountains and fill seas, yet this tiny mirror could completely resist it. Its value was incalculable. The news of Lu Xuan receiving another lavish gift from Lu Xuan spread like wildfire, causing uproar throughout the Lingxiao Palace. Have you heard? The Palace Master rewarded Lu Xuan with 10 high-grade spirit stones and a mid-grade magical artifact. 10 high-grade spirit stones. I've never even seen what a high-grade spirit stone looks like in my entire life. That slutty fox Lu Xuan, what tricks did she use to win the Palace Master's favor so completely? The disciples buzzed with discussion, their tones brimming with envy and jealousy. Several male disciples who harbored secret feelings for Lu Xuan had their hearts shattered to pieces. Their goddess had clearly fallen into the Palace Master's arms. Senior Sister Li, furious, smashed her most treasured jade hairpin. On what grounds? I joined the sect earlier than her, and my cultivation is higher. Why does the Palace Master only value her? Manager Wang secretly regretted his earlier actions. If he had known Lu Xuan would attain such fortune, he should have treated her better from the start. Now that she had become the palace master's woman, if she held a grudge, his position as the outer sect manager would be forfeit. The most affected were those outer sect female disciples whose cultivation had once been comparable to Lu Xuan's. They watched helplessly as Lu Xuan rose from the third layer of foundation establishment to the great perfection realm. Now with such a generous gift, breaking through to the golden core stage seemed inevitable. She only succeeded by using her body. What's so impressive about that? A female disciple said sourly, though envy could not be hidden from her eyes. Another female cultivator sighed. Pity we lack the courage and the means. Senior sister Lu is indeed stunningly beautiful and knows how to charm. No wonder the palace master favors her. These whispers reached Lu Xuan's ears, but she dismissed them with contempt. They had no idea how much the palace master had given her. If they knew, those senior brothers would regret being born men instead of women. She understood these women were simply green with envy. If given the chance, they would be far more proactive than her. Lu Xuan's blush had not yet faded and her body was thoroughly exhausted. After all, this was her first time and her body could barely endure it. She decided to rest and recuperate for a few days. Behind the Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan prepared to take out some of the treasures returned by the system and present them to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing stood upon the jade steps, her layered plain white gauze robes unable to conceal the graceful fullness of her figure. The girlhood innocence had faded from her face, her skin luminously fair. A healthy rosy glow graced her cheeks, and her gaze carried a languid, alluring charm. She supported her lower back, her body radiating a ripe, nurtured maturity born of new life. Though her sacred aura remained, this plump, voluptuous frame had been infused with an intoxicating feminine allure, like a perfectly ripe peach so tender that the slightest touch would yield its sweet juice. Lu Xuan selected the Thunderfire Refining Void Pill and the top-grade magical artifact, the Xiantian Heart-Protecting Mirror, both treasures most practical for Yi Qingqing, who was about to face Yi Fan in battle. Qingqing, come here. Lu Xuan beckoned Yi Qingqing, who was slowly practicing her sword forms. She gradually sheathed her sword and approached, one hand protecting her womb, a light sheen of perspiration on her forehead. What are your orders, my lord? Lu Xuan handed her the two treasures. This Thunderfire Refining Void Pill can temporarily boost your cultivation, while the Xiantian Heart-Protecting Mirror can withstand a strike from a cultivator at the peak of spiritual transformation. Yi Qingqing took the treasures and swept her divine sense over them, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Refining Void Pill. Top-grade magical artifact. Her eyes gleamed, her voice trembling as she could barely steady her grip on the priceless items. The Refining Void Pill was a spiritual elixir coveted by all spiritual transformation cultivators. A single pill could elevate a practitioner to the void refining stage. And the top-grade Xiantian Heart-Protecting Mirror was a legendary treasure so rare that one could count the number existing across the entire Tianan cultivation world on one hand. My lord, this is far too precious. Overcome with emotion, Yi Qingqing stumbled over her words before suddenly throwing herself into Lu Xuan's arms, clinging to him tightly. Qingqing will not disappoint you, my lord. I shall capture my brother with my own hands. Looking up at Lu Xuan, her eyes burned with fanatic devotion and adoration. In that moment, all thoughts of sibling bonds and sect loyalty were swallowed whole by her overwhelming love for Lu Xuan. Were she to gain his affection, she would not hesitate to stand against the entire world. After a while of intimacy, Yi Qingqing dressed in her upper garment, her eyes shadowed with shyness, yet brimming with deep affection. Lu Xuan gently stroked her lustrous hair and said softly, "Go and prepare well. Though Yi Fan is your brother, having fallen to the demonic path, he may harm you, and our child." Lu Xuan sighed inwardly. As expected, these gifts far exceeded Yi Qingqing's current cultivation level. The gifting system would not compensate for such a mismatch. Yi Qingqing nodded firmly, resolve flashing in her eyes. She carefully stowed the two treasures, making a silent vow to capture her brother alive and prove herself to Lu Xuan. Within the quiet chamber of Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan closed his eyes and focused his mind. Lord Palace Master Hui Qingyin, the sect master of Baiwa sect, will arrive at our Lingxiao peak in 3 days. She is already on her way. Hui Qingyin of Baiwa sect. Lu Xuan murmured softly, the name feeling strangely familiar. This sect master must have been scheduled to visit him beforehand and was now en route. Suddenly a scene from the original novel flashed through his mind. Yi Fan, while pursuing him, had accidentally stumbled upon a hidden secret realm where he rescued a beautiful woman. That woman was Hui Qingyin, the woman of destiny that Yi Fan was destined to encounter in the original novel. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yi Fan, oh Yi Fan, it seems you will once again unknowingly lose another confidant who rightfully belonged to you. He immediately issued orders, prepare my conveyance. This seat will personally go to welcome the sect master of Baiwa sect. In this lifetime, although Yi Fan had been stripped of his masculine prowess by his own designs, Lu Xuan believed it wiser to secure the prize beforehand. He simply could not allow that wretch Yi Fan to steal her away. The secret realm lay not far from Lingxiao Palace, conveniently situated along the route Baiwa sect would take to reach them. Within its borders, spring lasted all year round with hundreds of flowers in perpetual bloom, an ideal treasure land for Baiwa sect. When Lu Xuan's flying boat descended into the secret realm, traces of Baiwa sect disciples' activity were already evident. It seems they have already entered. As Lu Xuan prepared to enter, he suddenly sensed a surge of powerful spiritual energy rippling from within the realm. With a wave of his hand, he opened a luminescent barrier, and everyone darted through. Lu Xuan suddenly thought of something. Sensing the aura nearby, a cryptic smile crossed his face. He performed a series of hand seals, completely cloaking the secret realm from external perception. The sight within the secret realm took everyone from Lingxiao Palace by surprise. What had been a tranquil sanctuary now churned with turbulent spiritual energy. The earth split asunder by numerous fissures. At the center, the spiritual herb garden was shrouded in a veil of crimson mist. That is the mature aura of the 9-cycle soul-returning grass. A Lingxiao Palace disciple gasped, but their expression quickly darkened. Worse, the ink dragon guarding the herbs has been disturbed. Look, many Baiwa sect disciples have been severely injured by that flood dragon. Save them quickly. Before their eyes, a massive ink-black ink dragon surged forth from the mist, locked in fierce combat with the Baiwa sect disciples. This ink dragon had already reached the late stage of nascent soul cultivation. Coupled with the innate physical prowess of a demon beast, even a cultivator at the mid-nascent soul stage like Hu Qingyin would struggle to withstand it. Most striking of all was the woman in the floral silk gown, none other than Hu Qingyin, sect master of Baiwa sect. She was holding the ink dragon at bay single-handedly, though clearly at a disadvantage. Hu Qingyin summoned her life-bound magical artifact, the 100 Flowers umbrella, whose canopy erupted with myriad rays of colored light, barely deflecting the ink dragon's assaults. Yet the beast's force was tremendous. Each clash sent waves of blood and chi surging within her. Suddenly the ink dragon opened its colossal maw and spewed a torrent of black poison. Hu Qingyin failed to evade in time and was struck by the venom, instantly feeling her strength draining away. She knew in her heart that this was dire. Panic seized Hu Qingyin. This black fluid was no ordinary poison. It was the pheromone-laced secretion from the ink dragon's reproductive sac. She could not bear to imagine what would happen next. Was Hu Qingyin about to meet her end here? Her journey to Lingxiao Palace had been undertaken with the hope of forging a connection with Lu Xuan and leveraging the palace's power to protect Baiwa sect. After all, Baiwa sect lacked combat strength and survived solely through strategic marriages with other sects. Now targeted by their mortal enemy, the demonic Heroine sect, the sect stood on the brink of destruction. She desperately needed a powerful patron, and the recently ascendant palace master of Lingxiao Palace was her best option. To win over the Lingxiao Palace master, sect master, Hu Qingyin knew she had to take matters into her own hands. As the most beautiful woman in all of Tiannan, she held herself in extraordinarily high regard and harbored little interest in men, maintaining a deliberate distance from matters of yin and yang harmony. Consequently, she had rebuffed every distinguished suitor. But this time, for the sake of her sect's survival, she had no choice but to make personal sacrifices. Just as she was preparing to make her grand entrance at Lingxiao Palace, fate had instead tripped her up within this very secret realm. An unnatural flush spread across her face, evidence that she had fallen victim to the ink dragon's distinctive aphrodisiac toxin. The most breathtaking beauty in Tiannan, rendered vulnerable and helpless in this moment, possessed an even more captivating allure. At that moment, all hope deserted her. Her eyes revealed a trace of fear and despair. She dared not picture what came next. Just as the ink dragon launched another ferocious attack and Hu Qingyin was on the verge of collapse, a golden radiance flashed and Lu Xuan appeared before her, shielding her body. Though her body burned with restless heat and her cheeks glowed crimson, Hu Qingyin's consciousness remained clear. She recognized the presence of Lingxiao Palace. Her luminous eyes brightened instantly, and her heart raced with sudden hope. Like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, she clung to this salvation. Lord Lu, please save me. Meanwhile, just outside the secret realm, Yi Fan happened to be passing by. He suddenly felt a strange disturbance in his heart, as though something precious had slipped through his fingers once more. After glancing around in puzzled confusion and finding nothing amiss, he continued on his way toward Lingxiao Peak. At the first blush of dawn, a jade palanquin wreathed in cascading blossoms glided slowly into Lingxiao Palace. The unmistakable mark of the 100 Flowers sect upon it immediately drew the attention of every cultivator gathered within the palace grounds. Wow! It is none other than the sect leader of the 100 Flowers sect. The most breathtaking beauty in all of Tiannan. I caught a glimpse of her once before, and her aura was simply unmatched. Don't let her beauty fool you. It is said she has already reached the nascent soul stage. Among us in Tiannan, a nascent soul cultivator reigns supreme. I hear the sect leader has always kept to herself. Many suitors have been turned away by her hand. A woman like that can only be worthy of our own palace master. A group of young disciples listened with rapt fascination. I hear Master Lu personally escorted her for 1,000 li upon learning of her arrival. So she is a nascent soul powerhouse. No wonder our sect leader went out to welcome her in person. The cultivators of Tiannan assembled in the square stretched their necks forward, eyes wide with anticipation, eager to catch a glimpse of the most renowned beauty in all the land. Wait, isn't this a formal visit? Why is she heading straight to the rear pavilion of our palace master? Why the rear pavilion again? That Lu Xuan was the same a few days ago. Could it be that the sect leader of flowers is also? Impossible. Sect leader Hua has always been dignified and aloof. She rejected every promising young man who pursued her. How could she? A grim suspicion exploded in the minds of all the cultivators. Impossible. Hua Qingyin is a nascent soul elder of the highest order, the most revered beauty in Tiannan. How could she possibly resemble that slutty fox Lu Xuan? Some young cultivators struggled to accept the conjecture. Could the goddess in their hearts truly fall to the same fate as Lu Xuan? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Hua Qingyin bore the torment of the lustful poison with unyielding resolve. She was lost in deep thought. As a nascent soul cultivator who had practiced for centuries, she had always maintained a heart of stillness and desirelessness. An innate revulsion toward men had allowed her to devote herself entirely to cultivation, ultimately making her a dominant force in the region. In her eyes, all men were vulgar creatures not worth a second glance. Yet now she was about to willingly throw herself into the embrace of a man. At this thought, a tumult of emotions surged through Hua Qingyin's heart. For the sake of the sect, I have no choice, she sighed inwardly. Consider it, as if a dog had bitten me. Yet what surprised her most was that after Lu Xuan saved her in the secret realm, he had not taken advantage of her vulnerable state. This brought a sense of relief, but also stirred a faint trace of dissatisfaction within her. Surely my beauty cannot fail to rouse the slightest interest in him. This very thought dealt a severe blow to her pride. When Lu Xuan had rescued her, she had mournfully resigned herself. Just consider it a dog bite, endure it, and move on. I had already prepared myself to sacrifice everything. With her eyes closed awaiting his violation, Lu Xuan had instead done nothing. She was utterly bewildered. What? He doesn't want me. Could Palace Master Lu truly have no interest in her? Was her beauty completely incapable of stirring any desire in him? She was after all the #1 beauty in all of Tiannan. Hua Qingyin was completely stunned. This didn't make any sense. Palace Master Lu, don't you know that every other man in the world would kneel at the prospect of pursuing me? You refuse to make the first move. Then how am I supposed to resist? Could it be you completely look down on me? The moment this thought took root, Hua Qingyin's composure shattered. It was a devastating blow to her pride. No. How could any man not desire to pursue me? No. I will not accept this. The once aloof and self-contained Hua Qingyin fell into complete disarray. As the most celebrated beauty in all of Tiannan, she had long grown accustomed to the obsessed gazes of men. Rebounding against a soft wall with Lu Xuan left her both perplexed and unwilling to concede. To help Hua Qingyin purge the poison from her body, Lu Xuan brought her to the spiritual spring secret realm within his rear pavilion. Rich in spiritual energy, it was the ideal place for healing and detoxification. Within the secret realm, the spiritual spring bubbled gently, and exotic flowers and herbs blanketed the surroundings. Lu Xuan and Hua Qingyin, both unclothed, immersed themselves in the warm waters together. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her aura otherworldly. Her body burned with fever, her cheeks flushed crimson. Stunningly full breasts, a flat and smooth abdomen, all of porcelain white skin. Jet black tresses dampened by perspiration spilled over her shoulders. Disheveled strands framed eyes heavy with longing, radiating the mature allure and depth of a woman in her prime. Her waist was slender enough to cradle in one hand, her figure voluptuous and utterly captivating. Under the influence of the intoxicating poison, her body writhed involuntarily, stirring fierce passion in onlookers. Hua Qingyin's entire frame seethed with restless heat, and her body brushed unconsciously against Lu Xuan's. Hua Qingyin could not help but feel a profound curiosity toward the man opposite her. From the moment Lu Xuan had brought her into the secret realm, she had drifted in and out of consciousness, barely managing to open her eyes now. She wondered why Master Lu showed no interest in her. She could not tolerate such a thing. She believed he desired her. She simply knew it. He was merely not as eager as ordinary men. The moment Lu Xuan made his move, she would see that this Palace Master Lu was no different from all other men, utterly bewitched by her charm. Come then, Palace Master Lu, become another subject at my feet. She would not allow a man to remain indifferent to her. Waiting for Lu Xuan's next move, she found herself harboring an inexplicable sense of anticipation. For the first time in her life, she was in such intimate contact with a man, and she felt strangely shy. She had assumed she would remain cold, perhaps even hostile. Due to her innate constitution, she had believed she would disdain all men in this world. including this palace master Lu. Before coming to visit Lu Xuan, she had prepared herself extensively through mental discipline. Though she despised men for the sake of the sect, she would have to make sacrifices. If Palace Master Lu desired her body, she would simply endure it, as if a dog had bitten her. All men are dogs. She had never before been in such close contact with any man. Yet when Lu Xuan's strong hands touched her, a tremor ran through her entire body. A spark of electricity coursed through her, numbing and thrilling her simultaneously. An unfamiliar sensation bloomed within her heart, a feeling she had never known before. The sensation of being held felt so comforting. Is this what contact with a man feels like? Why does it enchant me so? Am I not supposed to despise all men? Yet why does she crave this feeling so deeply, so shamefully she wishes for him to hold her even tighter? No, she does not love those other men. Eroded by the poison's effect, Hua Qingyin shuddered and instinctively gripped Lu Xuan's broad, calloused hands. Oh no! The muffled cry that escaped her sent waves of surging passion through Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan's gaze lingered upon Hua Qingyin for a moment, a flicker of heat flashing in his eyes. Through the steaming waters, the bathing beauty emerged like a vision shrouded in mist. He knew this woman was already aroused. Lu Xuan was currently using his vast spiritual energy to help suppress the lustful poison within her. His eyes traced every inch of her form with meticulous care. Her figure was exquisitely graceful, her skin as smooth and creamy as fresh milk. Her perfect curves and alluring contours displayed the ripe beauty of a mature woman. Unlike Su Yuyao's dignified elegance, Yi Qingqing's icy aloofness, or Lu Yuer's coquettish charm, Hua Qingyin's beauty was something altogether classical, rare and regal, worthy of toppling kingdoms. Gazing upon her cascading black hair, her kingdom-toppling face, and that expression of desperate thirst, Lu Xuan found himself at a critical crossroads of inner conflict. To yield, or to resist. In the spiritual spring's secret realm, the air was thick with mist. At this moment, Hua Qingyin bit her silver teeth, lightly, her eyes closed, waiting for Lu Xuan to make his next move. Her heart was torn between anticipation and conflict. She both longed to prove her irresistible charm and felt uneasy about what was to come. Lu Xuan gazed at the beauty in the water, who seemed to offer herself freely, and once again his blood boiled with primal desire. Outwardly focused on healing, Lu Xuan was secretly calculating. Through the system, he checked Hua Qingyin's favorability rating and found it to be a mere 10 points. This made him realize that this woman truly harbored an extreme aversion to men as described in the original novel. Even after his heroic rescue, the favorability remained low. No wonder Yi Fan in the original story had only a fleeting night of passion with her, and they never crossed paths again. Toppling this beauty was easy, but if she woke up and the gift couldn't be delivered, that would be a problem. Moreover, he noted her state. This woman was remarkably resistant to the poison. An ordinary woman would have been driven mad with desire within half an hour. Yet Hua Qingyin managed to suppress it for half a day, remaining barely in control. Thus Lu Xuan decided to take his time with this fine cabbage. He brought the foremost beauty of Tiannan back with him, waiting for the poison in Hua Qingyin to reach its peak and erupt. Why would a man take the initiative? You haven't even begged me, so why would I save you? And so Lu Xuan began his performance. He fetched an elixir and channeled his spiritual power to heal Hua Qingyin. The moment his spiritual energy made contact, his divine sense swept through every inch of Hua Qingyin's body. Sect Master Hua, this poison is extremely stubborn. I have gathered antidotes from all over Tiannan for you. These top-grade pills can calm the mind and suppress desires. Please take them. With that, as Hua Qingyin stared in stunned disbelief, he poured all the pills into her mouth. Sect Master Hua, hold on. You must endure. His series of actions left her utterly bewildered. Palace Master Lu, don't you want to toy with me? I'm already undressed. And yet you still won't touch me. She despised all men, but she could not tolerate the thought that any man would not desire to have her. Hua Qingyin was dumbfounded, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. She had already prepared to take the initiative, but Lu Xuan said no. He even gave her pills to suppress desire. This was the greatest insult to her charm. How hurtful. This wasn't how men were supposed to behave. Men shouldn't be like this. How could you not want me? 3 hours later, she sensed that Lu Xuan was still channeling his power to detoxify her. Hua Qingyin gritted her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. She couldn't hold back any longer. Palace Master Lu, you've gone too far. This is the greatest insult to me, Hua Qingyin. She decided to drop the act. She had assumed Lu Xuan would take her by force, so she kept her eyes closed. But since this Palace Master Lu showed no such intention, why was she still pretending to be unwilling with her eyes shut? So she stealthily opened her eyes, and for the first time seriously examined the legendary divine Lord Lu. When Lu Xuan's face came into view, she was stunned. Tall and upright, with extraordinary handsome features, sword-like brows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips slightly pursed, exuding an air of nobility and composure. His dark hair was half tied with a jade hairpin, and his entire being radiated an immense ocean-like aura. A single glance from him made her heart race. At this moment Hua Qingyin was dumbfounded. Why is this man so incredibly handsome? Now she regretted not seeing Lu Xuan's true face earlier. This was it. Hua Qingyin was overwhelmed by Lu Xuan's peerless appearance. She was completely conquered by his bearing. This was one of the three abilities of his Hongmeng Dao Lord status. Status suppression, which exerted a natural fated attraction on all Destiny's daughters. Hua Qingyin, as one of the fortune-favored women in the original novel, naturally succumbed to Lu Xuan's charm, falling under the aura of his heaven-destined villain. If Lu Xuan knew that this was entirely due to the fated attraction, he would marvel at the power's wonder, that it could make even this cold woman yearn for love. At that moment she realized that her previous belief that she was frigid and hated all men was a huge joke. So it's not that I don't like men, it's just that I hadn't met the right one. Under the dual influence of the poison and growing affection, Hua Qingyin could no longer restrain her emotions. She rose from the spring, her wet skin outlining her graceful curves, and took the initiative to embrace Lu Xuan. Palace Master, please use your spiritual essence to detoxify me. Her voice was soft and seductive, her eyes brimming with desire. I can't take it anymore. The moment Hua Qingyin emerged from the water, Lu Xuan's nose began to bleed. He knew the time had come, yet he remained restrained, speaking gently, Sect Master Hua, please don't. These words only provoked Hua Qingyin's competitive spirit. She took out a spring flower autumn moon pill and swallowed it. This pill would multiply her charm for 12 hours and ignite lust in others. Looking at Lu Xuan, Hua Qingyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and relief. She had originally planned to use this opportunity to get close to Lu Xuan, even preparing some tricks. She had thought she would be reluctant and resistant, but upon truly seeing the Divine Lord Lu, she discovered she was utterly infatuated. This Divine Lord actually has no desire for me. This man is mine. Lu Xuan looked at Hua Qingyin with confusion. Sect Master Hua, what are you? The atmosphere in the secret realm suddenly became delicate. Under the influence of the pill, Hua Qingyin began to subtly move closer to Lu Xuan. She was already the foremost beauty of Tiannan, and with the drug's effect, she became breathtakingly stunning. Palace Master, do you think Qingyin is beautiful? Her eyes shimmered, her voice honeyed and seductive. He circulated his spiritual power to suppress the rising heat within him, and said, Sect Master Hua, please don't do this. These words once again stung Hua Qingyin's pride. No man should ever reject my advances. No, I must seize this man. Her obsession with Lu Xuan and the prospect of finally breaking free from centuries of solitude sparked a wild idea in her mind. Her eyes were seductive, nearly consumed by desire. Palace Master has worked hard for Qingyin. Please, Divine Lord, have a cup of Baiwa Sect's secret brew, Baiwa brew, to restore your spiritual power. She produced a flask, her fingertips trembling slightly. When Lu Xuan wasn't looking, she slipped a red pill into the cup, a passion flower, 10 times more potent than the Mo Jiao aphrodisiac. After taking a sip herself, she brought the cup to Lu Xuan's lips. At this point, Lu Xuan sensed that this woman was completely lost, and he began to drop his own reservations. He took the cup and downed it in one gulp. The drug took effect quickly, and Lu Xuan felt an intense heat coursing through his body. This Baiwa brew was indeed miraculous. It could even erode the will of a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. Hua Qingyin drank another cup herself, her body burning with passion. She tossed the cup aside. Lu Xuan, I am yours. She completely let go. Palace Master, please be gentle. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the barrier above the secret realm, falling upon the two who slept entwined. Lu Xuan awakened first, gazing at Hua Qingyin sleeping in his arms, his expression complex. Hua Qingyin gradually stirred awake, meeting Lu Xuan's gaze, initially startled before her cheeks flushed crimson. Sect leader. She began. Her eyes soft with affection, her face burning red, she instinctively pulled the embroidered quilt higher to cover herself. As the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, she had always been known for her aloof composure. Yet now she found herself displaying the vulnerable gestures of a young maiden before a man, something that astonished even her. No need to say more. The toxin has been completely purged. Qingyin, are you still experiencing any discomfort? Following his words, she circulated her spiritual energy and discovered there was truly not a trace of toxin remaining within her body. On the contrary, her spiritual energy surged with vitality, and her cultivation base showed signs of approaching a breakthrough. Shock coursed through her heart as she understood this was far more than merely neutralizing the poison. Recalling their 3 consecutive days of coupling, a deep blush spread across her face. She knew this was the result of Lu Xuan's dual cultivation technique, which had cleansed and regenerated her very essence. Thank you, sect leader. Ever since experiencing the joy of womanhood for the first time, it was as though a door of enchantment had opened within her. 3 days ago, she had offered herself to Lu Xuan to break the lust poison and secure the future of the 100 Flowers sect. But now that the poison was gone, she realized her feelings for the man beside her had already transcended her original calculations. This outcome had far exceeded her expectations. Lu Xuan rose and began dressing. From now on you are mine. The Lingxiao Palace will protect the 100 Flowers sect. Overjoyed, Hua Qingyin quickly finished dressing and knelt to thank him. This concubine owes you her gratitude, sect leader. Just then a system notification echoed in Lu Xuan's mind. Ding. Host has successfully won the heart of the destined woman Hua Qingyin. Affection level raised to 85. Reward, 5,000 destiny points, and 1 ultimate grade artifact, the 5-color Immortal Robe. 5-color Immortal Robe can block any single attack, once per use 3 times per day. All attacks below the soul transformation stage are completely nullified. Lu Xuan was inwardly satisfied but kept his expression unreadable. His divine sense swept across the system space, revealing the Immortal Robe, suspended quietly shimmering, with 5-colored radiance, and emanating astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations. Wearing it, one would feel a faint ethereal aura of immortal energy wreathing around them, radiating sheer prestige. Just then the system's voice rang out again. Ding. A destined woman has been detected. Continue your conquests. Character Hua Qingyin. Identity destined woman, Yi Fan's casual lover from the original work, sect leader of the 100 Flowers sect. Realm 4th level of nascent soul. Affection level 85. Lu Xuan took out a storage pouch and handed it to Hua Qingyin. Qingyin, your reputation is well known across the land, which may attract the attention of malicious individuals. I am gifting you some magical artifacts for self-defense. Hua Qingyin accepted the storage pouch and extended her divine sense within, her beautiful eyes widening instantly, her breathing growing rapid. 3 top-grade magical artifacts. 100 nascent soul talismans. Her divine sense entered the spatial pouch, and seeing those treasure-radiant top-grade artifacts, she was utterly dumbfounded, her mind going completely blank. There was the 7-color flowing cloud banner integrating offense and defense into one. The concentrating mind lotus throne aiding cultivation. And the formless shadow concealment robe capable of hiding one's presence. She had been left staggering by Lu Xuan's outrageous generosity. Such an extraordinarily lavish gift shook even a sect leader like herself. In the cultivation world, a single top-grade artifact was enough to drive nascent soul cultivators to fight until their heads were broken. And those nascent soul talismans. A single nascent soul talisman represented the ultimate strike of a nascent soul cultivator. Lu Xuan had casually gifted 100. Lu Xuan's opening move with such an extravagant gift left Hua Qingyin speechless. Sect leader. This is far too precious. Her voice trembled slightly, and she could hardly keep her grip on the storage pouch. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. Merely a humble token unworthy of mention. The very instant Hua Qingyin accepted the storage pouch, the system notification rang out again. Ding. Host has for the first time gifted 3 top-grade magical artifacts and 100 nascent soul talismans to the destined woman Hua Qingyin. 1,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 soul transformation talismans and 100 ultimate grade artifacts. Lu Xuan was overjoyed inwardly. This return far exceeded his expectations. The soul transformation talismans possessed tremendous power. Even soul transformation cultivators would hesitate before facing them. If 1,000 soul transformation talismans detonated simultaneously, they could obliterate the entire Tianan region. And the 100 ultimate grade artifacts could only be described as terrifying. Hua Qingyin was unaware of Lu Xuan's inner thoughts, overwhelmed solely by the sheer magnitude of his generosity. As the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, she deeply understood the preciousness of these resources. With these artifacts and talismans, the strength of the 100 Flowers sect would leap by several ranks, and they would no longer need to fear the threat of the Hehuan sect. Sect leader's immense grace. Qingyin does not know how to repay you. Tears glistened in Hua Qingyin's eyes. Lu Xuan gently stroked her lustrous hair. Since you are mine naturally, I would never let you suffer. Those words were spoken casually, yet they stirred 1,000 waves within Hua Qingyin's heart. She looked up at Lu Xuan's handsome profile and suddenly felt, perhaps this was love. Hua Qingyin threw herself back into Lu Xuan's arms, once more sharing an intimate moment. Word of Hua Qingyin's overnight stay at the Lingxiao Palace spread, without announcement, quickly reaching every corner of the Tianan cultivation world. Within the Hehuan sect, several elders gathered in council. So that Hua Qingyin succeeded. What clever tactics. We cannot fall behind. We must establish relations with the Lingxiao Palace as soon as possible. The Hehuan sect leader was consumed with fury. That cunning Hua Qingyin actually using such underhanded means. Issue orders to halt all suppression of the 100 Flowers sect. Just as Lu Xuan and Hua Qingyin were sharing an intimate moment, a blood-colored streak of light tore through the sky. Hovering above the Lingxiao Palace, it transformed into a massive crimson battle challenge. Lu Xuan, in 3 days I will trample the Lingxiao Palace to ruins and take your head. Your women, I will personally reclaim them all one by one. Yi Fan's voice thundered like crashing lightning, spreading across the entire Lingxiao Palace, and even reaching thousands of li away. The battle challenge radiated overwhelming killing intent, its blood-red characters seemingly written in fresh blood, sending chills down every spine. It's Yi Fan. He has actually broken through to the peak of nascent soul. Such terrifying killing intent. The disciples of the Lingxiao Palace whispered among themselves, their faces filled with deep concern. Yi Fan at the peak of nascent soul, combined with his bizarre and sinister techniques, indeed possessed the capital to threaten the Lingxiao Palace. Feeling that overwhelming killing intent, Hua Qingyin's expression shifted slightly. Sect leader, this Yi Fan. Lu Xuan waved his hand to interrupt her, his expression remaining perfectly calm. A mere clown. But deep within he knew that if Yi Fan dared to issue a public challenge, he must have some backing. Moreover, from the spiritual energy fluctuations radiating from the challenge, Yi Fan's strength had indeed reached the peak of nascent soul, standing merely one step away from soul transformation. Yi Fan's battle challenge was like a boulder cast into a still lake, causing uproar across the entire Tianan cultivation world. Within the Qingyun sect, Venerable Qingshu convened an emergency council of elders. This child, Yi Fan, has actually grown to such a level. Sect leader, should we send support to the Lingxiao Palace? The disciples of the Golden Sword sect discussed eagerly. I heard Yi Fan has already slaughtered 3 minor sects. His methods are utterly ruthless. This time the Lingxiao Palace is in grave danger. Most remarkably, an elder from the Blackwater Abyss directly led elite disciples from their sect and rushed overnight toward the Lingxiao Palace, claiming they wished to lend their strength to Lu Xuan. Within 3 days, tens of thousands of cultivators had already gathered around Mount Lingxiao. Various flying artifacts and spirit beasts blotted out the sky, resembling a grand gathering of the cultivation world. In streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns, everyone was discussing this impending great battle. Do you think Palace Master Lu can win? Hard to say. That demon Yi Fan is too formidable. I've bet on Palace Master Lu winning, don't let me down. Some had even set up gambling rings, betting on who would prevail between Lu Xuan and Yi Fan. The odds shifted continuously, reflecting the divided opinions among people regarding the outcome of this great battle. Various factions once again converged upon Lingxiao, closely watching the impending confrontation. At the rear mountain of Lingxiao Palace, Yi Qingqing was pouring tea for Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan counted the treasures returned by his system. 1,000 spirit transformation talismans and 100 top-grade magical artifacts. Such wealth could make any sect envious. Yi Fan, let me show you the power of these treasures. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Lu Xuan's lips. In particular for Yi Qingqing, Lu Xuan had prepared 100 spirit transformation talismans and 10 top-grade magical artifacts, ensuring she would be fully prepared for her confrontation with Yi Fan. Upon hearing Yi Fan's challenge, Yi Qingqing paused mid-motion, a complex expression flashing across her eyes. Brother. She whispered softly, her heart heavy with worry for her elder brother. Lu Xuan approached her side and noticed her distracted state. Speaking gently, he said, Qingqing, when you face Yi Fan in 3 days' time, remain behind me. Let me handle this myself. Hearing Lu Xuan's offer to fight personally made Yi Qingqing's heart skip a beat. Though rumors claimed her brother Yi Fan was unmatched across Tian, and only Lu Xuan's intimate knew the terrifying reality of Lord Lu. If Lu Xuan fought personally, her brother would certainly die. Though Yi Fan had brought ruin upon Tianan and committed unspeakable sins, he was still her blood brother. She couldn't bear to watch him perish at her husband's hands. She would fight him herself instead, and perhaps somehow let him escape alive. Allowing her husband to intervene was absolutely out of the question. After all Lu Xuan had already promised her, Yi Qingqing quickly said, Husband, please be at ease. Let me handle my brother Yi Fan. I will surely guide him back from the wrong path, and won't let you down. Lu Xuan understood her unspoken thoughts immediately, seeing her anxious expression. Watching her growing figure and the precious child in her womb, he felt it wasn't safe enough to leave things to chance against that beast Yi Fan. Lu Xuan took out another storage pouch and handed it to Yi Qingqing. Take these treasures. Use everything you have in the coming battle. When Yi Qingqing received the pouch and extended her divine sense to scan its contents, she froze in shock. Hundreds of spirit transformation talismans. Dozens of top-grade magical artifacts. Plus various pills to boost attack power and spiritual energy. This was practically a mobile treasury. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Xuan. These treasures were beyond price. Even the combined 6 great sects couldn't muster such valuable resources. With these weapons in hand, she could not only defeat Yi Fan but challenge all 6 sects. Husband, are you afraid my brother won't die? Yi Qingqing's slender jade-like hands trembled as she held the spatial pouch. She desperately wanted to warn her brother, leave now, don't come throwing your life away again. Otherwise your husband will dismantle you piece by piece. Setting aside Lord Lu's strength, the sheer magnitude of these resources alone shattered her understanding of his true depth. Her own brother Yi Fan dares to challenge her husband again. Wasn't that like a fool rushing into the jaws of danger? Oh Yi Fan, my brother you. Husband, are you afraid I won't be able to defeat my pitiful brother? Husband, these treasures are far too precious. Yi Qingxing gazed at the dazzling array of magical artifacts before her voice trembling slightly. She wanted to say, husband, you've given too much. Could you take some back? My brother Yi Fan doesn't deserve such great importance from you. Even a void refining cultivator would be stunned by these terrifying talismans, pills, and magical artifacts. Lu Xuan smiled faintly. No treasure is as precious as you and the child in your womb. Lu Xuan gently stroked her hair. Be extremely careful tomorrow in battle. Use all these pills and magical artifacts I've given you. If the situation turns dire, deploy all these talismans immediately. If we destroy Tiannan in the process, I don't care. Hearing Lu Xuan's words, Yi Qingxing nodded firmly, her eyes filled with awe. Tears of gratitude welled up in Yi Qingxing's eyes as she threw herself into Lu Xuan's embrace. I will not fail your high expectations, husband. In her heart, she made a silent vow, brother Yi Fan, for the sake of my husband, please just live as an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lu Xuan looked at the beauty in his arms, a satisfied gleam flashing in his eyes. Whether Yi Qingxing won or lost against Yi Fan, the battle would severely damage her brother's Dao heart. With so many treasures guarding her, Yi Qingxing's life would be secure. This was a profitable venture by any calculation. At the rear palace on Lingxiao Peak, Hua Qingyin, who had originally planned to return to her sect, decided to stand by Lu Xuan's side after learning of Yi Fan's imminent attack. She wanted to show the entire cultivation world of Tiannan that her 100 Flowers sect supported Lingxiao Palace. Lord Lu, you rescued me in my time of crisis. Now that a great enemy approaches, how could I abandon you? Lu Xuan was somewhat surprised to see Hua Qingyin insist on staying to help him. He had originally thought their relationship was merely a fleeting romance, but now it seemed this woman was serious. It appeared he could still extract substantial fate value and rebates from her going forward. Lu Xuan wrapped his arms around the beautiful woman's waist. Qingyin, it is the greatest fortune of my life to have won your heart. Overcome by his sweet words, Hua Qingyin's feelings surged, and the tenderness in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Lord Lu, let your humble servant serve you once more. The two shared an intimate moment together. As dawn broke within the sleeping chamber of the rear palace on Lingxiao Peak, Hua Qingyin sat before her mirror, grooming herself, an unmistakable warmth lingering in her expression. The intimacy with Lu Xuan not only cured the poison coursing through her veins, but also advanced her cultivation and revitalized her appearance, lending her every gesture a newfound mature charm. The sect leader's complexion looks truly radiant today. Her skin is so delicate it seems it could yield water if pinched. Her personal maid praised sincerely while combing through Hua Qingyin's waterfall-like hair. She noticed the sect leader's eyes and brows carried an unmistakable warmth, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Hua Qingyin gently touched her cheek, watching the peach blossom hue of her reflection in the mirror, a natural grace emanating from her expressive gaze. She wore the jade-green evening gown gifted by Lu Xuan, its shimmering fabric perfectly accentuating her graceful silhouette. The garment further enhanced her dignified elegance while lending an alluring quality to her presence. You certainly know how to flatter. Hua Qingyin chuckled softly, her tone carrying no reproach, but rather a deep sense of contentment. When she appeared in the Lingxiao Palace Square, countless gazes turned toward her at once. Cultivators from various sects saw her approaching from the direction of Lu Xuan's chambers, her radiant appearance and slightly unsteady gait speaking volumes about what had transpired. Look, the flower sect leader has emerged from Lord Lu's palace. Tsk Tisk, the most beautiful woman in all of Tiannan, has ultimately fallen into Lord Lu's arms. Look at the way the flower sect leader walks. It's quite evident that. Among the murmurs circulated envy, jealousy, and a restrained dissatisfaction that no one dared voice openly. Several sect leaders who had harbored secret affections for Hua Qingyin for years wore complicated expressions, though none dared show their discontent. Behind them, nascent soul elder Zhao Wuji ground his teeth in fury. He had courted Hua Qingyin for decades, yet rarely managed to win even a smile from her. Now the goddess he admired had thrown herself into another's arms. How could he not feel such hatred? Senior brother Zhao, watch your words. The elder beside him urgently transmitted a warning. Lingxiao Palace has grown tremendously powerful. Oh, do not let minor grievances cost us greatly. Zhao Fifan forcefully suppressed his rage and emitted a derisive snort. She is merely a woman who clings to power. It is not worth my concern. Though he spoke thus, the pain that flickered in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The Lady Jade sect leader stood with several female cultivators, her words laced with mockery. We always thought Hua Qingyin was so aloof and refined, yet it turns out she's no different from anyone else. When faced with someone like Lord Lu, couldn't she help but throw herself into his arms? Sister speaks the truth. She pretended to be above worldly desires all along. Look at how it turned out. A nearby female cultivator chimed in agreement. I think she was just putting on airs. She's actually more calculating than anyone. Hua Qingyin ignored all of this and walked straight toward the high platform where Lu Xuan waited. As she passed, cultivators promptly cleared the way, their eyes filled with reverence. She understood clearly that from now on, as Lu Xian's woman, her status in the cultivation world of Tian Nen would be utterly transformed. I am your elder brother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. More and more cultivators gathered outside the Lingxiao Palace. Some came to assist, some to watch the excitement, and some to take advantage of the chaos. Look, that's the flying boat of the Yun sect. The people from Heishui Abyss have also come. My heavens, even the ancestors who were in closed-door meditation have emerged. The crowd buzzed with discussion, eagerly anticipating the great battle. In the main hall of Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan sat in the master seat, surrounded by his women. Hua Qingyin stood beside him, dressed in a 5-colored rainbow robe, adding an ethereal aura. My lord, everything is ready, Su Yuyao reported. Her belly was slightly swollen, yet she maintained the dignity of the first lady of Lingxiao Palace. Lu Xuan nodded slightly. Activate the protective formation, safeguard the sect, and let Yi Fan enter. With his command, a brilliant light curtain appeared above Lingxiao Palace, and the projections of 365 main stars descended. It formed a mysterious Zhou Tian Xing Chun formation protecting the entire Lingxiao Palace. The upcoming battle would be extremely fierce, a peak nascent soul stage duel, and they must not let the sect be destroyed. With this protective formation, the power of the battle would be confined to the arena. While Lingxiao Palace prepared for war, several important female characters displayed their unique charms. Hua Qingyin wore the 5-colored celestial robe. Since being nourished by Lu Xuan, she radiated vitality, and her mature charm became even more alluring. The flowing rainbow light of the robe reflected her exquisite face, making her appear even more elegant and noble. When the disciples of Baiwa sect saw their sect leader now behind Lu Xuan, they understood the significance, and their morale soared. The sect leader looks like a heavenly fairy in that celestial robe. It seems that Palace Lord Lu holds the sect leader in high regard. Hua Qingyin listened to the disciples' chatter, feeling both proud and complicated. She had originally approached Lu Xuan for the sake of the sect's interests, but now she had unknowingly become one of Lu Xuan's women. Yi Qingqing stood tall and heroic, exuding an air of valor. Unlike Hua Qingyin's enchanting allure, Yi Qingqing's beauty was cold and aloof, like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, inspiring reverence. Brother, I'm sorry. Yi Qingqing caressed the long sword in her hand, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes. For my husband, for the child in my womb, I Qingqing will personally rid Tiannan of this evil. Although Su Yuyao was pregnant, she handled affairs methodically, fully displaying the demeanor of the First Lady. Fairy Yuyao is truly magnanimous, able to remain calm in the face of such a crisis. No wonder she can be the principal wife of Palace Lord Lu. She indeed has outstanding qualities. Although Yi Fan had wreaked havoc in Tiannan, he had gathered a group of evil cultivators under his command. Several sects that had defected to Yi Fan were secretly observing, ready to change sides. Although Lord Yi is powerful, Lu Xuan is after all a divine transformation cultivator. If Lord Yi is no match, we should make early plans. Rest assured, it is said that Palace Lord Lu will not fight. Instead, the Demon Lord's sister, Yi Qingsheng, will take up the battle. This Palace Lord Lu is not a real man. Why let a woman fight, and a pregnant one at that? Indeed, last time he also let that fairy Nye fight. This battle was not only a personal vendetta between Lu Xuan and Yi Fan, but also concerned the power structure of the entire Tiannan cultivation world. All parties were secretly scheming, ready to strike at the opportune moment to secure maximum benefits. At that moment, a black dot appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly enlarging. Overwhelming killing intent, tangible as substance, made everyone's hearts tighten. Yi Fan had arrived. As the crowd was discussing, a long roar suddenly came from the distant sky, shaking the 9 heavens. A bloody streak of light tore through the air, carrying immense killing intent, and instantly arrived above Lingxiao Palace. Lu Xuan, come out and die. Yi Fan stood in midair, his blood-red hair wildly dancing, sinister energy surging around him, releasing the full pressure of a peak nascent soul cultivator. His gaze was like lightning sweeping over the crowd. Every cultivator his eyes passed felt their minds tremble. It's Yi Fan. He really came. What terrifying pressure. Is this the power of a peak nascent soul? Lingxiao Palace is in big trouble this time. The crowd stirred, and everyone involuntarily stepped back, fearing they would be caught in the ensuing battle. Some lower cultivation cultivators were so intimidated by Yi Fan's killing intent that their faces turned pale and their legs went weak. Yi Fan's gaze locked onto Lu Xuan on the high platform, and he sneered, Lu Xuan, today is your death day. Your women I will reclaim one by one with my own hands. Before his words faded, he struck out with a palm. The blood-red palm print expanded in the wind, instantly turning 100 zhang in size, carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth as it pressed towards Lu Xuan. The power of this palm made every watching cultivator change color. Even the sect leaders knew they would be hard-pressed to withstand it. Yet Lu Xuan still sat calmly on the high platform, his expression undisturbed. Just as the palm print was about to strike, he waved his hand lightly, and the palm print shattered like a bubble, dissipating into nothingness. How is that possible? Yi Fan's pupils contracted sharply. His full-powered strike had been neutralized so effortlessly. Lu Xuan spoke indifferently. Yi Fan, you are not worthy to fight me. My husband let Qingqing fight in your stead. A clear voice rang out, and Yi Qingqing walked slowly to the center of the square. She wore a simple white battle robe, her belly slightly swollen, yet it did not diminish her peerless grace. Unlike Hua Qingyin's enchanting allure, Yi Qingqing's beauty was cold and aloof, like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, inspiring reverence. Qingqing. Yi Fan was stunned. He widened his eyes, looking at his sister in disbelief. Qingqing, you are actually helping that villain Lu Xuan against me. Have you forgotten how he took your sister-in-law? Have you forgotten how he forcibly possessed you and made you pregnant? Yi Fan grew more agitated as he spoke, finally letting out a bitter laugh. Qingqing, I even blamed myself for letting you fall into the tiger's mouth. I never expected that you would bring such pleasure to that villain Lu Xuan. And you're still helping him. He then shouted angrily, get out of the way. Today I will settle this with Lu Xuan. Yi Qingqing shook her head, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Brother, stop. You are no match for the palace lord. Shut up. Yi Fan was furious. You are actually speaking for him. Don't forget, I am your brother. Yi Qingqing smiled bitterly. Precisely because you are my brother, I cannot watch you walk to your death. As soon as her words fell, the thousands of watching cultivators erupted in uproar. Yi Qingqing is going to fight her brother. Brother and sister killing each other. What a spectacle. I heard that Yi Qingqing is already pregnant with Palace Lord Lu's child, so she naturally sides with Lingxiao Palace. On the high platform, Lu Xuan nodded slightly, granted. With Lu Xuan's permission, Yi Qingqing took a deep breath, her gaze towards Yi Fan, turning resolute. Brother, please enlighten me. On the square of Lingxiao Palace, tens of thousands of cultivators held their breath, their gazes converging on the brother and sister confronting each other in the center. Today's battle was not only about personal grievances, but would also affect the entire pattern of the Tianan cultivation world. Yi Fan's blood-red hair fluttered without wind, releasing the pressure of the nascent soul peak, without reservation. He stared at the slight bulge of Yi Qingqing's abdomen, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Qingqing, are you truly going to take up arms against your brother for Lu Xuan? Yi Fan's voice was low, carrying an unconcealed heartache. Yi Qingqing gently stroked her abdomen, a flicker of struggle in her beautiful eyes, but soon replaced by determination. Brother, withdraw now. If you leave, my husband might be lenient. After hearing this, Yi Fan burst into a roar. Let me beg for mercy from that enemy who stole my sister and robbed me of my fiancée. On the high platform, Lu Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Su Yuyao stood on his left and whispered, Brother Qingqing is pregnant. Should this battle? It's fine. Lu Xuan interrupted flatly. I have my own measure. He now somewhat regretted whether he had given Yi Qingqing too many treasures. If the other women found out, they would inevitably compare, making it difficult to gauge gifts in the future. On the right, Hua Qingyin's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said softly, with the Divine Lord's foundation, that Yi Fan is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The treasures she had witnessed from Lu Xuan over the past 3 days had completely overturned her understanding. So now she had a blind confidence in Lu Xuan. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp gaze. Sister Yinyang is also here. Su Yuyao greeted softly. Nia Yinyang nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed below. He has been watched by my shadow clone the entire time. What confidence does Yi Fan have to come and provoke? Good, good, good. Yi Fan said 3 times, laughing in extreme anger. Since you are stubbornly deluded, don't blame me for being ruthless. He brought his fingers together like a sword and pointed. A blood-colored sword aura tore through the sky, aimed directly at Yi Qingqing. With this strike, he used only 60% of his strength, intending to capture her without harming her life. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Qingqing did not dodge or evade, as she also pointed out. A starry sword aura arrived after, but struck first, colliding with the blood-colored sword aura, and both annihilated. Nascent soul peak. Yi Fan's pupils contracted sharply, incredulous. Yi Fan was greatly shocked. How could you? He had gone through countless life and death struggles to reach the nascent soul peak. Yi Qingqing had been staying by Lu Xuan's side in Lingxiao Palace, and during this time, she even became pregnant. How could she have such cultivation? She probably spent more time in bed than on the ground. When did she have time to cultivate? It's Lu Xuan. It must be him. Yi Fan quickly figured out the key, and his hatred for Lu Xuan deepened. The surrounding cultivators immediately erupted in uproar. Qingyun's sect elder Qingshu Zhenren's hand stroking his beard paused, nearly pulling out a few hairs. This When did Yi Qingqing break through? The Jade Maiden sect leader's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. It is common sense for cultivation to regress during pregnancy, yet she actually broke through to nascent soul peak. It seems this Yi Qingqing has been quite diligent in bed. Several sect prodigies who had secretly admired Yi Qingqing for years had complex expressions. They had cultivated bitterly for decades, yet could not match Yi Qingqing's progress in the short time she had spent with Lu Xuan. The surrounding cultivators also buzzed with discussion. Yi Qingqing has also reached the nascent soul peak. What methods did Palace Master Lu use to make someone progress so rapidly? No wonder Yi Qingqing chose Palace Master Lu. With such cultivation speed, who can compare? Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered with pain, but soon replaced by determination. Brother, be careful. She took the initiative to attack, her movements graceful. The combat techniques from the Starry Sword Cannon were vast and inexhaustible, each strike containing the power of the nascent soul peak. Yi Fan raised his power to 90%, unfolding his blood domain. This time he finally suppressed. Yi Qingqing broke through her defense and was about to capture her. Just as he was about to succeed, two beams of light suddenly shone from Yi Qingqing's body, transforming into light shields that firmly blocked the attack. Top-grade defensive artifacts. Two of them. Yi Fan was stunned. When did top-grade artifacts become so worthless? The surrounding cultivators were also in an uproar. The Golden Sword sect leader said sourly, I as the sect master only have one high-grade artifact, yet this Yi Qingqing actually used two at once. Top-grade artifacts have become so cheap. Palace Master Lu is truly generous. To casually give two top-grade artifacts, the Lingxiao Palace's foundation is too deep. It seems Palace Master Lu truly dotes on Yi Qingqing. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and finally used his full strength. He unfolded his blood domain, covering the entire square, intending to crush Yi Qingqing with absolute power. However, to his dismay, Yi Qingqing calmly took out 4 more top-grade artifacts while swallowing a handful of pills. The 6 top-grade artifacts formed a defensive formation, remaining unmoved no matter how Yi Fan attacked. How is this possible? Yi Fan was almost going crazy. He attacked with all his might, yet couldn't even break Yi Qingqing's defense. The surrounding cultivators were also dumbfounded. This scene was too shocking. When 2 top-grade artifacts appeared, they were merely surprised. When they saw a total of 6 top-grade artifacts, they were left speechless. Faced with the crushing weight of Lu Xuan's terrifying foundation, they felt Yi Fan's despair. On the high platform, Hua Qingyin glanced at Lu Xuan with her beautiful eyes. Palace Master truly dotes on Qingqing. There was a hint of barely noticeable envy and jealousy in her tone. It seemed that in Lu Xuan's heart, she still couldn't compare to Yi Qingqing, the saintess of the Zihong Sword Studio. Could it be because she was carrying the Divine Lord's child? That must be it. Hua Qingyin looked at Lu Xuan again, her eyes turning seductive. She also wanted to conceive one. Su Yuyao said softly, brother was already prepared. I was overthinking. Lu Xuan ignored the women's thoughts, smiling, without speaking, his gaze still calmly fixed on the battlefield. Up. Yi Fan roared to the sky, finally using a forbidden secret art, burning his blood and chi to temporarily gain the power of the divine transformation stage. Break for me. He threw a punch, the fist intent transforming into a blood dragon carrying the might of divine transformation, hurtling toward Yi Qingqing. Facing this terrifying strike, Yi Qingqing finally changed color. Without hesitation, she swallowed a refining void pill and simultaneously activated 10 divine transformation talismans. Boom. Amid the earth-shattering explosion, Yi Fan's full-force strike was blocked and he himself was heavily injured by the recoil, spitting blood as he flew backward. Impossible. This is impossible. Yi Fan fell to the ground, his face ashen, his Dao heart completely shattered. He couldn't accept that he had been defeated by his sister, and in such an unquestionable manner. The entire square fell silent. Everyone was stunned, speechless by the outcome of this duel. Oh my god, what did I just see? 10 divine transformation talismans. Is he trying to blow up Tianan? This Yi Fan is seeking death. What terrifying existence has he provoked? The Elder of Blackwater Abyss murmured, refining void pills, divine transformation talismans. How many of these legendary treasures does Palace Master Lu still have? The Qingshu Sword sect's leader stared blankly. Everyone says Palace Master Lu is a direct descendant of the Xiantian sect. Today I truly believe it. I would even believe he comes from an upper realm immortal sect. Yi Fan fell to the ground, his face ashen. Impossible. This is impossible. Yi Qingqing walked to his side and said softly, brother, I'm sorry. Yi Fan suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Why help him? Because. Yi Qingqing stroked her lower abdomen. I am already carrying his child. Moreover, brother, you are deeply entrenched in demonic ways. Only the Palace Master can save you. Brother, your husband-in-law has paid a great price to find a divine pill of heaven and earth for you. Quick, brother Yi Fan, take this pill. Yi Qingqing said, happily taking out that shiny pill from her spatial pouch. After taking the pill, her husband would not kill his brother. Brother, take this pill. Your past memories and your demonic arts will disappear. You can live peacefully as a mortal from now on. Yi Qingqing looked at Yi Fan with joy, gently pried open his mouth, and with her slender jade fingers placed the crystal-clear pill into his mouth. Sister Yu. Yi Fan looked at Yi Qingqing in shock. He swallowed it with a gulp. Immediately his eyes began to cloud over and finally lost focus. Top-grade pill Ming snow-melting pill. 3 days later, a world-shaking battle came to an end. 2 streaks of light flashed by, appearing in the rear hall of Lingxiao Palace. As the floating luminescence dissipated, one figure was Yi Qingqing, who had just finished arranging matters for Yi Fan. The other was a stunningly beautiful, mature woman. Mother, why have you come? Yi Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. The woman gazed at the unconscious Yi Fan and at Yi Qingqing, whose expression was fraught with complexity, her beautiful eyes brimming with heartache. When her gaze fell upon Yi Qingqing's pregnant belly, by Yu Xian's delicate frame trembled, and her luminous eyes instantly filled with tears. Upon receiving the message from Yi Qingqing, she had immediately broken through her cultivation seclusion and traveled 1,000 li to reach Lingxiao Palace. Along the way, she had heard of Yi Fan's myriad wicked deeds, and her heart was torn asunder. She could not bear to watch her son suffer helplessly. And upon learning that Yi Qingqing had been captured by Lingxiao Palace, she had been tormenting herself mercilessly. Rumors concerning Lu Xuan only made her mind a tempest. They said this palace master, though immensely powerful, was extremely lecherous, fond of collecting beauties from all realms. It was said that a year ago he had impregnated hundreds of women in his palace. Then he had stolen Yi Fan's betrothed and laid claim to his own daughter. It drove her to the brink of despair. The very thought that her daughter had been defiled by a man thousands of years old and was now carrying his child. Her heart felt as though it were being sliced apart. Her children had suffered so much. As their mother, she would sacrifice herself if need be, to rescue them both and lead them out of the tiger's mouth. Mother, you saw just now, so please set your heart at ease. My husband promised me he will not take my brother's life. Yi Qingqing said earnestly. Moreover, I am living well here at Lingxiao Palace. My husband has not mistreated me. Look, I have already reached the peak of foundation establishment higher than your cultivation realm. All of this is thanks to my husband. Mother, please rest assured. The beautiful woman's face was ashen, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression etched with worry and trepidation. Her hair was arranged in an elegant soaring bun adorned with a slender jade hairpin. Pearl moon earrings dangled from her ears, and a 7-colored silk sash circled her waist. Her emerald green gown accentuated her supple, enchanting figure. Her skin, smooth and delicate as a peach, showed no trace of the passage of years. Her mature charm, every gesture and movement exuded sensuous grace. Though a married woman, she was so exquisitely preserved. Plump and radiant, her features exquisitely refined, truly a vision of beauty. This was none other than Yu Xian, the mother of both Yi Qingqing and Yi Fan. Qingqing, tell mother honestly. Did he torture you? Did he violate you simply to torment your brother? Alas, the man had already reached the soul transformation realm. She could only pray he would spare her 2 pitiful children. As a worldly wise, mature woman, her experience told her precisely what a man desired. Alas, the man had already reached the soul transformation realm. She could only pray he would spare her 2 pitiful children. As a worldly wise, mature woman, her experience told her precisely what a man desired. Though she naturally feared that Lord Lu for her daughter's safety, she would willingly endure his torments herself rather than let her children suffer. Faced with her mother's questioning, Yi Qingqing felt quite helpless. She could only sigh and say, "Very well, I will take you to see him." But he broke through again these past few days and is currently stabilizing his realm. I do not know if he has emerged yet. Upon hearing that Lu Xuan had broken through once more, Yu Xian was startled. She had only just learned he had recently reached the soul transformation stage. How could he break through again so swiftly? The figures of Yi Qingqing and her mother fell into the eyes of a group of outer sect disciples. They craned their necks with no little excitement. Look, isn't that Fairy Yi? The woman beside her is so beautiful. Look at that willow slim waist and those ample curves. Wow, I've got a nosebleed. She is simply the finest specimen among all women. A cluster of young disciples chattered away. Who is that? She bears such a striking resemblance to Fairy Yi. Watch your words. She is accompanied by Fairy Yi, so her status must be exceedingly high. Some perceptive disciples quickly clamped their hands over the others' mouths. Do not speak recklessly. Do you know who that is? The sect master of Xiang Sword, sect master of Fairy Qingqing. It is said she is a soul transformation cultivator. While so powerful, some who knew their sect master extremely well suddenly noticed something amiss. They are heading to the palace master's chambers again. Heavens above, this is dire. With such beauties, they will surely fall into our sect master's grasp. No. A group of young disciples felt as though struck by 9 thunderbolts. As Lu Xuan's strength became renowned far and wide, his romantic conquests also became the hottest topic on every street and alley. The fates of the several blessed daughters he had ensnared were extraordinarily striking. This ignited the collective indignation of all cultivators across Tiannan. Each time a peerless beauty drew near Lu Xuan's bedchamber, they would lament desperately and beat their chests in anguish. In the bedchamber of the rear hall, a system voice rang within Lu Xuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully striking the blessed protagonist Yi Fan. You have gained 10000 destiny points. As expected, harvesting fortune from a blessed protagonist yielded far greater rewards. He recalled having recently conquered the blessed daughters Lu Yuer and Hua Qingyin. This time he had successfully thwarted the blessed protagonist Yi Fan, and with the intense emotional fluctuations of several women between the sheets, he had harvested considerable destiny points recently. His destiny tier was close to upgrading. With a mere thought, a pale blue light screen visible only to him unfurled before his eyes. Host Lu Xuan. Identity Palace Master of Lingxiao Palace Realm Soul Transformation Stage, second layer, with stable primordial Tao Foundation, transitioning toward the later stage Destiny Tier, second stage 950 World Origin Integration, 27. For initially recognized by this world's consciousness, can slightly mobilize heavenly laws, and interacting with the Blessed One yields spontaneous heavenly feedback. Core abilities: Primordial Tao Body, initial source of all techniques, Chaos, Affinity Status Suppression. Significantly enhanced suppression against lower-tier Blessed Ones. Source of all techniques, enables barrier-free study, analysis, and deduction of any technique or martial art, not exceeding one major realm above oneself, directly revealing its primal laws and core vulnerabilities. Chaos Affinity Cultivation, efficiency multiplied tenfold. Can absorb thin, yet pure primordial chi to temper the body, causing a qualitative transformation in spiritual energy. Status Suppression Latent, produces in natural karmic suppression and fatal attraction toward all those bearing great destiny, such as blessed sons and destined daughters. Note, this physique can continuously evolve as the host's destiny tier rises, and upon devouring rare origins from myriad worlds until it commands primordial chaos and rules over all Tao paths. Destiny Villain Aura Stage 2, immune to karmic suppression from 4th tier and below blessed ones, can slightly twist local fate trajectories. Tao Rhyme's Spiritual Pupil Advanced can perceive the essence of techniques, the origins of physiques, and pivotal fate. Nodes analysis of targets at the same or lower realm is greatly enhanced. 100-fold gift return upgradable, bestowing items upon blessed daughters yields massive reward returns. Tao Companion Su Yao Lunar Divine Body Pregnant, in good condition, Nia Inyang Phantom Void Body Loyalty Max, ZG, Demon Clan Princess Pregnant Demon Fetus, in hibernation, Yi Qingqing Sword Heart Clarity Pregnant Lu Yuer, in secluded breakthrough to Golden Core Stage, Hua Qingyin Soul Formation Cultivator, yearning for pregnancy. Current quest: a new blessed daughter is about to appear. Please conquer her. After reading his information, a faint confusion crossed his mind. A new blessed daughter was about to appear. Just as he was pondering, a gentle announcement sounded from outside the door. Palace Master by Xiaoxin, Sect Master of Xiang Sword Sect, requests an audience outside, saying she wishes to thank you for your care of Fairy Qingqing. Yi Qingqing led a graceful beauty into Lingxiao Hall. Lu Xuan looked up and saw that the newcomer had snow-white skin, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a pale purple flowing immortal dress that further enhanced her transcendent aura. Although she was already a mother, she remained charming like a ripe peach, emitting an alluring allure. Lu Xuan's eyes brightened. What a stunning beauty. She turned out to be another daughter of destiny. He hadn't expected that Yi Fan would have such a stunning mother. Moreover, she was the sect master of Zihang Sword Sect and the previous saintess. He couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's background. He was indeed favored by fortune. Lu Xuan put down his vermilion brush, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. When Bai Xiaoxin saw Lu Xuan, her beautiful eyes brightened, yet a wave of doubt stirred in her heart. Such a young, handsome, and eminent powerhouse did not resemble the lecherous old man rumored in the outside world. Bai Yuxian stepped into the room and offered a graceful bow. I am Bai Yuxian of Zihang Sword Sect, paying respects to Palace Master Lu. Lu Xuan raised his hand in a welcoming gesture. Sect Master, by no need for formalities. Please be seated. The two took their seats as host and guest, with Lu Xuan sizing up this sect master of Zihang Sword Sect, whose fame shook Tianan. Bai Yuxian was indeed stunning. Unlike Yi Qingqing's cool detachment or Hua Qingyin's spiritual elegance, her beauty was mature and dignified. Like a ripe peach, she exuded an alluring charm. Sect Master, by what brings you here from afar? Bai Yuxian looked at Lu Xuan with a worried expression. Bai Yuxian gently bit her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture. Palace Master Lu, I have come to plead for my rebellious son Yi Fan. He strayed into the demonic path and committed heinous crimes. I dare not ask for forgiveness only that Palace Master grant him a chance to live. Lu Xuan had originally promised Yi Qingqing to let Yi Fan go. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Fan had lost his memory and all his magical power, which was no different from being dead. Therefore, he could easily agree to the woman before him. However, although he had agreed to spare Yi Fan, the woman's charges could not be ignored. Lu Xuan played with the jade cup in his hand and said calmly, Yi Fan slaughtered disciples from 3 sects and harmed numerous innocent cultivators. His crimes are extremely cruel and depraved. By law, he should be executed. If not for Qingqing's plea, I would have taken his life long ago. Bai Yuxian's face paled, and she hurriedly said, I am willing to accept the punishment in my son's stead. I only ask that Palace Master show mercy. Yi Qingqing, who had entered and stood behind by Xiuxin, now stepped forward. Husband, didn't you promise Qingqing? Lu Xuan saw the impatient Qingqing and the terrified Bai Yuxian and smiled softly. It seemed this woman did not yet fully understand the relationship between himself and Yi Qingqing. Bai Yuxian was not only the biological mother of Yi Fan and Yi Qingqing, but also a significant character in the original work, blessed with great fortune. He thought it was enough. With the sect master of Zihong's sword sect personally pleading, he could naturally agree to release Yi Fan. Sect master, there is no need for this. You can rest assured. Qingqing is my woman, and we will be family from now on. For the sake of Madame and Qingqing, I will not pursue Yi Fan further. As long as he lives quietly as an ordinary person in the future and no longer brings calamity to Tianan, I certainly will not harm him. Upon hearing Lu Xuan's guarantee, Bai Yuxian felt her heart stir with excitement. This humble one thanks Palace Master Lu. Now looking at Lu Xuan, she couldn't help but feel his appearance was quite pleasing to the eye. With Yi Fan's safety secured, Bai Yuxian relaxed considerably. Just then a commotion suddenly erupted outside the hall. A disciple rushed in to report, Palace Master, the leaders of the 6 major sects along with dozens of victimized sects have gathered outside Lingxiao Palace requesting severe punishment for Yi Fan. Lu Xuan's brows furrowed slightly. He gestured for Bai Yuxian to remain calm and rose to walk outside the hall. On the square of Lingxiao Palace, tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered in a dark crowd. At the forefront were the leaders of the 6 major sects, each bearing an expression of indignation. Many nascent soul ancestors from their respective sects had been gruesomely killed by Yi Fan. Seeing Lu Xuan appear, Qingshu Jinren of Qingyun's sect spoke first. Palace Master Lu, this villain Yi Fan is guilty of grave sins. He slaughtered disciples from our sects. If he is not executed publicly, it will be difficult to quell the public anger. The sect master of Jingjian's sect was even more furious. 7 of my elders were all killed by Yi Fan. Unless this vengeance is taken, I swear, I will not live as a man. Other victimized sects also joined in, their voices rising wave upon wave. Bai Yuxian, listening clearly from within the hall, grew increasingly pale. Facing the surging anger, Lu Xuan said calmly, Yi Fan has been crippled of his cultivation and lost all his memory. He is no different from an ordinary person. Why drive him to the brink of death? Palace Master Lu, you must not let that demon Yi Dan go. The patriarch of Qingshu's sect sternly said such a devil must be executed publicly to serve as a warning to others. Bai Yuxian could no longer contain herself. She rushed out of the hall and threw herself before the crowd. Esteemed sect leaders, my son Fan has already been punished. I implore you to show some mercy. Qingshu Jinren sneered. Sect Master Bai, you failed to educate your son, causing this villain to wreak havoc in Tianan. Now you still have the face to plead for him. Other sect leaders also joined in the criticism, their words merciless. Bai Yuxian's tears fell like rain, yet she stubbornly remained prostrate. Seeing this, Lu Xuan had already made up his mind. He helped Bai Yuxian to her feet and said to the crowd, I will handle this matter myself. You are all dismissed. Although the sect leaders were unwilling, seeing Lu Xuan's firm attitude, they had no choice but to leave sullenly. Before departing, Qingshu Jinren said solemnly, in 3 days I hope Palace Master Lu will give all cultivators in Tianan a sense of justice. Lu Xuan rose and personally helped Bai Yuxian up. Lu Xuan's fingers touched by Xiuxin's skin, feeling its white fine texture and excellent elasticity. On the other hand, upon touching Lu Xuan, Bai Yuxian felt a sudden electric tingle run through her body, making her shudder. She had not been in contact with a man for many years. Qingqing, my dear, I need to speak with Palace Master Lu privately. Go and check if your brother has awakened. Yi Qingqing looked puzzled between the two. Since her mother had given the order, she could only leave reluctantly. With Yi Qingqing's departure, the bedroom door closed again. She knew deeply that now the only one who could save Yi Fan was Lu Xuan. At this moment, a fierce battle raged in Bai Yuxian's heart. She had cultivated a life of purity, keeping herself untouched like jade. Her only romantic encounter was with Yi Fan's father, after which she gave birth to the siblings and retreated from the world. Now to save her children, she had to surrender herself to Lu Xuan, which filled her with shame and indignation. But thinking of the hatred the cultivators of Tianan held for Yi Fan, and that Yi Qingqing was pregnant, who else in this world besides Lu Xuan could save them? She finally steeled her heart. Palace Master Lu Xuan gently bit her crimson lips. This humble one is willing to offer herself in exchange for my son Fan's life. Lu Xuan gazed at her. Sect Master, by why go to such lengths? Since I have already promised Qingxing, I naturally will not break my word. Xuan shook her head and smiled bitterly. The hearts of the various sects are set. If Palace Master insists on shielding him, it may damage the reputation of Lingxiao Palace. This humble one is willing to offer herself to Palace Master. I only beg that Palace Master can withstand the pressure and ensure Fan's safety. As she spoke, she gently unfastened her robes, revealing skin as white as jade. Under the moonlight, she appeared even more captivating. She gazed at Lu Xuan for a long while, finally closing her beautiful eyes gently, a single tear rolling down. Palace Master Lu, I entrust this to you. Lu Xuan sighed softly and drew her into his arms. Since it is so, I agree. Xuan's delicate body trembled. Once the hall door was closed, he gently lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bed. Xuan tightly closed her eyes, her jade-like hands clenched, fingers deeply interlocked, yet she endured without resistance. Within the sleeping chambers of Lingxiao Palace, red candles burned high and silk curtains hung low. Fragrant mist drifted lazily through the chamber. Xuan's body sculpted as delicately as white jade glowed alluringly in the candlelight. Though already a mother, her figure remained flawlessly perfect. Her waist was slender, her bosom full and firm, her skin luminous and supple. Lu Xuan had to admit that the sect master of Cihong Sword Pavilion indeed possessed the capital to drive men mad. He gently touched Xuan's cheek, feeling her slight tremble. Please, Palace Master, have mercy on me. Xuan turned her head away, her voice barely a whisper, her cheeks flushed like rosy clouds. She could not recall the last time she had been intimate with a man. Now she felt overwhelmed with shame and indignation, yet she had no choice but to yield to reality. Lu Xuan was not a man given to haste, but facing such breathtaking beauty, he found it hard to maintain his composure. He leaned down and gently kissed Xuan's crimson lips, sensing her initial stiffness before she slowly softened. Xuan's transition from awkward resistance to eager embrace allowed Lu Xuan to experience a charm unlike any other woman. Though she had borne 2 children, years of cultivation kept her body as supple as a maiden's, yet endowed with the graceful allure of a mature woman. After the passion subsided, Xuan curled in Lu Xuan's arms, her expression complex. She had expected to feel disgust and humiliation, but surprisingly found herself not repulsed by Lu Xuan's touch. This palace master of Lingxiao, though dominant, was not rough. Instead, he awakened pleasures she had long forgotten. How do you feel, my lady? Lu Xuan's deep voice murmured by her ear. Xuan's cheeks grew even redder, and she softly replied, Palace Master, please just call me Xuan. Just then a system prompt echoed in Lu Xuan's mind. Ding. Host has successfully won over the fated woman by Xuan. Affection level increased to 75. Reward 10 9-cycle soul returning pills of the Heaven, Earth, and Man elixir, 1 top-grade magical artifact, 7-colored rosy cloud garment, 1 heavenly phoenix hairpin, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, 3,000 destiny points awarded. Heaven, Earth, and Man pill. 9 cycles soul returning elixir capable of restoring flesh to bones and reviving the dead. It is the supreme medicine for healing wounds. 7-colored rosy cloud garment, a top-grade defensive artifact capable of withstanding a full power strike from a soul transformation cultivator. Heavenly Phoenix hairpin, a top-grade offensive artifact. The wearer can unleash a strike comparable to a peak soul transformation cultivator. Lu Xuan was overjoyed. He never expected such gains from his union with Xuan. He immediately took out 2 items and 300 top-grade spirit stones, placing them before Xuan. These are for you, Xuan. Lu Xuan's tone was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable air of authority. Xuan, whose mind had been in turmoil, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes at the treasures before her, her breathing growing rapid. 9-cycle soul returning pill. 7-colored rosy cloud garment. Heavenly Phoenix hairpin. This is too precious. 300 top-grade spirit stones. As the sect master of Cihong Sword Pavilion, her discernment was remarkable, and she naturally understood the value of these treasures. The 9-cycle soul returning pill was a legendary elixir for healing. Not a dozen could be found throughout the entire Tian cultivation world. The 7-colored rosy cloud garment was even more extraordinary, a top-grade defensive artifact worthy of being a sect's treasured heirloom. And the Heavenly Phoenix hairpin was a precious magical treasure capable of unleashing a strike matching that of a peak soul transformation cultivator. Her hands trembling, she picked up the 7-colored rosy cloud garment, seeing it shimmer with iridescent hues warm to the touch, with faint runes of the great Tao swirling within. She then lifted the Heavenly Phoenix hairpin. The phoenix at its tip was lifelike, as if it might spread its wings and take flight at any moment. Palace Master, why do you bestow such generosity upon Xuan? Xuan's voice quivered. She had originally thought this was merely a transaction, never expecting Lu Xuan to be so generous. Even the entire heritage of Zihong's sword pavilion combined could not match even a fraction of these treasures. Lu Xuan gently stroked her hair. Since you are now my woman, I would never treat you poorly. Just as Bai Yuexin received the treasures, another system prompt echoed in Lu Xian's mind. Ding. Host has gifted 3 top-grade treasures to the fated woman Bai Yuexin, triggering 1,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 low-grade spiritual pills, 100 low-grade spiritual artifacts, and 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Bonus rewards: 3 chaotic green lotus seeds, 6 streams of primordial origin chi. Wonderful treasures. Lu Xuan was delighted in his heart. He never imagined that after conquering such an exquisite woman the rewards would surpass those from his other wives. Bai Yuexin, gazing at the immortal aura surrounding the treasures, was utterly stunned, her heart overflowing with joy. Her entire face flushed crimson from the overwhelming shock. Bai Yuexin had no idea what Lu Xuan was thinking. She was simply overwhelmed by his extravagant generosity. Lu Xuan had bestowed these upon her so casually, and this displays of wealth left her in utter astonishment. Looking at these spirit-enshrouded treasures, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lu Xuan in disbelief. Her heart pounded within her chest. Palace Master, why do you bestow such generosity upon Yuexin? Bai Yuexin's voice quivered. She had originally thought this was merely a transaction, never expecting Lu Xuan to be so generous. Lu Xuan gently stroked her hair. Since you are now my woman, I would never treat you poorly. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yuexin's body trembled, a wave of happiness washing over her heart. Her eyes, now filled with tenderness and affection, met Lu Xuan's gaze. She never imagined that being the woman of Lord Lu would bring such joy. Suddenly she kissed Lu Xuan's lips proactively, her eyes brimming with passion and emotion. She felt that her decision to surrender herself to him was truly a choice of love. Thank you, Palace Master, for your generosity. Yuexin wishes to serve you for all her days. That night, Bai Yuexin completely cast aside all restraints, yielding to Lu Xuan with the fervor of a passionate lover. From her initial reluctant surrender to her current ardent eagerness, she no longer cared to remember who she was. The next morning, when Bai Yuexin emerged from Lu Xian's sleeping chambers, it instantly caused an uproar. She had changed into a pale purple flowing immortal robe with the heavenly phoenix hairpin, gifted by Lu Xuan, adorning her updo. The cold aloofness in her brows had softened, replaced by a touch of enchanting charm. It was evident to all that the sect master of Zihong's sword pavilion had become Lu Xian's woman. Look, Sect Master Bai has emerged from the Palace Master's chambers. Good heavens, even the Zihong sword pavilion sect master has. Tisk tisk, Lord Lu is truly a model for our generation. The disciples buzzed with whispers, their feelings a mixture of envy, jealousy, and disbelief. The sect master of Lingjian's sect gritted his teeth, once more saying sourly, even someone like Bai Yuexin cannot escape Lord Lu's grasp. What hope do we have left? An elder of Jinjian's sect whispered to his companion. Lingxiao Palace has grown too powerful. Even Zihong Sword Pavilion has bowed to it. Who in Tianan can still balance them? Hua Qingyin and Su Yuyao stood at a distance, their expressions complex. Hua Qingyin sighed softly. I never expected even Sect Master Bai would. They could only accept the fact that their husband's charm was beyond reproach. The two exchanged a glance and decided to harvest their grain together that night. They must drain their husband dry. Otherwise what remains would benefit other women. 3 days later, Lu Xuan summoned the sect leaders and announced his verdict. Yi Fan has been stripped of his cultivation and all his memories. I shall send him to a remote town where he shall never again set foot in the cultivation world. Though the various sects still harbored resentment seeing Lu Xuan's resolute attitude, and that Bai Yuexin had become his woman, they could only relent. 3 days later, Bai Yuexin and Yi Qingqing, the mother and daughter, personally escorted Yi Fan to Qingshan town. The carriage moved along the winding mountain road. Yi Fan sat quietly inside, his gaze leisurely watching the scenery flash by the window. The Mengpa Rongshu uphill had erased his memories of that period as the red leaf demon venerable. Mother, do you still remember how brother looked when he fell into demonism? When Yi Fan was not present, Yi Qingqing asked softly, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Bai Yuexin let out a long sigh, reminiscence flashing in her beautiful eyes. How could I forget? That Yi Fan back then dressed in a genderless manner, causing harm everywhere. It was truly terrifying. Her voice trembled slightly. The memory of Yi Fan's once demonic appearance had genuinely frightened her. Yi Qingqing continued. The most terrifying part was that brother's evil cultivation required harming men of profound cultivation. During that time, everyone in the Tianan sects lived in fear. Even several disciples from our Zihong Sword Pavilion fell victim to his cruelty. Fortunately, Lord Lu intervened in time otherwise. Both Bai Yuexin and Yi Qingqing still felt a chill of lingering fear. Qingshan Town. Yi Fan had returned to where this story began. Qingshan Town. Yi Fan was settled in a small courtyard at the eastern end of town, where Lu Xuan had already arranged everything. Fanner, you shall reside here from now on. Bai Yuxian softly spoke. Zhang Butcher's daughter Xiaohua is a good girl. You must treat her well. Yi Fan nodded gladly. Having seen his mother and sister again, he felt a long-lost sense of warmth. Yi Qingxing took out a bag of gold and silver and placed it on the table, saying softly, "Brother, this money will be enough for you to live on for some time. From now on, live well." After settling Yi Fan, the two departed quietly. Soon after, Yi Fan and Zhang Xiaohua were married, living a simple life together. A year later, in a small inn in Qingshan town, Yi Fan was busy attending to guests. "Have you heard? The matron of Lingxiao Palace is about to give birth. They say there have been strange phenomena in the heavens and earth lately. It's clear this child will be extraordinary." The tavern patron's gossip reached Yi Fan's ears, causing him to pause, a trace of honor flashing in his eyes. His younger sister was about to give birth. He had only learned of it from her letter a few days prior. He soon composed himself and resumed his work. That evening, after closing the establishment, Zhang Xiaohua poured him wine and asked curiously, "Husband, is Master Lu of Lingxiao Palace really as formidable as they say?" Yi Fan gazed at the bright moon through the window and said proudly, "Of course he is. He is my brother-in-law after all." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? Then why doesn't husband seek him out?" Yi Fan regretfully shook his head. "My sister told me I lack the spiritual root for cultivation. This way of life suits me just fine." He had grown accustomed to this ordinary existence. Though his marriage to Zhang Xiaohua lacked passion, it was warm and steady. Yet occasionally in the depth of night he would dream fragments of strange visions, celestial palaces of the 9 heavens, countless divine weapons, and a man in golden robes bearing his likeness, yet radiating immense majesty. The Ming Perongxue pill had not only erased his memories, but also quelled the obsessions dwelling within his heart. When Bai Yuxian visited Qingshan town once more, she witnessed a scene of domestic tranquility. Yi Fan was splitting firewood in the courtyard, while Zhang Xiaohua busied herself in the kitchen with tendrils of cooking smoke curling upward from the chimney. "Mother, what brings you here?" Yi Fan hastened forward upon seeing Bai Yuxian. With a satisfied smile, she replied, "I simply wish to see how you are faring." "We are doing quite well," Yi Fan answered with a simple, honest smile. "Xiaohua is with child. You shall hold your grandchild next year." At that moment, a flood of emotions stirred within Bai Yuxian's heart. The former demon lord had become a humble country farmer living in peaceful obscurity. Perhaps this was truly Yi Fan's destined end. On the journey back to Lingxiao Palace, Bai Yuxian and Yi Qingxing sat in silence, each lost in complex thoughts. Mother, if not for husband, brother would perhaps have already. Yi Qingxing broke the quiet first. Bai Yuxian nodded, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, Master Lu not only spared Fanner's life, but also granted him a chance to start anew. This kindness we mother and daughter can never repay in this lifetime. She recalled the man Yi Fan once was, the pitiful figure corrupted by demonic cultivation, devoid of humanity. Though Yi Fan had lost his cultivation and memories, he now possessed something far greater, a normal life, a wife, children, and the warmth of family. That night, Bai Yuxian went to Lu Xian's bedchamber of her own accord. Beneath the candlelight, she undressed with practiced grace, revealing skin like jade, surpassing even her usual enthusiasm. She kissed him fervently with a passion unmatched before. That night, she gave herself wholly to pleasing him, lost entirely in bliss. Yi Qingxiang was no different. Upon learning of her brother's contentment in Qingshan town, she grew even more attentive toward Lu Xuan, devoting herself more diligently to her duties and becoming increasingly proactive between the sheets. Beyond the boundless void, the immortal heavenly court hovered in the highest heavens. Within the Lingxiao throne hall, music played and dancers moved gracefully, while divine generals stood in solemn formation. Suddenly, the heavenly emperor, Yi Jian, opened his eyes sharply from his throne. Rays of golden light shot from his gaze, piercing through endless space and time as he looked toward the 9 provinces continent. Moi. Yi Jian's brows furrowed slightly. A clone's mark has been thoroughly erased. What divine being dares to harm my incarnation? You bold lower realm cultivator, dare you sever my divine consciousness? His voice rang cold throughout the heavens, sending tremors through the entire celestial court. Divine generals below dropped to their knees, daring not raise their heads. The 9th order protagonist of destiny, who ruled over all worlds, had not grown so wrathful in ages. He activated his divine abilities to divine the truth. Yet to his astonishment, when his spiritual sense reached toward information about the 9 provinces continent, an invisible force disrupted the heavenly mechanisms. This power, drawn from the primordial sources of heaven, earth, and humanity, clouded the revelations of fate, preventing him from seeing clearly. Nevertheless, vague images of Lu Xuan emerged, revealing who had struck the blow. Lu Xuan, possessing all 3 primal paths. How intriguing. Yi Jian's lips curled into a cold smirk. Employing the ultimate mystical art, he plucked an autumn leaf from the air, imbuing it with boundless killing intent, and cast it toward the 9 provinces. As the leaf vanished into the fabric of time and space, a magnificent imperial princess beside him inquired, "Your Majesty, who is this Lu Xuan to warrant your attention?" Upon seeing his most favored daughter, Yi Jian responded with affectionate indulgence, "Nothing of consequence, merely a troublesome insect." Meanwhile, the breathtakingly beautiful imperial princess beside him cast a curious gaze toward the spot where the autumn leaf had disappeared. "Lu Xuan," Yi Jian's voice turned frigid. "When my Dharma body descends, that shall be the day your soul is utterly annihilated." In Qingshan town, as the sleeping Yi Fan rolled over, he dreamed of celestial palaces towering through 9 heavens, billions of divine weapons, and countless fairies dancing. Alongside a man in golden robes whose visage mirrored his own, yet radiated incomparable majesty. "Am I Heavenly Emperor Yi?" the clone murmured to himself, then shook his head and embraced Zhang Xiaohua, drifting back into deep slumber. "No, I am Yi Fan, the innkeeper of Qingshan town." Through the power of the heaven-earth-human pill of melting snow over the course of a year, his heavenly emperor's mark had been completely eradicated. From that point onward, he bore no connection whatsoever to the heavenly emperor Yi Jian dwelling in the heavens above. Yi Fan shifted in his sleep, drawing Zhang Xiaohua closer, and continued his peaceful dreams. Meanwhile, within Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan sensed something and looked toward the heavens, his brow furrowing slightly. "I felt a powerful divine sense descend upon my Tiannan domain moments ago." As the world's origin power continued merging with him, his awareness of every stirring within Tiannan grew ever sharper. The system alert rang out suddenly, warning. Detection of attention from the 9th Order Destiny protagonist, Heavenly Emperor Yi Jian. Host must rapidly increase strength. New mission: merge with the world's origin power within 10 years to become Lord of the World and face the crisis posed by the true form of the 9th Order Destined protagonist, Heavenly Emperor Yi Jian. Mission reward: 1 ancient divine beast Peng Kuan. As companion, 1 medium world reception talisman. Lu Xian's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that the original Yi Fan was in fact a 9th Order Destiny protagonist. He currently stood at merely the 2nd Order. His Heavenly Destiny villain aura could only resist protagonist influences up to 2 orders above his own. Against such a powerful protagonist, he needed far greater fortune. He must elevate his luck to higher levels. In that moment he understood. The war with Heavenly Emperor Yi Jian had truly only just begun. Yet fear did not seize him, instead anticipation filled his heart. "Heavenly Emperor, Yi is it? Let us see who shall prove the true master of destiny." During that year of ordinary life in Qingshan town, Lu Yue visited every few days to absorb Lu Xian's spiritual essence, eventually achieving breakthrough to become a golden core cultivator. In return, Lu Xuan provided her with some pill refining golden core elixirs and medium-grade spirit stones within reasonable limits. From this arrangement, Lu Xuan received abundant high-grade spirit stones and thousands of nascent soul pills and transformation divine pills. This enriched his treasure vault considerably. Hua Qingyin also began visiting Lingxiao Palace far more frequently each month. Meanwhile, Bai Yuxian remained at Lingxiao Peak as Yi Qingqing's delivery drew near. Meanwhile, in Su Yuyao's bedchamber, the fetus within her had been gestating for nearly 2 years, yet showed no signs of labor. Her abdomen remained swollen, suffused with immortal energy and faint echoes of the great Tao's voice. Astonishingly, the child was still developing, and the aura it exuded proved so unfathomable that even Lu Xuan could not penetrate it. This child. Am I going to become the father of a protagonist blessed by fate? Inside the bedchamber of Lingxiao Palace, red candles burned high and silk curtains hung low. The rich fragrance of agarwood drifted through the room, intertwining with moonlight streaming through the windows to form a hazy, dreamlike aura. Bue Xian and Hua Qingyin attended to Lu Xuan together. Bue Xian's once dignified and pure countenance had, after years of tender care, gained 7 parts seductive grace and 3 parts delicate charm. Her skin glowed like polished mutton fat jade as she gently caressed the firm expanse of Lu Xian's chest, her voice soft and alluring, yet laced with a trace of trepidation. Master Bue Xian has felt a persistent loss of appetite these past days, and the flow of spiritual energy within has grown sluggish at times. I fear I am with child. Her eyelids drooped slightly as she spoke, long lashes trembling. Her fingertips drifted unconsciously across her still flat lower abdomen. As the mother of Yi Qingqing, she had long since passed the age of childbearing. Yet now she found her heart tangled with conflicting emotions at the thought of bearing Lu Xian's child. There was an indescribable joy, a whisper of shyness, and a deeply buried hope. If she were to bear a noble son, both she and her daughter Yi Qingqing would solidify their positions in Lu Xian's heart. And deep within herself, had she not always yearned to nurture a child who carried the blood of both herself and the one she loved? Upon hearing this, Hua Qingyin's beautiful eyes flickered with palpable envy. She pressed even closer to Lu Xuan, her supple frame nearly melting into his embrace. The leader of the 100 Flowers sect wore a pale violet gauze dress today, its collar slightly parted. Her delicate collarbones and a glimpse of ivory skin were revealed, while a freshly picked jade flower ornament adorned her hair, releasing an exquisite fragrance. Her crimson lips parted, and her voice rang clear like a mountain spring. Qingyin has also sensed an unusual shift in her spiritual energy lately. When the 100 Flowers Heart Sutra circulates on its own, a warm current seems to gather like a pearl within the dantian. As she spoke, she took Lu Xuan's hand and gently pressed it against her lower abdomen. Can you sense it, master? Here. It's as though a small phoenix is gently beating its wings. Beyond envy, her gaze revealed the resolve and ambition of one long accustomed to power. Now that she had become Lu Xuan's woman, the 100 Flowers sect had already pledged allegiance to Lingxiao Palace. But if she were to bear Lu Xuan's child, her future standing within the palace, and indeed her influence across all of Tianan, would be utterly transformed. She was even secretly circulating the secret 100 Flowers sect technique, the progenitor spirit scripture, striving to ensure this child would develop the most outstanding spiritual foundation. Lu Xuan laughed heartily, his voice shaking the hall, as he drew both women into his embrace. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This master's children of auspicious destiny shall grow by 2 more. That night within the crimson curtains, passion ran deep. Bue Exine shed her usual reserve and eagerly sought his touch. Hua Qingyin went further, deploying the 100 Flowers sect's secret arts. The hall erupted with phantom petals swirling in the air, granting Lu Xuan pleasures beyond anything he had ever known. 2 hours later, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully impregnated the blessed daughter Bue Exine. Reward 3,000 mandate points. Ding. Reward companion artifact Chaos Green Lotus platform protects the fetus's soul from destruction and nurtures the innate Tao foundation. Ding. Host has successfully impregnated the blessed daughter Hua Qingyin. Reward 3,000 mandate points. Ding. Reward companion artifact 9 Heaven's Rainbow Robe assists the fetus in condensing an innate Tao body and draws Phoenix true blood to temper it. Lu Xuan was overjoyed, never expecting such lavish rewards for both beauties conceiving simultaneously. He gently stroked their slightly swelling bellies, sensing with his supreme divine consciousness the vigorous life force within, truly extraordinary. The fetus within Bue Exine subtly resonated with the stars of the heavens, while within Hua Qingyin's womb a phantom phoenix circled and softly sang. Master. Bue Exine panted softly, her jade hand covering Lu Xuan's as it wandered over her belly. Bue Exine feels. The fetus is actively drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, particularly the power of moonlight. Hua Qingyin murmured as well. Qingyin also feels it within. Whenever midnight arrives, a phoenix cry resonates clear, and the spiritual energy of the 100 Flowers naturally flows into the dantian. Lu Xuan concentrated and probed further, unable to suppress his delight. He now realized his primordial Tao master's core abilities could not only suppress those destined to be protagonists, but also naturally attract women marked by fate. Even more, it could make him the father of children blessed with destiny. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This master's offspring are indeed extraordinary. Uxion's child stirs the stars, Qingyin's child summons the phoenix. Both are supreme spirit seeds, unparalleled in 10,000 years. Currently, Lu Xuan had already fathered thousands of children from the women he had taken across Tianan, yet only a handful truly bore the weight of great destiny. The children carried by Su Yuyao, Yi Qingqing, and these blessed daughters were each remarkable beyond measure. Lu Xuan grew increasingly curious about the capabilities of his primordial Tao body. Could he not only suppress those fated to be protagonists, but also transform those who should have been protagonists into his own bloodline? Bue Xian and Hua Qingyin exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes bright with joy, yet carrying an unspoken competitive edge. They both understood that Lu Xuan had become the supreme ruler of Tianan. To bear his children meant more than personal honor or disgrace, it determined the rise and fall of their respective clans and families. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Above Lingxiao Palace, the winds and clouds shifted suddenly. On this day, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, and countless streams of spiritual energy surged toward the kitchen hall, where Yi Qingshang resided, converging like rivers flowing to the sea. Outside the hall, a crowd had already gathered. Lu Xuan stood at the forefront with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, yet his eyes holding the turning of starry rivers. Beside him, Su Yao's pregnant belly showed clearly, her delicate hand resting gently on her abdomen, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and expectation. Nie Yang, clad in black, stood like a shadow 3 paces behind Lu Xuan, her face unreadable, but her clenched fists betraying her inner concern. Hua Qingyin and Bue Xian stood side by side, both with slightly swollen bellies, their gazes fixed intently on the hall, within their expressions complex. Concern for Yi Qingsheng mingled with thoughts of their own impending deliveries, along with an indescribable envy. Yi Qingqing's child was creating such extraordinary commotion. Ah! Yi Qingqing's agonized cry pierced through the hall walls, making every woman present clutch their hearts. At the same time, lightning and thunder ripped across the heavens, nine-colored radiance bursting from the void to envelop all of Lingxiao Palace. Stars appeared in broad daylight, their ethereal images manifesting across the firmament, showering down billions of starlight rays. All living beings upon the earth paid homage. Beasts in the mountains bowed low, birds in the forests lowered their heads, and even grass and trees bent slightly toward the direction of the kitchen hall. This phenomenon, Su Yuyao stroked her belly, murmuring softly, is even more astonishing than the legendary births of sages recorded in ancient texts. The immortal fetus within seemed stirred by the external changes, giving a gentle kick. Su Yuyao quickly soothed it with spiritual energy, yet her mind could not help but wander. If her sister Qingqing's child was already so extraordinary, what spectacle would await when her own child, the one the palace master called an immortal fetus, was born? Above Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly phenomena continued to undergo drastic changes. Nianyang stepped forward half a pace and whispered, "My lord, shall we proceed?" Though she served as the palace master's personal attendant, her cultivation depth was unfathomable, with particular mastery in protective arts. Lu Xuan gently waved his hand. "Do not worry. Qingsheng is protected by the primordial chaos origin I left within her. She will be fine." Hua Qingyin's beautiful eyes flickered as she softly said, "This abnormal phenomenon has persisted for 3 hours. It seems this young master is extraordinary." Meanwhile, Baiyu Xian clasped her hands together before her chest, her fingertips turning slightly white. The one suffering in the hall was her own daughter. How could her heart not ache? Moreover, she could sense that the fetus within her womb was subtly resonating with the starlight from beyond, deepening her inexplicable connection to her daughter's impending birth. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth fell silent for an instant. All the celestial phenomena abruptly contracted, converging into a thick pillar of golden light that descended from the highest heavens directly upon the roof of Qingshan Hall. Boom! The hall doors were pushed open by a gentle, yet powerful force, and the midwife rushed out with a face full of joy, falling to her knees. "My lord, the palace mistress has given birth. It's a young master." Before she finished speaking, everyone saw brilliant golden light flare from within the hall, and a swaddled bundle actually floated out on its own, hovering in midair. The infant was shrouded in a misty starlight, his skin crystal clear as jade. His features had not yet fully formed, but an elegant outline was already visible. What was most shocking was that when his pure, flawless eyes opened, billions of stars could be seen cycling through creation and destruction deep within his pupils. Wherever his gaze fell, the very air rippled with subtle waves of a starry sea. Then the infant's small mouth opened, producing a crisp yet distinctly baby-soft voice. "Father, mother." The words were pronounced perfectly clearly. "This." Su Yuyao covered her lips with a light gasp, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Nianyang's pupils contracted slightly, and the dark ripples surrounding her body surged with a sudden tremor. The infant radiated pure, flawless primordial qi, an essence so immaculate that it actually affected her shadow domain. Hua Qingyin and Baiyu Xian exchanged a glance, both reading the same shock in each other's eyes. Born, and already floating in midair, speaking in full sentences. What monstrous talent was this? Lu Xuan too felt a profound inner tremor, and his Daorim's spiritual eyes activated instantaneously. What he saw within his son's body was the seamless fusion of the circumambient stellar essence and the ancient sacred physique. Deeper still within his bloodline flowed golden Dao runes he had never witnessed before. Clearly these were marks of the mandate of heaven, and these were extraordinarily complete, intensely concentrated heavenly mandate marks. My God, this is a mutated max version of Yi Tiandi. Lu Xuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this moment, Yi Qingsheng rose with the assistance of 2 maids and held the infant, her eyes brimming with affection. Her face was as pale as paper, her breath faint, long hair dampened by sweat and clinging to her cheeks. Yet those beautiful eyes gazing at the airborne infant overflowed with maternal tenderness and warmth. Shinner. Hearing his mother's call, the floating infant actually tilted his head slightly. Then letting out a cheerful giggle, the starlight around him subsided, and he drifted gently toward Yi Qingsheng. He reached out a pink little hand and grasped a strand of her falling hair. Making soft cooing sounds, his clingy demeanor completely erased any memory of his miraculous ability to speak moments before. He was simply an ordinary infant longing for his mother's embrace. Yi Qingqing's heart melted entirely as she carefully cradled the infant and pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead. The baby contentedly nuzzled against his mother's chest, closed his eyes, and let out a tiny yawn. "Let me see the young master." Su Yuyao approached with her pregnant belly prominent, her eyes filled with affection. She extended her finger and gently touched the infant's cheek. The infant opened his eyes, his star-like gaze meeting Su Yuyao's, then suddenly broke into a wide grin. His small hand grasped at the air before precisely closing around Su Yuyao's finger. "Oh my, he's holding on!" Su Yuyao exclaimed in delight, feeling a warm, pure spiritual energy flow from his fingertips that somehow calmed her celestial fetus within. She smiled tenderly. "Little darling, I'm your Auntie Yuyao. When you grow up, my little brother or sister will be able to play with you." Nia Yinyang also approached silently. Upon her typically frosty countenance, an unusually faint trace of softness appeared for the first time. The infant seemed quite interested in her, his starry eyes fixed on her face for a long moment before suddenly reaching out with his other small hand, as though trying to grasp the black hair cascading down her chest. Nia Yinyang paused briefly, then unexpectedly leaned forward to let the infant's small fingers touch the tips of her hair. The baby seized a lock of hair and laughed gleefully. Hua Qingyin and Bai Yuxian also gathered around. Hua Qingyin carried the fragrance of 100 flowers. The infant's nostrils flared, his head turned toward her, and his eyes shone brightly. Hua Qingyin chuckled softly, withdrew 100 flowers condensation pearl she had nurtured for years from her sleeve, and gently placed it in the infant's palm. The pearl felt warm to the touch and released an invigorating fragrance. The infant curiously played with it, even opening his mouth as if to bite, but Hua Qingyin laughed and gently stopped him. "Young master, you cannot eat this. It is a meeting gift from Annie Qingyin. Wearing it will calm your spirit and soothe your mind." Bai Yuxian's emotions were the most complicated of all her ties to her daughter, and to Lu Xuan were the most entangled. Gazing at the infant's features that mirrored Yi Qingqing's, her eyes reddened slightly, and she reached out hesitantly. But the infant seemed to sense something, turning to Bai Yuxian and suddenly extending his small arms toward her in a gesture asking to be held. Bai Yuxian froze for a moment, then nearly burst into tears. She hurriedly and gently took the infant from Yi Qingqing's arms, holding him close as she whispered softly, "Good child." The baby nuzzled comfortably against her, his small head resting on her shoulder, and gradually drifted to sleep with even breathing. His long eyelashes cast faint shadows upon his cheeks. He was so docile, it was touching. Yi Qingqing looked tenderly at Lu Xuan. "My lord, let us give our son a name." Lu Xuan observed their son peacefully asleep in Bai Yuxian's arms, surrounded by the women. Gazing around at the joyful faces, he contemplated for a moment before speaking. "With such heavenly and earthly phenomena, my son possesses the destiny of a heavenly emperor. This child, born bearing the resonance of celestial starlight and favored by the mandate of heaven, shall be named Lu Xuan. Chen for the stars, also symbolizing our Lu clan's brilliance, rising like the sun and enduring like the moon, perpetually unceasing." Inside, Lu Xuan couldn't help but think, weren't these the same names given to protagonists in fantasy novels from his past life? Lu Chen. Yi Qingqing repeated softly, her eyes brimming with love. The news of Lu Chen's birth spread through Lingxiao Palace like a storm, soon sweeping across the entire Tianan region. 10,000 sects sent congratulatory envoys, guests gathered in crowds, and Lingxiao Palace hosted grand banquets with endless celestial wine and spiritual fruits. Songs and laughter echoed for a full 3 months. On that day, as the banquet reached its climax with guests exchanging cups and the fairy maidens of the Jade Pool dancing gracefully, suddenly, rumble. A deafening crash echoed from the 9 heavens above, as if the very dome of heaven had shattered. Everyone looked up in terror to see the once clear sky torn open by an indescribable mighty force, splitting wide, with a rift spanning tens of thousands of li. Deep within the rift, chaotic chi churned, and Tao rune characters flickered in and out of existence. And then 9 colossal beings slowly emerged from the chaos. 9 golden dragons. Each measured 10,000 zhang in length, their scales cast in gold gleaming with cold metallic luster. As their dragon eyes opened and closed, the left eye harbored thunderous destruction, while the right concealed the light of creation. Their majestic auras suppressed the 8 wastelands. Even more heart-stopping was that behind these 9 great dragons pulled a bronze coffin, ancient, modeled, and covered in mysterious patterns. The 9 celestial dragons that appeared in the sky sent the entire Tianan into an uproar. That is a dragon. A true divine dragon. 9 of them. A full 9. I have seen records in ancient texts. This is the legendary 9 dragons pulling a coffin. They are heading toward the Lingxiao Palace. The entire Tianan cultivators were set ablaze. Panic, awe, confusion, reverence. Countless emotions spread through the crowd. The guests inside the Lingxiao Palace were thrown into chaos. Some lower realm cultivators were even pressed flat to the ground by the dragon's might, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Xuan's pupils contracted sharply as he activated his Tao rhythm divine eye to its fullest, instantly glimpsing part of the truth. Fortune golden dragons answering the call of the child of fate. This is the initiation ceremony of the Beidou immortal domain. The legendary imperial sun tours the heavens. 9 dragons clear the path. Before his words faded, the 9 fortune golden dragons had already hauled the bronze coffin, shattering layers of space, descending above the Lingxiao Palace, and hovering directly over the banquet square. The dragon's eyes simultaneously locked onto the infant Lu Xuan, who was held in by Yuexin's arms, staring around with starry, curious eyes. No. Yi Qingqing's face turned pale as she instinctively moved to shield the child. Bai Yuexin clutched Lu Xuan even tighter, her spiritual energy surging. Su Yuyao gasped, "What are they going to do?" Nia Yinyang blurred in a flash, already standing before Bai Yuexin, her black robes fluttering. Without wind, a dark short blade silently grasped in her hand. Hua Qingyin's floral spiritual energy surged, conjuring layered barriers of blossoms around her. Yet the 9 fortune golden dragons were faster. One dragon flicked its whiskers, sending a gentle, yet irresistible golden light that lightly wrapped around Lu Chen's tiny body. Lu Chen showed no fear. Instead, he giggled, reaching out his little hand to grasp the golden light. "Chinner!" Yi Qingqing shrieked, lunging forward recklessly. But with a flash of gold, Lu Chun transformed into a brilliant stream of light, flying into the open bronze coffin. Roar! The 9 fortune golden dragons simultaneously raised their heads and roared their dragon cries, echoing through the cosmos, causing countless cultivators' ears and noses to bleed. The next moment, the dragons turned and pulled the bronze coffin into the rift in the sky. The rift quickly healed, and in an instant the sky returned to clarity, as if the earth-shattering scene had never occurred. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the Lingxiao Palace square. All the guests stood dumbfounded, as if in a dream. "My child!" Yi Qingsheng collapsed to the ground, her face ashen, tears streaming uncontrollably. She struggled to rise toward the sky, but Lu Xuan held her tightly. Bai Yuexin's arms were empty, frozen in the posture of holding the baby, as if struck by lightning. Tears silently traced down her cheeks. That was her grandson. She had never had a chance to cherish him properly. Su Yuyao stroked her own swollen belly, pale-faced, her beautiful eyes filled with terror and sympathy. She dared not imagine if her own child once born were to suffer such a fate. Nie Yinyang sheathed her blade and silently retreated behind Lu Xuan, but her clenched fists, white-knuckled, betrayed her inner turmoil. Hua Qingying dispelled the floral barrier, gazing at the sky and murmuring, 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Welcoming to the immortal domain. Who exactly is the young master? All the women turned to Lu Xuan, their eyes filled with horror, helplessness, and inquiry. Lu Xuan helped the nearly collapsing Yi Qingsheng to her feet, pulling her into his embrace. His gaze swept over the women, his voice steady and powerful, carrying a soothing strength. Do not panic and do not grieve. This is not a calamity, but a tremendous opportunity for Chenner. He looked up toward the horizon where the 9 dragons and the coffin had vanished, his eyes profound as an abyss. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, receiving the imperial sun. This is the summoning of the world's origin in the Beidou immortal domain for a child of fate like Chenner. That bronze coffin is not a burial vessel, but a womb of Tao coffin, ensuring he crosses the endless void, reaching the core of the immortal domain to receive the baptism of the most fundamental heavenly principles. He paused, then continued, at the moment the coffin opened, I infused a wisp of chaos origin qi into Chenner's body. This qi will combine with the Tao rhythm within the coffin, and in the future transform into his life-bound Tao artifact, the Shutian Cauldron. Lu Xuan smiled gently at Nie Yinyang. Moreover, long before Chenner was born, I had secretly laid 3 layers of protection for him. Even if an immortal king struck, he could not harm a hair on his head. Yi Qingsheng trembled in his arms, lifting her tear-streaked face. But husband, Chenner has only just been born. He is so small. When will he return? Will we ever see him again? Bai Yuexin choked, Palace Master Chenner. Lu Xuan raised his hand, gently wiping the tears from Yi Qingqing's face, then cast a reassuring glance at Bai Yuexin and the others. Rest assured, the child of fortune bears his own destiny. His gaze swept over the women, finally settling on the slight swell of Yi Qingsheng and Bai Yuexin's bellies, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. What you need to do is protect the Lingxiao Palace, raise the other children well, and wait quietly for Chenner's return, and also wait. I believe he will bring us surprises. His words served both as comfort to the women and as his judgment on this child of fortune. Su Yuyao and the others gradually calmed, though worry and reluctance lingered. Their trust in Lu Xuan prevailed. Yi Qingqing sobbed softly in Lu Xuan's arms, while Bai Yuexin stepped forward to gently embrace her daughter's shoulders. Hua Qingying and Nie Yinyang exchanged a glance and quietly began to disperse the startled guests, maintaining order within the palace. Lu Xuan held Yi Qingqing, but his gaze once again turned to the endless sky, where chaos qi swirled and stars were born and extinguished deep in his eyes. Beidou immortal domain. Receiving my son. Is that not where the original Emperor Yi attained enlightenment? Could it be? High above the heavens, as if responding, a faint ripple of Tao rhythm spread and vanished in an instant. And now deep within the endless void inside the bronze coffin, the infant Lu Xuan was enveloped by thick, substantial, innate Tao principles. He opened his star-like eyes, curiously examining the ancient runes flowing on the inner walls of the coffin. His little hands grasped unconsciously, and in the center of his palm a faint glimmer of chaos light began to sprout. Lu Xuan sat in meditation atop the central throne of Lingxiao Palace. His body was undergoing earth-shattering transformations. Not visible external changes, but a resonance and fusion with the very essence of this world. Around the throne, the Tao runes on the 365 celestial pillars lit up one by one like the stars of the heavens being kindled in sequence. Outside the seven-colored barrier, the spiritual energy of the entire Tianan region began to pulse rhythmically, as if a giant beast was slowly awakening. Ding! Detected that the favored daughter of fate, Yi Qingqing, has successfully given birth to the son of destiny, Lu Xuan. Both mother and child are safe. Rewards being distributed. Host Lu Xuan lifespan increased by 2,000 years. Current remaining lifespan 12,820 years. Spouse Yi Qingqing lifespan increased by 2,000 years. Current remaining lifespan 8,417 years. Congratulations to the host for becoming the father of the protagonist of Destiny, overturning fate, and causality, destiny value 10,000. Current destiny value accumulation 10580050. Second order, third order promotion completed. The system notification resounded like a great bell in Lu Xuan's sea of consciousness. He clearly felt that some kind of shackle within him had been shattered. Not merely an increase in power, but a leap in the essence of life. Ding! Destiny level upgraded to third order. World Essence Fusion Degree 32. 6. Hongming Dao Body Beginner Advanced to Minor Achievement. Upper limit of source analysis of all laws raised to 2 major realms above oneself. Chaos Affinity increased to allow absorption of medium concentration chaos chi. Positional pressure manifested, producing a visible fate suppression aura against favored sons of destiny at 4th order and below. Destiny Villain Aura 2nd order advanced to 3rd order, immune to aura suppression from favored sons of destiny at 5th order and below. Can moderately distort local fate trajectories, while produces precognitive sensing of destiny events within the same realm. Tao Resonance Spirit I Advanced Great Achievement can perceive the essence of techniques, the origin of physiques, and fate nodes. Maintains high-resolution analysis against targets 1 major realm above oneself. Newly acquires Fate Vein Visualization ability. Obtain new authority Tianan Dominator. A torrent of information washed over Lu Xuan's consciousness, and the description of the omnipotence of the Tianan Dominator at the end made him abruptly open his eyes. In his eyes, chaos chi swirled, billions of runes forming and vanishing. Tianan Dominator, the world authority gained by the host through deep fusion with the essence of the Tianan region. Within this realm, first, omnipresent perception. Wherever the mind goes, one can perceive the movements of all living beings, the flow of spiritual energy, and the changes in earth veins within Tianan, with precision up to the subtlety of a single grain of sand or stone, the concealment of a single thought or idea. Second law regulation can slightly manipulate the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space-time. Regulation range, entire Tianan region, our regulation intensity up to triggering local catastrophic changes, such as a 100-mile thunderstorm, mountain rise, and fall, river diversion. Third, spiritual energy dominion. All unowned spiritual energy within Tianan is guided by the hosts, will able to be gathered into a sea to nourish oneself, or transformed into restrictions to seal off enemies. Fourth, positional enhancement. When fighting within the Tianan region, all attributes are boosted by 300, recovery speed by 500, and a world rejection suppression is applied to non-native beings, reducing their overall combat power by 20 to 40. Fifth, enfeoffment authority can bestow the Tianan mark upon those recognized, granting them varying degrees of spiritual energy affinity, cultivation, acceleration, and other boons within this realm. Note the mark can be revoked at any time. Sixth, realm concealment can consume destiny value to erase the entire Tianan region from the world coordinates of the 9 provinces continent, transforming it into an independent small world accessible only with the host's permission. So this is the power of the third order destiny. Lu Xuan slowly rose, and the throne spontaneously elevated with his movement. The runes on the 365 celestial pillars simultaneously burst forth with sky-piercing divine light. Outside the 7-colored barrier, the entire Lingxiao Palace began to tremble. No, the entire floating palace complex began to ascend. At this moment, across the entire Tianan region, spanning billions of miles of mountains and rivers, all living beings, whether cultivators or mortals, whether intelligent beasts or ignorant flora, all at the same instant felt that tremor originating from the depths of their souls. Qingyun's sect at the peak of Asking Dao Peak. Elder Qingshu was comprehending an ancient sword technique in his meditation chamber surrounded by swirling sword aura. Suddenly, the spiritual energy that had been flowing smoothly within him became chaotic without warning, and the sword intent he had condensed in his hand exploded with a bang. The backlash made his throat sweet, nearly causing him to spit blood. What's going on? Elder Qingshu was greatly alarmed. This feeling of losing control over spiritual energy was like the will of the entire world was rejecting his Tao. He violently pushed open the stone door of the meditation chamber and rushed to the peak. Then he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The 72 peaks of the Qingyun mountain range, all spiritual energy, spontaneously rose up, turning into visible pale green columns of qi, all flowing toward the southwest direction, the location of Lingxiao Palace. Not only Qingyun's sect, but within the 3,000 miles that his nascent soul late-stage divine sense could perceive the spiritual veins of all sects, the spirit springs of scattered cultivators' caves, and even the naturally condensed spiritual energy nodes in the wilderness were all doing the same thing, paying homage. What made his mind and soul tremble even more was that a faint pulse resounded between heaven and earth like the heartbeat of a giant beast, steady, vast, and carrying supreme majesty. With each pulse, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air increased by a fraction. Grass and trees grew an inch at a visible rate, and even the chaotic spiritual energy within his body was spontaneously smoothed by these pulses and even purified a little. Elder Qingshu's pupils constricted. He sensed an existence that transcended cultivation, transcended sects, and even transcended individual will awakening. That existence was like the heavens themselves gaining consciousness and the earth itself having a master. Abruptly, an image emerged in his mind: Lu Xuan standing with his hands behind his back above the Lingxiao Palace. Then came an epiphany, like a sudden enlightenment directly imprinted deep in the Tao heart of every Tianan cultivator. Lu Xuan is Tianan. Tianan is Lu Xuan. The two are one, governing the rise and fall. Plop. Inside Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan's voice through the Tianan dominator authority directly resounded in the souls of all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above. From this day forward, there will be no more sect divisions in the Tianan region. Only Lingxiao Palace shall lead all cultivation traditions. The original 6 sect mountain gates will be reorganized into the 6 guardian halls directly under the jurisdiction of Lingxiao Palace, each performing its duties to protect Tianan. As the words fell, 6 golden decrees flew out from Lingxiao Palace, landing respectively at the 6 sect mountain gates. Beyond the 6 halls, all former Tianan scattered cultivators, small families, and cultivation cities were organized into the Tianan Guard by region, placed under the jurisdiction of the 6 halls. From then on, all cultivators in the Tianan region had a unified identity: Lingxiao Palace Tao Guardian Cultivators. Each of the 6 halls set up 1 chief seated, served by the original sect leader, 2 deputy chief seated, 12 executors, 36 Dharma protectors, and grassroots guard units ranging from 3,000 to 10,000 members. All cultivators, according to their cultivation level and merits, were granted Tianan Dao ranks from 9th grade to 1st grade, enjoying corresponding stipends, caves, and cultivation resources. At the same time, Lingxiao Palace itself completed its final transformation. Beneath the 5 main detached halls, 6 slightly smaller auxiliary halls rose up together, forming the 11 guardian halls system with the 5 halls. The flow of spiritual energy in the entire Tianan region was completely reshaped. 70% of the spiritual energy from all spiritual veins converged to the Spirit King Palace, nourishing Lu Xuan and his core Tao companions. The remaining 30% was distributed according to the functions and merits of the 6 halls. Lu Xuan sat on the Chaos Tao platform, and with a slight movement of his mind he could perceive. In the demon-slaying hall, Elder Qingshu was reorganizing disciples, and 3,000 demon-slaying guards were practicing battle formations, their killing intent soaring to the skies. In the 100 Herbs Hall, Yu Linglong led disciples to cultivate 10,000 acres of spirit fields, planting rare medicinal seeds obtained from the Lingxiao Palace treasury. In the Law Enforcement Hall, Jin Wuji was presiding over the first case of violating Tiannan's new regulations, a small family attempting to secretly hoard a spiritual vein caught red-handed. Deep in the Shadow Hall, the Dark Insect leader was dispatching the first batch of spies to secretly infiltrate the regions surrounding Tianan to gather intelligence. This is more like it. Lu Xuan curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Tianan from now on will become my small world. While Lu Xuan was fully assimilating the authority of Tianan beyond the boundless expanse of space-time at the fringe of the Huanggu Forbidden Land in Donghuang of the Beidou Star Domain, a bronze coffin drawn by 9 destiny golden dragons slowly emerged from a spatial rift hovering above a vast mountain range. However, this time the coffin did not descend steadily. While crossing the final world barrier, it violently collided with the time prohibition of the Huanggu Forbidden Land. The bronze coffin crashed into the earth like a meteor, carving a terrifying gorge hundreds of li long and several zhang deep across the barren red Gobi. Dust surged into the sky as shockwaves swept in all directions, shattering mountain rocks within dozens of li. The coffin lid slid open with a thunderous crash under the tremendous force, revealing an infant wrapped in chaos energy, Lu Xuan. This infant, possessing the cultivation realm of nascent soul stage since birth, now opened his clear big eyes, curiously observing this strange and dangerous world. He extended his soft white hand, attempting to grasp the purple spiritual energy streams floating in the air while making infantile babbling sounds. However, the tranquility was soon shattered. What the Huanggu Forbidden Land lacked the least were ancient ferocious creatures extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. The spiritual energy tremor caused by the coffin's fall, along with the pure innate Tao resonance emanating from Lu Xuan, was like throwing bloody bait into a dark sea. From the distant horizon, dust filled the sky as tens of thousands of wilderness beasts surged from all directions. There were demonic wolf packs, several zhang long with blood-red eyes, thunder eagles whose wings could blot out the sky, with feathers like iron blades, ancient mountain-moving apes the size of boulders pounding their chests and roaring, and even sandworm behemoths, with gruesome mandibles burrowing beneath the ground. They had caught the scent of an exquisite supplement, an infant possessing the purest innate spiritual energy. If devoured, it would be enough to help them break through bottlenecks and evolve their bloodlines. 10,000 beasts galloped, the earth trembled. In the blink of an eye, the bronze coffin was surrounded tight as a drum. The nearest demonic wolf pack was less than 100 zhang away, their foul-smelling saliva dripping to the ground, corroding wisp after wisp of green smoke. Lu Xuan, frightened by this terrifying sight, burst into tears. The infant's cries echoed across the wasteland, further inciting the ferocity of the wilderness beasts. An iron-winged thunder eagle launched the first attack, its wings flapping as dozens of thunderbolts rained down like a storm toward the coffin. At the critical moment, tch, how noisy! A slightly impatient female voice emerged from Lu Xuan's shadow. The next moment, the shadow twisted and a dark figure slowly stepped out. She wore a form-fitting night robe, her figure curvaceous, her face cold and beautiful. None other than Nianyang, or rather a shadow clone separated from Nianyang. She glanced at the sky-filled thunder, waved her hand casually, and a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, swallowing all the thunderbolts completely. Then she turned to look at Lu Xuan with a flushed little face from crying, a rare hint of helplessness appearing on her coldly beautiful face. Kid, although I did not give birth to you with your mother and father absent, only I, your second mother, can take care of you. She bent down and carefully lifted Lu Xuan from the coffin. Strange as it was, after being picked up, Lu Xuan's crying immediately subsided, and he just sniffled, his star-like big eyes teary as he gazed at Nianyang. Nianyang took out a small warm jade bottle from her bosom, removed the stopper, and a rich milky fragrance mixed with the aroma of special spiritual milk from Baichao Hall wafted out. Lu Xuan's eyes lit up at the scent, his little mouth smacking, and he stopped crying immediately. Easy to please. Nianyang carefully fed him a few sips. Lu Xuan let out a satisfying baby burp and said in a childish voice, "Thank you, second mother." A trace of tenderness flashed in Nianyang's eyes, but she quickly regained her cold demeanor. She looked up at the wilderness beast pack that had already closed in to within 50 zhang and spoke calmly to somewhere in the air. "You've been watching long enough. Should come out now. It's time for you to repay your master." A moment of silence. Then the chaos-colored pendant that Lu Xuan had personally hung around Lu Xuan's chest suddenly emitted a soft glow. From within the glow, a woman dressed in a dark purple long dress, her beauty enchanting and peerless, yet her temperament dignified and noble, slowly manifested her figure. The moment she appeared, the space within 100 li suddenly froze. All the wilderness beasts' movements slowed tenfold. A terrifying pressure of the Tribulation Transcendence stage permeated the air. That was the aura of Tribulation Transcendence level. Lu Rian, a remnant soul, within Yi Fan's ring in the original narrative, once an empress of a region, was granted a flesh body reshaped by Lu Xuan using chaos origin, making her Lu Xuan's Tao guardian. She lazily stretched her slender figure, her curves on full display, while complaining, "Oh, what bad luck. I thought following that kid Lu Xuan, I could enjoy a few comfortable days in Tiannan. Drinking tea, admiring flowers, teasing those gorgeous concubines of his. Who would have thought I'd end up exiled to this cursed place to be a nanny for a baby?" She walked over to Nianyang's side, reached out to tease Lu Xuan's little face, and smiled. "Fine then. Since your father helped me restore my flesh body, this seat will be your Tao guardian." She turned to face the tens of thousands of wilderness beasts that had begun to stir again, her expression as calm as still water. From among the beast pack emerged an exceptionally large golden-maned lion king with a shoulder height exceeding 10 zhang. Its mane blazed like golden flame, a third eye grew upon its forehead, and it spoke in human words, its voice like muffled thunder. Woman, hand over this child, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, today you shall become blood food for my clan. It was one of the overlords of this wasteland. As it spoke, the tens of thousands of wilderness beasts behind it roared in unison, their sound waves shaking the heavens. Lu Xuan merely smiled, lightly reached into the void, and withdrew a long whip, forged entirely from translucent white, true dragonbone segments. The bloodline of my master. How could such beasts dare to lay hands on it? Before her words had finished, she flicked her wrist. Snap! The bone whip tore through the air without any earth-shattering noise, only a faint white line slicing through space. Then, in the incredulous gazes of all present, humans and beasts alike, that golden-maned Lion King was split cleanly in two from head to tail. The cut was smooth as a mirror with not even a drop of blood splashing out, because the flesh and blood at the incision had already been completely weathered into dust by the law of time in the instant the whip's shadow passed. Silence. Dead silence. The roaring of tens of thousands of wilderness beasts abruptly ceased, and terror originating from instinct flashed in the eyes of all the ferocious beasts. That was the trembling of lower life forms facing a higher existence. Lu Xuan shook her bone whip, glanced at the beast pack, and gave a charming smile. Who else wants to try? The beast pack collapsed instantly. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts fled backward like a tide, trampling each other, wailing in agony, cursing their mothers for not giving them 2 extra legs. In no more than 10 breaths, the once blackened wasteland was left with nothing but devastation, and the Lion King's corpse split in two. Lu Xuan put away her bone whip, turned to look at Lu Xuan, who was suckling on a milk bottle, and sighed. Let's go, little ancestor. Let's find a safe place to settle you down first. We don't even know what place this is. It's no place for an infant. She raised her hand, and the bronze coffin shrank and fell into her palm. Nian Yang, holding Lu Xuan together with Lu Xuan, transformed into streams of light and flew toward the outskirts of the Huanggu forbidden land in the direction of civilization. And not long after they departed, at the sight of the Lion King's corpse, the ground suddenly cracked open, a pale hand reaching out to grasp the Lion King's demon core that had not yet been completely weathered. A hoarse muttering came from underground, pure innate Tao physique, and also the aura of a great emperor. Interesting. Time passed, and the Tiannan region entered a new era under Lu Xian's rule. 2 years later, at the stargazing platform of Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan was meditating on the changes brought by his third-tier mandate, when suddenly a sensation stirred in his heart. He raised his head and gazed toward the heavens. Not with his eyes, but with the authority of the ruler of Tiannan. He sensed that beyond the boundless reaches of time and space, within some vast and immeasurable great world, a chilling gaze had pierced through layer upon layer of dimensional barriers, locking onto Tiannan. You have finally come. A faint smile graced Lu Xian's lips. No sooner had he spoken than a hairline fissure split open the northernmost sky of the Tiannan region. A withered parasol leaf drifted down from the rift. To the naked eye it appeared ordinary, but through Lu Xian's Daorim's spiritual eyes, he perceived its true nature. Within that single leaf was compressed the weight of an entire star realm. Every vein upon the leaf's surface was an entire great Tao law, and the dewdrops clinging to it were the corrosion of time, capable of devouring even immortal artifacts. The leaf drifted languidly, appearing slow, yet each subtle shift carried it across tens of thousands of li. Wherever it passed, permanent withered yellow scars scarred the fabric of space, and time itself fell into disarray. Cultivators who witnessed the leaf drift overhead would instantly age from youth into a white-haired old man, only to revert to an infant within a single breath. Eventually the leaf came to hover 10,000 zhang above Lingxiao Palace. A voice, cold, majestic, as though emanating from the very end of eternity, resonated through the leaf. Inferior ants of the lower realm, you dare to harm my avatar and seize my women. You deserve the annihilation of both form and spirit. The voice carried no great volume, yet it seized the hearts of every living being across the Tiannan region. Cultivators below the golden core stage collapsed unconscious instantly. Those at the nascent soul realm vomited blood, and even soul transformation stage cultivators felt their divine souls on the verge of shattering. This was the might of the heavenly emperor. Even a mere fragment of intent traveling across boundless time and space was enough to crush an entire great world. The leaf began to glow. Amid golden radiance, a phantom 10,000 zhang tall took shape. It wore a 9-tassel imperial crown robed in garments embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and stood upon the river of time itself. Its left hand supported a rotating cosmic model, while its right hand hovered loosely clenched as though ready to crush stars at any moment. The phantom's face remained indistinct, but those eyes blazed like twin suns, radiating the detached majesty of one who gazes down upon all living beings. The Dharma body of Heavenly Emperor Yi. Though merely a projected avatar, and though separated by endless time and space, it could only transmit 100 millionth of its power. Its essential status was far too exalted. That was the invincible heavenly emperor who had unified the immortal realm and conquered the myriad heavens and worlds. Even a wisp of projected consciousness from such a being could easily erase 100 lower realms like Tian Nan. I decree, return to nothingness. The phantom raised its hand and pressed a single finger downward. That single strike carried the true essence of the heavenly emperor's finger, not a divine ability, not a spell, but a concept itself. Any target locked by that finger would be erased from the very concept of existence, forgotten by all, unrecorded in any annals, severed from every thread of causality, as though it had never been born. The sky of the Tiannan region began to disappear beneath that finger's strike. Not shattering, not collapsing. Rather like a pencil sketch being wiped away by an eraser, it gradually dissolved into blank nothingness. Countless cultivators screamed in despair. But just as that finger was about to touch the protective barrier of Lingxiao Palace, Lu Xuan did not even rise from his seat. He merely sat upon his throne, lifted his eyelids slightly, and directed his gaze toward the heavens, softly uttering a single character. Disperse. No spectacular visual effects, no surging waves of spiritual energy. Yet at that very moment, the laws of heaven and earth, governing the entirety of Tian Nan, were rewritten by Lu Xuan through his authority as its sovereign, altering a fundamental setting. The true essence of the heavenly emperor's finger upon entering the bounds of Tian Nan dissolved silently, as ice meeting fierce sunlight. The Tinjiang Phantom avatar hesitated for a moment. Obviously, even the true body of heavenly Emperor Yi across boundless time and space perceived the absurdity. How could such an insignificant lower realm resist his heavenly emperor's finger? But before the avatar could make a second move, Lu Xuan calmly spoke once more. Within this territory, no external energy entity shall exist without my permission. This was a second rewriting of the laws. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 10,000 Zhang avatar, formed from a single autumn leaf, began to decompose from its feet upward. It was not being shattered apart, but rather being refused acknowledgement of its existence by this very world. Like a drop of ink falling into the ocean, it was diluted, assimilated, and ultimately erased by the boundless waters. The avatar attempted to struggle, unleashing golden light, so brilliant it dimmed the stars, but before the authority of the Tian Nan sovereign, all resistance was futile. 3 breaths later, the avatar completely dissipated, reverting to that single withered parasol leaf. The leaf drifted slowly downward, drawn into Lu Xuan's palm by unseen force. He examined it closely, his Daorim's spiritual eyes operating at full capacity, beginning to analyze the immortal realm laws contained within the great Dao imprints of Heavenly Emperor Yian, a faint trace of aura belonging to Lu Xuan. Xuan truly is in the Beidou immortal realm. A profound gleam flashed across Lu Xuan's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Yi. How interesting. My son is apparently closer to you. I have destroyed one of your avatars. This is only the beginning. He closed his palm, crushing the parasol leaf to powder. But before the leaf vanished completely, Lu Xuan had already extracted the critical information from within it. The true body of Heavenly Emperor Yi was currently engaged in conquest against a great world called the Netherworld Divine Realm, leaving no time to spare. This avatar's destruction would take at least 3 centuries before Heavenly Emperor Yi would become aware and respond. 300 years. More than enough. Ding. Successfully defeated the avatar projection of the 9th tier mandate protagonist Heavenly Emperor Yi. Reward settled, mandate value 30000. Current accumulated 145800500. Required to advance to 4th tier. Obtained special reward Heavenly Emperor Mark Analysis incomplete. Heavenly Emperor Mark Analysis incomplete allows preliminary understanding of a 9th tier mandate protagonist partial ability composition and weakness characteristics. Permanently increases resistance to conceptual attacks such as the Heavenly Emperor's finger by 30. Obtain map privilege Beidou Immortal Realm. Rough coordinates requires reaching the Tribulation Transcendent stage before attempting ascension. Obtained item Spacetime Beacon one-time use. Lu Xuan focused his mind, and an entirely new attribute panel unfolded before his eyes. Host Lu Xuan. Title Sovereign of Tiannan, Master of Lingxiao Palace, Inner Disciple of Xintian Sect, Hidden. Cultivation Realm Soul Transformation Stage 3rd Layer Primordial Dao Foundation complete. Has touched the embryonic form of Domain. Mandate rank 3rd tier 14580500000. World origin integration rate 32. 6th Tian Nan region fully controlled, beginning to permeate surrounding territories. Core abilities. Primordial Dao body intermediate. Origin of 10,000 dermas, can analyze and deduce techniques and divine abilities no more than 2 major cultivation realms above one's own and reverse engineer methods to counter them. Chaos affinity cultivation efficiency increased 30-fold. Can actively channel chaotic chi to temper the body with spiritual energy quality comparable to the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Status suppression naturally suppresses mandate protagonists of 5th tier and below, attractiveness to fortune-bearing women increased by 300. Sovereign of Tian and region-specific see above. Mandate villain aura 3rd tier immune to suppression from protagonist auras of 6th tier and below, can moderately distort fate trajectories, such as causing the destined protagonist and the fortune-bearing woman to pass each other without meeting. Daorim's spiritual eyes perfected can perceive the essence of cultivation, methods the origin of physique, fate nodes, and certain karmic threads. New ability, Vital Flaw Strike. During combat, can see the core vulnerability points in an opponent's divine abilities and protective techniques. 100-fold return on gifts advanced when gifting items to fortune-bearing women. The quality of returned rewards is enhanced with a small probability of triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Consorts. Yi Qingqing Stellar River Sword Body Informative Stage, Recovering Postpartum Lifespan, 2,000 years. By Yuexin Pregnant Fetus Resonating with the Stars of the Celestial Sphere. Expected delivery, in 1 year. Hua Qingyin Pregnant Fetus Stirring the Phoenix True Fire. Expected delivery, in 1.5 years. Su Yuyao Taiyin Divine Body Pregnant Immortal Fetus Slumbering. Expected awakening and delivery, in 9 years. Niayinyang Phantom Void Body Perfected Loyalty Max, capable of breaking through to Soul Transformation Stage at any time. Lu Yuer Golden Core Stage perfected in Secluded Cultivation, attempting to break through to Nascent Soul. The remaining concubines and subdued women from various regions are omitted. Gazing at the panel, Lu Xuan rose slowly. He stepped out of Lingxiao Palace and reached the highest point of the ceremonial approach to the royal court, looking down upon the magnificent Tianan region, where clouds churned like the sea and rivers and mountains stretched to the horizon. All matters here shall rest for now. Lu Xuan murmured softly to himself. Tianan is now my private domain and Lingxiao Palace is my royal seat. By Yuexin Hua Qingyin Su Yuyao Yi Qingqing. Tend well to your pregnancy. When the children are born, they shall be the second generation of rulers over Tianan. He turned and gazed toward the eastern horizon. There lay the heart of Jiuzhou continent, the direction of Dongshenzhou. He raised his hand and a transmission talisman ignited in his palm, dissolving into a stream of information that flowed into his consciousness. It was the recall order from the affairs hall of Shantian's sect. Fire Flame Island. Life and death combat. Senior brother Lu Tian. Lu Xuan recalled the clan brother from his family. Appear with considerable talent, yet an unyieldingly straightforward disposition. In this life, I will not let you perish at the hands of Qin Yu. He cast one final glance upon Lingxiao Palace. The palace shone dreamlike within the 7-colored barrier, 5 Lingfan separate halls, standing in attendance, 365 heavenly pillars holding up the firmament, and below them all the myriad spirits of Tianan utterly submissive. Lu Xuan chuckled lightly, and took a single step. His figure vanished from the summit of the ceremonial approach. The next moment he appeared 30,000 li away at the boundary of the Tianan region. Beyond the realm barrier of Tianan, Lu Xuan stood upon the void. He glanced back, and behind him should have been the fertile lands of Tianan, 76 kingdoms and countless sects. Now there was only a barren wasteland of red sand stretching for tens of thousands of li, with a few tenacious thorn bushes swaying in the wind. Occasionally low-tiered demonic beasts darted between the dunes. To any observer this would appear as nothing more than another desolate patch on the far edge of Dongshenzhou in Jiuzhou continent. But Lu Xuan knew this was merely an illusion cast by the concealment mantra. With a flick of his consciousness, he exercised the authority of Tiannan's sovereign to gaze upon reality. Beneath the wasteland's false-visaged Tiannan remained exactly as before. Lingxiao Palace floated in the highest heavens, its 7-colored barrier shimmering with the radiance of the great Tao, 5 Lingfan separate halls guarding it, and 365 heavenly pillars supporting the sky. Su Yuyao drank from the everlasting spring in the Azure Dragon Hall, the breathing of her slumbering immortal fetus stirring tidal surges of vital energy throughout the hall. Yi Qingsheng instructed several of Lu Chen's former concubines in sword arts within the Qilin Hall. Bai Yuxian and Hua Qingyin rested peacefully in the Black Tortoise Hall and the Phoenix Hall respectively, their spiritual federating with the hall's laws. Niayinyang meditated upon the blood-slashing sword formation in the White Tiger Hall, her killing intent coiled and restrained. Across all of Tianan, 3,600 spirit veins lay coiled like dragons, 500 sects, 800 demon tribes, and the billions of subjects across 76 kingdoms, all turned silently, channeling faith and fortune toward their sovereign. Farewell for now, Lu Xuan whispered, turning away without hesitation. He swept his hand through the void, and a spatial rift opened silently. On the other side of the rift lay not an ordinary vista, but an ancient path paved with countless stars. The Star Vault transmission array established by Shantian's sect, connecting sect strongholds and key cities across Jiuzhou. Only those bearing the inner disciple token of Shantian's sect could perceive and activate this route. Lu Xuan stepped forward. Starlight flowed, and space-time twisted. For ordinary cultivators, traversing this ancient path required 3 days and 3 nights, enduring 9 layers of astral winds, 7 barriers of thunder fire, and 5 zones of chaotic void currents. Even a nascent soul true person would need to proceed with utmost caution. But Lu Xuan simply stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint golden primordial Tao rhyme naturally manifesting around him. The astral winds dispersed upon contact, the thunder fire extinguished on approach, and the void currents were smoothed away by the Tao rhyme. Wherever he passed, the starlight on either side of the ancient path brightened by threefold, as if paying homage to a being of a higher order. Before half a day had passed, the starlight ahead suddenly parted. Lu Xuan stepped from the ancient path onto the clouds. Even he who had witnessed grand sights in both his past and present lives felt a subtle stir of awe at what lay before him. Below stretched an endless ocean. Not an ordinary sea, but the beaming profound sea, its waters a deep dark hue, each drop 100 times heavier than common water, upon which only those of foundation establishment or beyond could float. The profound sea was boundless, its horizon lost to sight, with only the faint silhouette of something colossal visible in the far distance. But what truly shook his spirit was the enormous creature at the sea's center, a tortoise, a heaven-spanning profound tortoise. Its shell stretched across 90,000 li, its carapace black golden in color covered in deep crevices, each over 100 zhang wide and bottomless, with rivers of liquid spiritual energy flowing within rather than water. Rising upon its shell were not 9 great cities, as that word was insufficient, but 9 independent micro-worlds, the 9 cities of the profound tortoise arranged from tail to head. The first city, Kanghaicheng, sat at the tortoise's tail. Its walls were forged from deep-sea black iron, rising 1,000 zhang high, with streamlined buildings seeming ready to cut through waves at any moment. This city specialized in trade with overseas islands and the deep-sea demon tribes, a bustling marketplace where 10,000 races converged. The second city, Qian City, rested upon an active volcanic crater in the mid-rear portion of the shell, where earth fire never ceased. The city was filled with armory workshops, the sound of forging divine weapons ringing day and night, producing 7/10 of all treasures of Shantian sect. The third city, Qingmu City, stood within an ancient forest of sky-piercing trees and dragon-like vines. It served as the center for spirit herb cultivation and alchemical inheritance, its air forever fragrant with pill incense. The fourth city, Baodi City, was constructed entirely of Tai-Bai refined gold, its walls sharp as blades gleaming coldly under sunlight. Most of Shantian sect's sword cultivators resided here, where thousands of sword chi surged toward the heavens daily. The fifth city, Huangta City, occupied the highest point at the center of the shell, its walls massive as mountains and its buildings pyramid-shaped. This city specialized in formations, talismans, puppets, and all manner of auxiliary arts, serving as the defensive hub of the 9 cities. The sixth city, Xianshui City, was built upon an inland sea, its waterways weaving through floating pavilions. It was the holy land for water method cultivators and the nerve center of the sect's intelligence network. The seventh city, Fenglai City, hovered 3,000 zhang above the shell, composed of 72 floating mountains wreathed in eternal thunderclouds and unremitting gales. Wind and thunder cultivators trained here, and it also served as the seat of the sect's punishments. The eighth city, Ryu City, rested upon the tortoise's neck, a peculiar place where half remained in eternal daylight beneath a blazing sun and half in endless night beneath a luminous moon. Yin-yang dual cultivation and time-related secret arts were transmitted here. The ninth city, Shantian, main city crowning the tortoise's head, was the true heart of Shantian sect. It resembled not a mortal construction but a divine artifact. An imperious 9-storied pagoda of profound yellow, each floor an independent heaven and earth realm. The lowest level housed outer disciples ascending through inner disciples, true followers, elders, the sect master, and supreme elders. Until the legendary 9th floor, the Shantian secret realm, accessible only to the sect's founding ancestors who had ascended to the immortal plane. And the profound tortoise bearing these 9 cities was no mere lifeless object. With his Tao rhyme spiritual eyes, Lu Xuan could see it was alive. Each slow breath it drew stirred 10,000 zhang waves across the beaming profound sea. Beneath its occasionally raised eyelids, those ancient eyes held power that transcended this world. It was a true remnant of the primordial era whose lifespan spanned epochs and whose strength rivaled that of a true immortal. Its willingness to bear Shantian sect stemmed from the Shantian Luxacuring pearl embedded in its brow, a contractual token left by the sect's founding ancestor, a powerhouse who had long since ascended to the immortal realm. What a magnificent Shantian sect, what extraordinary 9 cities upon the profound tortoise! Lu Xuan murmured in admiration. A truly magnificent Shantian sect, a breathtaking Shuangui Jiuqing. Lu Xuan murmured in quiet admiration. The great immortal sects I knew in my past life pale in comparison to this, like humble huts beside imperial palaces. And this is merely one of the 3 great sects of Dongshen's Hao. Dongshin's house stretches boundlessly for hundreds of millions of li, where mortals may live out their entire lives without ever crossing a single commandery's border. Ruling this vast land alongside ancient imperial dynasties and cultivation clans stand the true apex, powers the three great sects. Xiantian's sect, built upon the foundation of the Black Tortoise, it dominates the northern dark mystic sea, possessing the deepest heritage and the most orthodox mysterious arts and Taoist laws in the realm. Taihao Sword sect, established upon Mount Tianzhu, a peak legendary born from a fragment of the shattered pillar that once held up the heavens. Revering the sword Tao above all, its martial offensive prowess reigns supreme. Every disciple practices the sword, their sword intent piercing the stars of Niu and Do. Xinxiao sect, masters of the thunder Tao, slaying demons and exorcising evil unrivaled under heaven. These three sects have maintained their tripartite dominance for 100,000 years. And within the Xiantian sect, the Lu clan that Lu Xuan belongs to stands as the foremost of the three great clans. Lu Xuan concealed his aura, suppressing his cultivation to the early stage of nascent soul, precisely the pace of progress expected of someone who had spent 10 years tempering himself in the mortal realm. Revealing his true cultivation at the third layer of soul transformation would be too astonishing, likely drawing unwelcome attention and jeopardizing his future plans. He drew forth a dark yellow token and infused it with spiritual energy. The token flared with radiance, transforming into the phantom of a black tortoise that raised its head and let out a mournful cry. Moments later, from the direction of Xiantian main city, a golden rainbow bridge tore through the sky and extended to rest beneath Lu Xuan's feet. The rainbow bridge spanned 10 zhang in width. Lining both sides were phantoms of armored guards condensed from spiritual energy, each possessing golden core cultivation. Though merely illusions, such grandeur already spoke volumes of the sect's prestige. Lu Xuan stepped onto the rainbow bridge and walked forward. Wherever he passed, countless gazes from within Xuangue Jiuqing turned toward him. Some held curiosity, others scrutiny or reverence, and still others, jealousy. Who could that be? They actually summoned the guiding rainbow bridge. Ordinary inner disciples merely ride flying boats when returning to the sect. Look at the token's radiance. That must be a direct line heir of the Lu clan. The Lu clan, the same Lu family that commands 3 heavenly domains and has controlled the financial authority of Xiantian sect for tens of thousands of years. I've heard a direct-born son of the Lu family has been tempering himself in the outside world for 10 years this generation. His return today, could it be him? Lu Xuan. I remember now. 10 years ago, during the sect tournament with only early golden core cultivation, he defeated 7 senior brothers at the peak of golden core in succession before requesting permission to venture out for tempering. Amidst the bustling speculation, Lu Xuan had already crossed the rainbow bridge and stepped into the first realm of Xiantian main city. Waiting near the city gates was already a group. At their head stood a middle-aged man robed in purple and gold, his face smooth and beardless, his demeanor majestic. His cultivation was unmistakably late-stage nascent soul. Brother Xian, a decade apart, your aura shines even brighter than before. The middle-aged man laughed aloud and stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. Memories surfaced in Lu Xuan's mind. Lu Xuan, one of the managing elders of this generation of the Lu clan. By familial seniority, he was a cousin uncle responsible for the clan's external affairs. Uncle Xuan, I trouble you to greet me in person. Lu Xuan returned the salute, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. We are family, there is no need for such formalities. Lu Xuan studied Lu Xuan carefully, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Brother Xuan, your cultivation. Early nascent soul. 10 years to advance from early golden core to early nascent soul. Such progress, even within 1,000 years of my Lu clan's history, would rank among the top 10. Upon hearing these words, the Lu clan members behind him erupted into murmurs. 10 years to cross a major realm. What kind of genius talent was this? What kind of fortunate destiny? After all, among the tens of thousands of inner disciples of Xiantian sect, those who could form a nascent soul within a 60-year cycle were already considered geniuses. Yet Lu Xuan accomplished it in merely 10 years. Lu Xuan smiled faintly, saying nothing. If he were to reveal his true cultivation, this cousin uncle would likely lose his composure right there. Let us depart for the clan residence first. We shall speak more once we arrive. Lu Xuan subdued the shock in his heart and stepped aside to lead the way. Your father is currently handling clan affairs at the Jinhai Hall. Knowing you would return today, he specifically instructed me to escort you to him. The group passed through the first realm of Xiantian main city. The prosperity within the city far exceeded Lu Xuan's expectations. The streets spanned 100 zhang in width, paved with warm spirit jade, whose gentle energy nourished the meridians with every step. Pavilions and towers lined both sides, and dense rows none shorter than 9 stories. Between the sweeping eaves and bracket sets, faint arrays pulsed with flowing light. Occasionally cultivators rode flying artifacts through the air, but always at altitudes above 100 zhang. a strict regulation prohibiting low-altitude flight within the city. The streets were teeming with pedestrians, over 90% of whom possessed some cultivation base. Foundation establishment cultivators were as common as dirt. Golden core masters walked everywhere, and even nascent soul true persons could occasionally be spotted. The shops along the road sold items of no lower quality than third-tier spiritual materials and magical artifacts. Fourth and fifth-tier treasures were commonplace. Some even hung signs at their entrances proclaiming sixth-tier magical treasures, custom orders accepted. It has been 10 years since my last return, yet Xiantian main city has grown even more prosperous, Lu Xuan remarked. That is only natural, Lu Xuan replied, offering explanations as they walked. Since our sect leader's uncle broke through to the late stage of the Ascension realm a century ago, the status of our Xiantian sect in Dongshenzhou has grown ever more unshakable. Though Taihao Sword sect and Shunshao sect are formidable, they are still forced to concede a measure of respect to our sect. Currently the sect has added 17 new large-scale spirit stone mines under its control, opened over 300 overseas islands, and expanded its affiliated sects to 1,200. With such abundance of resources, prosperity naturally follows. As they spoke, the group arrived at the core area of the first realm. Here commercial streets gave way to an expanse of independent mansion complexes. Each mansion occupied over 1,000 acres enclosed by high walls and deep courtyards. Stone lions guarded the entrances while plaques bearing different surnames, Zhao Qian's son, Li Zhou Wu Zheng Wang, hung above the gates. All were cultivation families within the Xiantian sect, yet the Lu clan's mansion stood at the very center. It was not merely a residence, but a city within a city. Its walls soared 30 zhang high, cast entirely from heaven's ninefold dark iron, with the surface carved full of defensive array patterns. The main gates consisted of 2 massive doors, 10 zhang high, and 3 chi thick, crafted from dragon bloodwood. Adorning them were 360 bronze studs, each a 5th-tier magical artifact capable of combining to form the universal celestial star formation. Before the entrance stood not stone lions, but 2 living golden-eyed Qilin beasts, both possessing nascent soul strength. They lay in perpetual slumber, but should they ever be awakened, they could tear invading enemies to shreds. The gate plaque bore a single character, yet it was inscribed with Tao resonance. Any ordinary cultivator daring to stare too long would feel their soul pierce with searing pain. Above it hung the clan's designation, Dongshenzhou of the Jiuzhou continent, one of the great clans of Xiantian sect, the Lu line. Stepping into the Lu residence revealed another world entirely. The grounds were not ordinary gardens, but a miniature pocket dimension of blessed land. The sky above was an array-projected illusion of blue clouds, yet the spiritual energy concentration was tenfold that of the outside world. The ground was paved with spirit-accumulating jade, which automatically seeped spiritual energy into one's souls with every step. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, waterfalls cascaded, and spiritual springs babbled. Up close, pavilions and towers were scattered amidst rare flowers and strange grasses. Even a few legendary 10,000-year vermilion fruit trees stood there, bearing fist-sized spiritual fruits, glowing crimson like fire. Along the way, every servant and guard possessed at least foundation establishment cultivation. Deacons were mostly golden core, while those holding steward positions were nascent soul. Upon seeing Lu Xuan, they all bowed deeply, addressing him as young Master Xuan. Lu Xuan's expression remained calm, but within his heart, he was calculating such profound heritage within the Lu clan truly merited the title of first great clan. Merely from what he could sense, 3 obscure auras lurked within the mansion. They belonged to the Lu clan's grand elders, their cultivation at least at the tribulation transcendent stage. Nascent soul cultivators numbered well over 100. No wonder in the original plot Lu Tian dared to engage in a life-and-death duel with Han Feng. The Lu clan was indeed a colossus. Arriving deep within the mansion before a towering grand hall stood Lu Xuan and his party. The hall was named Jinhai, signifying its purpose to guard the northern dark and stabilize the mystic sea. It served as the chamber where the Lu clan handled its most core affairs. Only direct line elders were permitted entry. The hall doors opened automatically. Lu Xuan stepped inside alone. Within the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower in Xiantian's main city, Han Feng was bound by 360 spirit lock chains, each piercing through his vital acupoints, imprisoned at the center of the soul refining grand array. The array operated day and night, extracting the primal fortune he had plundered from 100 prodigies, transforming it into wisps of golden light that converged into the Xiantian fortune stabilizing pearl atop the tower. This once arrogant and domineering destined protagonist now had a haggard visage, his eyes devoid of former pride, filled only with boundless venom and despair. His Heaven's Mandate plunder system had been forcibly stripped by Lu Xuan, using the essence of the Hongmeng Dao body refined into a fortune Dao seed, which now hovered in Lu Xuan's palm, slowly rotating. Why? Han Feng croaked. I am clearly favored by heaven. Lu Xuan stood by the tower window overlooking the vast expanse of the Xiangui 9 cities and replied calmly, because you were wrong. You believed that the mandate of heaven was a license for you to plunder wantonly and trample upon all beings, but you failed to realize that the true meaning of heaven's mandate is responsibility, protection, and order. He turned his gaze as deep as an abyss. I suppressed you not out of personal enmity, but because you disrupted the balance of this realm. If you were allowed to grow, the Xiantian sect would become your private property, and the Eastern Divine Continent would be reduced to a feeding ground for your devouring of the heavens. This is not heaven's mandate. This is a celestial calamity. Han Feng tried to speak further, but Lu Xuan flicked his sleeve and turned away. Reflect well here. Once your malevolence dissipates and your essence returns to the world, perhaps after 1,000 years you may be granted a chance to reincarnate and cultivate anew. As his words fell, the array blazed with light, and Han Feng's figure was completely swallowed. Outside the demon suppression tower, 3 tribulation transcendence cultivators of the Xiantian sect stood in silent wait. When Lu Xuan emerged, the white-browed elder at the forefront stepped forward and bowed slightly. Real person Lu, by exposing Han Feng's heretical technique and saving the sect from an invisible catastrophe, your merit is immense. By resolution of the sect master and the supreme elders, from this day forth, real person Lu is promoted to the 7th vice sect master of the Xiantian sect, overseeing the punishment and supervision halls and commanding 30,000 Xiantian guards. Vice sect master, a 23-year-old vice sect master. In the 100,000 years of the Xiantian sect's founding, such a thing had never occurred. Yet no one objected. Lu Xuan accepted it with composure. Disciple accepts the command. He knew this was only the beginning. The position of vice sect master of the Xiantian sect meant he had officially stepped into the core of power in the Eastern Divine Continent, earning the right to converse on equal terms with the high echelons of the Taihao Sword sect and the Yunming Marsh. 3 months later, having settled the affairs of the Xiantian sect, Lu Xuan returned to the southern region under the pretext of inspecting affiliated territories. When he crossed the boundary barrier, the scene before him was entirely transformed. The Lingxiao Palace in particular had undergone earth-shaking changes over these 3 months. 365 celestial pillars had pierced through heaven and earth, each drawing upon the primal power of its corresponding star, weaving a grand Zhoutian star array atop the palace. Within the 50-number detached halls, the phantom images of the 5 divine beasts, Qilin Phoenix, Xian Gui, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger, had solidified several-fold day and night, breathing out chaotic spiritual energy, nourishing the entire southern region. Most astonishing of all, in the center of the Lingxiao Palace, a tree had appeared. A world tree 100,000 feet tall, its foliage covering 100 li, its entire form flowing with primordial purple qi. This tree was not corporeal. It was a manifestation of Tao resonance created by Lu Xuan, using his authority as the sovereign of the southern region, fusing the essence of the Hongming Tao body and channeling the laws of heaven and earth. Its roots penetrated the 360 main spiritual veins of the southern region, its branches extending into the boundless void, constantly drawing energy from chaos and converting it into the purest primal spiritual energy, supplying the entire southern region. With this tree, the concentration of spiritual energy in the southern region was already 100 times that of the outside world. In time, this place would surely become a cultivation paradise, surpassing the Xiangui 9 cities. Welcome back, Palace Master. Before the Lingxiao Palace, along the Omota Sando path, knelt a sea of figures. Yi Qingqing, Bai Yuexin, Hua Qingyin, Su Yao, Nyainyang, Lu Yuer. All of his companions were present. Behind them stood the masters of various sects, clan leaders of the demon tribes, and monarchs of mortal kingdoms that Lu Xuan had subdued over the years in the southern region, a dense crowd of over 10,000. What drew the most attention were the small figures before the women. In Bai Yuexin's arms was a baby boy about 1 year old. The child was delicately featured, but most remarkable were his eyes. In his left pupil, a faint star shadow slowly rotated. In his right, a crescent moon floated. This was the eldest son born to Bai Yuexin, named Lu Xinghe, by Lu Xuan, bearing the Zhoutian star body, whose birth had drawn the projection of 360 stars. Beside Hua Qingyin stood a little girl about 2 years old with 2 pigtails exquisitely carved like jade. She toyed with an eternal flame lotus in her hand, the phoenix true fire that accompanied her birth. This girl, named Lu Huangyin, possessed the innate fire phoenix Tao body. She had just turned 3 days ago and could already manipulate true fire to refine simple artifacts. The immortal fetus in Su Yuyao's womb had been gestating for 3 years, its immortal aura growing ever denser with no signs of birth yet. Including Lu Chen, born to Yi Qingqing and taken by the 9 dragons' coffin to the Beidou immortal domain, Lu Xuan now had 4 children. And this was only the beginning. Though Nia Yinyang, Lu Yuer, and the others had not yet given birth, they were all pregnant. It was foreseeable that over the next decade the Lingxiao Palace would welcome a succession of prodigies bearing extraordinary physiques. Lu Xuan helped the women to their feet one by one and embraced the children in turn. That day, deep within the Lingxiao Palace in the Hongming Hall, Lu Xuan sat cross-legged on a chaos cushion, his 365 acupoints simultaneously opening, voraciously devouring the chaotic spiritual energy transmitted from the world tree. Before him floated 3 items. First, the fortune Dao seed stripped from Hanfeng, now transformed from gold to pale purple, containing the full fortune essence of a destined protagonist. Second, a segment of the primordial purple qi root obtained from the Xiantian sect's treasury, a fragment of primordial chaos left over from the creation of the world. Only 3 such segments existed in the entire 9 provinces continent, and the Xiantian sect possessed one. Third, the cumulative heavens mandate essence awarded by the system after he conquered Yi Qingqing by Yuexin, Hua Qingyin Su Yuyao, and other women of fortune, now condensed into a chaotic colored crystal the size of a fist. It is time. Lu Xuan opened his eyes, the birth and death of chaos flickering within them. With a thought, the 3 treasures flew into his body simultaneously. Boom! An indescribable cataclysm erupted within Lu Xuan. The Hongming Dao body began its ultimate transformation. At first, it was the transformation of bones, meridians, and flesh. His bones turned purple gold with Dao runes naturally emerging upon them. His meridians expanded 100-fold, each one as brilliant as a galaxy. The flesh gave birth to countless tiny chaotic vortices, autonomously cycling energy. Then came the sublimation of the soul. Lu Xuan's soul rose from the sea of consciousness, manifesting as a purple giant 100,000 feet tall, bearing his exact likeness, but with a vertical eye on his brow. The Hongming heavenly eye, capable of seeing through all illusions across the myriad heavens and directly beholding the essence of the Tao. Finally, the leap of fate. Lu Xuan could sense that the link between himself and the heavens of the 9 provinces was being overlaid by a higher-level existence. It was not replacement, but transcendence. From then on, the laws of the 9 provinces' heavens could no longer bind him. He could even rewrite the laws of heaven within a small scope by his own will. Ding! Detected that the host has fused the primordial purple qi root fortune Dao seed and heaven's mandate essence. The Hongming Dao body has advanced to the ultimate stage. Hongming Dao body, ultimate source of 10,000 laws, evolved into return of all Daos, can analyze, deduce, and create any law or divine ability not exceeding the user's own realm and directly trace its essence origin. Chaos affinity evolved into chaos dominion, can create a temporary chaos domain within a 100 li radius where all laws are invalid and only the user reigns supreme. Rank prestige evolved into heaven's mandate, supremacy, absolute suppression over all destined protagonists of the 9th tier and below can forcibly strip their protagonist's halo. Newly added, the Dao body itself forms a world. The 365 acupoints within transform into 365 small world prototypes, capable of housing living beings and evolving civilizations. Ding! Host's heaven's mandate value exceeds 1 million. Heaven's mandate rank promoted to 4th tier. Obtained ultimate authority. Villain's heaven's mandate. Villain's heaven's mandate. The host is the conceptual embodiment of the heaven's mandate villain of this major world 9 provinces continent. Any destined protagonist born in this realm is naturally suppressed by the host. The host can accelerate the self-purification of the phenomenon of protagonist proliferation by suppressing protagonists, destroying their opportunities, and seizing their fortune. Lu Xuan slowly rose to his feet. His appearance had not changed much, but his aura was utterly different. Standing there, he was like a complete world, an independent chaos, a living heaven's will. With a slight thought, the void before him split open, revealing a water mirror. What it reflected was not his own image, but a miniature of the entire 9 provinces continent. The Eastern Divine Province, Western Desert Province, Southern Li Province, Northern Nether Province, Central Earth Province. The 5 major domains, billions of living beings, countless sects, all visible clearly in the mirror. He could even see in a secret realm within the Central Earth Province a youth who had just received a fortuitous encounter with a faint golden protagonist halo slowly condensing above his head. In a Buddhist temple of the Western Desert Province, a reincarnated high monk with reincarnation fortune swirling around him. Deep within a volcano in the Southern Li Province, a maiden who had fused with the bloodline of the ancient fire god, triggering heavenly phenomena. So that's how it is. Lu Xuan understood. So-called destined protagonists were merely individuals specially favored by the heavens during a certain period to drive the world's evolution and resolve certain calamities. But in the past 10,000 years, protagonists had appeared too frequently, causing an imbalance in the world's fortune. Hence the birth of the villain's heaven's mandate. Lu Xuan was the balancer chosen by the heavens, suppressing over-flourishing protagonists, pruning rampant fortune, maintaining the stability of the world order. This was his ultimate mission as the heavens mandate villain. 3 years later, Lu Xuan's children had grown up gradually during these 3 years. With Lu Xuan's aid, the cultivation of Yi Qingqing by Yuexin and the others had advanced by leaps and bounds. The weakest Lu Yuer had reached the nascent soul perfection, while the strongest Su Yuyao had touched the threshold of the Dao integration stage. As for Nie Yinyang, she had given birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins a year ago. The boy inherited her phantom void body, while the girl unexpectedly awakened a never-recorded, heaven's mandate prophecy physique able to vaguely glimpse fragments of the future. One day while Lu Xuan was teaching Lu Xinghe the art of the star array, his heart stirred, and he looked up to the sky. A beam of golden light tore through the 9 heavens, ignoring all the restrictions of the Lingxiao Palace, and landed directly before him. The golden light dissipated, revealing a jade slip. On the jade slip were only 2 characters Beidou. Lu Xuan swept his divine sense over it, and the information within flooded his mind. It was from Lu Xuan. He had entered the Ziwei Imperial Palace in the Beidou Immortal Domain, becoming the current holy son of the palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, and he was now breaking through to the cave heaven realm. He sent a message firstly to report safety and secondly to inform his father in 300 years the Beidou Immortal Domain would open the myriad worlds heavenly gate, where prodigies from all heavens and myriad worlds would gather to compete for the opportunity of immortal ascension. He hoped his father could come to Beidou so that father and son could fight side by side. 300 years. Nascent soul transformation peak. Lu Xuan smiled. Good lad, you have exceeded my expectations. He put away the jade slip and gazed into the distance. The story of the 9 provinces continent had come to an end. The southern region had become a holy land. The Xiantian sect stood firmly at the top of the eastern divine province, and those hidden destined protagonists had either been suppressed by him or were cultivating obediently under the order he had established. The fortune of this realm had been restored to balance. But the myriad heavens were vast and boundless. The Beidou Immortal Domain, the Nether Divine Domain, the primordial ancient world, the technological Star River. Countless worlds, countless destined protagonists awaited the arrival of the villain. Husband, are you leaving? Yi Qingchang had come to his side, asking softly. He looked at Bai Yuexin, Hua Qingyin, Su Yao, Nie Yinyang, and the other women who had come one after another, and then at the children playing and cultivating, a rare tenderness gleaming in his eyes. This realm is my foundation, and you are my bonds. Even if I campaign across the heavens in the future, I will return often. After all, Lu Xuan turned, gazing into the depths of the firmament, where stars flickered and myriad worlds rose and fell. The villain's path is still long. And my throne. He raised his hand, and the Lingxiao Palace trembled, the 365 celestial pillars blazing with light, the world tree extending its branches, the 5 halls resounding together. Will ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the myriad heavens.